Chapter 1. A bird adorned with white feathers flaps its wings, soaring through the layers of clouds. The clouds shift like a fleeting dream, while the mountains pass by in a blur. With its keen eyes, the bird gazes down upon the earth, suddenly diving downwards. It gracefully plucks a small fish from the stream and ascends once more. It weaves through dense trees, vibrant flowers in full bloom, and bustling swarms of bees, until it comes upon a modest village. It alights upon an ancient willow tree on the northern edge of the village. As it preens its feathers, it observes the throngs of villagers kneeling before a dilapidated earth god shrine below. All the villagers of Lijia village humbly beseech the esteemed Zhanyue Gong to bless us with favorable weather in the coming year. The village chief, Li Diong, bows deeply, his voice filled with reverence. All the villagers of Lijia village humbly beseech the esteemed Zhanyue Gong to protect our sons from the clutches of evil spirits. A dozen elders, trembling as they kneel behind the village chief, echo his sentiments with equal sincerity. All the villagers of Lijia village humbly beseech the esteemed Zhanyue Gong to grant us smooth sailing in all matters. Men, women, and children behind the elders bow in unison, their voices resonating together. Offer incense. The village chief commands. Everyone lights 3 sticks of fragrant incense. Bow once more to the esteemed Zhanyue Gong. The village chief raises the 3 sticks of incense and bows once again. All follow suit. A thin wisp of smoke rises, enveloping the earth god shrine in a misty embrace. It seems as if a deity sits high above, savoring the offerings from the villagers. Please, Zhanyue Gong, partake of the offerings. 3 bows to the esteemed Zhanyue Gong. The village chief bows for the 3rd time. Please, Zhanyue Gong, partake of the offerings. 3 bows to the esteemed Zhanyue Gong. The villagers follow suit for the 3rd time. Liu finds himself in a state of bewilderment. He gazes at the kneeling villagers, clad in simple garments. He glances at his own translucent form. Moreover, he realizes he is confined within the statue of the earth deity, in a cramped space no larger than a square yard. This statue seems to have transformed into a prison, rendering him unable to escape. Have I traversed realms? Am I truly ensconced within the statue of the earth deity? What sorcery is this? He gently closes his eyes, finding new information surfacing in his mind. 3 billion souls have traversed the globe, beginning their journey as wild gods. These 3 billion wild gods are divided into 30,000 regions, each containing 100,000 wild gods. You can access 6 interfaces: personal information, personal tasks, believer information, regional chat, regional trade, and divine warfare. In this vast multiverse, develop your believers, ascend to divine status, cultivate your divine subordinates, and vie for the ultimate title of Heavenly Emperor. 3 billion souls from Blue Star have crossed over to become wild gods. Yet, I'm not even a proper earth deity, merely a wild god. Liu's lips twitch. He finds himself at a loss for words. Such absurdity could actually occur? How vast must this world be to accommodate 3 billion wild gods? Wait, the information mentioned a vast multiverse. Could it be that these 3 billion wild gods are spread across many worlds? He opens the personal information interface. Personal information. Name, Liu. Divine name, Zhanyue Gong. Divine status. Wild god to ascend to earth deity, reach the 9th tier. Divine tier. Lowly requires 100 divine powers to ascend to the 9th tier. Divine power, 2 units. Incense offerings, 765 units. 1,000 units of incense offering power condenses into 1 unit of divine power. Divine techniques. Dream sending technique, 1 unit of divine power. Golden blade technique, 1 unit of divine power. Summoning soldiers, 1 unit of divine power. Appoint temple blessings, 1 unit of divine power. Dream sending technique, golden blade technique. Summon soldiers, appoint temple blessings. Liu murmurs. He senses that, should he wish to, he could effortlessly wield these 4 divine techniques with a mere gesture. However, the dream-sending technique requires a target in deep slumber, while summon soldiers necessitates a ghostly subject. As for appoint temple blessings, it demands certain conditions to be fulfilled. Only the golden blade technique can be invoked at will. Though he is curious about the might of the golden blade technique, he currently possesses only 2 units of divine power. He cannot afford to squander them on experimentation. This is, after all, the very foundation of his existence. To ascend from a wild god to a proper earth deity requires a staggering 100 units of divine power. He furrows his brow. 1,000 units of incense offering power must accumulate to form a single unit of divine power. 100 units of divine power necessitates the accumulation of 100,000 incense offerings. This goal is evidently not easily attainable. Thus, for a deity, incense offerings are of paramount importance. With incense offerings, anything is possible. Without incense offerings, one is akin to a mere clay statue. No wonder deities in myths and legends place such great importance on incense offering power. This is the essence of divinity. His gaze flickers. He promptly opens the believer information interface once more. How does one acquire incense offering power? Naturally, it relies on believers. Believers are the most vital asset for a deity. He has come to grasp this truth. The transition into this state is remarkably swift. Believer information. Daily incense offerings, 124 units. Tao level believers, 0 providing 100,000 units of incense daily. Heaven level believers, 0 providing 10,000 units of incense daily. Saint level believers, 0 providing 1,000 units of incense daily. A level believers, 0 providing 100 units of incense daily. Level believers, 5 providing 10 units of incense daily. Level believers, 65 providing 1 unit of incense daily. The level believers, 91 providing 1 unit of incense every 10 days. Most of them are level believers. The quality of believers is rather low. Liu raises an eyebrow. His gaze shifts to the multitude of villagers kneeling outside the earth shrine. Each appears devout, yet it seems they are merely putting on a facade. He looks towards the offering table. Upon it rests the offerings prepared by the villagers. In addition to the customary 3 offerings, there's a singular item that radiates a soft white glow in his eyes. This item is the true offering the villagers have prepared for their 2 grand rituals throughout the year. As a deity, during the grand rituals each year, I am entitled to receive 1 offering from my believers. This offering will be enhanced by the divine rules, receiving a 20% boost. Moreover, the 2 grand rituals held annually will yield a one-time allocation of incense offering power for 10 days. Liu murmurs. This information also appeared in his mind, providing him with a fundamental understanding of divinity. Thus, the 2 grand rituals held annually are of immense significance for a deity. After all, a single item's quality receiving a 20% enhancement is an exceedingly rare boon for anyone. For wild gods like him, it is even more precious. Of course, there are stipulations regarding the item to be offered during the grand ritual. It must not bear any trace of direct causality from a deity. In other words, only items obtained solely through the efforts of believers may serve as offerings, thus benefiting from the divine rule enhancement. He gently gestures. Instantly, the item emitting a white glow on the offering table floats into the air, then swiftly enters his divine domain. The cramped space of a square yard now belongs to his divine domain. Your believer has completed a grand ritual. Your believer has offered you a first-tier body strengthening herb. You have gained 1,240 units of incense offering power. The divine rules are enhancing. The first-tier body strengthening herb you received has undergone a hundredfold enhancement by divine rules. You have obtained a 4th-tier dragon blood flame herb. Liu is taken aback. A hundredfold enhancement? What is this madness? Wasn't it supposed to be a 20% enhancement? Liu stares blankly at the information before him. He is utterly bewildered. The information previously presented in his mind clearly stated that the offerings received during the 2 grand rituals would receive a 20% enhancement. That is to say, a mere 1.2 times. But now, what is this hundredfold enhancement? He immediately opens the regional chat. If he still had a physical form, he felt his heart would be racing wildly at this moment. Upon opening the regional chat interface, a torrent of messages floods in. Wow, The offering I received from my believer is a first-tier fire fox corpse, and a 20% enhancement is quite impressive. It has grown significantly. A 10-year-old bone strengthening flower has transformed into a 12-year-old specimen. Freshly made high-grade vitality pills, enhanced by 20%, now only cost 3 units of divine power. Aren't you all adapting rather quickly? I'm still in a state of confusion. Is there any kind-hearted soul willing to lend me 2 units of divine power? Once I have a physical body, I promise to return the favor in kind. I'm a sweet girl from the south seeking a warm partner. My goodness, I have discovered a dog demon lurking outside my village of believers. How terrifying. Is there a need for a first-tier greatsword? 2 strokes of divine power for 1 blade. I can't believe it. I am utterly stunned the offerings from my believers are actually stolen wives. My believers are nothing but a nest of bandits. It seems that the others indeed possess a 2-fold enhancement, one remarked. Yet only my offering boasts a 100-fold enhancement? Liu's face was alight with joy. The disparity between a 100-fold enhancement and a mere 2-fold is immense. A 2-fold enhancement merely augments the quality of a first-tier item slightly. But a 100-fold enhancement? It can elevate a first-tier item to the status of a 4th-tier item. The advantages inherent in this are staggering. In this collective grand traversal, it appears I possess a golden finger. He opened the regional trading interface. This platform not only facilitates exchanges among deities within the same region, but also allows for the sale of any valuable items to the deity shop. However, the prices at the deity shop are unlikely to be high. In fact, the primary function of the deity shop is merely to assign a price to an item. Based on the information gleaned from the recent regional chat, he mused, the pricing of first-tier items in the deity shop hovers around 1,000 incense merit, equivalent to 1 stroke of divine power. First-tier items with a 2-fold enhancement are valued at approximately 1,500 incense merit. Clearly, their worth exceeds a mere 2-fold enhancement. What then am I offering with a 100-fold enhancement? He glanced at the dragon blood flame grass before him, now infused with a 100-fold enhancement. The entire plant floated within the divine realm, radiating a brilliant crimson glow, with a tiny dragon-shaped mist meandering around it. In terms of appearance, it far surpassed the first-tier strengthening herb previously placed upon the altar. He reached out to grasp the dragon blood flame grass, and with a thought, the 4th-tier dragon blood flame grass vanished, reappearing within the deity shop. A plethora of information materialized before him. Name, dragon blood flame grass. Tier, 4th tier. Effect, when consumed by a human at the 3rd-tier Yuan Gang limit warrior, there is a 50% chance to break through into a 4th-tier Yin-Yang warrior. Price, 360 strokes of divine power. 360 strokes of divine power. Liu's face beamed with delight. This is comparable to nearly 8 years of incense merit income from his current believers. Moreover, it is more than sufficient to elevate his divine status from unranked to 9th tier. Once he ascends, he will no longer be a wild god, but a legitimate earth god. Starting off, he would undoubtedly be leagues ahead of the other wild gods of Blue Star. While others toil for 1 or 2 strokes of divine power, he effortlessly acquired 360 strokes. It feels akin to playing a game with cheats, he mused. This sensation is utterly exhilarating. He murmured, unable to suppress the smile that curled at his lips. Without a moment's hesitation, he sold the 4th-tier dragon blood flame grass to the deity shop. As for the effects of this 4th-tier dragon blood flame grass, he was indifferent. After all, among his current believers, only 2 were 1st-tier body refinement warriors, the rest were mere ordinary mortals. They had no use for a 4th-tier treasure like the dragon blood flame grass. Upon completion of the sale, Liu immediately felt an influx of 360 strokes of divine power within him. The 360 strands of divine power bestowed upon him an overwhelming sense of prowess, igniting within him the impulse to once again experiment with the golden blade technique, maintain a low profile. He admonished himself, to squander divine energy merely for the sake of testing divine arts was a disgraceful act. He suppressed the restless stirrings within his heart, gathering 100 strands of divine power to commence his ascension to divinity. Outside the Earth God Temple, The kneeling villagers began to rise one by one. They were accustomed to the biannual grand rituals, a long-standing tradition. Even though the earth god Zhanyue had never manifested any signs of divinity, none would deem the reverence shown to him as a waste of time. After all, worshipping deities was fundamentally about seeking inner peace, a sentiment shared by many present. However, among them were 5 elderly individuals who held an especially devout reverence for Zhanyue, leading the grand rituals each year. Where had that strengthening herb gone? Li Yuming, stooped with age, was preparing to tidy the offering table, particularly concerned about safeguarding the most precious strengthening herb. Yet, as he looked, there was no trace of it upon the table. This bewildered him entirely. Where had the herb gone? Such a substantial sprout could not simply vanish. The other elders, upon hearing his exclamation, turned their gazes towards him, their expressions fraught with anxiety upon discovering the absence of the strengthening herb. After all, it was a first-tier spiritual herb worth 90 taels of silver, the most valuable item in the village. They rummaged about, but the herb remained elusive. Just before the third bow, I distinctly saw the strengthening herb on the offering table. How could it vanish so suddenly? Village Chief Li Diang remarked, brow furrowed. The remaining villagers dispersed, searching the vicinity around the earth god temple. Could it be that while we were kneeling before Zhanyue, some bird snatched it away? One villager speculated. Nonsense, Li Diang replied, shaking his head. This is the earth god temple. No bird would dare to steal food from the offering table. Then, a timid little girl of 7 ventured. Could it be that Zhanyue has partaken of it? Upon uttering these words, village chief Li Diang fell silent, as did the villagers. Zhanyue has partaken of it? A multitude of eyes turned towards the earth god statue within the temple. Suddenly, a thunderous clap echoed across the heavens, reverberating like a proclamation from the divine. The villagers of Li family village were startled, hastily looking up, only to find there was no sign of impending rain. Merely a dry thunder. Could it truly be that Zhanyue had enjoyed it? Li Yuming, bent with age, murmured softly. He was the most respected elder in the village and one of the 2 martial practitioners of the body refining realm. Although age had dulled his combat prowess, in a fit of rage, he could still overpower 2 or 3 adult men. After all, in his youth, he had mastered the stone-shattering palm, undergoing 2 transformations of vitality. His palm's strength formidable. Years ago, he could shatter stones the size of a human head with a single strike. The village's most significant treasures had always been under his stewardship, particularly the strengthening herb, which he had guarded for 7 years without incident. Each year, during the 2 grand rituals, this herb was presented upon Zhanyue's offering table. How could it simply disappear this time? It must surely be that Zhanyue has enjoyed it. An elderly man, trembling, spoke up, casting a particularly devout glance at the earth god statue. That I believe so as well. Our village's earth god has indeed been effective. A few years ago, the wife of Pai Ho was unable to conceive. After coming to Zhanyue to seek blessings, she gave birth to a robust baby boy within the year. After the villagers conducted another thorough search without any success, village chief Li Diang sighed. Uncle Yuming, it must be that Zhanyue has partaken of it. Though he was the village chief and another practitioner of the body refining realm besides Li Yuming, he held little belief in the earth god. After all, if deities truly existed, would malevolent spirits still roam freely in this world? He viewed the grand rituals merely as a means to instill a sense of security among the villagers, beneficial for his governance, hence his apparent enthusiasm. Deep down, he even harbored doubts that Uncle Yuming might have hidden the strengthening herb just now. However, without evidence, he would not speak such thoughts, as it would not foster unity. Zhanyue has manifested. Li Yuming knelt again, fervently bowing towards the earth god statue. Many elders followed suit, kneeling once more. Watching Uncle Yuming's devout demeanor, village chief Li Diang found himself questioning whether it might indeed be true that Zhanyue had manifested and enjoyed the offerings. No, that is impossible. There are no deities in this world. Only martial prowess serves as the true means of existence. Personal information: name, Li Yu divine name, Zhanyue divine rank, Li family village. Earth god of justice divine tier, from 9th rank, requires 1,000 strands of divine power to ascend to the 9th rank. Divine power, 262 strands incense offerings, 2,005 strands divine arts. Dream invocation technique, 1 strand of divine power. Golden blade technique, 1 strand of divine power. Summoning soldiers, 1 strand of divine power. Appoint temple attendant, 10 strands of divine power. Cure illness technique, 5 strands of divine power. Flight technique, 10 strands of divine power. Soldier artifacts, 10 strands of divine power. Earth escape technique, 10 strands of divine power. Strengthen soldiers, 10 strands of divine power. Cloud and mist technique, 10 strands of divine power. Thunder technique, 10 strands of divine power. Feeling immensely empowered, he mused that consuming 1 strand of divine power to perform the golden blade technique felt significantly more potent than in his previous wild god state. Liu gazed at the personal information materializing before him, a smile gracing his lips. Not only that, but he also observed that his once semi-transparent form had solidified, dressed in earth god robes, adorned with the earth god crown. Holding the earth god seal in his left hand and the earth god register in his right, his appearance surpassed anything he had previously known. Have I finally attained a formal position? He pondered. Indeed, he reflected, for in any realm, the end of the universe remains constant. A broader smile spread across his face. With a gentle wave of his hand, 2005 strands of incense offering power soared from the corners of the divine realm, flooding into the earth god seal. Subsequently, 2 strands of divine power, having been purified of all impurities by the earth god seal, surged forth, merging into Liu's being. His internal divine power instantly increased to 264 strands. Having an official rank made a remarkable difference. The earth god seal proved exceedingly useful. Without it, refining 2,000 strands of incense offering power into 2 strands of divine power would require a full 2 hours. With the earth god seal, it was an instantaneous affair. He felt satisfied. He then opened the personal tasks interface, curious about the kinds of tasks that the hidden hand responsible for bringing so many across realms to become deities might assign. Personal task 1 task description. As a deity, even with minimal divine power, you require a temple attendant to spread your faith. Task objective: convince a believer to willingly become a temple attendant. Task reward: 2 first-tier blessing talismans and 2 strands of divine power. Convincing a believer to willingly become a temple attendant. Liu raised an eyebrow. Upon reading this task, he immediately thought of his divine art, dream invocation technique. It was evident that this task necessitated the use of the dream invocation technique to achieve success. After all, although he was the earth god of justice, he understood that a deity could not directly present themselves before their followers. If a deity were to appear before a believer, it would strip away the mystery and majesty. How could one expect them to revere you? A deity should remain exalted, mysterious, and imposing. Only then would mortals truly venerate them. The allure of the reward caused Liu's gaze to gleam with interest. 2 strands of divine power held little significance for him, considering he was now the land deity endowed with 264 strands of divine force. However, the first-tier blessing talisman was something he greatly desired. This blessing talisman did not serve the deity himself, but was intended for the believers. It possessed the remarkable ability to elevate a believer directly from the realm of mortals to a first-tier body refining stage warrior. The importance of believers cannot be overstated. In a world rife with malevolent spirits and dangers, the enhancement of their strength would undoubtedly enable them to better withstand such threats. Moreover, only with the believer's strength augmented could they offer more substantial tributes. Which believer should I select as the temple attendant? Liu pondered as his gaze fell upon the land register in his hands. This land register meticulously documented the information of every villager in the family village, leaving no stone unturned. It detailed every misdeed and virtuous act, and even possessed a semblance of a book of life and death function. With a mere stroke of his hand, he could eliminate the names of villagers recorded within, resulting in their immediate demise. Remarkably, engaging in such actions would incur no repercussions upon him as the land deity, nor would it deplete any of his divine power. This was the privilege bestowed upon him as a land deity. He resolved to select from the 5 grade B believers. With a calm demeanor, Liu perused the life stories of the 5 individuals. Among them, Liu Ming stood out. Young and astute, he had received 3 years of private education and had ventured out into the world for 12 years. Earning great respect in Li family village in his youth, he had successfully cultivated the rock-shattering palm, transforming his vital energy twice and achieving the status of a body refining stage warrior. His character was commendable, devoid of any heinous acts. Liu nodded in approval, deciding to appoint Liu Ming as his temple attendant. Among the 5 grade B believers, Only Li Yuming had ventured forth and gained considerable insight. His gaze shifted to the temple's exterior. The hour had long passed, indicating that he had spent a significant amount of time ascending to his divine position. Li family village appeared tranquil and harmonious, and as night deepened, it became even more serene. Simple earthen houses were scattered throughout the mountains, with each household cultivating their own fields. With the new year just having passed, some fields still bore remnants of untamed snow, stepping forth from the statue of the land deity. Li Yu reflected on his newfound sense of groundedness. During his time as the wild deity, the divine domain within the statue felt like a prison, confining him. However, having ascended to the status of a proper land deity, he could now exit the confines of his divine domain that he sighed. Taking in the surrounding darkness of the mountains, selecting a direction, he began to walk, but after traversing roughly a mile, he halted. Before him lay a small hill, beyond which rose a series of undulating peaks. This marked the boundary of Li family village. An unsettling sensation gripped him. He felt that stepping beyond would render him extraordinarily weak. Once a deity departs from their jurisdiction, they become feeble. All divine arts would require tenfold divine power to enact, and his divine rank would temporarily diminish by one tier. Liu mused quietly, casting a deep glance at the rolling mountains ahead. Unless absolutely necessary, he would refrain from leaving his jurisdiction. The prospect of a diminished divine rank and the requirement of tenfold divine power for his spells were too perilous to contemplate. With that, he took a few steps back, returning to the confines of his divine domain. As for the other directions of the village, there was no need for further exploration. As the land deity, he was acutely aware of the extent of his jurisdiction. He merely sought to experience the sensation of standing at the boundary of his realm. His gaze turned toward Li Yuming's home at this moment. Li Yuming was already fast asleep. Liu extended his right hand, gently pointing toward Li Yuming. A surge of divine power coalesced at his fingertip, casting the dream-sending technique. Li Yuming found himself standing bewildered before the land temple. He could not fathom why he was dreaming of the temple. Could it be due to the grand ceremony earlier in the day, where the precious strengthening herb was offered to Lord Zhengyue? Truth be told, he remained somewhat skeptical. Although he held a devout faith in Lord Zhengyue, he was also well-versed in the reality of the outside world. His devotion stemmed from a deep yearning for a day when a deity would descend to vanquish evil and grant humanity a peaceful existence. Yet, did deities truly exist? He was uncertain. Li Yuming, a voice resonated. Imbued with immense authority and an air of boundless majesty, Li Yuming glanced around. Who calls my name? It suddenly struck him how real this dream felt. Yet, he was aware that he was indeed dreaming. The sensation was exceedingly strange. Li Yuming, the commanding voice echoed once more, seemingly emanating from the heavens. Startled, Li Yuming gazed upward at the land temple. A colossal, indifferent visage materialized above, its eyes filled with authority. Looking down upon him, it bore an uncanny resemblance to Lord Zhengyue, the deity enshrined in the temple. Lord Zhengyue! Li Yuming exclaimed in astonishment, hastily dropping to his knees. His heart raced with excitement. After so many years, he had finally witnessed the manifestation of Lord Zhengyue. Li Yuming, I am the land deity of Li family village and shall protect it. However, the divine and the mortal are distinct. Do not speak lightly. Do you wish to become my temple attendant and walk among mortals on my behalf? The voice, dignified and impassive, reverberated throughout the realm, a testament to divine might. I, believer Li Yuming, am willing, he declared in fervent excitement. Bowing deeply, dawn tomorrow, pay your respects to me, and you shall become my temple attendant. Do not forget. The authoritative voice faded, and the dream world began to fragment. Li Yuming awoke with a start, sitting upright. The words "do not forget" echoed in his mind. Had Lord Zhengyue truly sent him a dream? He murmured to himself. The memories of the dream were vivid, feeling less like a dream and more like a genuine experience. The immense visage of Lord Zhengyue, obscuring half the sky, and the voice filled with infinite majesty felt overwhelmingly real. What is wrong? His wife, Zhao Jiuhua, stirred from her slumber, her eyes still heavy with sleep. Why are you awake before the rooster crows? Jiuhua, Lord Zhengyue, it just sent me a dream. Li Yuming's voice trembled with excitement, a sentiment only he could truly comprehend. What? Lord Zhengyue sent you a dream? Go back to sleep. Perhaps you'll dream of the city god next. Zhao Jiuhua turned over, resuming her slumber. Believe it or not, he insisted, Lord Zhanyue has chosen me as his temple attendant to represent him among mortals." As he spoke, his voice quivered with mounting fervor. How could he contain his excitement? After all, he would be serving as the representative of the land deity. What an exalted position that entailed. "Just go to sleep." "Stop the noise," she replied impatiently. "If you keep this up, you might just become the land deity yourself." Zhao Zhihua was disinclined to entertain such notions. If the land deity truly existed, why had their third child succumbed to illness? They had implored the deity for aid back then, but to no avail. Her child had still passed away. Such a naive and ignorant woman, he thought. Unwilling to engage further, Li Yuming let out a grunt. Promptly rising to don his clothes, he intended to make some preparations ahead of time, planning to rush to the Earth Temple at the break of dawn to assume the role of the temple steward. Considering the modest size of the Earth Temple, he even contemplated erecting a simple canopy outside to serve as his workspace. Within the span of less than an hour, the sky began to lighten. Li Yuming immediately grabbed his tools and roused his two sons from their slumber, setting off together towards the Earth Temple. "Uncle Yuming, what are you up to?" inquiringly asked the village head, Li Diang. Upon seeing Li Yuming laden with tools, while his sons carried ladders and stools, Diang, Li Yuming replied with pride, "I must inform you. Last night, Lord Zhanyue appeared to me in a dream, instructing me to become the temple steward and to act on his behalf in the mortal realm." "Do not be too envious of your uncle Yuming." Li Diang looked utterly astonished. Lord Zhanyue appeared in a dream to act on his behalf in the mortal realm. He gazed at Li Yuming as though he were a fool. Soon, Li Yuming, accompanied by his two sons, arrived at the Earth Temple. The temple was situated on a small hill to the north of the village, with a venerable old willow tree to its left. Its branches cascading down in abundance. "Dushing, dimming, hurry and set up the canopy," Li Yuming commanded with a wave of his hand. With sons present, there was no need for him to undertake such tasks himself. "Father, are you truly going to become the temple steward?" Li Dushing asked with a frown. He was quite robust, towering over Li Yuming, presenting a formidable figure. Yet, his aptitude for martial arts was lacking, at 28 years old. After a decade of practicing stone-shattering palm, he had yet to achieve a transformation in his vitality to ascend to the realm of a martial artist. "Is there any doubt?" Li Yuming replied, casting a sidelong glance at his eldest son, his stooped back straightening considerably. The brothers, Li Dushing and Li Deming, exchanged glances, both perceiving the helplessness in the other's eyes. They did not believe a word of the dream about Lord Zhanyue, suspecting instead that their father merely had an odd dream. However, they held a deep respect for their father and dared not contradict him. Ultimately, whatever their father said, they would follow. Without further ado, the brothers commenced erecting the canopy. Simply gathering some wood, a task not difficult for them at that moment. Several elderly villagers, having heard the news, hurried over. "Yuming, did Lord Zhanyue truly appear to you in a dream?" Li Yutong, leaning on his cane, asked with wide eyes. He was 5 or 6 years older than Li Yuming and was the eldest in the entirety of Li family village. "Is it true, Yuming? Did Lord Zhanyue really appoint you as the temple steward? Diang informed us that you were to act on his behalf in the mortal realm. Could it be that the body-strengthening herb from yesterday was indeed enjoyed by Lord Zhanyue?" "Of course. The body-strengthening herb was enjoyed by Lord Zhanyue. How can you still doubt?" A group of 7 or 8 elders stood before the Earth Temple, exchanging excited remarks. Li Yuming straightened his stooped back with determination, addressing his elder peers with pride. "Everyone knows what sort of person I, Li Yuming, am. Last night, Lord Zhanyue genuinely appeared to me in a dream, instructing me to act on his behalf in the mortal realm. From this day on, do not address me as Yuming. Refer to me as the temple steward." Further away, village head Li Diang wore a peculiar expression that he scrutinized Li Yuming's face, sensing it seemed genuine. However, he firmly believed that the dream about Lord Zhanyue was impossible. It must have been Yuming's own imagination. His perspective mirrored that of the Li Dushing brothers, as he did not believe in the existence of deities. The martial way was the only truth. He even suspected that Yuming might have pilfered the body-strengthening herb to stage this entire performance, hoping to convince everyone that it had indeed been consumed by Lord Zhanyue. "All right, old friends, the hour is drawing near. I must pay my respects to Lord Zhanyue and formally become the temple steward. Everyone quiet down." After chatting briefly with the elders, Li Yuming glanced at the sky and With a serious expression, declared in a deep voice, his authority in the village was paramount, and upon witnessing his solemn demeanor, the other elders dared not speak further, stepping back and fixating their gaze on him. Meanwhile, many villagers who had heard the news gathered around, curious to witness the event. Lord Zhangyue appearing in a dream? Uncle Yuming is to become the temple steward? This is truly a rare occurrence. Our village has never had a temple steward before. Li family village's believer, Li Yuming, pays homage to Lord Zhangyue. I, Li Yuming, wish to become the steward of Lord Zhangyue's temple, to act on his behalf in the mortal realm. With a serious countenance, Li Yuming knelt before the earth temple, performing 3 prostrations and 9 bows, proclaiming loudly. His voice resonated solemnly and earnestly, imbued with a palpable sense of reverence. All the villagers of Li family village held their breath. The atmosphere around the earth temple thick with anticipation in the divine realm. Li Yu observed Li Yuming kneeling before the earth temple. His expression tranquil, he extended his right hand, and instantly, 10 strands of divine power converged, slowly forming a radiant divine talisman. The talisman was adorned with intricate, enigmatic symbols, exuding an air of authority. This was the temple steward divine talisman, specifically designed to appoint the temple steward. As the earth law seal flew forth, it left a mark upon the temple steward divine talisman, transforming its original white hue into a deep violet. Henceforth, Li Yuming shall be my temple steward, to act on my behalf in the mortal realm, he declared. Simultaneously, the temple steward divine talisman emanated a violet glow, soaring out of the divine realm. Henceforth, Li Yuming shall be my temple steward, to act on my behalf in the mortal realm. The voice, dignified and indifferent, resonated from above the earth temple, akin to a proclamation from beyond the heavens. All villagers who heard this voice felt as if they beheld a deity standing majestically in the skies. Its features indistinct, yet its gaze brimming with infinite authority. A beam of violet light shot forth from the statue of the earth deity, swiftly merging into Li Yuming's being in an instant. His graying hair transformed to a deep black, his hunched back straightening with newfound vigor. The deep lines etched upon his face faded significantly, and his previously murky eyes regained clarity. A faint aura of incense flowed from him, as if he had rejuvenated by 20 years. His entire demeanor was transformed, presenting an entirely different essence. The surrounding villagers were left agape, having witnessed the divine voice of a deity and the astonishing transformation of Li Yuming. Lord Zhangyue has manifested. Lord Zhangyue truly appeared in a dream to Yuming. Did I just hear the voice of Lord Zhangyue? Am I not dreaming? Yuming has become youthful again. Lord Zhangyue has manifested. One by one, the elders knelt down, fervently bowing towards the earth temple, some even shedding tears of joy. The other villagers soon followed suit, their expressions brimming with excitement. What had they witnessed? They had witnessed the manifestation of Lord Zhangyue. Their Li family village was indeed blessed by a deity. In that moment, all villagers became significantly more devout. Many resolved to offer incense to Lord Zhangyue each morning and evening, hoping for greater blessings for their families. Do deities truly exist? Has Lord Zhangyue manifested? Village head Li Deyong felt a shiver run down his spine and promptly knelt on the ground. His mind was in a haze. Could it be that deities truly exist in this world? Is their Li family village truly blessed by a deity? Just moments ago, the resounding and imposing voice of Zhang Yuegong echoed with endless authority, clear and distinct to him. The transformation of Ming Shu was now evident before his eyes. Indeed, Zhang Yuegong truly exists. Null, an elevation in martial prowess. He never anticipated that the village chief possessed such a formidable heart for martial arts. Regrettably, his innate talent for martial arts is rather lacking. Comparable to Li Wyoming at 35 years of age, he has only undergone 2 transformations of vital energy, reaching the mid-tier of the first stage, yet has made no further progress thereafter. He is, by and large, considered just, having committed minor transgressions but none of significant gravity. He has performed small acts of kindness, yet has not engaged in great benevolence. With such a devout faith, may your wishes be fulfilled. Li Yu's expression remained tranquil. In his possession were 2 first-tier blessing talismans. A first-tier blessing talisman could elevate an uninitiated believer from mere mortality to a first-tier body refinement martial artist. Moreover, upon ascension, they would immediately experience 2 transformations of vital energy, becoming a mid-tier practitioner of the first stage body refinement. This is but one of its functions. The first-tier blessing talisman possesses another function as well. It can allow a martial artist already at the first tier of body refinement to ascend to minor realms. Though it cannot transcend major realms. In other words, one originally at the lower tier of the first stage could directly rise to the upper tier. One initially at the mid-tier could reach the pinnacle of the first stage. However, even if one were at the upper tier of the first stage, they could only ascend to the pinnacle of the first stage. As for the other first-tier blessing talisman, he cast his gaze over the list of B-class believers. At this moment, the number of B-class believers had risen to 27. However, most of them were elderly or middle-aged individuals. Only 2 were young. The 22-year-old Li Xiuwu and the 25-year-old Li Deming. Li Deming is the second son of Li Yuming. One must not overly favor one's family. Thus, he mused, this first-tier blessing talisman should be bestowed upon Li Xiuwu. Regarding the thought of selling the first-tier blessing talisman in the divine shop, he harbored no such inclination. Even though the item is extraordinary, a first-tier object, placed within the divine shop, would yield at most 2 points of divine power. Does he, as a dignified deity of the 9th rank, truly lack this meager divine power? Contemplating this, a sudden thought struck him that if he cannot sell it, could he perhaps buy it? As a deity from the blue star who has traversed here, he possesses the ability of regional trade. Any deity from the blue star can list items for sale in regional trade. Now, being merely the second day since his arrival, it is likely that many deities from the blue star have completed their initial personal tasks and received their rewards. With 100,000 deities in the region, there will surely be someone who offers the first-tier blessing talisman for sale. Although he regards the first-tier blessing talisman as far more valuable than 2 or 3 points of divine power. Perhaps in the eyes of some blue star deities, those 2 or 3 points of divine power are of greater significance. He promptly opened the regional trade interface and was immediately greeted by a plethora of first-tier blessing talismans available for purchase. In comparison to enhancing believers, many blue star deities seem more inclined to acquire divine power. A faint smile graced Li Yu's lips. He temporarily lacks divine power. However, he is in dire need of items that can bolster the strength of his believers. The stronger his believers are, the better they can survive and procure offerings for him. He extended his hand and placed one of the first-tier blessing talismans onto the divine shop, observing the value assigned by the divine shop. 2 points of divine power. What a surprise. They are all schemers. A first-tier blessing talisman valued at 2 points of divine power, and you dare to sell it for 5. Do you expect that once they become deities, there will still be fools willing to pay such a price? Li Yu was truly astonished. He observed that some first-tier blessing talismans on the regional trade were priced as high as 5 points of divine power. Such audacity in pricing. Most, however, were tagged at 4 points of divine power. Only 7 were priced at 3 points of divine power. 3 points of divine power. This price is quite acceptable. His gaze flickered, and he promptly purchased all 7 of the first-tier blessing talismans priced at 3 points of divine power. He spent 21 points of divine power, leaving him with 234 points. The 7 first-tier blessing talismans instantly materialized, floating in the divine realm, radiating a white luminescence alongside the previous 2. Now, he possessed a total of 9 first-tier blessing talismans. Li Yu's gaze shifted once more to the believer information. There are 27 B-class believers, excluding 15 elderly individuals and farmers, as well as Li Xiuwu and Li Deming. There are still 10 middle-aged individuals aged 30 to 40 remaining. Very well, that if a family receives more grace, perhaps their faith will grow even more devout. He decided to include Li Deming within the scope of the first-tier blessing talisman's bestowal. After all, with 7 additional first-tier blessing talismans on hand, there was no need to be overly frugal. Subsequently, he selected 6 from the remaining 10 middle-aged individuals. As for retaining a few blessing talismans for future bestowals when there are more B-class believers, he had no such plans. After all, there are first-tier blessing talismans available for sale in the regional trade. He could always purchase more when needed. Moreover, he believed that acquiring first-tier blessing talismans should not be too difficult. The first-tier blessing talisman encompasses 6 martial arts techniques, allowing the selection of one to bestow upon a believer. Let it be the fierce wind blade technique, swift and ferocious, far surpassing the stone-shattering palm cultivated by Li Wyoming. Liu murmured softly. With a gentle snap of his fingers, the 9 first-tier blessing talismans soared from the divine realm in front of the earth god temple. Many had already completed the 3 essential steps: bowing, offering incense, and making wishes, preparing to depart. Although Zhang Yuegong's manifestation was quite exhilarating, life must go on. One cannot remain before the Earth God Temple indefinitely. Just then, 9 beams of white light shot forth from the Earth God statue, swiftly entering the bodies of 9 believers still kneeling in fervent devotion, one of whom was Li Diang. In that instant, Li Diang felt a resplendent white talisman materialize within him. The talisman, radiant with white light, dissolved into a vast circulation of vital energy throughout his body. In the blink of an eye, his previously twice transformed vital energy completed another 2 transformations. His martial realm ascended directly from a mid-tier body refinement practitioner to a pinnacle body refinement martial artist, just 1 step away from advancing to a second-tier true Qi martial master. Simultaneously, the other 8 individuals, including Li Yoming's second son, Li Deming, erupted with powerful vital energy. In an instant, they transformed from ordinary mortals, undergoing 2 transformations of vital energy, and became mid-tier body refinement martial artists. Their prowess rivaled that of the strongest in the village. Moreover, they all suddenly comprehended the fierce wind blade technique, as if they had diligently practiced it for an extended period, reaching the mid-tier of the first stage. In an instant, Li family village gained 8 mid-tier martial artists and 1 pinnacle martial artist. This is the might of the divine. We thank Zhang Yuegong for his blessings. As the village head, Li Diang, bowed with profound excitement, tears welled in his eyes. Heaven knows the immense pressure he faces as the leader of the village in these treacherous times filled with demons and malevolence. He would make frequent trips to the county town every couple of months, sometimes hearing bone-chilling news, such as reports of a village overrun by malevolence, with no survivors emerging, or tales of demons devouring all living beings within a 10-mile radius. He harbored fears that one day, Li family village might also fall victim to such evil. Thus, he diligently pursued martial training, hoping to strengthen his martial prowess, so that if they were to encounter demons in the future, he could protect the village. At the age of 35, his vitality began to wane. Having only undergone 2 transformations, reaching the median of the first tier, the prospect of completing a 3rd transformation seemed utterly distant, burdening him with incessant anxiety. Yet now, the divine manifestation of Zhang Yuegong had occurred. In an instant, he was granted the power to complete 2 transformations, elevating him to the pinnacle of the first tier as a martial artist. How could he not be exhilarated? How could he not feel a surge of excitement? His reverence for Zhang Yuegong deepened, and he found himself wholeheartedly devoted to this divine figure, grateful for the blessings bestowed by Zhang Yuegong. Li Deming could scarcely believe that he had achieved 2 transformations so effortlessly. At 25, despite the guidance of his father, Li Yuming, he had yet to complete even a single transformation into a martial artist. Frankly, he had lost hope, resigning himself to the belief that he would never become a martial artist. Yet now, Zhang Yuegong had bestowed upon him a blessing, propelling him directly to the median of the first tier. Grateful for the blessings of Zhang Yuegong, the other 7 individuals were equally overwhelmed with joy, bowing in reverence. They had never imagined that as ordinary villagers, they could receive such divine favor from Zhang Yuegong. Li Xiaowu was moved to tears at the tender age of 7. He had lost his parents while they ventured into the mountains for hunting, leaving him alone and desolate, were it not for the villagers' compassion, who often invited him into their homes for meals. He might have perished from starvation. He had grown up on the kindness of others, feeling perpetually inferior. Never did he envision that he would also receive the blessing of Zhang Yuegong, becoming a martial artist akin to the village chief and Uncle Yuming. Suddenly, 8 warriors emerged. The strength of Diang surged dramatically. This was the extraordinary power of Zhang Yuegong, whose divine might knew no bounds. Li Yuming was ecstatic. The strength of their village had undergone a profound transformation. In these perilous times, they now possessed greater confidence in facing danger. However, he pondered, why were only these 9 individuals graced with Zhang Yuegong's blessings? As others began to rise to leave, only a few remained kneeling in sincere devotion. Li Yuming observed the kneeling individuals thoughtfully that he realized that the most devout believers of Zhang Yuegong, aside from the elderly and women, were predominantly those who had received blessings that a realization dawned upon him. Only those who fervently worshipped Zhang Yuegong would have the opportunity to receive his grace. As the temple keeper, he must ensure that the villagers cultivate an even deeper devotion to Zhanyue Gong. Each day, morning and evening, incense must be burned. None should be omitted. Anyone who dared to neglect a stick of incense would face dire consequences. Anyone who failed to worship Zhanyue Gong sincerely would face his wrath. They, too, had received the blessings of Zhanyue Gong. The divine manifestation of Zhanyue Gong had occurred once more. How could two young men in their 20s, Deming and Xiuwu, receive the blessings? Why had Zhanyue Gong not favored me? The other villagers exclaimed in astonishment, some filled with envy and jealousy. Li Yuming stepped forward with urgency, delivering a sharp reprimand. Can't you see? You simpletons, their blessings stem from their sincere devotion to Zhanyue Gong. While they remain kneeling in reverence, you prepare to leave. Do you understand? To receive Zhanyue Gong's blessings, you must worship him with utmost sincerity. The divine watches from above. Every action of yours is under the scrutiny of Zhanyue Gong. Those who are sincerely devoted shall undoubtedly receive his blessings. If you find yourself lacking in grace, reflect on your own faith. The crowd suddenly comprehended, many faces reflecting regret. Why had they not been more devoted in their worship of Zhanyue Gong? They resolved to strive diligently, ensuring that their devotion, and that of their families, towards Zhanyue Gong would deepen. In the divine realm, Li Yuming, having ventured beyond, possessed considerable insight. His words would surely lead the entire Li family village to a more profound faith. Li Yu was satisfied to note that the village's population was recorded to be 223. Previously, the believer information interface indicated only 165 believers, with 8 individuals absent. The remaining 215 included at least 50 who were not even Ding-level believers. Naturally, among these 50, some were children under 5 years old, rendering them incapable of genuine faith, and thus negligible. Now, as he examined the believer information interface, it revealed believer information daily incense offerings, 531 Dao-level believers, 0, daily offering of 100,000, heaven-level believers, 0, daily offering of 10,000, saint-level believers, 0, daily offering of 1,000, A-level believers, 2, daily offering of 100, B-level believers, 26, daily offering of 10, C-level believers, 102, daily offering of 1, D-level believers, 50, every 10 days. One offering, the total number of believers had reached 180. Many believers had ascended to C-level believers. However, the news of today's divine manifestation had yet to spread throughout the village. Many had not yet arrived. In a few days, it would undoubtedly increase further. A satisfied expression graced Li Yu's face. Timely divine manifestations were undoubtedly the best means to enhance the believer's devotion. In this brief moment, the number of B-level believers had increased by 4. He chose not to focus on the villagers outside the temple, but instead opened the personal tasks to review. Personal task 1 had been completed. A new personal task had refreshed. He placed great importance on personal tasks, as evidenced by the rewards from the first-tier blessing talisman. The rewards for personal tasks should significantly enhance the believer's cultivation and strength. Personal task 2 task description. You now have a temple keeper. Let them develop more believers for you. Task objective. Total number of believers reaches 300. Task reward. 1 Pingshan talisman. 5 units of divine power. The total number of believers must reach 300. Liu furrowed his brow slightly. Counting the 8 individuals who were out, Li family village only boasted 223 individuals. Among these, 18 were children under 5 years old. This meant that excluding the 8 who were absent and the 18 children, he could have a maximum of 197 believers. Over 100 more were needed. It seemed he would have to recruit believers from surrounding villages. He mused. However, he was uncertain whether there were any other wild gods from the Blue Star in nearby villages. One could imagine that if another Blue Star deity existed nearby, cohabitation would be nearly impossible. The contest for believers is fundamentally a struggle for interests. At that moment, he suddenly understood why. In the mythologies of the Blue Star, deities would wage wars for faith, even to the point of mutual destruction. Believers are the most valuable asset for a deity. To acquire more believers, one often has to seize them from other deities. Even if one refrains from seizing, other deities would come to take from you. He would have Li Yuming arrange for someone to investigate. As long as he knew which village's deities had recently manifested, he could ascertain whether any Blue Star deities were present. He calmed his expression. What of the other blue star deities? His offerings had multiplied exponentially, granting him 360 units of divine power. Meanwhile, the other blue star deities were still in a wild god state. Yet to ascend from the 9th tier to become legitimate land gods, a higher divine tier would easily overwhelm any opponent. He opened the final interface of Divine War to take a look. This interface, which he had attempted to access yesterday, had remained inoperable. He speculated that it was because he had still belonged to the lesser rank of wild deity at that time, rendering him unable to access this interface. The conditions for activating Divine War are as follows. One must reach the divine rank of at least the 9th tier and have been a deity for over a year. The requirements include 100 units of divine power, with the amount needed increasing with each higher rank of divinity. The effects of activation are, firstly, a forced match with another deity of equal or higher rank for divine combat, which consists of 3 parts. Secondly, the first part entails the battle of believers, where extraordinary believers from both sides engage in conflict. The side that loses in the battle of believers will see its deity's power decrease by 33%. The second part is the battle of subordinate deities, where subordinate deities or spectral soldiers clash. The losing side in this battle will suffer a 24% reduction in the deity's power. The third part is the battle of deities, a direct confrontation between deities until one falls. The rewards for the losing side include all surviving believers, 5 times the required divine power, a certain quantity of blessed talismans, fragments of divine laws, and more. Is this truly what Divine War entails? Li Yu's eyelids flickered slightly. After reading the content of this interface, his first thought was that the hidden hand was encouraging them to engage in mutual slaughter. The rewards are exceedingly generous. Currently, he lacked sufficient believers. If he could activate Divine War just once and emerge victorious, he would immediately reap a bountiful harvest of believers, thereby completing his personal task. Moreover, the divine power awarded is substantial, along with blessed talismans and fragments of divine laws. Undoubtedly, this Divine War interface will lead to the demise of countless deities from the blue star, without effort. There can be no gain. Similarly, for deities, it holds true. If one could acquire a windfall, their power would soar instantaneously to side, and Divine War offers deities the chance to obtain such a windfall. Yet, it is fraught with peril. The match deities will not be beneath his rank. What does it mean to not be beneath? It implies that those who actively choose to engage in Divine War may be matched with opponents of even higher rank, but never lower. Only by refraining from actively choosing to match can one potentially face opponents of a lower rank, as they would be compelled to participate passively. Furthermore, the 3-part structure of divine combat underscores the significance of believers and subordinate deities. The strength of believers and subordinate deities directly influences the outcome of the divine battle. In other words, the might of believers and subordinate deities is intrinsically linked to the survival of the deities themselves. Will those blue star deities who have listed first-tier blessed talismans come to regret it once they ascend to the rank of 9th-tier land deity? He chuckled softly, observing that he still possessed a substantial 234 units of divine power. He pondered for a moment. Ultimately, he decided to expend 160 units of divine power to open the regional trade interface and purchase 41st-tier blessed talismans. Once more 9th-tier land deities ascend in this region and gain access to the information on the Divine War interface, they will undoubtedly begin purchasing first-tier blessed talismans in droves. At that time, the price of first-tier blessed talismans will surely surge. It may even reach a point of scarcity. After all, first-tier blessed talismans are currently only available as rewards for Personal Task 1 and have yet to appear as rewards for Personal Task 2. He was left with only 74 units of divine power. However, that would suffice for the time being. Casting a divine art requires merely 10 units of divine power. Moreover, no one has yet been able to activate Divine War, as it necessitates being a deity for a year, and it is only the 2nd day now to Liu's expression count. However, besides the importance of believers, subordinate deities are also crucial, yet he currently has no subordinate deities. Looking at the information within Divine War, do spectral soldiers count as a type of subordinate deity? Perhaps spectral soldiers are not considered subordinate deities, but they do represent combat power in the battle of subordinate deities. A spark flickered in his eyes. How can one obtain spectral soldiers? Quite simply, any believer whose name is recorded in the land register can have their soul, upon death, transformed into a spectral soldier through his divine art. Decree of the spectral soldier. Spectral soldiers can leave his domain without any change in strength. They serve as a formidable means for deities to wage external conflict. Take it slow, he mused. Over the course of a year, he should be able to decree several spectral soldiers. If all else fails, a gleam shone in his eyes. In the dead of night, Li Yuming sat cross-legged, engrossed in his cultivation. Since becoming the temple steward during the day, not only had he acquired 5 spells, but he had also gained a new technique. This technique, named refining qi into divine method, enables him to enhance the ethereal energy within him, which perhaps should be referred to as qi. It could even elevate his cultivation, allowing him to progress from the mid-second tier to the upper second tier. Naturally, he would not squander this time. Even at night, he diligently practiced, striving to one day ascend to the upper second tier. The stronger his power, the better he could represent Lord Zhanyue in the mortal realm. Just then, he suddenly felt a wave of drowsiness wash over him, and he collapsed onto the bed, falling into a deep slumber. In his dreams, he once again beheld the towering figure of Lord Zhanyue. Majestic as the heavens, Li Yuming, the voice, filled with boundless authority, resonated throughout the dream world. As my temple steward, you are to propagate my faith. Within a month, I wish to see the number of believers surpass 300. As my steward, you must also be aware of the information regarding external deities. Go and investigate the other external deities surrounding us. Li Yuming heeded Lord Zhanyue's divine edict. He knelt respectfully on the ground, sincerely affirming his commitment. In the blink of an eye, 10 days had passed. Families in the family village made offerings of incense at the land deity temple every morning and evening. Even young children were brought along by their parents to pay respects to the land deity. Everyone was particularly enthusiastic. After all, 10 days ago, Lord Zhanyue had manifested his presence, appointing Li Yuming as the temple steward and bestowing blessings upon the village chief and others in these 10 days. Lord Zhanyue had further blessed 2 more individuals. The villagers discovered that those 2 were exceptionally devout to Lord Zhanyue and were known for their kindness. This realization awakened everyone to the understanding that to receive Lord Zhanyue's blessings, one must be kind-hearted and exceedingly devout. This was a necessary condition. Although Li Yuming had previously communicated this to them, the distinction between others' words and one's own understanding is significant. With this newfound insight, the atmosphere in the family village underwent a remarkable transformation. Villagers began to treat one another with kindness, greeting everyone with cheerful smiles. There was no need for temple steward Li Yuming to compel them. Everyone was particularly eager to offer incense morning and evening. Who wouldn't desire Lord Zhanyue's blessings and become a powerful warrior? Meanwhile, in Qin family village, separated from Li family village by a river, Li Yuming sat confidently. Beside him sat the village chief, Li Diang. Behind them were Li Xiuwu, Li Deming, and 8 other mid-first-tier warriors, along with 2 more mid-first-tier warriors whom Li Yuming had assigned to oversee the safety of the land deity temple. Li Yuming would not tolerate any disrespect towards the land deity temple. Are you truly Li Yuming, the village chief of Qin family? Chen Matzi gazed at Li Yuming in disbelief. He and Li Yuming were contemporaries and had often fought as children. Just 2 months ago, he had seen Li Yuming once more, and at that time, Li Yuming had been hunched over, his face lined with wrinkles, and his hair nearly entirely gray. But now, he appeared vigorous and youthful, his skin radiant and glowing, and his hair dark and lustrous. He seemed to have reversed the effects of aging. Could it be that the tales from Li family village were indeed true? Had the land deity truly manifested? Li Yuming had been appointed temple steward by the land deity, and his white hair had turned to black. Impossible. There are no deities in this world. He suspected that Li Yuming must have consumed some rare treasure. Chen Matzi, I shall not speak much with you. I have come personally to inform you that from now on, Qin family village shall be integrated into Li family village. The existing deity statue in Qin family village will be dismantled, and henceforth, we shall worship Lord Zhanyue. Li Yuming spoke softly. Having served as the temple priest for 10 days, he had gradually developed an air of authority. What did you say? Chen Matzi exclaimed, somewhat incredulous that he might have misheard. To swallow, the Li family village intended to consume their Chun family village. The other members of the Chun family village were equally astonished, their anger flaring up, were it not for the intervention of a few elders. They might have rushed forward to brawl immediately. Do you not understand? Diang, let him comprehend something. Li Yuming spoke nonchalantly, his expression unwavering. Li Diang stood up, his face devoid of emotion, slowly approaching Chen Matsi. Uncle Chun, as a matter of principle, you are my elder, and I should not strike you. However, the temple priest represents the divine presence of Zhanyue Gong in the mortal realm. The orders of the temple priest are the commands of Zhanyue Gong. I beg your pardon, he stated calmly, Lidiang. Are you going to lay hands on me? Chun Matsi, the village chief of Chun family village, laughed in fury, pulling a wooden stick from the side and shouting. You think just because I am old, I cannot defeat you. Come, let me teach you a lesson. As he spoke, he swung the stick towards Li Diang, as the village chief of Chun family village. He was also a first-tier mid-level martial artist who had undergone 2 transformations of his vital energy. Though aging, his experience was substantial. Bang! Li Diang remained unfazed, effortlessly catching the swinging stick in his hand. No matter how hard Chen Matsi exerted himself, turning red in the face, the stick remained utterly still. Do not bully my father. A furious shout came from the side as Chun Matsi's eldest son rushed forward, wielding another stick. Chun family village also had 2 martial artists in the body refinement realm. One was the village chief, Chun Matsi, and the other was his eldest son, Chun Ergu. Chun Ergu was burly and immensely strong. Yet, Li Diang merely extended his hand, similarly grasping the incoming stick, remaining unyielding. Let go, Li Diang chuckled. In an instant, Chun Matsi and Chun Ergu felt an overwhelming force transmitted through the stick, causing them to lose their grip and stagger backward. Their palms split open, blood flowing freely. You, Chun Matsi stared at Li Diang as if he had seen a ghost, incredulously uttering, First-tier limit? You have actually become a first-tier limit martial artist. Impossible, not long ago. You were just like my son, merely a first-tier mid-level martial artist who had undergone 2 transformations of his vital energy. His voice trembled. He glanced at Li Yuming and then back at Li Diang. Could it be that the legends were true? The land deity of Li family village truly manifested. Chen Matsi. Li Yuming stood up. I have 8 first-tier mid-level martial artists behind me, all granted by the manifestation of Zhanyue Gong. Fellow villagers of Chun family village, you must have heard something about the divine manifestation of our Li family village's land deity. Some of you have even visited our Li family village's temple to pay respects to Zhanyue Gong. However, as residents of Chun family village, Zhanyue Gong is the rightful deity of our Li family village. Your pilgrimage across villages may not yield the desired results. That it would be far better to merge directly with our Li family village, where you will receive the protection of Zhanyue Gong, free from fear of demons and evil spirits. You may even receive the blessings of Zhanyue Gong and ascend to become martial artists. Many of you should be aware of what those 8 were like before, but now, they are all divine martial artists. As his words fell, Li Xiuwu, Li Deming, and the other 8 stepped forward, drawing their machetes from their waists. Their vital energy surging, causing the blades to shimmer with a blood-red hue. The air was torn apart as the blades slashed down, producing a piercing shriek. All were first-tier, mid-level martial artists. Chun Matsi and Chun Ergu gasped in disbelief. The gathered villagers of Chun family village were in an uproar. So many martial artists, all granted by the land deity of Li family village. Many gazes turned fervent. In this era plagued by demons and evil spirits, martial artists held the greatest sway. Everyone longed to become a martial artist. Only by becoming a martial artist could one contend with the demons. And now, a path lay before them. Chun Matsi and Chun Ergu's astonishment turned into fervor. They too wished to advance. Just 5 days later, Chun family village officially merged with Li family village, which was subsequently renamed Sihai village, symbolizing the sea that embraces all rivers, signifying great tolerance. Li Yuming understood that the most crucial role of his position as priest was to foster more believers for Zhanyue Gong. The name Li family village was unsuitable, suggesting a singular family name. Thus, he decisively changed it in the divine realm. Liu gazed at the completed personal task too, a smile gracing his features. Li Yuming was quite impressive, demonstrating remarkable resolve by directly swallowing the neighboring village. 7 days had passed since the annexation of Chun family village, and merely 22 days had elapsed since he issued the divine edict. Li Yuming had already fulfilled this command. The Pingshan divine talisman. What purpose might it serve? Would it flatten mountains and fill seas? He looked at the Pingshan divine talisman that had appeared before him after claiming his reward. Name: Pingshan divine talisman. Rank: First-tier divine talisman. Effect. Upon use, it can flatten mountains up to 300 zhang in height into fertile land. It truly was a literal meaning. Directly flatten mountains? Li Yu marveled. Flattening mountains and filling seas was undoubtedly a terrifying supernatural ability. Given his 9th-tier divine rank, it normally would be inconceivable. Yet now, having merely completed personal task 2, he received a talisman imbued with such formidable power. Although there were limitations, it could only flatten peaks not exceeding 300 zhang in height. None of the mountains surrounding Sihai village were particularly towering, all well below that mark. He would set this talisman aside for now. At present, Sihai village had no pressing need to flatten mountains. Moreover, with so few believers, employing the power to flatten mountains and fill seas would indeed be somewhat wasteful. That I wonder if any blue star deities would sell the Pingshan divine talisman? Li Yu pondered. Over the past 17 days, the incense and prayer power had transformed into 11 units of divine power, with task rewards adding another 5, and 1 consumed for a dream message. He now possessed 89 units of divine power, with daily incense and prayer yields reaching 782 units. Almost every 3 days, he could amass 2 units of divine power. Over the course of a year, that would amount to over 200 units of divine power. Furthermore, the number of believers would continue to grow. He opened the regional trading interface for inspection. Unfortunately, there were no Pingshan divine talismans available. Perhaps he would check again in a few days. After all, having only just completed personal task 2, it seemed most blue star deities likely had not yet finished, he murmured softly. However, some blue star deities must have completed their tasks. After all, the first 2 tasks bore little relation to the divine rank. Whether a 9th-tier land deity or an inconsequential wild god, they could swiftly complete the initial 2 tasks. But this 3rd task, his eyes narrowed slightly as he regarded the 3rd personal task. Personal task 3. Task description. As your believers continue to multiply, your presence will inevitably attract the attention of the wolf demons on Mount Qianlang. Strike first and eliminate the wolf demons to protect your believers. Task objective. Eliminate the wolf demons on Mount Qianlang. Task rewards. 1 spiritual field divine talisman, 5 first-tier blessing talisman, and 30 units of divine power. The wolf demons on Mount Qianlang. Li Yu murmured from the prayers of his believers. He had gleaned some understanding of this area. Sihai village is located to the west of Tsangmu town, approximately 20 li into a deep mountain region. Within this mountainous expanse, there were 4 villages. Less than 10 li to the north of these 4 villages lay the highest peak in this mountain range, Mount Qianlang. In the heart of Qianlang Mountain, there exists a multitude of wild wolves, among which lurks a terrifying wolf demon. Every 3 years, this demon emerges, choosing one of 4 villages at random to abduct and devour its inhabitants. Each time, it demands a total of 9 souls before it is satiated. Fortunately, Lijia village has been spared for a remarkable span of 9 years, having been overlooked by the wolf demon. In stark contrast, Xinjia village was not so fortunate. 3 years prior, the wolf demon claimed 9 able-bodied men from their ranks, leading to their easy assimilation into Lijia village, thereby forming Sihai village together. The terror of the wolf demons still lingers in their hearts. They yearn for the protection of a deity, hoping to be liberated from the demoness torment, and aspire to become warriors, possessing the strength to confront the wolf demon. It is uncertain what level of power the wolf demon atop Qianlang Mountain possesses. In comparison to the martial prowess in this world, it is likely that the inconspicuous wild gods, given sufficient divine energy, would attain a peak 2nd-tier strength. Conversely, a deity of the 9th rank, such as a local land god, would likely possess a peak 4th-tier strength. The 4th-tier peak, in this realm, is referred to as the Yin-Yang realm and is esteemed as a master. A brief flicker of understanding crossed his gaze, from what he comprehends. A master of the 4th-tier Yin-Yang realm is regarded as an exceptionally formidable martial artist in this world. However, this perspective is merely that of Li Yuming and Li Diang, the most knowledgeable figures in the village. The true standing of a 4th-tier Yin-Yang realm master within this world remains unclear and will only be discerned through further understanding of this realm. Nonetheless, being hailed as a master implies that weakness is not an option. He pondered the tier of the wolf demon on Qianlang Mountain, as well as the lowest tier of demons and monsters in this world. That he murmured to himself. This was a matter that even Li Yuming and Li Diang, the wisest individuals in the village, could not elucidate. They only knew that martial training was essential to combat the demons. However, the exact level of martial artist required to confront these demons remained unknown. Let us observe how the other deities of Blue Star accomplished this task. That it stands to reason that everyone's starting point is relatively similar, and the demons faced in the third task should not differ significantly in strength. His expression remained calm. Even though he had ascended to divinity, he would not act recklessly. After all, having become a deity, one must not recklessly put their life on the line. He opened the regional chat interface and began to peruse it slowly. Refraining from making any comments, merely observing, he believed that if someone were to undertake the third task, many would eagerly share their experiences. Even if it meant risking their lives, they would surely post about it first. The first two tasks had been quite similar for everyone. The third task should not present much of a difference either. Seated cross-legged within the divine realm, he thoroughly enjoyed watching the conversations among the deities of Blue Star. In this monotonous and dreary world, his greatest amusement lay in observing the dialogues of these amusing deities. Without the regional chat interface, he would have been at a loss for how to pass the time. After all, as a deity, he did not need to spend time cultivating. He merely had to pay attention to the development of his faithful followers. He had an abundance of free time each day. The information within the regional chat interface refreshed at an astonishing pace, and he was far from being the only idle deity. After 3 days of lurking, his spirits lifted slightly as he finally saw a deity live streaming their strategy for the third personal task. Brothers and sisters, I have noticed many inquiries regarding the strength of the demons in the third task over the past few days, and today I have arrived. The first two tasks were not particularly difficult. Many brothers and sisters have successfully completed them. However, the third task is different. This is a task for slaying demons. As an inconspicuous wild god, our strength is approximately at the peak of the second tier. While the enshrined temple priest is likely at the first tier upper level, that I have now accumulated 15 units of divine power, allowing me to perform the golden blade technique 15 times. I have just issued a divine decree for my temple priest to lure the target of the third task into the village. May my brothers and sisters wish me good fortune as I test the strength of the demon for you all. More than 2 hours later, the individual spoke once again. The demon has entered the village. Evidence is provided. Image of wild boar demon. Not an hour later, Liu furrowed his brow, and oh, further news? Could it be that he has perished? The regional chat was filled with a flurry of refreshing messages. What happened to that old brother? I am still waiting. I am waiting too. I am in a similar situation. If he can succeed, I will immediately send the temple priest to lure the task target. Could it be that he has indeed perished? Is this third task truly that daunting? It seems that old brother has truly met his end. It appears we must wait until we advance beyond the 9th rank to complete this task. Let us disperse. The old brother has fallen. If there is business, let us burn paper. This world lacks the underworld, so where shall we burn paper? For goodness sake, we are deities ourselves. In the future, we could even become the Lord of Hell. What nonsense is burning paper? Brother, we are merely wild gods for now. We are still far from becoming the Lord of Hell. After a moment more, Liu contemplated closing the regional chat interface. Intending to step out of the divine realm and explore Seahai Village at present, the area of Seahai Village had nearly doubled, and the scope of his domain had likewise expanded. This meant that the other villages merging into Seahai Village was acknowledged by the divine rules. Through this method, he could continuously enlarge his domain. He even mused whether he could send people to establish villages in various locations and subsequently merge them into Seahai Village, thereby infinitely expanding his domain. However, this was merely a fleeting thought. He believed that the stringent divine rules would never permit such a brazen act. Brothers and sisters, I have returned. I have not perished, but I have also not completed the third task. A sudden message flashed through the regional chat. Each individual in the regional chat had an avatar, representing themselves and making impersonation impossible. Thus, Liu instantly recognized this individual as the brave soul who had tested the demon. He immediately perked up, focusing intently on the individual's words. I can responsibly inform everyone that the target demon of the third task possesses strength at the peak of the second tier. Comparable to our own, I engaged in a fierce battle with the wild boar demon, unleashing a total of 10 golden blade techniques, inflicting severe damage upon it, causing blood to flow profusely. However, this wild boar demon has tough skin and resilient flesh. Despite my critical blows, it managed to escape my domain. and I regretfully did not complete this task. This implied that the old brother had entirely squandered 10 units of divine power. Image of stunned expression. One should not scheme with fools. Image of anger. The old brother is helping us gauge the strength of the demon. How can you be so ungrateful? Image of doghead. Peak second tier. Liyu's gaze flickered. It seems this task poses considerable difficulty for the wild gods of Blue Star. After all, the inconspicuous wild gods possess strength at the peak of the second tier, aligning with the task's target. Yet, the inconspicuous wild gods are still deities. The divine power of a deity is the force of the heavenly and earthly divine laws, which holds significant restraint against demons and malevolent spirits. If meticulously arranged, there exists hope for the inconspicuous wild gods to slay demons at the peak of the second tier. Merely a second-tier peak demon. There is no need for this deity to take action. Li Yuming can handle it. Liu's expression remained placid. Li Yuming's strength is comparable to that of a mid-tier second-tier being, making it naturally impossible for him to defeat a peak second-tier demon. However, as his temple priest, Li Yuming can employ the summon deity technique. When the temple priest utilizes the summon deity technique, he may choose to respond or not. If he responds, he can channel the deity's power through his own body. However, the power of the divine technique borrowed through the temple priest's body is only 1/3 of its original strength. Yet, the consumption of divine power remains unchanged. This technique can be executed beyond the domain. Why can temple priests walk among mortals on behalf of deities? It is precisely due to the summon deity technique. Even 1/3 of the power of a divine technique is sufficient to annihilate any second-tier demon. He spoke calmly. His gaze then shifted outside the divine realm. Within the land god temple, the temple priest Li Yuming was engaged in enlightening numerous villagers from the former Qinjiao village who had come to pay homage to Zhang Yuegong. No, rather, he was imparting the virtues of benevolence. The 3-year cycle was nearing its conclusion once more, and the wolf demon of Qianlang Mountain would soon descend to claim lives. But now, they are the villagers of Sihai village. In our village of Sihai, we are under the divine protection of Zhang Yuegong. As long as you sincerely worship Zhang Yuegong, lighting 2 incense sticks morning and evening without fail, you need not fear being devoured by the wolf demons. The mighty presence of Zhang Yuegong envelopes Sihai village, rendering it a forbidden land for malevolent spirits. Li Yuming's impassioned voice stirred the villagers' blood, igniting fervor within them. With Zhang Yuegong's protection, there is no need to worry about being taken by wolf demons. Sihai village is a sanctuary against evil. In these terrifying times, anyone who hears such words would undoubtedly feel exhilarated. After all, in a world so fraught with danger, finding a place free from the scourge of demons is exceedingly rare. They had even heard tales of villages, towns, and even counties that had been entirely consumed by these fiends. Instantly, the crowd was as if invigorated by a potent elixir, kneeling devoutly before the earth god. Offering incense and prayers, satisfied, Li Yuming settled down. His eldest son, Li Dushing, promptly presented him with a cup of tea. Dushing, I know you yearn for the blessings of Zhang Yuegong, aspiring to become a warrior. After all, your younger brother has already achieved that status, and you wouldn't want to be outdone. However, you must understand that only the most devout worshippers of Zhang Yuegong can receive his divine gifts. Your sincerity is lacking. Li Yuming took a sip of tea, chiding him gently. Father, I have been quite sincere. Why don't you beseech Zhang Yuegong on my behalf? Li Dushing replied, a frown on his face. He truly had been earnest, lighting incense twice daily with great diligence. Sincerity is not measured by actions, but by the depth of your heart. Only you know if your devotion to Zhang Yuegong is genuine. As for asking me to appeal for your blessings, do not even entertain such a thought. Li Yuming set down his teacup and spoke with quiet resolve. From the moment he became the temple steward, he understood that to be a worthy steward, he must never trouble Zhang Yuegong without just cause. Unless faced with an extraordinary circumstance, he should refrain from initiating communication with the deity. After all, Zhang Yuegong is a divine being, and time is far too precious to waste that moment. He felt a wave of drowsiness wash over him, invigorating his spirit, for he understood that Zhang Yuegong must have a divine message to convey. You may leave. He gestured for his son to exit. Once the door was closed, he propped his head on his hands and fell into a deep slumber. Days passed, and the humble shelter had transformed into a more respectable abode. Now featuring a proper room, surrounding the earth goddess temple, for warriors patrolled, ensuring that even in his sleep, he would be safe. Moreover, this was the sacred ground of the earth god. Who would dare bring harm to him here? Just as he drifted into slumber, he beheld the imposing figure of Zhang Yuegong appearing in the heavens, gazing down upon him with indifference. Without hesitation, he knelt in reverence, proclaiming, "Li Yuming pays homage to Zhang Yuegong. I have heard that the wolf demons ravage the Thousand Wolves Mountain, wreaking havoc upon the people that as your steward. It is my duty to slay these demons and relieve the suffering of the populace. Within 10 days, I shall ascend the mountain and vanquish the wolf demons." That a voice of resounding authority echoed. "You shall fulfill this task." Li Yuming bowed deeply, replying, "Li Yuming shall dutifully heed the divine command of Zhang Yuegong." With those words, the dreamlike realm shattered. In his room, Li Yuming awoke. The solemn decree of within 10 days, ascend the mountain and slay the wolf demons reverberating in his mind. The voice was awe-inspiring, instilling a sense of gravity that silenced all distractions. This was the second divine message from Zhang Yuegong, and he was determined to execute it flawlessly. His eyes gleamed with resolve as he clenched his fists. As the temple steward, fulfilling the divine mandate was of utmost importance. His entire existence stemmed from the deity's blessings. Currently, he stood alone as the steward. Would there be others in the future? By ensuring that he executed Zhang Yuegong's wishes with utmost precision now, even if other stewards were appointed later, his standing would remain unshaken. He would still be the steward most cherished by Zhang Yuegong. He understood the wisdom of remaining vigilant in times of peace. Contemplating how to carry out this divine command with excellence, he pondered briefly and soon devised a plan. Opening the door, he addressed his eldest son. "Go summon the village chief and the deputy village chief." The village chief of Sihai was none other than Li Diang, with the deputy village chief being Chun Matzi, the former chief of Chun village. Soon, Li Diang and Chun Matzi hurriedly arrived. "Uncle Yuming, what is the matter?" The three men took their seats in the room, and Li Diang spoke in a serious tone. Chun Matzi also turned his gaze toward Li Yuming. They both understood that Li Yuming typically would not summon them unless something significant was afoot. In matters concerning the village, Li Yuming focused solely on worship, leaving all other affairs aside. Nevertheless, his status in the village was indisputably supreme. "A divine edict from Zhang Yuegong has been bestowed." Li Yuming's expression was grave. "A divine edict?" Li Diang's demeanor shifted to one of solemnity, even rising to his feet. Chun Matzi followed suit, standing in anticipation. Having joined Sihai village 7 days earlier, he had witnessed the divine blessing 3 days prior. He had seen an ordinary middle-aged man kneeling before the earth goddess shrine, when a beam of white light emerged from the statue, transforming him into a first-tier, mid-level body, refining realm warrior in the blink of an eye. Witnessing this miracle had eradicated any doubt he harbored regarding Zhang Yuegong's existence. Thus, he was immensely excited about the divine edict. He yearned to receive Zhang Yuegong's blessings and become a first-tier warrior like Li Diang. In fact, a flicker of ambition to ascend to the second-tier, treachery realm stirred within him. "Zhang Yuegong commands me to ascend Thousand Wolves Mountain within 10 days to slay the wolf demons," Li Yuming declared earnestly. Upon hearing this, Li Diang and Chun Matzi inhaled sharply to slay the wolf demons. Both men's eyes revealed a mix of fear and exhilaration. After all, the wolf demons of Thousand Wolves Mountain had existed long before they were born, for villages lost 9 people every 3 years to the wolf demons. A grim reality they had known since childhood. Now, the time had come to eradicate these fiends. The 3-year cycle was nearing its end. If they succeeded in slaying the wolf demons, they would no longer suffer such losses. Their trepidation stemmed from the formidable nature of the wolf demons. However, the thought of Zhang Yuegong, the divine protector, quelled any lingering fear. In the presence of a deity, what were the wolf demons? "Uncle Yuming summoned me for this reason," Li Diang inquired, his heart racing. The threat of Thousand Wolves Mountain extends beyond Sihai village. It also endangers Zhang village and Liao village. You must visit both villages and inform their leaders and the villagers that Li Yuming, the temple steward appointed by Zhang Yuegong, have been commanded by the divine edict to enter Thousand Wolves Mountain and slay the demons in 7 days. They are welcome to join us to witness the event. If they are too fearful to enter the mountain, we shall return with the slain wolf demons to our village, allowing them to come and observe. Yuming's eyes sparkled with determination. Yet, merely entering Thousand Wolves Mountain to slay the demons was not enough. This was Zhang Yuegong's divine command, and he intended to execute it splendidly. He also aimed to use this opportunity to integrate Zhang Village and Liao Village into Sihai Village, converting their inhabitants into devoted followers of Zhang Yuegong. His early notification was intended to ensure that by the time he entered the mountain to slay the demons, word would have spread throughout Zhang Village and Liao Village. The more people doubted and disbelieved, the better. Once he emerged victorious, his prestige would soar, placing him at the pinnacle of both villages. I understand. I shall take immediate action. Li Diang nodded, and he and Shinmatsi hastily departed. Observing their retreating figures, Li Yuming sat cross-legged and delved deeper into his cultivation. In the blink of an eye, 7 days had swiftly passed. During this time, the news of Li Yuming's intention to slay the wolf demon on Qianling Mountain spread like wildfire through Zhangjia Village and Liao Village. Even the youngest child, merely 5 years old, was aware of this matter. Few believed it, for after all, it was the wolf demon of Qianling Mountain. According to the elders in the village, this terrifying creature had wreaked havoc across 4 villages for over 60 years. Who could possibly slay such a monster? Impossible. In the past, several martial masters had ventured into the mountain, claiming they would slay the wolf demon. And what was the result? None returned. They were all devoured by the wolf demon. Since then, no one from the county had dared to approach again. The village head of Zhangjia, Zhang Rongui, shook his head in dismay, expressing his disbelief that Li Yuming could defeat the demon. Although Zhangjia Village was somewhat distant from Lijia Village, a good 5 or 6 li of mountain road separated them, he was still somewhat familiar with Li Yuming. After all, he had also been a martial artist in his youth in this cluster of villages. There were only a handful of martial practitioners, and naturally, they were acquainted. Yet, how could an old man like him, whose vitality had waned, audaciously claim he would rid the world of demons? Surely, he was merely delivering provisions to the wolf demon. Uncle, I heard that Lijia Village is now called Sihai Village. Their village's earth god has manifested. Li Yuming has even become the temple keeper, rumored to have received blessings from the earth god and returned to his youthful state. A young man interjected nearby. Do you believe that? Zhang Rongui scoffed, a cold smile on his lips. The earth god manifesting? Returning to youth? It's likely just tales spun from too many stories. Of course. I don't believe it, but isn't the rumor rather compelling? The young man chuckled. If Li Yuming can truly slay the wolf demon, he would be my father from now on. Zhang Rongui's expression turned icy. Just then, several young men rushed over, panting heavily, and exclaimed, Uncle Rongui, Li Yuming has entered Qianling Mountain. The crowd gasped in shock. Zhang Rongui was even more astonished. He truly entered the mountain. Is Li Yuming courting death? Over the years, no one has ever returned alive from Qianling Mountain. Qianling Mountain lay to the north of Sihai Village, approximately 9 li away. However, amidst the towering mountains, 9 li was not considered a short distance. At this moment, leading the group was Li Yuming, followed closely by Li Diang, Li Xiaowu, and a total of 10 martial artists. As for the deputy village head, Shinmatsi, he remained behind in Sihai Village with the remaining 4 martial artists. Further away, a few young men were stealthily hiding behind large trees, their eyes wide with anticipation. These young men were from Zhangjia Village and Liao Village, their hearts racing with anxiety. Were it not for the command of their village head, they would have fled at once. Where were they? This was Qianling Mountain. Who dared approach this place? The demon wolves lurked upon the mountain. This was the forbidden ground for the 4 villages. You shall enter the mountain too, and slay all those wolf pups, Li Yuming commanded. Yes, Li Diang and the others responded solemnly. Each wielded a sharpened machete, their muscles taut and their eyes gleaming with determination. They were entirely transformed from their former selves. After all, they had reached the body-refining realm of martial arts, their vitality having undergone a metamorphosis. Moreover, they had mastered the raging wind blade technique, which set them apart. With their blades in hand, their murderous intent surged. Into the mountain, Li Yuming declared, his expression grave as he strode into Qianling Mountain. The 10 men followed closely behind, spreading out slightly. They had all entered. Look at Li Xiaowu. Compared to before, he seems like a different person. And Li Yuming. Could that truly be the elderly Li Yuming? He appeared to be in his 30s. The young men from Zhangjia and Liao villages exchanged astonished glances. Could it be that the earth god of Sihai village truly manifested? Was the rumor of Li Yuming receiving blessings and returning to youth genuine? Had Li Xiaowu and the others also received blessings, becoming martial artists? Rumors might be just that, rumors. But now, witnessing the transformation of the people from Sihai village firsthand, they could not help but feel a twinge of belief. Let us wait. If they could indeed slay the wolf demon, the tale of the earth god manifesting would undoubtedly be true, Zhang Qianan said solemnly. He was the most outstanding young man from Zhangjia village. Having touched the brink of the transformation of his vitality in a year or two, he might successfully undergo the metamorphosis and ascend to the body-refining realm as a martial artist. Let us move further back and wait, a young man from Liao's family suggested. The others nodded in agreement and promptly retreated a safe distance. Qianling Mountain was densely wooded, filled with towering trees and low shrubs. Blanketed in a thick layer of ice and snow, the 11 breathed out white mist as they trekked up the mountain. A wolf howl suddenly echoed from nearby, and a wild wolf with glowing green eyes emerged. Fixating its gaze upon Li Yuming and his party, drool dripping from its jaws. Behind it, one after another, wild wolves appeared, each towering over the average wolf, exuding a fierce aura. Slay them all, Li Yuming commanded, his expression unwavering. Kill, Li Diang shouted, leading the charge. He was a first-tier peak martial artist, wielding the only rustic blade in the village. In a swift motion, he closed the distance to one wild wolf. Bringing the blade down, his speed was as quick as lightning. It was indeed the raging wind blade technique. Vitality coursed through the rustic blade, shimmering with a faint crimson hue. The air was torn apart. And before the wild wolf could react, its head was severed, blood splattered. Whoa! The remaining wild wolves howled in fury and lunged at the group. Kill, Li Xiaowu roared, his eyes filled with murderous intent. The raging wind blade technique unfolded, allowing him to evade the wolf's pounce, and with a swift strike, he severed the wolf's head. The other villagers surged forward with fervor. Despite it being their first battle, the insights granted by the blessing talisman regarding the raging wind blade technique were indeed authentic. Each of them seemed as if they had practiced the raging wind blade technique for many years, and in mere moments, they had slain all 15 wild wolves. The steaming wolf blood splattered onto the snow, creating the illusion of blooming blood plum blossoms upon the white canvas. Continue onward, Li Yuming instructed calmly. He led the 10 men up the mountain. Along the way, groups of wild wolves attacked, yet all were swiftly dispatched. They even encountered wolf leaders comparable to first-tier, mid, and upper tiers, but Li Diang swiftly eliminated them. Within less than an hour, the group spotted a massive cave in the distance. The wolf demon's lair is ahead. You all stay back, Li Yuming instructed in a low voice. Li Diang and the others nodded, promptly retreating several dozen zhang and hiding behind the great trees. They asked the temple keeper of Sihai village. I come bearing the divine mandate of the earth god to eradicate the wolf demon. Li Yuming took a deep breath and bellowed. His voice thundered, stirring the swirling snow. The echo of his voice reverberated throughout Qianling Mountain, carrying the proclamation of the temple keeper from Sihai village to eradicate the wolf demon. The villagers of Zhangjia and Liao village, hearing this resounding echo, were struck with astonishment. Was that the voice of the elderly Li Yuming? Descending from Qianling Mountain, the once frail Li Yuming had become so formidable. Perhaps he truly had received blessings from the earth god. A thunderous roar erupted from the wolf demon's cave, shaking the very ground beneath them. The snow piled near the cave was dislodged, and snowflakes danced off the surrounding trees. Earth god, a low, chilling voice emerged from the depths of the wolf demon's cave. What kind of righteous deity exists in this world? If there were a righteous deity, I would relish the taste of divinity. First, I'll feast upon you, and then I'll smash your earth temple and devour your entire family. In the next moment, a colossal wolf, towering over 2 zhang, emerged from the den of the wolf demon. Its icy gaze was a vivid crimson, and its fur was as dark as ink, enveloped in a shroud of malevolent energy. It looked down upon Li Yuming, its eyes betraying a sense of disdain. Such a creature dared to seek its misfortune? It opened its maw, preparing to bite down on Li Yuming. Simultaneously, a wave of demonic energy surged forth, coalescing into a massive wolf claw, intent on seizing Li Yuming before devouring him whole. Behind, witnessing the enormous demonic wolf before them, Li Diang, Li Xiaowu, and the others were engulfed in anxiety. beads of sweat trickling down their foreheads and spines. This was the fearsome wolf demon, notorious for its terror. Merely gazing upon it felt akin to bearing the weight of a mountain. The pressure was unbearable, their complexions turning pale. Abomination, how dare you show disrespect to the righteous deity? I humbly beseech the might of Zhangyue Gong to descend. Li Yuming, undeterred by the towering terror of the wolf demon, spoke with unwavering devotion. Without a moment's hesitation, he invoked the summoning of the deity. The strength of this wolf demon surpassed his limits. Relying solely on himself was futile. Only by invoking the divine power of Zhangyue Gong could he hope to vanquish the wolf demon. As his voice echoed, a radiant golden light erupted from the earth temple of Sihai village. It soared across Zhangjia village and Liao village, resembling a magnificent rainbow descending upon Li Yuming in Qianlang Mountain. The divine brilliance surged with overwhelming power. The terrifying pressure rolled forth like thunder at that moment. The colossal wolf demon was rendered immobile, its expression one of sheer horror, an abyss of fear welling within. A deity? The wolf demon's heart quaked with terror. It gazed upon the descending golden light, feeling the vast and dreadful divine might, its heart shattering with dread. How could this be possible? There truly existed deities in this world. The legendary deities had manifested right before it. Its massive demonic form trembled under the weight of such terrifying divine power, and it immediately knelt, quaking with fear, pleading, "Great deity, spare my life. Great deity, spare me. I promise never to harm again. I am willing to serve the great deity. Please grant me mercy." It trembled and knelt, beseeching for its life. The sight of the massive wolf kneeling was profoundly shocking. Li Diyang, Li Xiaowu, and the others were left in stunned silence. Was this the might of a deity? Even without the appearance of Zhangyue Gong, the overwhelming divine power had compelled the fearsome wolf demon of Qianlang Mountain to kneel. Their faith in Zhangyue Gong deepened, transforming into fervent devotion. At this moment, the golden light surged, even forming a colossal golden visage in the heavens. The face was indistinct, yet its eyes were strikingly clear. Cold and authoritative, gazing down upon the kneeling wolf demon. This scene left the villagers of Zhangjia village and Liao village below utterly dumbfounded. They gaped, staring in awe at the immense golden visage. The overwhelming divine presence made them feel insignificant. What is that? In Zhangjia village, the esteemed village elder, Zhang Ronggui, was agape. The breathtaking rainbow had just descended upon Qianlang Mountain, and now a golden face loomed above it. Could it be that a deity had manifested? Had Li Yuming entered Qianlang Mountain to summon the deity and eradicate the demons? He trembled, kneeling with tears streaming down his face. The other villagers followed suit, bowing toward the golden face that, despite being miles away, was still visible. All the villagers were exceedingly agitated. A deity, a true deity. In Liao village, villagers, including the village elder, also knelt, repeatedly bowing in reverence. The deity had manifested. Slaying demons. Who could witness such a spectacle without feeling exhilarated? If they had suddenly seen a golden face appear in the distance, they might have been confused or frightened. Yet, for the past 7 days, Sihai village had been proclaiming that Li Yuming had received a divine mandate to venture into the mountains to eliminate demons. Now, witnessing this miraculous phenomenon, they understood everything. Li Yuming had summoned the deity to descend and slay the wolf demon. Inescapable sin, unforgivable. I, the righteous deity of Sihai village, decree your demise. Liu gazed down at the fear-stricken wolf demon, his voice indifferent yet resonant, echoing throughout Qianlang Mountain. In the next instant, as his thoughts stirred, dark clouds gathered above, and thunder rumbled ominously. A lightning bolt, as thick as a barrel, descended with ferocity, akin to a roaring dragon, directly obliterating the wolf demon's head. Although the wolf demon, in its final moments, unleashed its full demonic power to form a shield above its head, the might of heaven was insurmountable. Under the divine might, the wolf demon perished. Even its soul was reduced to ashes beneath the celestial lightning. As the enormous golden visage in the sky dissipated, the golden radiance surrounding Li Yuming also faded. The divine presence in the world vanished. Yet Qianlang Mountain still seemed to retain a trace of divine might. With everything plunged into silence, devoid of sound, Li Yuming's complexion turned pale. Bearing the deity's might had placed tremendous pressure upon him. However, he felt invigorated, as if he had absorbed a portion of divine power, enhancing his own energy by a third. bringing him closer to the pinnacle of the second tier. He resolved to cleanse the mountain of all wild wolves to prevent them from descending and harming the villagers. Drawing a deep breath, he commanded, "Go forth and eradicate them." Yes, Li Diong, Li Xiaowu, and the others still bore expressions of excitement. The deity's might was indeed unfathomable. Commanding celestial power, they had vanquished demons. The terrifying scene of dark clouds gathering and thunder crashing was witnessed from afar by the young villagers, as well as the inhabitants of Zhangjia Village, Liao Village, and Sihai Village. Everyone was filled with exhilaration, awe, and trepidation. Was this the power of a deity, truly fearsome? At that moment, both the village elders of Zhangjia Village and Liao Village found themselves contemplating the idea of merging with Sihai Village. If Qinjia Village could join Sihai Village to gain the protection of the land deity, why could they not? In a world where demons roamed and malevolence thrived, who would not desire the shelter of a deity? In the divine realm, Li Yu observed the sudden depletion of 20 units of divine power with a twitch of his lips. The invocation of the summoning of the deity had consumed 10 units of divine power. And casting the heavenly thunder technique had likewise cost another 10. Divine power was indeed not easily sustained. It seemed to vanish in an instant. However, the heavenly thunder technique was truly formidable, befitting a deity wielding dominion over a realm. A slight smile emerged at the corners of his mouth. He then turned his gaze to the personal tasks. This moment, the third personal task displayed as completed, he promptly claimed the task reward. He placed considerable importance on the spirit field divine talisman. The enhancement of a believer's strength could not solely rely on his blessings. They needed to cultivate their own skills. The spirit field divine talisman could manifest a spirit field. Yielding spirit rice. Consuming spirit rice could accelerate the cultivation speed of lower-tier warriors to astonishing levels. Before him, Ailing Tian Shun Fu materialized out of thin air, accompanied by 5 first-tier CI, Fu Shinlu. He felt an infusion of 30 strands of divine power within him, bringing his total divine power to 102 strands. His gaze was drawn to the Ling Tian Shin Fu before him, and streams of information unfolded. Name: Ling Tian Shin Fu Tier. First tier Shin Fu effect. Upon use, 1 acre of land can be transformed into a Bing level Ling Tian. Acre, he mused, his eyes flashing. This world indeed possesses Ling Tian. In Ling Tian, spiritual rice is cultivated and harvested. From the memories gleaned from Li Yuming, he understood that spiritual rice is exceedingly precious, primarily due to the scarcity of Ling Tian. As far as Li Yuming was aware, there existed merely 1.5 acres of Ling Tian within the county, a prized possession of the strongest faction therein. Moreover, that acre and a half was merely Ding level Ling Tian, far inferior to Bing level Ling Tian. This Ling Tian Shin Fu could be utilized soon. However, it would be prudent to wait until Li Yuming incorporated those 2 villages into Sihai Village before using it. That he pondered, curious how many more faithful he might gain from this recent slaying of the wolf demon. He murmured to himself, and to his surprise, he discovered that his rank of A-level faithful had increased by 1. Li Xiaowu. Unexpectedly, the third A-level faithful turned out to be him. He had a vivid recollection of Li Xiaowu, having once perused his life story. Orphaned in childhood, he grew up relying on the kindness of others, possessing an appealing visage and remarkable intelligence. When he had only 2 CI, Fu Shinlu, he had chosen Li Xiaowu over Li Deming. Indicating Li Xiaowu's exceptional qualities that at the very least, he was among the more commendable youths in Sihai Village. TSK, 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 he chuckled softly. Being orphaned laid the foundation for a protagonist archetype. Of course. Regardless of the protagonist, under his guidance, they would become his faithful. Now that Li Xiaowu had attained A-level status, it was time for him to advance further. Maintaining a calm demeanor, he noted that he still held 39 first-tier CI, Fu Shinlu in his possession. He had his own thoughts regarding bestowing blessings. Only upon reaching the B-level faithful tier would one be eligible for his blessings. The elderly and mature women could receive A disease exorcism rite, purging them of ailments and restoring their health. Meanwhile, middle-aged individuals and young men and women would receive a first-tier CI, Fu Shinlu, enabling them to become martial artists. Naturally, blessings could not be bestowed too frequently. Occasional blessings would deepen their devotion. Alternatively, a concentrated large-scale blessing could suffice. Personal Task 3 had been completed. He wondered what personal task 4 might entail. His gaze fell upon the personal tasks. He bore no aversion to personal tasks. for tasks devoid of penalties and rich in rewards are universally appealing. The personal tasks interface opened, revealing a new task. Personal task 4 task description. With the wolf demon vanquished, you may now develop peacefully for a time. However, as faith grows stronger, it will inevitably attract the attention of malevolent entities. Task objective. Achieve a total of 1,500 faithful. Task rewards. 5 first-tier CI, Fu Shin Lu. 1 second-tier CI, Fu Shin Lu. And 40 strands of divine power. 1,500 faithful would attract malevolent attention. That Liu furrowed his brow. This world is rife with demons and malevolent spirits, according to Li Yoming's memories. Sihai village lies beneath the jurisdiction of Tsangmu town, which in turn belongs to Xian County. Within Tsangmu town, there exists a malevolent spirit, a mysterious paper effigy shop, whose origins remain unknown. Yet it appears sporadically. Any being that encounters this shop becomes a paper figure themselves. This is the legend surrounding the malevolent spirit of Tsangmu town. All who have seen the paper effigy shop have perished. The demons are formidable, and the malevolent spirits are even more inscrutable. Both pose significant threats to the divine. That Liu's expression turned grave. The Thousand Wolf Mountain merely harbors demons lurking around a few rural villages. Yet, in this world, countless stronger demons abound. Malevolent spirits are even more enigmatic. Alas, he was still far from the rank of the 9th grade. The journey ahead is long and arduous, he murmured, feeling a palpable sense of crisis. His immediate priority was to swiftly complete personal task 4 to claim the rewards. The more faithful he amassed, the more divine power he could accumulate. The stronger his faithful, the higher the quality of offerings he would receive at the grand festival next year. Thus, under such magnification, the benefits he would reap would multiply. 1,500 faithful. Merging 4 villages would not even yield 1,000. Expansion beyond Sihai village was essential. He maintained a tranquil demeanor. However, all of this could not be rushed. The ascendance of a deity requires time. The villagers of Sihai village returned jubilantly, each carrying wild wolves back to the settlement. That a throng of elderly, women, and children gathered, their faces alight with joy. How much wolf meat could be divided among them? This would sustain them for quite some time. In these trying times, merely surviving a year without starvation was already a great fortune. Consuming meat? That was an indulgence. Typically, they only saw a modicum of meat during the new year, while the rest of the year was spent on gruel and vegetables. Now, witnessing such a bounty of wild wolves, their excitement was palpable. Regardless of the taste, it was still meat. A total of 93 wild wolves were skillfully butchered into strips. The villagers of Sihai distributed 10 pounds of wolf meat per person. The remaining scraps were also shared. Ideyong waved his hand authoritatively. 93 wild wolves, by his estimation, would yield at least 15,000 pounds of wolf meat. After all, these wolves were not insignificant in size. Currently, Sihai village housed only 459 residents, meaning each person receiving 10 pounds accounted for 4,590 pounds. The remaining meat would be reserved for merging with Yang's and Liao's villages, while part would be sold in town. Furthermore, there were 6 ferocious wolves displaying signs of demonic transformation, reaching mid-tier to upper-tier levels. The meat from these 6 wolves would be reserved solely for the village's martial artists. Remember this. This is a gift bestowed upon us by Zhang Yugong. Without Zhang Yugong's protection, without his slaying of the wolf demon, we wouldn't enjoy our current good fortune. Those who are more devout in their faith towards Zhang Yugong will be known to him. The divine is merely 3 feet above us. First, let us pay homage to Zhang Yugong and express our gratitude for his slaying of the wolf demon, Li Yuming proclaimed, surveying the gathered villagers. Indeed, we must first pay homage to Zhang Yugong and express our gratitude for his slaying of the wolf demon. My father was devoured by the wolf demon. Zhang Yugong avenged him. I, Li Dahu, shall devote my life to Zhang Yugong. The villagers immediately followed Li Yuming toward the Earth Temple in a grand procession. At the same time, large crowds approached from 2 other directions. Zhang Ronggue, Liao Jinji. What brings you here? Li Yuming inquired. Noticing the throngs from Zhangjia village and Liaojia village, a smile creeping onto his face, though his expression remained composed as he observed Li Yuming, who appeared to be in his 30s. Zhang Ronggue was struck with astonishment. Li Yuming was indeed 2 years his senior, yet standing together, it felt as though a generation separated them. Truly, divine grace is boundless. He mused inwardly, his expression solemn as he bowed respectfully. Esteemed temple steward, I am Zhang Ronggue, the village head of Zhangjia village. Here to pay homage to Zhang Yugong, we intend to merge Zhangjia village with Sihai village. Liao Jiazhuang is no different. The middle-aged Liao Jinji quickly interjected. Haha, welcome to the joining of Zhang Jiazhuang and Liao Jiazhuang. From henceforth, we shall all be villagers of the four seas, eternally blessed by the protection of Zhang Yuegong. Li Yuming laughed heartily, his heart brimming with excitement. The four villages have existed in this region for over a century. Little did he expect that today, he, Li Yuming, would unite the four villages, eternally blessed by the protection of Zhang Yuegong. Zhang Ronggue, Liao Jinji, and a multitude of villagers from both villages beamed with joy. With divine protection, they would no longer have to fear being devoured by monsters in this tumultuous world. A great throng of villagers made their way towards the Earth Deity Temple. Upon reaching its vicinity, each villager, including those from Sihai Village, took out incense and lit it respectfully. The entire populace of Sihai Village expresses gratitude to Zhang Yuegong for slaying the wolf demon and safeguarding us. Li Yuming proclaimed loudly, bowing deeply. Thank you, Zhang Yuegong, for slaying the wolf demon and safeguarding us. Li Diang, Li Xiuwu, Chun Matzi, Chen Ergu, Zhang Ronggue, Liao Jinji, and all the villagers echoed loudly. Their voices resonated with solemnity, carrying far and wide. In the divine realm, Li Yu observed the vast crowd of villagers kneeling outside the Earth Deity Temple that a smile graced his lips, but he could sense that, in just one day, he had gained a multitude of believers, many of whom were elevating their levels of faith. Slaying the wolf demon was the most potent miracle, a significant benefit to all villagers and a means of avenging their blood feud. A truly existing deity, slayer of demons for the villagers and bestower of blessings upon the faithful, who would not wish to believe in such a divine being, especially in a world rife with malevolent creatures. He chuckled softly and opened the believer information to take a look. Believer information, daily incense, 1,694 D-level believers. 0. Daily incense contribution, 100,000, heaven-level believers. 0. Daily incense contribution, 10. 000, saint-level believers. 0. Daily incense contribution, 1,000, A-level believers. 4. Daily incense contribution, 100, B-level believers. 62. Daily incense contribution, 10, C-level believers. 665. Daily incense contribution, 1, D-level believers. 91. Every 10 days, 1 incense. A total of 822 believers. The daily incense collection had significantly increased. Almost every 2 days, he could gather 3 units of divine-powered. Liu expressed his satisfaction. Moreover, he discovered that, apart from Li Yuming, Li Diang, and Li Xiuwu, there was unexpectedly another level believer, Li Xiuling. This young man, who had received blessings later on, had surprisingly become an A-level believer so quickly that he raised an eyebrow. He had perused Li Xiuling's life story, unremarkable in every aspect, born and raised in the village. He had never ventured far. His parents farmed, and he had 2 younger brothers and a sister, as the eldest. He naturally assisted his parents in farming. At just 23, he appeared akin to a man in his 30s. However, since becoming a B-level believer and receiving his blessings, his fate had already begun to change. Now, having attained a level believer status, he was undoubtedly at the forefront. He retrieved the land register to review the information of all B-level believers. Among them, 6 B-level believers had committed numerous wrongdoings. For the time being, he would not consider bestowing blessings upon these individuals unless they demonstrated sincere faith for over a decade and engaged in virtuous deeds. Aside from the 10 B-level believers who had already received blessings, there were an additional 46 eligible for blessings. This included 33 elderly and middle-aged women, and the remaining consisted of 13 middle-aged men and youths. Li Yu's gaze remained tranquil. He gently waved his hand, and one after another, first-tier blessing talisman appeared beside him, radiating a brilliant white light. That in total, there were 18 talismans, seizing the momentum of the wolf demon's defeat still fresh in the villagers' hearts. Bestowing these talismans would surely deepen their faith. The vanquishing of the wolf demon was a divine might akin to a prison, while the granting of the talismans was a divine grace as vast as the sea. Furthermore, it was time for Sihai Village to expand outward. More warriors were needed to better accomplish this task. Currently, with the recent incorporation of the two villages, the number of warriors in Sihai village stood at only 19. 3 of whom were elderly and past their prime, unable to fight. However, this was of little concern that as long as they received his first-tier blessing talismans, they would instantly rejuvenate, regaining 10 years of youth, with a thought. The 18 first-tier blessing talismans swiftly flew out of the divine realm. Zhang Rongui was immensely devout. From the moment he witnessed the divine miracle of the wolf demon's slaying, his heart brimmed with reverence for Zhang Yuegong. In his youth, 3 brothers and 1 sister had been devoured by the wolf demon. His hatred for the creature ran deep. However, as the years passed, even martial artists from the county had ventured into the mountains, only to perish at the hands of the wolf demon. Now he had aged, yet the wolf demon remained. He had long since ceased to entertain thoughts of vengeance and was filled with dread towards the creature. Thus, when Li Yuming first declared his intention to enter the mountains to slay the demon, Rongui was skeptical. In his mind, the wolf demon was too powerful, utterly invincible. Yet now, the wolf demon lay dead, slain by a deity. This fear transformed into profound faith in Zhang Yuegong. Thank you, Zhang Yuegong, for slaying the wolf demon and avenging my dear ones. He felt overwhelming gratitude. Just then, he beheld radiant white light streaming forth from the statue of the earth deity. One beam of light surged into his body. He saw it, a dazzling white blessing talisman. As the talisman disintegrated, a torrent of vital energy surged within him. In an instant, he experienced his 3rd and 4th transformations of vitality. His once aged physique rejuvenated. His graying hair regained much of its former blackness. His sagging skin tightened, and his entire being brimmed with newfound strength. What is this? He gazed incredulously at his own hands. The terrifying power he now possessed. Was this truly himself? Had he reached the first-tier limit? He glanced around, noticing that several others in the crowd were similarly infused with vital energy, evidently having undergone multiple transformations as well. Is this the blessing of the deity? I, too, have received the favor of this great deity? He murmured to himself. Then, overwhelmed with reverence and tears streaming down his face, he prostrated himself before the statue of the earth deity, declaring, Zhang Rongui is eternally grateful for the blessings bestowed by Zhang Yuegong. I dedicate my life to my deity. In that moment, he seemed to radiate light, as if he had discovered the very meaning of life. Li Yuming looked on in astonishment at Zhang Rongui, Chun Matzi, and Liao Jingxian. These 3, his contemporaries, had all completed 2 transformations of vitality. In the past, he, Li Yuming, Zhang Rongui, Chun Matzi, and Liao Jingxian were the pillars of the 4 villages. He never expected them to receive the blessings of Zhang Yuegong. It seemed these old fellows held an unwavering faith in the deity. A smile spread across his face. Yet, upon reflection, it was understandable. As the mainstays of the village, they bore the greatest pressure, responsible for the safety of the entire populace. Now, with Zhang Yuegong manifesting divine power and slaying the wolf demon, their faith was undoubtedly fervent. Subsequently, his gaze shifted towards Li Xiuwu and Li Xiuling, the only 2 faithful who had received blessings not once, but twice. Both had now ascended to the pinnacle of the 1st level, embodying the refinement realm of martial artists. To receive such blessings twice, their devotion to Lord Zhang must be nearing my own. He mused. He felt nothing but joy about this, harboring no other thoughts. The villager's unwavering faith indicated the success of his role as the temple steward. Presently, the village boasted 6 pinnacle 1st-level martial artists and 26 mid-level 1st-level martial artists. He surveyed the additional 13 martial artists among the villagers, feeling elated. So many martial artists were indeed an unimaginable prospect in the past. Previously, the combined number from their 4 villages amounted to merely 8 martial artists, with each village typically having 1 elderly and 1 middle-aged martial artist, lacking a cultivated new generation. Yet now, there were so many. All of this was a blessing from Lord Zhang. But he firmly believed that even more villagers would soon receive Lord Zhang as grace and become martial artists in the dead of night. As silence enveloped the world, Liu stepped out of the divine realm. Standing upon the earth, he gazed up at the crescent moon. Clear as water, his expression serene, he gently raised his hand, and the surrounding moonlight converged, forming a more resplendent beam of lunar radiance upon his palm. According to myth, demons could consume the essence of the lunar energy to evolve. This beam of moonlight suggested that such legends were not mere fabrications. It indeed contained a frigid energy. However, he mused, directing his gaze at his domain. Instantly, all the moonlight within the confines of his domain coalesced towards him. Yet, even with the entirety of the moonlight gathered, it still amounted to merely a single beam, slightly more brilliant than the one before. The energy contained within this moonlight was exceedingly sparse. He pondered that even after an entire night of gathering all the moonlight within his domain, it likely wouldn't amount to even a tenth of a divine power. He shook his head, realizing that it paled in comparison to the offerings provided by a believer at this moment. His domain had expanded significantly, nearly 3.2 times its original size. Portions of Zhongjia village and Liao village inexplicably lay outside his domain. Now, the area of his domain reached 50 hectares, neither more nor less. Was this the maximum extent attainable by a ninth-tier land deity? He mused. Fortunately, regardless of whether it was Zhongjia village or Liao village, the dwellings of the villagers remained within his domain. However, the lunar essence from a 50-hectare area in a single night yielded less than a tenth of a divine power. For ordinary demons, even if they consumed the lunar essence, it would be impossible for them to gather all the lunar essence from such an expansive area, as he had 0.50 hectares equated to 5,000 mu. Thus, relying solely on the consumption of lunar essence to augment one's strength proved to be exceedingly arduous. He considered the previous wolf demon, who, after a century of consuming lunar essence, might have amassed enough to reach the level of 10 divine powers. No wonder demons resorted to devouring humans. Solely relying on the consumption of lunar essence for cultivation was far too slow. Humans, being the essence of all living things, could generate a greater amount of spiritual offering through mere belief than demons could through the prolonged consumption of lunar essence. Consuming a single human might equate to days of cultivation, Liu sighed. However, this did not justify the demon's predation upon humans. Now that he had become the rightful deity of the land, it was his duty to protect humanity. After all, the human race was the source of his faith. The absence of even one human diminished the offerings he received. He took several steps and soon arrived at the site of the former Liao village. Standing beside an ancient well that had been abandoned for many years, the well was covered with a lid, weighed down by stones. Ghostly energy, he observed as he gazed at the well, from the moment Liao village became part of his domain. This well held no secrets from him. It emanated a dense aura of ghostly energy and resentment, indicating the presence of spirits below. With a gentle wave of his hand, the stones and lid of the well flew away. As the land deity, he only expended divine power when performing divine arts that in essence, being a land deity, did not render him powerless when not invoking divine arts. On the contrary, even without using divine arts, his inherent abilities as a ninth-tier land deity ensured that his strength was not less than that of a third-tier pinnacle martial artist. This moment, with a mere flick of his sleeve, he could send the stones and lid of the ancient well flying, requiring no expenditure of divine power. There was more than one ghostly entity present. His expression remained calm, dressed in the ceremonial garb of a land deity. Crowned with the emblem of his office and holding the land decree, he spoke softly. Will you not emerge to pay your respects to this deity? Do you wish for this deity to seek you out? As his voice echoed, a denser wave of ghostly energy surged forth from beneath the well, transforming into two spectral figures. The first was a young man, appearing no older than 17 or 18 at the time of his death. His gaze toward Liu filled with terror, yet he still stood defiantly in front of the second specter. The latter, a timid girl who should have been no older than 15 in life, displayed a countenance etched with fear. To them, Liu radiated a divine light and authority that felt overwhelming, as though his mere presence could obliterate them into nothingness. Liao Xiu'er of Liao village pays her respects to the esteemed deity. The girl hastily knelt, tugging on the boy in front of her. Liao Qingping of Liao village pays his respects to the esteemed deity. The boy followed suit, kneeling down as well. Both bore a profound aura of ghostly energy, yet lacked any traces of bloodlust, indicating they had never harmed the living. What brings you to linger among the living? Liu inquired. From the moment he ascended to the status of land deity, he could vaguely sense the existence of an underworld realm. Though this perception was hazy, it made him aware that such a realm existed. However, he had no knowledge of how it operated or whether any deities governed it. Yet, it was reasonable to assume that souls of the deceased should transition to the underworld. Please, esteemed deity, grant justice for us siblings. The girl implored, bowing deeply, tears streaming down her cheeks. Elaborate, Liu replied calmly. Though his tone was tranquil, it resonated with authority in the ears of Liao Xiaoer and Liao Qingping. Esteemed deity, my brother and I were orphaned at a young age, relying on each other for survival. However, due to my beauty, the son of the affluent Liao Daqiang, Liao Xiong, sought to take me as his concubine that I refused. One fateful night, while drawing water here, I encountered Liao Xiong, who attempted to force himself upon me that I vowed to resist him to the death. And in his rage, he pushed me into the well. My brother came searching for me, only to be pushed into the well by the lurking Liao Xiong as well. We perished within that well, which was subsequently sealed by the village chief. Yet Liao Xiong, having obtained a talisman from an unknown source, ensured that even after our transformation into spirits, we could not approach him. Now he has gone to the town, where he opened a tavern, living a life of luxury. I can only lament that even in death, I cannot avenge myself. Please, esteemed deity, grant justice for us siblings. She prostrated deeply. One bow after another, Liao Qingping stood silently beside her, also bowing repeatedly. Liu extended his right hand, and instantly, the land deed materialized in his grasp. As his gaze fell upon it, the land deed automatically turned to the page of Liao Xiong. It chronicled Liao Xiong's life story, one of which was identical to what Liao Xiaoer had mentioned as the deity of the land of Sihai village. He was not only responsible for rewarding the virtuous, but also for punishing the wicked. The phrase 3 feet above there are deities was not merely an empty saying. Every aspect of the villagers' lives within his domain was meticulously recorded in the land deed from the moment of their birth. Every good deed and misdeed was captured in detail. As for your matters, this deity will take charge on your behalf. I am in need of spectral soldiers and ghostly messengers. Are you two siblings willing to serve under me as spectral soldiers and ghostly messengers? He gazed down at Liao Xiaoer and Liao Qingping, inquiring. The second part of divine warfare pertains to the battle of the deities. Moreover, spectral soldiers are integral to this divine struggle. Many matters still require the assistance of spectral soldiers and ghostly messengers. It would not be fitting to have the esteemed deity handle trivial affairs such as soul binding, would it? The esteemed deity is willing to take charge for us siblings. We shall heed your commands, Liao Xiaoer declared resolutely. Liao Qingping promptly nodded in agreement. Excellent. A look of satisfaction graced Liu's face. 2 streams of divine power manifested in his hands, radiating with a terrifying brilliance. Gradually, these 2 streams coalesced into 2 grayish-white divine talismans before him. Each talisman bore intricate and obscure runes, exuding a sense of divine authority. These were the spectral soldier talismans. Once infused into the ghostly bodies, they would be consecrated as spectral soldiers. Spectral soldiers are categorized into 2 types, one dedicated to warfare and the other to soul binding. In terms of the mortal realm's hierarchy, one corresponds to soldiers, while the other pertains to officials. However, in the underworld, ghostly messengers are transformed from spectral soldiers. Thus, the consecration of ghostly messengers also employs the spectral soldier talismans, albeit with subtle differences in the runes inscribed upon them. All of these can be manipulated freely by him during the condensation of the spectral soldier talismans that I, the deity of Sihai village, hereby consecrate Liao Xiaoer as the ghostly messenger of Sihai village, that I consecrate Liao Qingping as the ghostly messenger of Sihai village. The authoritative voice resonated in the ears of the siblings. And in the next moment, the 2 talismans transformed into radiant beams of light, merging into their bodies. Instantly, their previously ethereal forms solidified. Moreover, they donned eerie black robes, emblazoned with a prominent character for messenger on both the front and back. This character subtly emanated a trace of divine power, distinguishing their presence from that of ordinary specters. Even a phantom chain appeared at their waists. This was a soul-binding chain, although it was currently composed of condensed ghostly energy. The divine power infused in the character messenger still granted it the ability to bind souls. Thank you for your gracious endowment, esteemed deity, Liao Xiaoer and Liao Qingping exclaimed with overwhelming joy. Hastily bowing in gratitude, they could feel an immense surge of power coursing through them. In the past, they could only bully ordinary mortals. Any martial artist would have dared not approach them. But now, they felt emboldened, Believing even the most vigorous martial artist would pose no threat, "Go forth," Liu commanded. "Retrieve the soul of Liao Xiong." The newly consecrated spectral soldiers could only be considered provisional ghostly messengers. Their strength was comparable to that of a mid-tier martial artist of the first rank. Only by utilizing 10 streams of divine power to cast the divine technique Fortify Spectral Soldiers could they be promoted to formal D-level ghostly messengers. The strength of a D-level ghostly messenger would be slightly inferior to that of the temple priestly Yuming, comparable to a lower-tier martial artist of the second rank. Furthermore, should he employ the divine technique Spectral Soldier artifacts to equip the spectral soldiers with a magical artifact, they could ascend to C-level spectral soldiers, significantly enhancing their power as a 9th-grade deity. The strongest spectral soldiers under his command would reach C-level spectral soldier status. However, C-level spectral soldiers were already quite formidable, possessing strength that did not fall short of upper-tier second rank. Such spectral soldiers were sufficient for his needs. Yes, Liao Xiao'er and Liao Qingping's eyes sparkled with excitement as they bowed respectfully before hastily making their way towards the town. The character messenger on their robes subtly shimmered with divine power, allowing them to move at an astonishing speed, far surpassing that of galloping steeds. With a single step, Liu returned to the divine domain. Songmu town was enveloped in silence during the late hours of the night, save for the whispering winds. Liao Xiong, reeking of alcohol, staggered out of the only tavern in the town, and he smacked his lips. A look of reminiscence evident on his face. That young lady was indeed a beauty. No wonder she hailed from the county seat. She could rival that wretched Liao Xiao'er. I must return tomorrow. And the day after that, his vision blurred, and he chuckled lewdly, still craving more. However, as March arrived, the spring chill set in, prompting him to shiver and quicken his pace that a palm-sized yellow talisman dangled from his neck. Just then, he noticed a slender young girl with cascading hair standing by the wall ahead. The girl had her back to him, clad in a white dress, shivering in the cold wind, evoking a sense of pity. Liao Xiong's eyes brightened immediately that he hurried towards her, slurring, "My lady, why are you out here alone at this late hour? Shall I escort you home to prevent you from encountering any ill-intentioned individuals?" He felt quite pleased with his eloquence. "You want to escort me home? Back to that well." The girl slowly turned around, her pallid face adorned with a peculiar smile, fixated on him. What well? As Liao Xiong beheld the girl's visage, his face drained of color, his pupils narrowing to pinpricks, filled with terror. Liao Xiao? Isn't she dead? How could she be here? Could she be a ghost? Don't you remember? Liao Xiao'er glared at Liao Xiong, her eyes devoid of color, radiating a chilling hatred. 5 years ago, on that fateful night, you pushed me into the well to drown. Were it not for him, she would have certainly been married by now, perhaps even with children. But this beast had callously cast her into the well to perish. He had also pushed her brother into the well to drown. Their lineage had been utterly severed. "It's you," he stammered. "It really is you. Don't come any closer. I didn't want this. You forced my hand. If you had acquiesced, I wouldn't have pushed you." He collapsed onto the ground, crawling backward in a frenzied scream. His heart was wholly consumed by fear. Liao Xiao'er had transformed into a ghost. Now she had come to seek revenge. "You beast!" From the side, Liao Qingping, clad in ghostly messenger attire, emerged with a grim expression, wielding an ethereal soul-binding chain. Striking fiercely at Liao Xiong, the talisman hanging from Liao Xiong's neck flickered briefly. Yet, as the ethereal soul-binding chain glimmered with divine power, the talisman shattered instantly. This talisman, which had prevented them from avenging themselves for 5 long years, crumbled effortlessly beneath the ethereal chain. Liao Qingping. Liao Xiong shrieked in terror, nearly wetting himself that he never anticipated that the siblings he had once cast into the well had transformed into malevolent ghosts, now seeking vengeance. Moreover, the talisman bestowed upon him by the Taoist priest had shattered. "Brother," Liao Xiao'er tugged at Liao Qingping, preventing the ethereal soul-binding chain from striking Liao Xiong. Liao Qingping looked at his sister in confusion. This beast had caused their deaths. 1,000 deaths would not suffice for his sins. The edict of the esteemed deity merely commanded that we retrieve his soul before the esteemed Lord grants his command. We cannot resort to extrajudicial measures. Liao Xiao'er took a deep breath and shook her head. Although she harbored a profound hatred for Liao Xiong, desiring to use the illusory soul-binding chain to strike him and inflict severe torment. She recalled certain tales from her past life. She understood that those in high positions despise it when their subordinates take matters into their own hands. They toiled under the auspices of the esteemed lord. They were bound to adhere to his rules. Moreover, she firmly believed that the esteemed lord would surely deliver the appropriate punishment to this beast. Her sister was right. Liao Qingping nodded in agreement. His sinister gaze fell upon Liao Xiong, who was paralyzed with fear, and the illusory soul-binding chain immediately extended forth, resembling a phantom black python that coiled around Liao Xiong's body. With a swift tug on the chain, Liao Xiong's soul was forcibly drawn out. Am I becoming a ghost? Liao Xiong gazed in terror at the lifeless form of himself on the ground. Let us proceed. Liao Xiong's white dress transformed instantaneously into the attire of a ghostly emissary. As they made their way towards Sihai village, the soul-binding chain stretched out 3 zhang, ensnaring Liao Xiong's spirit. The once tranquil town remained eerily silent. Although Liao Xiong's terrified cries had surely reached the ears of nearby townsfolk, none dared to step outside or utter a sound. Many residents appeared pale and trembled in fear. They had just heard the word ghost. Had someone encountered a specter? Please, let it not come to our home. The townsfolk prayed fervently. Outside the Earth God Temple, the slumbering Li Yuming suddenly felt a chilling aura, jolting him awake. Where did this sinister energy originate? He pondered in surprise. This was the Earth God Temple, under the watchful eye of Zhang Yuegong. Could some malevolent spirit dare to intrude here? He pushed open the door, and a surge of qi coursed through his body and into his eyes. Instantly, he beheld 2 ghostly figures clad in emissary garb kneeling respectfully before the Earth God Temple, one of whom clutched an iron chain, the end of which bound another ghostly figure. The bound spirit bore a look of sheer terror. Liao Qingping, Liao Xiong, Liao Xiong, he exclaimed, taken aback. 5 years ago, had not Liao Qingping and Liao Xiong perished in a well? This incident had caused quite a stir in the village, with rumors suggesting Liao Xiong's involvement. However, without any evidence, the matter had been left unresolved. What was the meaning of this? The deceased Liao Qingping and Liao Xiong had transformed into ghosts, and now they had captured Liao Xiong's spirit? Could it be that Liao Qingping and Liao Xiong were indeed pushed into the well by Liao Xiong? Uncle Yuming, Liao Xiong gasped in astonishment. Can you see us? Sihai village was not far, and her mother hailed from Li family village, so they often visited. I am the temple steward of Zhang Yuegong, traversing the mortal realm on his behalf. And thus I can indeed see you, Li Yuming replied, a glimmer of realization dawning upon him. So, the esteemed lord is Zhang Yuegong. Uncle Yuming has become the steward of the esteemed lord, Liao Xiong exclaimed. Understanding at last. Uncle Yuming, we have been granted the favor of Zhang Yuegong and will henceforth serve as ghostly emissaries under his command. Ghostly emissaries, Li Yuming nodded, a look of satisfaction crossing his face. Though misfortune has befallen you, to serve as ghostly emissaries under Zhang Yuegong is indeed a blessing. After all, I have watched you both grow up. Your maternal grandfather is a cousin of mine who has long since passed. After speaking, he retreated to his chambers, no longer inquiring further. As the steward of Zhang Yuegong, he was tasked with overseeing affairs of the mortal realm. But since Liao Xiong and her brother had already become ghostly emissaries, their actions no longer pertained to the mortal realm. Such matters were not his concern. Having lived for over 50 years, he understood this principle well. Within the divine domain, Li Yu observed the kneeling ghostly emissaries, Liao Xiong and Liao Qingping. Alongside the captured spirit of Liao Xiong, that a satisfied expression graced his face. Though Liao Xiong was only 16 at the time of her death, she exhibited remarkable wisdom and prudence. She could be cultivated further. With a gentle wave of his hand, the divine domain, which had expanded to a radius of 10 zhang, transformed into a grand and imposing underworld court. Pillars stood tall within the hall, shrouded in a dense, ominous mist that exuded an aura of dread. Clad in the ceremonial garb of the Earth God, Liu took his seat at the head of the court. Before him lay a table adorned with the Earth God's seal and records. Bring in Liao Xiong, he commanded. His voice echoed through the Earth God Temple. Liao Xiong and Liao Qingping found themselves transported into the transformed underworld court of the divine domain, along with Liao Xiong. Bound by the illusory soul-binding chain, that we pay our respects to the esteemed lord. Liao Xiong and Liao Qingping immediately knelt in reverence. Esteemed lord, where is this place? Liao Xiong's eyes were filled with helplessness and terror. Yet under the overwhelming presence, he found himself powerless to resist, trembling as he knelt before the court. He had never felt such fear before. He did not even dare to lift his gaze to behold the figure seated above. Radiant like the blazing sun, Liao Xiong, 5 years ago, you cast Liao Xiu'er and Liao Qingping into the well, resulting in their deaths. You confess your guilt. Li Yu's gaze bore down coldly upon Liao Xiong. I confess, Liao Xiong stammered, quaking in fear that in this formidable court, he lacked the courage to utter a lie in that case. Li Yu intoned with authority, I hereby sentence you to the punishment of soul scattering. As his words fell, the soul of Liao Xiong disintegrated, turning to ash. Liao Xiu'er and Liao Qingping's faces lit up with excitement, and at last, they had avenged themselves. After 5 long years, the murderer Liao Xiong had finally received his due retribution. In that moment, a saying echoed in their minds. Good begets good, evil begets evil. It is not that retribution does not come, but the time has yet to arrive. Inform Li Yuming of this matter. He will know what to do. Li Yu instructed, we shall obey the esteemed Lord's decree. Liao Xiu'er and Liao Qingping respectfully accepted their orders, their forms flickering before vanishing from the divine domain. The once imposing court transformed back into an empty void. Liu preferred the original form of the divine domain. Void of all, everything floated suspended in midair, now that there were ghostly emissaries. They required a place of work. Liu pondered. The divine domain was his private realm, and it was unthinkable to allow subordinate spirits, ghostly emissaries, and underworld soldiers to wander freely as a deity of the 9th rank. He possessed the capability to establish an underworld domain. The underworld domain would serve as an office specifically for subordinate spirits, ghostly emissaries, and underworld soldiers, while its rank was naturally inferior to the divine domain. It was no longer part of the mortal realm and constituted a separate small space. Establishing an underworld domain measuring 3 zhang in length, 3 zhang in width, and 1 zhang in height required 10 units of divine power. And this divine power could not be spared. He shook his head. Observing the remaining 101 divine powers, he focused his thoughts. Instantly, 10 strands of divine power surged forth from his body, swiftly darting out of the divine realm and descending beneath the Earth God Temple. There, a space thick with ominous energy began to manifest slowly beneath the temple. This space was suffused with a palpable aura of darkness, with the Earth's own negative energies continuously streaming into it. The underworld domain resided in the depths of the earth, removed from the realm of mortals. Above it, his divine realm commanded an unobstructed view of everything within the underworld domain. The deities, shadow soldiers, and ghostly emissaries present in the underworld domain could only gaze upward at the majestic divine realm suspended above, yet they could perceive none of its inner workings. This was sufficient for now. He murmured that once the deities, shadow soldiers, and ghostly emissaries multiplied, he would consider further expansion. His gaze then turned to one side of the divine realm, where the massive corpse of a wolf demon lay quietly. It was the very creature he had effortlessly slain during the day with a single strike of heavenly thunder technique. The wolf demon from Thousand Wolf Mountain. The second-tier ultimate wolf demon's corpse should hold some value in divine power. He mused calmly. He directly accessed the divine shop within the regional trade and placed the wolf demon's corpse into it. Immediately, the value of the headless wolf carcass materialized on the divine shop. 7 strands of divine power. Not too shabby, he remarked with a hint of a smile. Without hesitation, he sold the headless wolf carcass to the divine shop, and 7 strands of divine power appeared within him, bringing his total to 98. He closed his eyes and began to contemplate the heavenly thunder technique in his mind. Although he had demonstrated it once during the day, he realized that while he could wield this divine technique with proficiency, he had not yet mastered it. There were still numerous aspects where his execution exhibited flaws that he believed that if he could truly perfect its application, the potency of the heavenly thunder technique would increase significantly. If not for the lack of divine power, practicing its execution would have been the most effective method. Unfortunately, his circumstances were less than favorable. He could only simulate its practice within his mind, a sense of helplessness settling in. However, the ability to gradually enhance his strength was still commendable. After all, aside from the heavenly thunder technique, he also possessed the fog technique, flight technique, and earth escape technique, all of which likely harbored similar issues. Mastery did not equate to flawless execution. And achieving perfect application was the true hallmark of reaching the pinnacle of a ninth-tier land deity's power. A month swiftly passed. Zhangjia village, Liaojia village, along with the previously merged Qinjia village, had essentially fully integrated into Sihai village. Every morning and evening, the villagers of Sihai village paid homage to Lord Zhanyue with a stick of incense. Even from a distance, they would bow towards the earth god temple to offer their respects. Naturally, devout believers would personally visit the temple to present their incense. The tale of Liao Xiong's misdeeds, resulting in his soul being reaped by the ghostly emissaries dispatched by Lord Zhanyue, had spread like wildfire among the villagers of Sihai village. Liao Xiong's body was even brought back for the villagers to witness. Almost every villager felt an increased reverence for Lord Zhanyue. With ghostly emissaries at his command, anyone who committed wrongdoing would be pursued. With their souls being taken, who could hear this without feeling fear? Above one's head, the deities are ever watchful. Good deeds are rewarded, while evil deeds are punished. It is not that retribution does not come, but merely that the time has yet to arrive. These two phrases became widely circulated in Sihai village, with everyone firmly believing in their truth. This event further deepened the villagers' faith. After all, divine grace is as vast as the ocean. Divine might is as formidable as a prison. Divine grace brings joy to the faithful, while divine might instills fear. The fusion of joy and fear naturally fortified their faith. Deming, go inform the village chief and others to convene. Li Yuming instructed, stepping out of his room and looking at his second son, Li Deming. A month prior, he had received a divine oracle mandating that within 3 months, the number of believers must exceed 1,500. This figure must consist exclusively of the villagers of Sihai village, residing there permanently. It was a daunting task, as Sihai village only had a little over 800 residents, leaving a significant gap. Moreover, this region was solely theirs. To expand, they must attract people from outside. This was no small feat after all. Would anyone readily believe that their village was under divine protection? Thus, he had prepared for a full month. Now, it was finally time to commence. This time, I will ensure that Lord Zhanyue's oracle is fulfilled splendidly, Li Yuming thought to himself, his gaze resolute. During this month, Sihai village had also completed the transfer of power. Li Yuming, as the temple steward, undoubtedly belonged to the highest echelon of authority, directing all affairs of Sihai village. Zhang Rongue assisted Li Yuming, while Li Diang served as the village chief, overseeing daily matters. Chun Matzi and Liao Jingxian acted as vice-village chiefs, aiding Li Dong, Li Xiaowu, and Li Xiuling each led a hunting team of 15 warriors, hunting in the mountains. The remaining 10 warriors were assigned to the temple guard, responsible for patrolling and guarding the earth god temple, as well as overseeing the village. A month earlier, the village had only 26 first-tier, mid-level warriors. However, in this month, 14 more had received Lord Zhanyue's blessings, becoming first-tier, mid-level warriors. Additionally, one more first-tier ultimate warrior, Chen Ergu, had emerged as the captain of the temple guard. Presently, Sihai village boasted 7 first-tier ultimate warriors and 40 first-tier, mid-level warriors. Temple steward, are we preparing to take action? Li Diang inquired, gazing at Li Yuming, who occupied the seat of honor. Below him sat Chen Matzi and Liao Jingxian, while opposite them were Zhang Rongue, Li Xiaowu, Li Xiuling, and Chen Ergu. Indeed, with only 2 months remaining until the oracle's deadline, we not only aim to fulfill Lord Zhanyue's oracle, but also to execute it to the best of our abilities. Li Yuming regarded the others seriously. Temple steward, you may give your commands. Whatever you instruct, we shall follow. Chen Matzi exclaimed fervently. With the village's population set to expand, his status as vice-village chief would naturally rise as well. Since the fall of the great Zhou Empire, demons and malevolent spirits had surged forth across the realm, leaving everyone to fend for themselves. With the county town effectively governing itself, each village and town acted independently. Li Yuming's gaze swept over the assembly, not to mention the world at large. Even within our Tsangmu town, countless humans suffer under the torment of demons. The To spread faith. We must pave the way with strength. His voice bore a note of solemnity. The crowd's eyes burned with fervor and excitement. Diang, how many new houses have you prepared? Li Yuming asked, turning his attention to Li Diang. 120 have been constructed. Though they are merely simple wooden huts, they provide shelter from the wind and rain, Li Diang promptly replied. This was the culmination of a month's effort. mobilizing the entire village, thanks to the presence of so many warriors who could carry hundreds of pounds of timber down the mountain with ease. Efficiency had significantly increased. Continue the construction. And the food supplies? Li Yuming inquired, looking at Liao Jingxian, that we still have over 4,000 pounds of preserved wolf meat from before. And the hunting teams have also made significant gains this month, bringing our total to over 7,000 pounds of cured meat. Additionally, we have stockpiled over 60,000 pounds of grain. Liao Jingxian spoke in a low voice. This batch of grain was procured after selling a considerable amount of game over the past month. We even sold 2 of the wolf corpses that showed signs of transformation. Li Yuming nodded in acknowledgement. Housing and sustenance were among his strategies to attract outsiders to Sihai Village to eye in this era. Having a roof to shield one from the elements and enough food to stave off hunger is the greatest luxury for many. These 2 necessities were also the primary reasons for his month-long wait. Rongguwei, Xiuwu, Xiuling, you 3 shall accompany me out of the village. Assemble the hunting team, he commanded. Yes, esteemed temple master, the trio responded promptly. In the divine realm, Li Yu observed Li Yuming leading the group out of Sihai Village. His expression calmed as the land deity of Sihai Village. The believers could only offer incense within his jurisdiction to gain the power of their devotion. The divine realm could be considered the core area enveloped by the divine laws, while the underworld law domain belonged to its periphery. The jurisdiction itself was merely a radiation zone of these divine laws. Thus, if one were to step outside his jurisdiction, the divine laws would no longer apply, and offering incense beyond this boundary would yield no power of devotion. Without such power, how could he obtain it? Yet, over the past month, I have amassed 52 units of divine power. A faint smile gracing his lips. Through area chat, he learned that other deities of the Blue Star had far fewer devotees. He now received 1,922 units of power daily, while most Blue Star deities could only gather 600 to 700, with some receiving merely 300 to 400. This disparity underscored the significance of establishing an invincible divine image through the majestic might of slaying demons, as well as the impact of the 47 first-tier blessing talismans bestowed upon him. He chuckled softly. Even if other Blue Star deities completed personal task 3, they could possess at most 7 first-tier blessing talismans. With fewer divine gifts, the faith of their believers would inevitably wane. Furthermore, to slay demons, one must first lure them into the jurisdiction before engaging in battle. And if the demons were not weaker than the deities, prolonged combat could tarnish their divine image. Even if they ultimately triumphed, of course, the outcome depended on individual capability. Some individuals are inherently suited to be deities. Perhaps they are even reaping more power of devotion daily than he is. However, there remains less than 4 months until the next grand festival, where offerings will amplify 100-fold. Anticipation glimmered in his eyes. Regarding the matter of offerings, he had not conveyed it as a divine oracle to Li Yuming, for offerings must not be tainted by any direct causality with the deities. If he were to relay the matter of offerings through Li Yuming as a divine oracle, it would create direct causality. Thus, the responsibility for the offerings must rely solely on Li Yuming's initiative. Yet he felt confident that Li Yuming, as his temple master, would prepare commendable offerings for the upcoming second grand festival. He then opened the area chat interface and typed a message, seeking a batch of spiritual rice seeds. No restrictions on variety. Contact if available. Throughout the past month, he had sent such messages almost daily. After all, he had yet to utilize the spiritual field talisman he had acquired. Simply because he lacked spiritual rice seeds, he had considered asking Li Yuming to find a way to procure them. But spiritual rice is distinct from spiritual rice seeds. The spiritual rice occasionally sold in the county cannot be used as seeds. Spiritual rice is unique. Only a few special individuals from each harvest can serve as seeds, and those seeds are always selected carefully. They are the lifeblood of the county's largest faction and are not available for sale. In the area chat. He was not the only one seeking spiritual rice seeds. After a month, some Blue Star deities who had completed personal task 3 and slain demons had also emerged. Completion of personal task 3 grants one the spiritual field talisman. Naturally, having a spiritual field talisman necessitates spiritual rice seeds. Otherwise, establishing a spiritual field would be futile. He initially held little hope, merely sending out a routine message to his surprise. A female deity named Jua quickly contacted him. I have a batch of white jade spiritual rice seeds, 20 units of divine power. Interested? 20 units of divine power. Liu pondered. He currently possessed 150 units of divine power. But for him, 20 units were still a significant amount. He surmised that this female deity, treachery, must have inquired with several blue star deities seeking spiritual rice seeds, but none had reached a deal. After all, this price was rather steep. Certainly, in 3 months, this price would not seem exorbitant. Yet, with only 2 months since their ascension to deityhood, divine power remained exceedingly precious, making it appear costly. What quantity are you offering? He replied that if the amount were substantial, it would not be a loss. Earlier planting of spiritual rice would lead to earlier harvest, a resource that could significantly enhance the cultivation speed of believers. Spiritual rice would undoubtedly become a hot commodity in future area transactions. Approximately 5 gene. Treachery responded. 0.5 gene would suffice to plant an entire mu of spiritual field. Liu nodded lightly. He possessed only one spiritual field talisman, capable of creating AC-class spiritual field. Of course, he had noticed that the area trading interface had others selling spiritual field talismans, but their prices were exorbitantly high, with the cheapest being 150 units of divine power each at this stage. He believed no one other than himself could afford such a cost. Even he, at present, could not justify spending 150 units of divine power on a spiritual field talisman. After all, 150 units comprised all of his divine power. However, he had long harbored a plan to generate divine power. Previously, considering that other blue star deities lacked sufficient divine power, he had not implemented it. Now, however, over 2 months had passed, and while the blue star deities had not yet accumulated enough power to ascend from the 9th tier divine rank, they surely possessed a fair amount of divine power. He did not haggle with treachery, but immediately chose to proceed with the transaction. The items traded would reveal detailed information, making it clear whether they were seeds. Moments later, 20 units of divine power vanished from him, and 5 gene of white jade spiritual rice seeds appeared before him. Each seed was plump and smooth, glistening like jade. This was a type of first-tier spiritual item that, when consumed, could greatly accelerate the nurturing speed of one's vitality, making it one of the most suitable spiritual rices for mortals and body refinement realm martial artists. Even with subpar talent, one could achieve 4 transformations of vitality through continuous consumption over the years, ultimately becoming a peak body refinement realm martial artist. He could now establish a C-class spiritual field. He gazed toward the land temple's exterior, contemplating. However, after some thought, he decided to wait. Liu Ming had gone out to recruit people. Barring unforeseen circumstances, many would soon join Sihai village. The miracle of establishing a spiritual field should not be squandered. It was the best means to instill strong faith in newcomers. First, let us try to generate divine power. He mused, his eyes gleaming. This was of paramount importance. He extended his right hand, and instantly, 10 units of divine power emanated from him, gradually forming a chain before him. 2 hours later, the chain took shape, transforming into a tangible soul-binding chain. The surface of the soul-binding chain was adorned with numerous special runes, exuding an eerie yet dignified aura, possessing a terrifying suppressive power over any spirit beings. This was a Een soldier artifact. Indeed, his plan to earn money was to sell Een soldier artifacts in the area trading interface. The ghostly envoy, now in possession of a Een soldier artifact, is no longer merely a substitute ghost envoy. Instead, he has ascended to the status of an official class ghost envoy, whose prowess far surpasses that of a substitute. The strength of a substitute ghost envoy hovers around the mid-tier of the 1st rank. The reinforced Een soldier divine technique allows a substitute ghost envoy to elevate to a D-class ghost envoy, granting them strength akin to the lower tier of the 2nd rank. Similarly, possessing a single Een soldier artifact can facilitate the same elevation. Liu's gaze flickered with insight. Currently, there should be no other individuals from the 9th grade land deity that at least none exist in this vicinity. Thus, the Een soldier artifact is solely his to sell. This represents a monopolistic venture. What kind of business is the most lucrative? Naturally, it is one that monopolizes the market. He surmised that numerous deities from Blue Star have likely conferred titles upon substitute Een soldiers or ghost envoys. Among them, certainly, there are deities seeking to enhance the strength of their substitute Een soldiers or ghost envoys. This presents a market for his Een soldier artifact. After all, he wouldn't price it excessively. He aims to ensure that the deities from Blue Star can afford it. He murmured to himself. Without hesitation, he opened the regional trading interface and promptly listed the Een Soldier artifact, Soul Binding Chain, for sale. 20 units of divine power for one piece. It was merely a modest profit. And he felt he was being overly generous. He sighed softly. Then, he turned his attention to the details of the Soul Binding Chain displayed on the regional trading interface. The name, Een Soldier artifact, Soul Binding Chain rank, second rank effect. After refining a substitute Een Soldier Ghost Envoy, they can be promoted to a D-class Een Soldier Ghost Envoy. A D-class Een Soldier Ghost Envoy can be further promoted to a C-class Een Soldier Ghost Envoy. Such an effect should be quite alluring, particularly at this stage. Very enticing indeed, Liu mumbled. Had it not been for his subordinate, Liu Ming, already possessing mid-tier strength at the second rank, he would have promoted Liao Xiaoer and Liao Qingping. After all, lacking second-rank combat power makes it challenging to navigate affairs outside the jurisdiction. Once he earns some divine power from this venture, he plans to elevate Liao Xiaoer and Liao Qingping. Having two additional second-rank combatants under his command would enable him to accomplish more. His eyes sparkled momentarily before he closed them, resuming his contemplation of the divine technique Heavenly Thunder technique. In possession of a Een Soldier artifact, it can elevate a substitute Een Soldier Ghost Envoy to a D-class Een Soldier Ghost Envoy. In a land temple of a certain mountain village, the wild deity Chu Yu's eyes instantly lit up. She had already conferred titles upon 5 substitute ghost envoys, yet she found their strength somewhat lacking. After all, the inner regions of that fabled land are guarded by second-rank demon beasts. Her previous believer had procured 10 pounds of white jade spirit rice seeds merely from the outer regions, suggesting the inner regions must harbor even greater treasures. However, lacking the requisite strength, and with the treasure lying beyond her jurisdiction, she had pondered for a long time without a solution. Yet now, the emergence of this Een Soldier artifact had illuminated a path of hope. Though 20 units of divine power seemed a tad pricey, after a moment's hesitation, she resolved to invest this amount. After all, she had just earned 20 units of divine power, so spending it wouldn't sting too much. However, just as she was about to finalize the purchase, she discovered that the Een Soldier artifact had already been sold. Who acted with such swiftness? She felt a pang of regret. I should not have hesitated. She continuously refreshed the regional trading interface, fervently hoping that someone else would list Een Soldier artifact. So quickly sold? Liu opened his eyes in astonishment. He had barely closed his eyes to contemplate the Heavenly Thunder technique when the Een Soldier artifact had already found a buyer. Feeling the influx of 20 units of divine power within him, a broad smile spread across his face. The ebb and flow had resulted in a net gain of 10 units of divine power. This sensation was utterly exhilarating. Now he comprehended where the thrill of those unscrupulous merchants originated. No, he was not one of them. He was engaging in virtuous deeds, striving to empower the deities of Blue Star through his dedicated contributions. Onward, I shall continue to contribute. He felt a surge of excitement within, promptly resuming his efforts to craft the Een Soldier artifact. Although the complete formation of Een Soldier artifact required 2 hours, with 12 hours in a day, he could potentially produce 6 artifacts. If he sold them all, it would yield a pure profit of 60 units of divine power. 60 units of divine power a day translates to 1,800 units a month. Of course, he understood that the number of Blue Star deities willing to expend 20 units of divine power on a single Een Soldier artifact would likely be limited. Yet, gaining even a little divine power was still a gain. 30 or so miles away from Sihai Village, the landscape was dotted with undulating mountains, where various villages nestled within the deep woods, living in near isolation from the world. Their desire for seclusion was not voluntary, as each village was the private domain of a demon. This region was referred to by the citizens of Tsangmu Town as the land of multitudes of demons, regarded as a forbidden zone. Master of the temple, is our objective to liberate the villagers of this land of multitudes of demons? Zhang Rongge gazed at Li Yuming with astonishment. This area is teeming with demons. It is regarded as a forbidden zone by the citizens of Tsangmu Town. This region harbors many minor demons, far less formidable than the wolf demons of Qianling Mountain. Moreover, this village is ruled by a fox demon, whose aura barely reaches the second rank that I can slay it. Li Yuming stated, fixing his gaze on the village ahead. To vanquish the demons and rescue the villagers who have suffered at their hands. These villagers, tormented by demons, would undoubtedly possess a much deeper faith in the deities. This was a decision reached after much contemplation to fulfill the divine mandate bestowed by the illustrious Zhang Yuegong. It must be executed splendidly. This requires addressing both the quantity and quality of believers. The villagers here lead lives far more wretched than before. Having rescued 9 people from the wolf demons of Qianlang Mountain 3 years ago, they provided the 4 villages with respite. However, here, the demons, if displeased, would resort to cannibalism. Should their demon companions arrive, they might even sacrifice a few villagers to entertain their guests. If the villagers lack sufficient numbers, no matter, they can always capture some from the outside. Yet, upon hearing that there exists a formidable demon within this land of multitudes of demons, Zhang Rongui still hesitated. This is too perilous. After all, these are demons, terrifying, unfathomable demons. What of the great demon? Li Yuming retorted passionately. Behind us stands the immensely powerful Zhang Yuegong, that if that great demon dares to emerge, it shall be vanquished by Zhang Yuegong. Zhang Rongui nodded in agreement. Indeed, they had the backing of a righteous deity. Li Xiuwu and Li Xiuling both nodded vigorously. In the eyes of these two-class believers, Zhang Yuegong was truly invincible. Let us proceed. Li Yuming led the way, followed by Zhang Rongui, Li Xiuwu, and Li Xiuling, 3 first-rank peak martial artists. Behind them trailed 20 mid-tier first-rank martial artists. Who are you? At the entrance of the Fox Village, 2 robust men with greenish eyes stood guard. Seeing Li Yuming and his large entourage, they were unafraid and inquired loudly. After all, they were subordinates of the Fox Demon Lord. Which human would dare to act against them with such audacity? In their eyes, were not the rest of humanity merely sustenance? After all, when the Fox Demon Lord was in a good mood, he would bestow upon them some meat to consume, to act as accomplices to the tiger. They deserved death, Li Yuming instructed calmly. During the month of waiting, he had not been idle. He had visited the realm of the demons several times, thoroughly investigating many matters concerning this region. These demonic lackeys, each one a gluttonous fiend, had committed countless atrocities and were all deserving of execution. With a swift motion, 2 warriors stepped forward, their blades descending to slay 2 robust men who wore expressions of disbelief, though they were minions of the demons. They had yet to become true warriors. Soon, they arrived within the Fox Village. Almost immediately, a dozen burly men, their faces grotesque and eyes glinting with a sinister green, gathered around, sneering. Where did these 2-legged sheep come from? They've delivered themselves right to the Fox Demon Lord as snacks. Break their legs and confine them in the pen. The leading man commanded with a sweeping gesture. He was a warrior, and with 2 more warriors at his side. He believed dealing with a dozen men would be a trivial task, deeming them unworthy of being regarded as humans. Kill them all. Gazing at the multitude of green-eyed men, Li Yuming declared coldly. Consuming their own kin had turned their eyes green. The more they consumed, the greener their eyes became. In a flash, the gleam of blades cut through the air like lightning, and one by one, the green-eyed men fell easily to the ground. Even though 2 of them were first-tier lower warriors, and the leader was a first-tier, mid-level warrior, they were dispatched in the blink of an eye. Surrounding the crude wooden and thatched huts, numerous disheveled villagers remained hidden, peering out with trepidation. Upon witnessing the demise of the green-eyed men, tears of resentment welled in many eyes. They harbored hatred for the demons and for those who willingly served them. Feasting upon the flesh and blood of their own kin with gluttonous abandon, you must leave at once. Once you've slain the Fox Demon's subordinates, the Fox Demon will soon come for you. You will find it impossible to escape. An elderly man trembled as he pushed open the door of a thatched hut, his voice filled with sincerity. Indeed, brave warriors, please hurry. Do not end up like us. Mere livestock for the Fox Demon, another elder chimed in, stepping forward. Observing the 2 elders, then glancing at the other villagers who were cautiously hiding, Li Yuming's expression turned stern. Dear villagers, I am Li Yuming, the temple priest personally appointed by the land deity of Sihai Village. I have come to slay the Fox Demon on your behalf. The moment these words left his lips, the villagers of the Fox Village erupted in disbelief. Unable to fathom the notion of slaying such a terrifying creature as the Fox Demon, they could scarcely believe Li Yuming's claim regarding the land deity, dismissing it as mere self-aggrandizement. You must flee. The Fox Demon is coming, the 2 elders urged anxiously. The Fox Demon had indeed arrived. Li Yuming turned his gaze forward, where a tempest swirled. and through the chaos strode a massive creature. Towering over 10 feet, its blood-red form radiating an aura of terrifying demonic energy. The villagers, paralyzed with fear, scurried beneath their beds, trembling uncontrollably. The two elders collapsed to the ground, their faces ashen. But a human warrior? Keek keek. I adore feasting on human warriors. They are so chewy and full of vitality. Let me count. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. So many human warriors. It seems I can enjoy several meals today, and among them, there is even a first-tier peak human warrior. The colossal fox demon licked its lips, its face contorted with greed. Though its simple mind could not accurately count the number of human warriors present, it could see there were many. Capture them all. They are the finest two-legged sheep. A fierce grimace spread across its fox-like visage, as torrents of demonic energy surged forth, transforming into blood-red ropes aimed to ensnare Li Yuming and the others. Monster, you seek death. That a flash of murderous intent ignited in Li Yuming's eyes, that the chi within him surged forth, that in an instant, vast amounts of chi began to circulate in a specific manner, coalescing into a billowing cloud of white mist before him. The white mist surged forth, blocking all the blood-red ropes. Immediately, the ropes became ensnared within the white mist, unable to penetrate. In the next moment, Li Yuming pointed his finger, and a massive golden blade, shimmering with rich golden radiance, materialized out of thin air, swiftly cleaving down upon the fox demon. The fox demon shrieked as one of its arms was severed, blood gushing forth. In the blink of an eye, 5 golden blades floated in the air, transforming into 5 streaks of golden light that incessantly struck the demon's neck. The fox demon exerted all its strength to block with its demonic energy, but the golden blades were razor-sharp, and they came relentlessly, rendering its defenses futile. In a flash, the demon's neck was severed, its head rolling to the ground, and scalding demon blood spattered across the earth, the headless corpse standing momentarily before collapsing. Witnessing the lifeless body of the fox demon on the ground, the two elders, still prostrate, were rendered speechless. They could scarcely believe their eyes. The fox demon was dead, slain right before them. Their gazes were filled with bewilderment. Villagers, I have slain the fox demon. However, this place is rife with other demons. You must immediately follow me to Sihai village, where the land deity offers protection, and you shall no longer fear becoming prey to demons. Upon relocating to Sihai village, each household will be provided with a house, and each person will receive 5 jin of meat and 100 jin of grain. Li Yuming proclaimed somberly, his voice, enhanced by the chi within him, resonated throughout the entire fox village. The villagers, who had previously cowered in their homes, were momentarily stunned. What? The fox demon has been slain. Did they hear correctly? The opponent claimed to have defeated that fearsome fox demon. Gradually, some villagers began to peer through the cracks of their homes, and upon seeing the enormous corpse of the fox demon lying on the ground, their eyes widened in disbelief. The fox demon was truly dead? A bold villager rushed out, gazing at the genuine corpse of the fox demon and weeping tears of joy. The fox demon is truly dead. More and more villagers emerged, until eventually, the entire village congregated. Their excitement palpable as they beheld the lifeless body of the fox demon, tears streaming down almost every face. Many of their loved ones had fallen victim to the demon, now that the fox demon was slain. Their vengeance was fulfilled. Benefactor, please allow this old man to bow before you. The first elder to step forward trembled as he bowed to Li Yuming, choked with emotion. All 3 of my sons, 1 daughter, 2 daughters-in-law, and 4 grandsons were devoured by the fox demon. Benefactor, for slaying the fox demon, I have no means to repay you, but I vow to repay you in the next life. All the villagers knelt before Li Yuming, overflowing with gratitude. Dear villagers, you must quickly prepare to leave. I will lead you away, and if you remain here, you will surely become food for other demons. Li Yuming helped the elder to his feet. Speaking earnestly, the villagers nodded vigorously. To escape this place was their utmost desire. Moreover, with such a formidable benefactor watching over them, their future seemed hopeful. By evening, Li Yuming, accompanied by a multitude of villagers from the fox village, finally returned to Sihai village. Upon observing the wolf meat hanging at the doors of every household, the villagers from the fox village could scarcely believe their eyes. Did the inhabitants of Sihai village truly have meat to eat in every home? What kind of heavenly existence was this? They had long forgotten the taste of meat, though they often caught a whiff of it. It had always been the fox demon feasting on humans. Chun Matsi, register them, he commanded. Liao Jingxian, allocate houses, meat, and grain to them. For those who are alone and have no home, arrange for them to share a house with 4 people. Liu Ming commanded. The total number of villagers in Fox Village amounts to 112. Among them, there are only 3 elderly individuals and 6 children. The scarcity of the elderly is naturally attributed to the harshness of life that makes survival exceedingly difficult. The limited number of children is a result of the fox demon's preferences. Let us rest for the night today, and tomorrow we shall take them to the land temple to offer incense. Zhang Rongwei, you shall be responsible for this matter. Liu Ming continued to issue commands. The others accepted their tasks and immediately busied themselves. The villagers of Sihai village stood curiously nearby, casting friendly smiles at the somewhat timid villagers of Fox Village. For the villagers of Fox Village, everything here felt like a dream. Bathing. In Fox Village, one is only eligible to bathe the day before becoming food. Eating meat, being full, wearing clothing that covers the body. These were luxuries beyond their wildest dreams. Yet now, they had all of this. Many discreetly wiped away tears, obediently following the arrangements. Thus, over the course of a month, Liu Ming successfully brought back more than 1,100 individuals from the land of monsters, having slain 7 demons. All were mere second-tier monsters, completely no match for Liu Ming. After all, he was not a martial artist, but a temple priest bestowed by the deities. The chi within him allowed him to wield both the little golden blade technique and the little cloud and mist protection technique. These 2 spells evidently enabled him to inflict greater harm upon the monsters than martial artists of the same tier. At this moment, just as dawn broke, a multitude of Sihai villagers had already gathered in front of the land temple. That a large area had been cleared in front of the temple. Regardless of whether they were the original villagers of Sihai or those who had joined over the past half-month from the land of monsters. All were kneeling on the ground. Everyone quietly offered incense and prayed. Even the villagers who had joined later displayed a remarkable piety. After all, the current days were infinitely better than the past, when any day could see them devoured by demons. Both the temple priest Liu Ming and the original Sihai villagers informed them that all of this was a gift from Zhang Yuegong. They recounted with pride various miraculous events that had occurred in the village, leaving the newcomers in a daze, gradually fostering a sincere devotion to Zhang Yuegong. In the divine realm, Liu observed the multitude of villagers kneeling in front of the land temple. A smile gracing his lips. The personal task had been completed. The requirement of having 1,500 believers had been met. It was time to manifest another miracle, to deepen their faith, he murmured. His gaze serene. Having been a deity for over 3 months, he had fully acclimated to the sensation of looking down upon the masses from on high. Liu opened the personal tasks interface and claimed the rewards for task 4. Instantly, 40 units of divine power materialized within him. 5 first-tier blessing talisman scrolls and 1 second-tier blessing talisman appeared before him. He now possessed 925 units of divine power, almost 1,000, over the past month. He had sold a total of 76 soldier artifacts. However, in the past week, another Blue Star deity had ascended to the rank of a 9th-tier land deity and began competing with him for business. Prices had started to plummet. Now soldier artifact sold for only 12 units of divine power, yielding a mere 2 units as profit. Liu chuckled softly. He was not particularly concerned. After all, he had amassed a considerable amount of divine power through the soldier artifacts. In the recent week, the newly ascended 9th-tier Blue Star deity had initiated a price war, drastically reducing profits, making it difficult to earn significant divine power. Not to mention, he was on the cusp of ascending to the 9th tier himself. When that time came, his divine techniques would become even more formidable, potentially allowing him to create 3rd-tier soldier artifacts. If he succeeded in crafting 3rd-tier soldier artifacts, he would monopolize the market. Meanwhile, the price of 1st-tier blessing talismans had begun to rise. They now commanded a minimum of 5 units of divine power each in a month's time. As more individuals ascended to the 9th tier and accessed the divine battle interface, realizing the significance of believers, prices were likely to soar. Liu maintained a calm expression. Initially, he had purchased 40 1st-tier blessing talismans in one go. Over the past month, he had acquired an additional 20, 10 of which were procured at 3 units of divine power each. While the other 10 were purchased at 4 units each, His gaze fell upon the multitude of believers outside the land temple. With a gentle wave of his hand, a spiritual field talisman flew into his grasp. In the next moment, the spiritual field talisman soared out of the divine realm. Outside the land temple, numerous believers knelt upon the ground, bowing and praying to Zhang Yuegong. Suddenly, a radiant golden talisman shot forth from the statue of the land deity, emitting a dazzling divine light. Accompanied by an overwhelming aura that suppressed the very heavens and earth, the talisman soared through the air, rapidly expanding until it reached the size of an acre. This acre-sized, shimmering golden talisman hovered above the heads of the crowd, leaving all the believers agape with astonishment. When had they ever witnessed such a miraculous sight? Even Li Yuming, the temple priest, bore a look of shock in his eyes. He had not anticipated that Zhang Yuegong would manifest such a grand miracle this time. Zhang Yuegong had revealed himself, a miracle, the miracle of Zhang Yuegong. May Zhang Yuegong bless my child with health and free from calamity. May Zhang Yuegong bless my family with warmth and sustenance, that we may no longer suffer from hunger and cold. All the villagers became fervent, continuously bowing in worship, with Zhang Yuegong revealing his miracle. He must certainly be watching over them now. The newcomers, witnessing the miracle for the first time, were particularly exhilarated. Zhang Yuegong truly existed. The temple priest and the other villagers had not deceived them. Sihai village was indeed under the protection of a deity. From this day forth, they too would enjoy divine protection and no longer be subjected to becoming the blood food of demons. Many wept tears of joy, prostrating themselves in the utmost sincerity, having once dwelled in the land of demons, where each day posed the risk of becoming a meal for them. They understood how precious it was to live under the protection of a deity. Free from fear, they cherished it. They expressed their gratitude for Zhang Yuegong's blessing. In midair, the acre-sized talisman soared, swiftly landing on a nearby vacant plot of land adjacent to the land temple. Instantly, this plot shimmered with golden light, as if some immense power were transforming the earth. Moments later, the golden light dissipated. This acre of land became infused with spiritual energy, transforming into wisps of white mist that gently floated upwards, resembling a celestial realm. The mist lingered, ethereal and elusive. What is this? Li Yoming's pupils constricted tightly, his eyes revealing wild joy and excitement. A spiritual field. The spiritual energy materialized into mist. This was indeed a spiritual field. Zhang Yuegong had bestowed upon them a spiritual field. Behind him, the village chief Li Diang, deputy chief Chen Matzi, Liao Jingxian, and others trembled with shock, their faces alight with exhilaration. A spiritual field. This was something that, in the county, existed only in a mere 1.5 acres. Coveted by the strongest family as their lifeblood. Now, Sihai village also possessed a spiritual field. With Zhang Yuegong's protection and now a spiritual field, they felt an overwhelming optimism for the future as long as they worked diligently to obtain seeds for spiritual rice to plant. Sihai village would continuously yield an abundant harvest of spiritual rice. The number of martial artists in the village would undoubtedly explode. Thank you, Zhang Yuegong, for your blessings. Li Yuming took a deep breath, raising the lit incense in his hand, and shouted, "Bow to Zhang Yuegong." All the villagers raised their incense together, shouting in unison, their voices soaring to the heavens. The rich aroma of incense and the fervent wishes surged like a tide towards the land temple. At the very back of the crowd, two seemingly dull men exchanged glances, both reflecting shock and disbelief in their eyes. A miracle. A spiritual field. The land deity of Sihai village truly existed. Brother, this matter must be reported to the family head without delay. A true deity. 1 acre of spiritual field. Moreover, I believe that this acre of spiritual field does not resemble a Ding level spiritual field. It could very well be a higher tier Bing level spiritual field. The younger of the two men whispered, his voice trembling with fear. Silence. There is a deity watching. The elder man's expression shifted dramatically as he reprimanded him in a hushed tone. Yet, his own countenance was equally tumultuous, reflecting shock, excitement, and reverence, a myriad of emotions. The two brothers had originally ventured into the land of demons to gather herbs, only to find themselves captured and imprisoned in a sheepfold. Despair had begun to envelop them, with the gnawing fear of being devoured by the very monsters they sought to evade. After all, what sort of place was the land of demons? Those who entered the sheepfold were akin to two-legged sheep, destined to become fodder for the demons. Yet, unexpectedly, they encountered a human powerhouse who vanquished demons and brought them here. Providing them with shelter and provisions, if that were all, it would have sufficed. But to their astonishment, there stood a true deity. What should they do? Should they report the situation here to the family head? Unbeknownst to them, the temperature around them was notably cooler than in other areas. Liao Xiao'er, clad in the garb of a ghostly envoy, knelt beside them, her expression icy as she regarded them. However, the paths of humans and spirits diverge. She could see them, yet they could not perceive her presence. Beside Liao Xiao'er stood Liao Qingping, and behind the two men were 3 additional ghostly envoys, all former villagers who had naturally passed away due to old age and had reached a level of piety classified as B-level believers, after being conferred as substitute ghostly envoys. Their souls returned to a youthful state of approximately 30 years. Within the divine realm, Liu sensed an influx of more fervent faith, a satisfied expression gracing his features. Truly, divinity serves as the finest instrument of faith. This striking manifestation of divine miracles is indeed the most potent of tools. He opened the believer information to inspect. Believer information, daily offerings, 5,871 D-level believers. 0, providing 100,000 daily offerings. C-level believers. 0, providing 10,000 daily offerings. B-level believers. 0, providing 1,000 daily offerings. A-level believers. 10, providing 100 daily offerings. B-level believers. 362, providing 10 daily offerings. C-level believers. 1,223, providing 1 daily offering. D-level believers. 285, providing 1 offering every 10 days. A total of 1,878 believers. Just yesterday, the daily offerings amounted to only 122. With today's divine miracle on display, there was an immediate increase of 749. A smile spread across Li Yu's face. Each day, he could garner nearly 6 units of divine power. Over the course of a month, that would amount to close to 180 units of divine power. In just over half a month, he would ascend to the rank of a true 9th-tier deity. However, it appeared that attaining B-level believer status was indeed a formidable challenge. Li Yoming's devotion could be deemed exceedingly sincere, even fervent. Yet, despite this, he remained at the A-level believer tier and had yet to ascend to B-level believer status. A flicker of realization crossed Li Yu's mind. Could it be that B-level believer status had requirements regarding cultivation level? Although he was a deity, he remained oblivious to the criteria necessary for believers to achieve B-level believer status. After all, he had yet to possess a single B-level believer. Only after acquiring one could he deduce the requirements for their ascension. Among the 10 A-level believers were Li Yuming, the temple keeper, Li Diang, the village head, Chun Matzi, and Liao Jingxian, the deputy village heads, and Zhang Rongguei, who assisted Li Waoming. Li Xiaowu, Li Xiuling, and Shen Ergu were responsible for the hunting team and temple guard. Additionally, there were 2 more A-level believers among the crowd, 2 young individuals. 1 male and 1 female. The male was named Zhang Qianan, a villager from the former Zhangjia village. The female, named Deng Zhu, was a villager brought back from the land of demons and was the most devout among all villagers who had joined Sihai village from that place. Among all the believers, Li Yu placed the utmost importance on A-level believers. When the time came to confer divine status, he would undoubtedly choose individuals from the ranks of A-level believers. He possessed 32 first-tier blessing talismans, which he decided to bestow all at once. As for the second-tier blessing talisman, he focused his gaze on Li Diang, the village head. The second-tier blessing talisman would elevate Li Diang, who had reached the first-tier limit, directly to the second-tier mid-level Qi master. As the village head, he ought to possess greater strength to lead the entire village more effectively. With a thought, 32 first-tier blessing talismans transformed into beams of white light, while a second-tier blessing talisman emanated a faint blue glow, along with 5 pounds of first-tier white jade spiritual rice seeds that all soared from the divine realm. A multitude of radiant lights burst forth from the statue of the land deity. Many individuals opened their eyes, particularly the original villagers of Sihai village, whose gazes brimmed with excitement, anticipation, and longing. This was not their first encounter with the scene of divine blessings bestowed by Zhang Yuegong. They understood well that each of these beams of white light landing upon them could instantly transform an ordinary mortal into a mid-level first-tier body-refining martial artist. And this time, with so many divine gifts being granted by Zhang Yuegong. Who would not wish to be enveloped in divine favor? As long as they received the blessings of Zhang Yuegong, they could elevate their status within the village. They yearned. They anticipated. They hoped to be among those blessed by the gods. Yet, the white light flashed and surged into the bodies of the 32 believers. Instantly, these 32 individuals were filled with elation, their bodies trembling with excitement. Among them, Zhang Qianan and Deng Zhu, who had become A-level believers, were enveloped by 2 beams of white light. The others looked on with envy, some displaying expressions of disappointment. However, they quickly rallied, realizing their faith was not yet fervent enough if they could deepen their devotion to Zhang Yuegong. They were certain that they too would be among the next recipients of divine blessings. What is this? Li Diang's eyes widened as the blue radiance surged into him. He felt an overwhelming force of vitality erupt within him, far more potent than the previous blessings he had received. This tremendous vitality surged through him. The bottleneck that had previously resisted him, even after several attempts to break through, was instantaneously shattered. The torrent of vitality burst open his dantian, transforming into streams of true energy. In a mere breath, his dantian was filled with an unceasing flow of true energy. Subsequently, his dantian expanded, doubling in size. He directly ascended from the first-tier limit to the second-tier Qi Master, and not merely at the lower tier, but as a mid-tier Qi Master due to the expansion of his dantian. A surge of powerful strength erupted. Li Diang was overwhelmed with excitement and elation. He had not anticipated receiving the grace of Zhang Yuegong once more, elevating him to the status of a mid-tier Qi Master. Li Yuming gazed at him in astonishment. The strength emanating from him was now comparable to his own. Yet, more than anything, he felt joy. Finally, the village had birthed a second individual with second-tier combat prowess. Moreover, it was not merely a lower tier, but a mid-tier. At the second-tier Qi Master level, one could contend with weaker demons. Indeed, a mid-tier martial artist possessed the astonishing ability to vanquish feeble demons. Chenmatsi, Lao Jingxian, Zhang Rongui, Li Xiaowu, and others all wore expressions of envy. They too aspired to ascend and become second-tier Qi Masters. Do not be envious, as long as you devote your faith sincerely to Zhang Yuegong. You too will undoubtedly ascend to the second tier and become a martial artist. There is even a chance for advancement to the third tier and become a Yuan Gangran martial artist. Li Yuming spoke solemnly. The others nodded, their eyes filled with longing. A third Yuan Gangran martial artist. They prostrated themselves in devout reverence, offering their most sincere faith to the revered Lord Zhangya. Meanwhile, Li Yuming's gaze was fixated on an additional bag that lay before him, his face reflecting curiosity and excitement. This was the first time the Lord Zhangyue had bestowed a gift. What could be inside? He extended his hand and opened the bag before him. Instantly, the gleam of white jade emerged before his eyes. Li Yuming's face was instantly alight with ecstasy. Spirit rice seeds. The Lord Zhangyue had granted him a plot of spiritual land, and now he had bestowed spirit rice seeds. The villagers of Sihai could commence the cultivation of spirit rice. In the dead of night, Li Yu's gaze fell upon the ghostly envoy Liao Xiu'er, who knelt outside the land temple, and he spoke calmly. What is it? Liao Xiu'er replied respectfully. Respected deity, 2 individuals from the Wei family of Tsangmu town have been discovered as spies in the village. Should we apprehend them? Having been a prospective ghost envoy for 2 months, she had never taken it upon herself to make decisions. Furthermore, she had diligently fulfilled her duties regarding the soul harvesting tasks within the ghost envoy's jurisdiction. There is no need for concern, Li Yu replied with tranquility. Spies? This posed no threat to him at most. It would merely sow seeds of doubt within the Wei family of Tsangmu town. After all, for the human populace of this realm, the existence of a genuine deity was exceedingly difficult to believe. Speaking of which, Li Yu mused to himself, I wonder where the nearest deity from Blue Star resides. He had initially thought that there would surely be a Blue Star deity nearby. However, after more than 3 months, there had been no whispers of other deities manifesting. It was evident that even the closest Blue Star deity might be quite distant. His gaze shifted to Liao Xiu'er, who remained kneeling outside the land temple. After more than 2 months of observation, he found her capabilities commendable, and more importantly, she understood the importance of discretion. It was time for her to progress. Liao Xiu'er, he declared, from this day forth, I appoint you as a formal ghost envoy. I bestow upon you the soul-binding artifact, soul chain. elevating you to Class C Ghost Envoy, to lead the other Ghost Envoys. He gently raised his hand, and 10 strands of divine power surged forth from within him, coalescing into a reinforced ghost soldier talisman that soared through the air, landing upon Liao Xiaoer. Instantly, the ghostly energy around her intensified, her form visibly solidifying, even a hint of rosy color appearing on her face. The ghost envoy's robe deepened in hue, subtly emanating an air of authority from the underworld. Following this, a pitch-black, terrifying soul chain flew forth. Landing in Liao Xiaoer's hand, she grasped the soul chain, her ghostly energy intertwined with it, and in the blink of an eye, she refined the chain, powerful ghostly energy surging forth, causing her aura to swell once more. In mere moments, Liao Xiaoer transformed from a mere Class D mid-tier prospective Ghost Envoy to a Class C Ghost Envoy, possessing the strength of a Class B upper tier. Thank you for your divine bestowal. Liao Xiaoer exclaimed, her voice brimming with excitement. Feeling the powerful energy coursing through her, she trembled slightly. This was a strength she had never before imagined. At that moment, the other 4 prospective Ghost Envoys in the underworld domain also materialized from the ground. Kneeling with expressions of envy directed at Liao Xiaoer, Liu Tang. Liu continued, from this day forth, I appoint you as a formal Ghost Envoy of Class D, to assist Liao Xiaoer in leading the other Ghost Envoys. Liu's gaze fell upon Liu Tang, his tone unassuming. He was the eldest elder of the Li family village, one of the original 5 Class B believers. He had passed away after a fall over half a month ago. His spirit had been brought back by Liao Xiaoer, and was now conferred as a prospective Ghost Envoy. Once again, 10 strands of divine power surged forth, coalescing in front of him into a reinforced ghost soldier talisman before flying out of the divine domain and merging with Liu Tang. His ghostly energy surged, propelling him from a Class D mid-tier to a Class D lower-tier Ghost Envoy. Thank you for your divine bestowal, Liu Tang expressed with utmost reverence. Beside him, Liao Qingping appeared somewhat despondent. But upon recalling his sister's ascension to Class C Ghost Envoy, he felt a surge of joy. The other 2 prospective Ghost Envoys, however, showed no signs of disappointment. They had been Class B believers in life. And now, having been conferred as Ghost Envoys by the Lord Zhanyue, how could they feel anything but gratitude? The divine bestowal was a privilege. A lack of bestowal indicated their own shortcomings. What did you say? The head of the Wei family in Songmu Town gazed at the middle-aged man below him. Astonished, he doubted whether the man had been rendered senseless by the demons of the beastly lands. Uttering such absurd statements that in this world, where could there be any deities? Only demons and malevolent spirits existed. Even if there were deities, they must surely be demons in disguise, merely seeking to feast upon humanity. Wasn't there a river god in the Shunling River outside of Songmu Town? Did he not demand that the shaman select 3 individuals every month to offer as sustenance? How else would a deity consume humans? Consume humans? The middle-aged man's face displayed a look of astonishment as he quickly shook his head. Master, that is a true deity. They do not consume humans. Wei, what deities exist in this world? They are merely demons in disguise, all intent on devouring humans, the Wei family patriarch retorted. Upon hearing this, Wei Wei's face revealed a hint of hesitation. Demons in disguise? He began to waver. After all, he had only spent a little over half a month in Sihai village. Perhaps the Lord Zhanyue had simply not yet reached the time for consumption, but how could demons confer spiritual land? How could they enable so many villagers to become martial artists? Or was it that such spiritual land was merely a ruse? Bestowing martial prowess was merely a means to facilitate their feasting. With this thought, he swallowed the words on the tip of his tongue, refraining from mentioning the spiritual land. Now that you have returned, there is no need to return again. The beastly lands have lost 7 demons to that Sihai village. I have heard that the great demon of the beastly lands has been stirred. It is possible that this great demon may descend the mountain, devour the demon masquerading as a deity in Sihai village, and abduct the villagers as blood offerings. The patriarch of the Wei family spoke with a tone of reverence. The great demon? Wei Wei's complexion changed, draining of color, his eyes reflecting fear. That was a great demon responsible for the creation of the beastly lands. It was said to be a mountain lord, not weaker than the river god ruling over their Songmu town, and they had been adversaries for decades. I will go fetch my brother, Wei Wei declared immediately. He had returned to the town to report the news. But his brother remained in Sihai village. Anxiety gripped his heart that if the great demon from the beastly lands had already arrived at Sea Village, his brother could very well be devoured in one gulp. Regardless of whether the deity in Sea Village was a demon in disguise, how powerful could it truly be if it only governed one village? Meanwhile, the great demon from the beastly lands was renowned and terrifying. The Wei family patriarch nodded and sighed. Hurry back. His expression was one of profound fatigue. After all, as the head of the Wei family, the largest clan in Sangmu town, he bore immense pressure. Each year, the river god demanded 2 martial artists as offerings. The shaman had established this rule, and one of the martial artists had to be provided by the Wei family. If the Wei family failed to meet this obligation, they would face the wrath of the river god. He could not bear the wrath of the river god, and thus he had no choice but to exhaust himself to ensure his clan bore children, striving to cultivate martial artists to offer as food to the river god. This is the fate of the Wei family. The Wei family can only continue to struggle for survival in this manner. However, at the very least, the Wei family only needs to sacrifice one person to the river god each year, allowing our lineage to persist. The clan leader of the Wei family murmured to himself, contemplating the harsh realities of the world that Tio survive and ensure the family's legacy is already a luxury coveted by countless individuals. That it is now late March. The spring planting has concluded, and Sea Village has opened up many fertile fields, all planted with rice. That a multitude of warriors has emerged, serving as the finest labor force within the village. They excel in constructing houses and are equally adept at cultivating crops. Master Temple Keeper Li Deyong spoke as he stood behind Li Yuming. Please summon Deng Jiu'er, and also find 10 women from among the first-tier intermediate warriors. Li Yuming commanded, his gaze fixed upon the ethereal fields suffused with spiritual energy. Even though it was already the following day, his excitement remained palpable. After all, this was a sacred field, something that even Sangmu town lacked, and the county city possessed only 1.5 acres. Now that Sea Village had obtained it, they must cultivate it diligently, ensuring that no one disrupts its sanctity. Before long, a slender young woman, appearing only 21 or 22 years of age, rushed over. Deng Jiu'er bowed and greeted. Master Temple Keeper, you summoned me? Her large eyes sparkled, and her formerly lifeless hair, now glossy and full-bodied since becoming a first-tier extreme warrior, framed a face that had gained a hint of baby fat. Following her were 10 first-tier intermediate female warriors, including middle-aged women and young girls. They too bowed to Li Yuming, their expressions imbued with respect. Having received the blessings of Lord Zhanyue, their status in the village had transformed significantly. Even those who once toiled as humble farmers now stood as the backbone of their households, with men serving them in return. There was no room for refusal, for their martial prowess had outstripped the men greatly. Especially with the support of the temple keeper and the village chief, Deng Jiu'er, from this day forth, you will be responsible for this acre of sacred field. All tasks related to planting, pest control, weeding, and protection shall be carried out by you and these 10 women under your guidance. My only stipulation is that the sacred field must remain unscathed, and the harvest must be guaranteed. Li Yuming said, turning to Deng Jiu'er with a serious expression. Me? Deng Jiu'er glanced nervously at the sacred field ahead, her hands flailing as she hastily protested. Master Temple Keeper, I cannot do this. That I lack experience, and fear I may not perform well. Before arriving at Sea Village, she had been an ordinary villager in the realm of demons, living in constant fear of being devoured by monsters and apprehensive of the pain that might accompany such an end. How could she be entrusted with such a crucial responsibility? This sacred field was a divine gift from Lord Zhanyue. She was terrified of squandering such a precious resource and disappointing the temple keeper's expectations. I say you can, and so you shall. You are one of the 2 individuals to have received the divine favor of Lord Zhanyue. You must have confidence, Li Yuming asserted, giving Deng Jiu'er's shoulder an encouraging pat. He then turned his attention to the 10 female warriors, stating, you are to obey Deng Jiu'er's arrangements. Should there be any insubordination, do not blame me. Sea Village has never expelled a villager before. Do not be the first. His tone, while not harsh, sent a shiver through the hearts of the 10 female warriors, who immediately replied, Master Temple Keeper, rest assured, we will certainly follow Deng Jiu'er's guidance. It was no jest. Being expelled by the temple keeper would render them unable to face their families. Moreover, expulsion meant losing the protection of Lord Zhanyue. I end this world rife with demons and malevolence. How long could they survive? This is the Baiyu Lingmi seed. It must be planted with meticulous care. This seed is a precious gift from Lord Zhanyue, Li Yuming said solemnly, producing a bag of Baiyu Lingmi seeds and placing it into Deng Jiuer's hands. Deng Jiuer accepted it in a daze. Not only was she favored by divine grace, but the temple keeper also trusted her so profoundly. 2 sacred items had been entrusted to her. Her expression grew resolute as she nodded earnestly. Master Temple Keeper, please rest assured, I will not disappoint you. Li Yuming smiled and nodded in response. Half a month later, in the dead of night, Li Yuming was immersed in his cultivation when suddenly 3 earth-shattering roars of beasts echoed from afar, shaking the mountains. Demons? He was immediately jolted awake and stepped outside to ascertain the source of the commotion. Even in the darkness, under the faint light of the stars, he discerned 3 colossal demons standing atop a mountain peak, roaring towards Sihai village. These were the leaders of the demon horde. Li Yuming's expression turned icy. The realm of demons was teeming with creatures, most of which were of low cultivation, merely second-tier lower level, with a few at the second-tier intermediate and upper levels. Yet among them were 3 demon leaders who had reached the second-tier extreme, not weaker than the wolf demons of Qianling Mountain. Above these 3 stood an even greater demon. He understood that their arrival was undoubtedly linked to his prior slaying of 7 demons and the subsequent influx of captives. However, he felt no concern. This was Sihai village, the domain of Lord Zhanyue. He vividly recalled the awe-inspiring scene when Lord Zhanyue manifested his divine might, commanding the thunder of heaven and earth to vanquish the wolf demons of Qianling Mountain with a single strike. What were these 3 demon leaders in the presence of Lord Zhanyue? Merely messengers of death. At this moment, villagers from every household emerged. Many had warriors among them, all with keen eyesight, gazing unflinchingly at the 3 demons atop the distant mountain peak. How dare these demons run rampant in a place blessed by Lord Zhanyue? On the mountaintop, a bear demon towering over 3 zhang with blood-red eyes, its arms bristling with black fur like steel needles, glared down at the increasingly illuminated Sihai village and bellowed, "Who dares to enter the realm of demons and slay my underlings? Come forth and meet your demise." Beside it stood a dog demon, rearing up on its hind legs, towering even higher than the bear demon. Nearly 4 zhang tall, it licked its lips, saliva dripping, eyeing Sihai village hungrily. This was a village ripe for the taking. It intended to devour 100 today, selecting only the tender and delicate. As for the 3rd demon, it was a majestic white horse, proudly lifting its head as if to disdainfully remain silent. This is a place under divine protection. How dare you demons act so brazenly? Li Yuming shouted from before the village temple, his voice echoing through the night sky, reaching the ears of the 3 demon leaders even from 5 or 6 li away. Ha ha! What divine protection! The bear demon laughed coldly. Let me see what kind of deity you have in Sihai village. Today, I shall consume your god. With that, the massive creature leaped from the mountain peak, charging towards Sihai village. The dog demon and the white horse followed suit. Moments later, they had breached the boundaries of Sihai village. Master, shall we not take action? Li Yuling asked, frowning as he stood behind Liao Xiu'er. Are you a match for the demons? Liao Xiu'er retorted. Li Yuling shook his head but quickly added, even if we cannot match them, as subordinates of Lord Zhanyue, we must slay the demons to protect the villagers. The 3 candidates for the position of secondary spirit messengers, who had transitioned after their deaths, nodded in unison. In life, they were villagers of Sihai, harboring profound emotions for their home at this moment, witnessing the approach of the malevolent entities. Their desire to vanquish the fiends was palpable. Remember, they were reminded, we are spirit messengers. Our duty is to collect souls, to manage affairs of the underworld on behalf of Lord Zhanyue. Humans and spirits tread divergent paths. Resisting these demons is not our responsibility. Moreover, we are hardly capable of overcoming them. What purpose would it serve to rush into battle? Liao Xiu'er shook her head, her voice tinged with resignation. Yet, she felt no trepidation. Lord Zhanyue resided within the divine realm. Mere demons could be dispatched with a mere wave of his hand. Her gaze shimmered with fervor. Within the divine realm, Li Yu observed the 3 demons with an indifferent expression. Just 12 more divine powers were required for him to ascend to the 9th rank. You 3 demons have arrived at an opportune moment. Selling your corpses would yield over 1,000 divine powers. He murmured, anticipation flickering in his eyes. After all, this was a chance for divine ascension, a pivotal step towards attaining the 9th rank. For deities, elevation in rank was paramount. Ascending would significantly amplify his strength, elevating him from the 9th-tier land deity to a master of the yin-yang realm, a pinnacle of this world. Now, what of the 9th rank? He gazed down upon the 3 demons that had intruded into the territory of Sihai. Within his jurisdiction that he then gently raised his hand, confronting these demons, merely at the 2nd-tier limit. He need not expend divine power. The bounds of his jurisdiction were under the dominion of his divine principles. Ha ha! You humans are but 2-legged sheep, destined to be our sustenance. Accept your fate and become our food. The bear demon cackled, its blood-red eyes fixated on the humans it could now see, drool dripping from its maw. It realized that the humans here were far more succulent than those from the land of demons. Humans, devour them, consume them all. The canine demon stood upright, saliva cascading down as its green eyes glinted hungrily at the villagers of Sihai, yearning to swallow them whole. Moreover, it noticed an abundance of martial artists among the villagers, humans with substantial vitality, ripe for the taking. Only the pristine white steed remained aloof, though it was a demon. It never partook in human flesh. After all, its youthful master had been human, treating it with kindness, and it vowed never to consume humans. Its presence here was merely by command, to eliminate the demons masquerading as deities. Yet, while it refrained from eating humans, it dared not assist them either, for should its aid be discovered, it would surely meet a swift demise. Just then, it sensed an unfathomable and terrifying force surging from all directions. Before this overwhelming power, its own demon energy, having reached the 2nd-tier limit, crumbled instantaneously, unable to withstand even a hint of it. In that moment, it envisioned a deity standing high above, gazing down at it with indifference. Divine light surged, divine might crashed like a tidal wave. The creature found itself frozen in place, immobilized by the encroaching terror, and beneath this overwhelming force, its demon energy dissipated as if snow under the blazing sun. Reduced to mere fragments, fear blossomed in its eyes. A deity. There truly exists a deity here. The humans were not mistaken. A legendary deity protects this place. It was over. After over 100 years of cultivation, it was about to perish. In that instant, countless memories flooded its mind, yet the most cherished were those of its youth spent alongside its master. Moments of unparalleled beauty and nostalgia. What is happening? I cannot move. A deity. I see a deity gazing down upon me. It's over. The bear demon and canine demon were also frozen, akin to grasshoppers trapped in amber, their hearts brimming with dread. They had never imagined that a true deity could exist. They witnessed it, high above, radiating divine might. This terrifying force was the utter nemesis of their demon energy, and the strength of their opponent far exceeded their wildest imaginings. In the next moment, they hazily perceived the deity's eyes, filled with a tempest of thunder. Though they heard no sounds, it felt like an illusion. Yet, in their minds, the thunderous roar resounded. Their formidable demon souls were instantly reduced to ash beneath the thunder's might. 2 colossal demon corpses collapsed with a thunderous crash. I'm not dead. The white steed stared in astonishment at the fallen bear and canine demons, realizing it had not been slain by the deity. You have committed no sins, having never consumed human flesh. Thus, I shall spare you, echoed a voice, indifferent yet authoritative, within its mind. The small demon willingly pledged allegiance to the esteemed deity. Without hesitation, the white steed found itself able to move and promptly knelt. In an instant, its massive demon form transformed into a fair maiden clad in a flowing white gown, prostrating on the ground. Demons at the 2nd-tier level could assume human forms. However, in this realm, the human race was feeble, and most demons scorned the notion of transforming. A powerful force swept through, lifting the maiden into the air, where she landed gracefully before the earth deity, still in prostration. The other 2 massive demon bodies vanished, absorbed into the divine realm by Liu. Gratitude to Lord Zhanyue for vanquishing the demons and safeguarding Sihai. Liu Ming cast a glance at the kneeling maiden and then loudly proclaimed, bowing towards the earth deity. Thank you, Lord Zhanyue, for slaying the demons and protecting Sihai. The martial artists of Sihai erupted in fervor, chanting with devotion as they knelt before the earth deity. Thank you, Lord Zhanyue, for for eliminating the demons and safeguarding Sihai. All the villagers of Sihai shouted in unison, filled with excitement and reverence, their fervor intensifying. They had once again witnessed the might of Lord Zhanyue. The terrifying demons were utterly powerless before his divine strength. With Lord Zhanyue's protection, the villagers of Sihai would no longer be threatened by demons. Many raced home to retrieve incense, lighting it as an offering to the earth deity. The fragrant smoke wafted, swirling around the earth deity's shrine, creating an ethereal ambience akin to a celestial paradise. Within the divine realm, Liu gazed at the two demon corpses whose souls had been obliterated. Promptly activating the divine store, the price set for each corpse was 8 divine powers, surpassing that of the demons from Qianling Mountain by 1. This was likely due to the heads of the Qianling Mountain demons being annihilated by the heavenly thunder technique, whereas these 2 demon corpses remained intact. How fortunate, Liu mused. With a thought, he sold the 2 demon corpses to the divine store. Currently, there were no items for sale in the divine store. It could only acquire items from him. Whether there would be items available for purchase in the future remained to be seen. 1004 divine powers. At last, I have amassed enough divine power to ascend to the 9th rank. Liu reflected, contemplating his nearly 4-month journey since arriving. Today he had finally gathered sufficient divine power for this ascension. All thanks to the unwavering support of the deities from Blue Star. Without the sale of 76 soldier artifacts yielding 760 divine powers, how could he possibly have amassed 1,000 divine powers by now? A smile graced the corners of his mouth. After all, in the beginning, the number of believers he possessed was meager, and their devotion was not particularly fervent. The daily offerings of incense and willpower were insufficient to coalesce even a single strand of divine power. However, it was unfortunate that this bear demon and dog demon were limited to the 2nd-tier realm, not reaching the 3rd tier of demonhood. Otherwise, he mused, I would have completed personal task 5. A hint of regret flickered across his face. With a thought, he opened the personal tasks interface and beheld the details of personal task 5. Personal task 5 task description. You gradually discern that this world is rife with demons. While the human race has largely succumbed to becoming demon fodder, anger stirs within you, compelling you to eradicate the demons for the sake of humanity. Task objective: slay 2 3rd-tier demons. 02. Task reward: 10 1st-tier blessing charms, 2 2nd-tier blessing charms, and 60 strands of divine power. I shall wait until I ascend to the 9th rank. He contemplated that time. I shall devise a means to slay those 2 3rd-tier demons. His expression remained serene. For him, 3rd-tier demons posed no significant threat. After all, a 9th-rank land deity's strength was already comparable to that of a 4th-tier Yang realm master, even without drawing upon any divine power. Within the jurisdiction, he would not be weaker than a 3rd-tier Yuan Gang realm grand martial artist. Yet, all of this hinged upon one condition: the presence of a jurisdiction governed by divine law. Of course, even if Li Yuming were to employ the summon divine technique, a third of its divine might would still be sufficient to vanquish any 3rd-tier demon. This task held no challenge for a 9th-rank deity. Yet it was not something any mediocre wild god could accomplish. The first 4 tasks could be completed by lesser wild gods, but commencing from the 5th task, it seemingly required the strength of a 9th-rank deity. Liu pondered. The personal tasks evidently escalated in their demands. With a deep breath, he closed his eyes, and within him, 1,000 strands of divine power surged forth, enveloping his entire divine form in a radiant glow. When he ascended to the 9th rank as a land deity, he had already forged his divine body. It was precisely due to possessing this divine body that he could exert the strength of a 3rd-tier limit without expending any divine power within the jurisdiction. At this moment, under the onslaught of 1,000 strands of divine power, his divine body began to undergo transformation from a 9th-rank divine body to a legitimate 9th-rank divine body. Not only that, but Liu also sensed the expansion of his divine soul. His jurisdiction began to extend towards the surroundings of Sihai village, in tandem with the growth of his divine soul. The rules of the divine path were germinating, permeating, and surging forth. The thunderous roar erupted from the heavens, as if a tempest were about to descend. This time, all the villagers had returned home after paying their respects to Zhang Yugong, and were already fast asleep. Even Li Yuming had retreated to his dwelling, once again immersed in his cultivation. Before the land temple, a horse demon, transformed into human form and clad in a flowing white gown, remained kneeling on the ground. The deity had not commanded her to rise, and thus she dared not at that moment. As thunder cracked, she raised her head in trepidation to gaze at the sky. Feeling an overwhelming sense of dread, as if a great terror lurked above, causing her heart to race with fear of impending doom. Thunder, Li Yuming stepped out of his room and looked skyward. However, he could discern nothing unusual and returned to his cultivation. He could already feel that the qi within him was on the verge of filling his dantian's energy sea. Once he filled the dantian, he would be able to break through to become a second-tier qi refining master. As for why it was called qi refining master, this was a title bestowed upon him by Zhang Yugong. The priests of the divine temple were all qi refining masters, distinct from the martial qi refining masters in the land of myriad demons. Mountains rose and fell in a continuous chain at that moment, over 30 miles away from Fox Village. On a towering peak, an intense crimson demon aura suddenly erupted. The demonic energy coalesced into a blood cloud, sweeping away over 20 human souls from the village below. The remaining villagers trembled momentarily. But their expressions were already numb. They continued with their tasks. From birth, they understood that they were destined to be demon fodder. To be devoured by the Mountain Lord was an honor, and to become the Mountain Lord's meal was a divine blessing. With over 1,000 villagers left, the village chief reiterated this sentiment daily. Having heard and seen it repeatedly, they accepted their fate as demon sustenance, believing that being consumed by the Mountain Lord was a privilege and a gift. On the mountain, within a vast cavern, a massive black tiger lay sprawled, its body as dark as ink, save for its cold, blood-red eyes. Flanking it were over 20 human maidens, diligently brushing its fur that moment. It opened its gaping maw, and the blood-colored demonic cloud returned from the mountain below. One human, expression blank, watched as she was drawn into the tiger's maw, only to be devoured moments later in the blink of an eye. The enormous tiger had consumed over 20 individuals, yet still appeared somewhat unsatisfied. In the next moment, it reached out a paw, seizing 2 of the maidens who had been grooming it, tossing them into its mouth with a sense of fulfillment. Mountain Lord. The leaders of the bear demons, black dog demons, and white horse demons had vanished from Sea-High Village. Suddenly, a wolf demon charged up from the mountain, carrying a cowering demon, who knelt and reported. Trembling, the leaders of the bear demons, black dog demons, and white horse demons were all second-tier limits. How could they have disappeared in that village? Being merely a second-tier mid-level demon, it was naturally filled with fear. Useless, the Mountain Lord's eyes flared with rage. Its massive form rose slowly. Gazing down at the quaking wolf and cowering demon below, it go summon my sister to come here. 3 days later, a ghastly green cloud of demon energy soared from the distance, landing atop Tiger Head Mountain, revealing a gigantic spider. This creature bore the upper body of a beautiful woman and the lower body of a spider. The spider stood over 6 zhang tall, its 8 legs as robust as towering trees, with the frontmost limbs sharp as celestial blades, reflecting a ghastly green light. Greetings, sister. The Mountain Lord had been awaiting her arrival and immediately approached upon seeing the spider demon. Its voice was rough, yet held a hint of familiarity. Its own body had grown immensely, exceeding 4 zhang in height and 10 zhang in length, standing on the mountain like a small hillock. Nonetheless, it still had to look up to meet the gaze of the spider demon. Brother Tiger, what brings you to summon me? Do you wish for me to help you eliminate the old snake of Shunling River? The spider demon looked down upon the fearsome black tiger. Her voice low and cruel. Her eyes radiated a ghastly green light, and drool occasionally dripped from her lips, corroding the ground beneath with a hissing sound, a testament to her potent venom. Oh no. Sister, Brother Tiger can handle the old snake of Shunling River himself. If you intervene, it may alert the old venomous snake of Baifeng Zhe. The Mountain Lord shook its head, then grinned widely, saying, Sister, please come inside. Brother Tiger has prepared 30 tender and delectable 2-legged sheep maidens for you, sure to please you. The spider demon's beautiful visage lit up with satisfaction. Brother Tiger truly understands me. To maintain my most exquisite human form, I must consume more human girls. Only the blood essence of human maidens can mask my demonic aura. In the next instant, her massive form radiated demonic energy, and she transformed into a charming young girl, entirely unclothed, her physique nothing short of perfection. As she leapt onto the Mountain Lord's back, the Mountain Lord set off towards its cave, feeling somewhat helpless. This sister of his was remarkable in every way. her strength far surpassing his own. Yet, she delighted in mingling among the frail human populace, often relishing games of romance with human scholars, something he found utterly incomprehensible. To him, the weak humans were merely food. What was there to enjoy? After a brief moment, the nude spider spirit, having satiated herself with 30 human girls, lay upon her bed with a look of utter contentment. She beckoned the mountain lord with a delicate gesture, cooing, "Dear brother tiger, come and play with your sister." The mountain lord, feeling helpless, transformed into a muscular human form to engage in play with the spider spirit. He harbored no particular feelings for her. After all, his affections lay solely with the tigresses. Regrettably, the 3 tigresses he kept were simply too weak and small. Days later, the spider spirit languidly embraced the mountain lord and inquired, "Brother tiger, why have you called for me?" The mountain lord replied solemnly, "Sister, to the west of Tsangmu town, over 20 li away, lies a village named Sihai. Recently, a demon disguised as a deity has appeared there, stealing the blood offerings of the human race and slaying 7 of my subordinate demons. That I dispatched 3 demons, a bear, a black dog, and a white horse, to eliminate it. However, to my surprise, none of them returned. The demon in Sihai must possess the strength of the 3rd tier." Upon hearing this, the spider spirit nodded knowingly. "He have slain the 3 demons. It must indeed be a 3rd tier demon, given that you have provided me with human girls and afforded me such comfort. I shall accompany you on this journey." The mountain lord rejoiced and eagerly resumed playing with his sister, while the spider spirit let out a melodious giggle. In the divine realm, Liu slowly opened his eyes. A powerful divine light emanated from him, as if it could pierce the heavens and the earth. The strength he felt was immensely greater than when he was at the 9th tier. He sensed a divine body at least 5 times stronger than before, a smile of joy gracing his lips. This was the true 9th tier. Although the only change was the character from being replaced with true, the difference in power was monumental. He surveyed the divine realm and noticed that its expanse had expanded from a radius of 10 zhang to 50 zhang. The radius had increased 5-fold, while the area had grown 25 times. The jurisdiction had also expanded significantly. He felt the area influenced by his divine laws, which had increased from 50 hectares to an astonishing 1,000 hectares. 1,000 hectares is equivalent to 100,000 mu, or approximately 66.67 square kilometers, a region measuring just over 16 li in length and width. The entire Sihai village, including newly cultivated fields, was only about 80 hectares. Many peaks surrounding Sihai village, including the original Qianling Mountain, now fell within his jurisdiction. Remarkably, Qianling Mountain was a from 9th tier peak, possessing spiritual energy, capable of enshrining a from 9th tier mountain deity. Liu's eyes sparkled as he took a step out of the divine realm. And with another step, he arrived at the summit of Qianling Mountain. The mountain was not particularly high, standing only about 270 to 80 zhang tall. However, the forest was dense, since the wolf demon had been slain and many wild wolves killed by the warriors of Sihai village. The mountain had gradually become home to various other animals. Previously, the presence of the wolf demon had instilled fear in ordinary creatures, driving them away. But now that the wolf demon was no more, the spiritual energy of Qianling Mountain was far stronger than that of other peaks, naturally attracting more wildlife. Though they were somewhat oblivious, these animals instinctively pursued the spiritual energy to thrive. Mountains infused with spiritual energy are innately suited for cultivation and transformation into demons. Liu's expression remained calm as he gazed through the entirety of Qianling Mountain, perceiving its deepest recesses. There, he detected an exceptionally dense concentration of spiritual energy, lying more than 10,000 zhang beneath the mountain's surface. This mass of spiritual energy pulsed rhythmically, akin to a living heart, expanding and contracting. With each contraction, it absorbed the earth's power from all directions, and with each expansion, it released pure spiritual light, nourishing the mountain and its surroundings. Alas, he mused, I possess no fragments of divine law, preventing me from enshrining a mountain deity upon Qianling Mountain. A hint of regret flickered across his face. Now at the true 9th tier, he could enshrine 2 from 9th tier subordinate deities. However, despite reaching the true 9th tier, his divine position remained that of the land deity of Sihai village. Thus, he could only enshrine a mountain deity, as the land deity could only be he himself. Enshrine a land deity, he needed to ascend another tier. Yet, to do so, fragments of divine law were essential. Liu pondered. How might he acquire these fragments? The only method he currently knew was through the divine war. By initiating the divine war, victory would yield fragments of divine law to enshrine subordinate deities. The strength of these subordinate deities would, in turn, influence the outcome of the divine war. As the year drew to a close, it was likely that numerous deities from Blue Star would commence their own divine wars. His gaze remained tranquil, yet he did not fear the divine war. Rather, he felt a sense of anticipation. After all, he believed that with his current strength, he stood at the pinnacle among all Blue Star deities. With a thought, he opened his personal information to review the changes following his ascension to the true 9th tier. Personal information: name, Liu divine name, Zhangyue Gong divine position, Sihai village, land deity divine tier, true 9th tier, requires 15,000 divine power to ascend to from 8th tier, divine power, 10 incense offerings, 61,320 divine arts, enhanced temple blessing, 100 divine power, enhanced thunder technique, 50 divine power, wind calling technique, 50 divine power, enhanced mist technique, 50 divine power, 3rd tier soldier artifact, 50 divine power, 2nd enhancement of soldier, 100 divine power, 5-finger divine mountain, 50 divine power, earth vein power, 100 divine power, enshrinement of subordinate deities, 300 divine power. He had gained 9 true 9th tier divine arts. However, casting a true 9th tier divine art required a minimum of 50 divine power. Having just ascended, his divine power was still scant, and converting the incense offerings he had accumulated over time allowed him to cast only 1 true 9th tier divine art. Liu shook his head. Yet, having reached the position of true 9th tier land deity, even without casting any divine arts within his jurisdiction, his strength was not inferior to a 4th tier ultimate Inyang realm master, equivalent to his previous self at the from 9th tier. If he expended 10 divine power to cast a from 9th tier divine art, his strength could reach that of a 5th tier lower cave heaven realm grandmaster. Should he expend 50 divine power to cast a true 9th tier divine art, his strength would soar to that of a 5th tier ultimate cave heaven realm grandmaster. Ascending from 9th tier to true 9th tier represented a significant leap in power within this world. A smile crept across his lips. This was the might of a deity who wielded the laws of divinity. The magnitude of power enhancement far surpassed the imaginations of martial artists and demons in this realm. The wolf demons of Qianlang Mountain had cultivated for over a century, yet had only reached the 2nd tier's limits. How long had it been since he became a deity? A mere 4 months at most. In just 4 months, he had transformed from an inconspicuous wild deity at the 2nd tier's limits to a true 9th tier land deity, comparable to a 5th tier ultimate being. With another step, he traversed 12 li in an instant, arriving at a different location. This was a valley nestled between 2 peaks, adorned with a plethora of colorful blooms, their fragrance wafting through the air. Bees busily gathered nectar from the flowers, transporting it to a nearby hive towering 7 to 8 zhang high. Having seen this deity, why do you not pay your respects? Liu's expression remained indifferent as he hovered in midair, surveying the colossal hive. The exterior of the hive had begun to exhibit a crystalline sheen, indicating it had crystallized over time. With a hum, a queen bee, as thick as a water bucket, emerged from the hive, transforming into a woman clad in a yellow dress. Her pallid face reflected her anxiety as she knelt on the ground. Queen bee, I pay homage to the esteemed deity. Her aura was markedly stronger than that of the wolf demons on Qianlang Mountain, having reached a mid-tier 3rd stage. Yet, sensing Liu's overwhelming divine might, she trembled in fear, acutely aware that a mere flick of his finger could obliterate her. You bear no sins and have not consumed human lives in your cultivation. Would you be willing to submit to this deity? Liu gazed down at the queen bee with a sense of delight. This queen bee was of the mid-tier of the 3rd rank, and within the hive, there were 12 2nd-tier male bees and over 100 1st-tier worker bees. Naturally, these did not hold any significance for him. They were merely trifling creatures. What truly pleased him was that the spiritual honey brewed by this queen bee had surprisingly reached the 2nd tier. After more than a century of accumulation, this hive now contained a substantial quantity of 2nd-tier spiritual honey. This, for him, represented a considerable gain. Whether sold to the deity shop or to other deities of the Blue Star, it would yield a significant divine power. Furthermore, as long as the queen bee remained alive, this 2nd-tier spiritual honey would be a continuous source of production. The small creature is willing to submit to the esteemed deity. The queen bee rejoiced and promptly bowed down in utmost reverence. Just moments ago, she had been anxious and frightened, uncertain how this esteemed deity would treat her. She even feared that a mere gesture from the deity could bring about her demise. Yet, to her astonishment, the deity was willing to accept her as a subordinate. She was now to be a servant of a legendary god. Her heart raced with excitement. With the protection of the esteemed deity, would she no longer have to remain cooped up within this deep valley, but rather allow her offspring to venture further afield to gather honey? Liu extended his hand, directly taking away 90% of the spiritual honey from the hive. The honey is commendable. Continue to strive in its production. Should I be satisfied, I may bestow upon you the title of a deity under my command, granting you eternal life to enjoy countless years. His voice was indifferent, calm, and authoritative. The lifespan of a deity far surpasses that of mortals and demons. Even the lowest rank of a ninth-tier deity boasts a lifespan of 10,000 years upon reaching the ninth-tier deity status. That lifespan doubles, reaching a staggering 20,000 years. However, he was not particularly concerned with longevity in a world rife with demons and malevolence. Dangers lurked at every corner. The other deities of the Blue Star also posed a significant threat. Remaining at the ninth-tier rank, one would hardly reach a natural end at 20,000 years. Yet, 10,000 years of life represented an unimaginable allure for any mortal or demon. Become a deity? To live for 10,000 years, the queen bee's breath quickened, her eyes slightly reddening with excitement as she declared, "Rest assured, esteemed deity, I shall exert myself fully in the production of honey." At that moment, she had firmly resolved to showcase her true capabilities and produce a batch of third-tier spiritual honey as an offering to the esteemed deity. The thought of becoming a deity herself made her tremble with anticipation. Such a notion was simply beyond her wildest dreams. Liu nodded. He stepped forth and returned to the divine realm. During this expansion of his territory, he discovered the spiritual essence of the Thousand Wolf Mountain and this colony of spiritual bees. No anomalies were found elsewhere. Although there were some peculiar creatures showing signs of transformation into demons, he paid them no mind. Those exhibiting such signs were merely of the first tier. They would serve as a means for the villagers of Sea Village to hone their skills. Only by making them aware that dangers still lurk beyond Sea Village would the villagers' faith deepen. Liu cast his gaze upon the horse demon that remained kneeling before the Earth God shrine. 10 days had passed since he had slain the bear demon and the dog demon. His ascension from 9th tier to proper 9th tier had taken 10 days. Of course, during this time of advancement, he was not idle. He could still wield the strength of a 9th tier deity. Interesting. After kneeling before the shrine for 10 days, this horse demon had become an A-class believer. Yet, what could this horse demon accomplish? Liu pondered. The queen bee could produce honey, providing a continuous stream of divine power. What could the horse demon offer? Ride. Bai Rushua knelt anxiously before the shrine, her complexion pale. Although 10 days of kneeling would not drain her strength, the absence of attention from the esteemed deity heightened her anxiety, leaving her uncertain about how the deity intended to address her in these 10 days. The villagers of Sea had initially feared the kneeling horse demon. Despite her humanoid form, demons still inspired dread. Yet, witnessing her kneel daily before the shrine began to normalize her presence in the eyes of the villagers. There must be a reason for Lord Zhanyue to have her kneel, and the shrine master had informed them that the horse demon had never harmed humans. Which was why Lord Zhanyue spared her life. "Oh, you have a name?" Suddenly, a voice, cold yet authoritative, resonated in Bai Rushua's mind. She jolted and immediately became more devout, humbly prostrating herself. "Esteemed deity, the little demon is named Bai Rushua. Among my subordinates, there are only 2 demons. You are one of them. What abilities do you possess?" Liu surveyed the horse demon Bai Rushua from his position within the divine realm, speaking with a detached tone. Bai Rushua was momentarily taken aback. Abilities? What abilities did she possess? Her mind raced. The esteemed deity's inquiry was certainly not about her combat prowess. After all, her strength was negligible compared to the esteemed deity, who was fully aware of her capabilities. Given this, the deity's question must pertain to any special abilities she possessed, abilities that would be of use to him. What could she offer that would be beneficial? Noticing the villagers of Sea kneeling respectfully, offering incense to the esteemed deity, including a few martial artists, an idea sparked in her mind. "Esteemed deity, I can train war horses for Sea Village. if provided with a batch of ordinary horses. I can elevate them to the first tier, even to the peak of the first tier, she replied earnestly. After all, her true form was that of a horse, by utilizing her own aura or even her blood. She could gradually help ordinary horses ascend to the first tier. Training war horses? Li Yu's interest was piqued in the divine warfare. The believer's battle constituted a crucial segment, accounting for 30% of a deity's strength. Thus, he placed great importance on the capabilities of his believers. Undoubtedly, at the first and second tiers, the combat prowess of cavalry would be exceptionally formidable. If he could secure a batch of first-tier war horses, or even second-tier ones, the first-tier warriors and second-tier martial artists of Sihai village would be able to charge forth with a power that could easily surpass that of several times their own number. However, the sole challenge lay in how to incorporate first-tier and second-tier war horses into the believer's battle. The believer's battle only permitted believers to take part. This meant that in order for first-tier and second-tier war horses to participate, they first had to become believers themselves. Yet, this was not a daunting task for him. After all, Bairushua would cultivate them step by step within his territory, naturally under his divine influence, making it easy for them to become believers. In contrast, external demons would find it exceedingly difficult to achieve this. The most crucial point was that they must not have harmed humans. The divine path is rooted in the human path, with the human path serving as the foundation of the divine path. Demons that have consumed humans are fundamentally opposed to the human path, and, therefore, cannot be accommodated by the divine path. This criterion effectively excluded nearly all demons from consideration in this world. There were very few demons that refrained from consuming humans. Thus, upon discovering that the horse demon had never harmed a human, he decided to accept Bairushua into his ranks. Very well then, he commanded, "You shall raise horses in Sihai village." Bairushua promptly acknowledged the deity's command. A wave of relief washed over her, and she rejoiced. She knew she had successfully become a subordinate of the esteemed deity. From this point forward, she would no longer be merely a demon, but rather a servant of the esteemed deity. Li Yu's gaze shifted away from Bairushua, landing on Li Yuming, who was meditating within the house. It seemed that the previous invocation had greatly benefited him, and he was likely on the verge of ascending to the second tier. A faint smile graced his lips. Li Yuming had independently elevated his cultivation to the second-tier pinnacle, allowing him to conserve nearly 10 units of divine power when he employed the 9th-grade divine art-enhanced priest. Though modest, it was nonetheless a testament to Li Yuming's personal diligence. He took pleasure in witnessing the efforts of his followers, for he was a deity, not a mere caretaker. Li Yuming, he spoke slowly, his authoritative voice resonating within Li Yuming's mind. In the past, to maintain an air of mystery and power, he had conveyed divine edicts to Li Yuming through dreams. However, having now ascended to the 9th grade, his formidable strength was well established after 2 harrowing encounters with demons. There was no longer a need to rely on dreams to preserve his enigmatic stature. "Zhanyue Gong," Li Yuming exclaimed in surprise, immediately kneeling on the ground, his demeanor one of utmost respect and reverence. The snow-white horse demon, Bairushua, would henceforth be responsible for the equines of Sihai village. You may select robust war horses for Bairushua to nurture. In the 10-mile deep valley to the west of Sihai village, a group of bee demons has already pledged their allegiance to me. Do not venture there to disturb them. Liu's voice was commanding and resounding. Echoing in Li Yuming's consciousness, I shall faithfully adhere to the divine edict of Zhanyue Gong. Li Yuming responded with profound respect. Liu averted his gaze, observing the 150 pounds of second-tier spirit honey suspended in the divine domain. He pondered the worth of this second-tier spirit honey aloud. With a flicker of thought, he opened the divine shop and listed a pound of second-tier spirit honey. Instantly, a multitude of inscriptions emerged within the divine shop. Name: Black Pattern Bee Spirit Honey Tier. Second effect: consuming this honey accelerates the healing speed of beings of Tier 2 and below, with greater quantities resulting in faster recovery. The potency is mild. Price: 2 units of divine power per pound. Black Pattern Bee Spirit Honey. A restorative item. Liu's gaze flickered. Furthermore, its value was not insignificant. A pound could fetch a price equivalent to 2 units of divine power. The 150 pounds of Black Pattern Bee Spirit Honey amounted to 300 units of divine power. Previously, after laboriously selling 76 soldier artifacts, he had only earned 760 units of divine power. Now, merely from a group of demons discovered during the expansion of his territory, he had acquired 300 units of divine power, and this was merely the beginning of a continuous yield. This illustrated the vast abundance of treasures in the world. As long as the territory continued to expand, more treasures could be uncovered. The divine shop offered a price of 2 units of divine power per pound. I shall list it at 4 units of divine power per pound in the regional trading section. That does not make me a profiteer, does it? He murmured. Without hesitation, he listed 50 pounds of black patterned bee spirit honey as a trial. Pricing it at 4 units of divine power per pound, if all 50 pounds sold, that would yield 200 units of divine power. However, he estimated it might be difficult to sell, as there were not many deities who had recently ascended to the 9th grade. Most were hoarding divine power to strive for the realm of true 9th grade deities. Such restorative items were not urgent necessities, and few deities would make a purchase, with a territory of 100,000 deities. Although the buyers might be scarce, there would always be some interested. There was no rush. Liu maintained a calm demeanor. He possessed great patience. After all, listing items in the regional trading section incurred no costs. If they did not sell, he could simply withdraw them. Just then, he sensed 2 demons encroaching upon his territory. One was a spider demon, and the other, a tiger demon. He turned his gaze towards them, his expression indifferent. Is this the place? The spider demon suddenly halted, sensing that the aura here was somewhat unusual. Yet, she could not articulate what was peculiar. It was merely a feeling. Sister, just ahead, the tiger head mountain lord stated. His eyes gleaming with a crimson hue, filled with bloodlust and ferocity. Before the spider demon, he was the younger brother. However, in the presence of other demons within the Tsangmu town, he was the sovereign of the demon realm. He was one of the most fearsome demons in this area. I sensed something amiss. The spider demon frowned, casting a wary glance around. They were currently riding on demon clouds, soaring above ancient towering trees. At the 3rd tier of demonhood, one could command demon clouds to fly. Something amiss? The mountain lord was taken aback. He felt no such disturbance. Sister, with your strength, what adversaries could possibly exist around Tsangmu town? Only the old venomous snake of Baifeng Marsh could pose a challenge. He thought his sister was being overly cautious. Did demons lurking in county towns all exhibit such wariness? Before the spider demon could articulate her thoughts, her eyelids suddenly twitched. She beheld a figure manifesting from thin air, a pair of indifferent eyes gazing down upon her. Clad in a golden robe and adorned with a golden crown, he stood with arms crossed, his expression devoid of emotion. Yet, merely upon seeing him, her heart felt as though it might cease beating. An unimaginable aura of terror enveloped her, casting a shadow over her being. Terror flickered in her eyes as she attempted to turn and flee, only to find that she could not lift even a single leg. Under the weight of his divine might, she felt as though she were an insect trapped in amber, utterly immobilized, a deity. This was a true deity. Just the sight of him made her realize that he was a god, not a demon in disguise. Though she had never encountered such overwhelming divine power, she understood that he was a genuine deity. Beside her, the tiger head mountain lord's eyes mirrored her fear, his body frozen in place. The divine might was too overwhelming. With his 3rd tier lower level cultivation, he felt like an ant attempting to shake a tree. Utterly devoid of the ability to resist, regret flooded his heart. Regret so profound that it felt as though his insides were turning blue. The deity here was a true god. A legendary god. Spare the little demon, O revered god. The spider demon stammered with immense fear, struggling to speak. She fervently prayed in her heart that he would spare her life for the sake of the 5 immortals' cave. As for the mountain lord, he lacked even the ability to speak, his eyes filled with a desperate plea. The 5 immortals' cave? The deity inquired. Speak to me about the situation in Xin County. Liu maintained a cold demeanor, looking down upon the spider demon. This was the reason he had stepped out of the divine domain to confront them personally. The 2 demons before him, one at the 3rd tier lower level, were of little consequence. The other, however, possessed 3rd tier upper level cultivation, which, although not particularly significant to him, was still far superior to the demons surrounding Tsangmu town. Perhaps they hailed from Xin County? Hearing them mention the 5 immortals' cave, he surmised they were part of the demonic forces from Xin County. He was currently unaware of the circumstances in Xin County. Meanwhile, the Queen Bee and Bai Rushue under his command were either hidden in the depths of the mountains or merely at the 2nd tier limit, likely possessing little knowledge themselves. Know thyself and know thy enemy, and you shall never be defeated. He needed to comprehend the strength and influence of Xin County. The spider demon realized she could speak normally again, suppressing her fear as she hastily stated, "O revered deity, I hail from the Five Immortals Cave, where we have 5 esteemed masters, each a formidable presence of the 4th tier, even within the confines of Xian County. Our 5 Immortals Cave ranks among the top 10 demonic forces." She outlined her origins and the strength of the 5 Immortals Cave to exert pressure upon him, emphasizing that she was not a mere insignificant demon, but one of notable background. Despite the overwhelming pressure surrounding her and the grandeur of divine might, she believed this power must fall within the 4th tier realm. Therefore, she deduced that this deity's strength was likely also at the 4th tier. Considering that their 5 Immortals Cave possessed 5 4th tier great demons, she hoped he would exercise caution that if he feared them, he would not dare to kill her. What was the cultivation level of the strongest demon within the Xian County? Li Yu's voice remained indifferent. He did not inquire about the human race, for their strength was undoubtedly inferior to that of the demons. Tian Yuan Mountain is unquestionably the foremost demonic power. With the elder Tian Yuan having ascended to the 4th tier limit, one of our esteemed beings from Wuxian Cave frequently attends to the elder Tian Yuan and shares a close relationship with him. The spider spirit promptly replied, again mentioning Tian Yuan Mountain, fearful that Wuxian Cave would not suffice to contain such a deity. With the connection to elder Tian Yuan, it felt assured that the other party would not dare to harm it. After all, that was the elder Tian Yuan, the mightiest demon within the realm of Xian County, possessing the cultivation of the 4th tier limit. It seems there are indeed quite a number of 4th tier demons within Xian County. Li Yu pondered. The other party's Wuxian Cave, claiming to have 5 4th tier demons, only dared to assert a position within the top 10. Clearly, there were numerous demon powers even stronger. Yet, merely 4th tier? What significance does that hold for him? Even if they were at the 4th tier limit, daring to step into his jurisdiction, a single divine technique could easily obliterate them. Even without stepping into his jurisdiction, sending the temple keeper Li Yuming to confront them with the summoning technique would suffice to annihilate them. A third of the power of Jingzhou Pin divine technique could still effortlessly slay 4th tier limit demons. Respected deity, the little demon asked, "May we take our leave? Rest assured, I shall promptly report to the 5 esteemed beings upon my return, and they will certainly visit you on an auspicious day. My 5 esteemed beings relish forming friendships, particularly with esteemed friends like yourself." The spider spirit spoke with a subservient tone. Meanwhile, the mountain lord beside her was rolling his eyes wildly, as if to say, "Sister, let us not forget about Hu Di. We must take Hu Di with us." It was merely a demon without significant background, who had ascended to the 3rd tier lower level through fortuitous encounters, and had swiftly established a realm for demons that it fantasized about one day ascending to become a 4th tier great demon, turning the realm for demons into a formidable power within Xian County. Leave? Li Yu gazed indifferently at the 2 demons before him, man-eating fiends, steeped in sin. Having entered this divine realm, did they still wish to survive? A hint of thunder crackled in his indifferent eyes. Instantly, a terrifying thunderous sound erupted in the minds of the spider spirit and the tiger spirit. It was as if mighty thunder was rumbling. The thunderous sound contained an overwhelmingly terrifying divine might. The 3rd tier lower level mountain lord's eyes bulged as his demon soul was instantly shattered, leading to his demise. However, the 3rd tier upper level spider spirit let out a shriek, yet a burst of white light emanated from her. Within the white light was the ethereal figure of a human scholar, who united to uphold a righteous aura that blocked the thundering sound, granting the spider spirit a fleeting chance to survive. Interesting. The method of cultivation actually siphons the righteous energy of human scholars, forming a protective aura for the demon soul. Liu raised an eyebrow slightly. This was the first time he had encountered such a remarkably mysterious technique among demons. The demons he had previously slain, including the recently deceased tiger spirit, had seemed rather ordinary. Even that tiger spirit did not possess a ghost, clearly unaware of how to condense one. However, the spider spirit was far too weak. Although his gaze, containing the thunderous divine might capable of annihilating demon souls, was only at the 4th tier lower level, it was still beyond what this spider spirit could withstand with a mere technique. "Ah, you have slain me. The esteemed beings of Wuxian sect will not spare you." The spider spirit screamed again, her eyes filled with malice as she glared at Li Yu. She was filled with hatred. hatred for that damn tiger spirit, who had dared to enlist her against such a terrifying entity. She also loathed the deity before her, who showed no regard for her background as a demon of Wuxian Cave. She regretted her fleeting infatuation with the tiger spirit's strength, which led her to agree to come here. Had she not come, she could have continued lurking among humans, occasionally feasting on a few scholars and their entire families. Complimented by some human maidens, how delightful that would have been! In the next moment, the righteous aura was obliterated beneath the thunderous sound, and the spider spirit's demon soul followed suit into annihilation. Two massive demon corpses plummeted from the air, only to vanish in an instant, absorbed into Li Yu's divine realm. The corpses of third-tier demons should yield a considerable amount of divine power. Li Yu thought, a faint smile gracing his lips. Of course, the most significant aspect was that he had completed his personal task. These two demons had indeed been quite accommodating, coming to him willingly. He took a step forward, returning to the divine realm. Observing the two demon corpses, he promptly opened the divine shop and sold them. Although the corpses of demons could also be consumed by believers, as their flesh and blood were potent for replenishing vitality, the blood and flesh of these man-eating demons were heavily tainted with malevolence. Overindulgence could corrupt one's nature, rendering one cruel and violent, especially when there was a significant disparity in cultivation levels. Thus, he would not bestow the demons he had slain upon his believers, as for those hunted by the believers themselves. That was beyond his concern. If one could hunt, one was entitled to partake. Not bad, he mused. The corpse of the third-tier lower-level tiger spirit, fetching 45 units of divine power, while the third-tier upper-level spider spirit's corpse garnered 92 units. Li Yu was quite satisfied. With a total of 137 units of divine power now acquired, he was no longer confined to casting merely one Jing-Jiu-Pin divine technique as a 9th-tier land deity. He opened the personal task interface to claim the reward for task 5 that instantly. 10 first-tier blessing talismans and 2 second-tier blessing talismans materialized before him. Additionally, he felt 60 units of divine power surge within him. At this moment, his divine power had reached 268 units. This significantly bolstered his sense of security. After all, while the spider spirit claimed that the strongest in the realm of Xian County were merely 4th-tier limit demons, he pondered the possibility of a 5th-tier demon passing through that he still needed to reserve some divine power for emergencies. At least enough to cast Jing-Jiu-Pin Divine Technique 3 times 0.3 casts of Jing-Jiu-Pin Divine Technique could severely injure even a 5th-tier limit demon, driving them to flee in panic. The tiger spirit was merely a 3rd-tier demon from the realm of demons. With 3rd-tier demons and 2nd-tier limit demons perishing there, the numerous human beings in that place should all be gathered into Sea-High Village, increasing its population and expanding the ranks of believers. He murmured softly as he sensed the divine power coursing through him. He suddenly noticed 20 units of divine power materializing out of thin air, raising his total divine power to 288 units. The black pattern bee honey had sold 5 pounds so quickly. Had it been purchased by some deity from Blue Star? A glint flashed in Li Yu's eyes, and a smile crept onto his face. He then directed his gaze beyond the divine realm, towards the houses beside the land temple. Yoming's aura had notably strengthened, and he had unexpectedly ascended to the 2nd-tier upper level. To go to the realm of demons to gather those humans, his 2nd-tier upper-level strength was still somewhat lacking. Very well. Let us elevate your strength to a grander realm. Liu's expression remained calm. He extended his right hand, and instantly, 100 units of divine power surged forth, coalescing into a reinforced Temple Keeper talisman. This gathering of divine power required exactly 100 units. However, since Li Yuming had ascended to the 2nd-tier upper level, the excess divine power would return to Li Yu's body after his ascension. With a flourish, the reinforced Temple Keeper talisman shimmered with brilliance, instantly darting out of the divine realm and landing upon Li Yuming. Finally ascended to the 2nd-tier upper level. With this enhancement, he would better fulfill the divine mandate of Lord Zhongying. Li Yuming opened his eyes, feeling quite pleased. With his cultivation elevated, clarity dawned. At this very moment, with his current strength, he felt confident that he could withstand the onslaught of the wolf demons from Thousand Wolf Mountain once again. After all, he was not merely a martial artist. He was a refining master passed down from the deities, possessing combat prowess that surpassed that of his peers in martial arts. Faced with those demons lacking any significant lineage, he held a considerable advantage as well. Just then, he noticed a glimmer of deep blue light piercing through the wooden walls of his room. Infused with a potent divine aura, which swiftly surged into his body, the blessing of Zhang Yuegong, he was overwhelmed with joy. Finally, Li Yuming had once again received the blessing of Zhang Yuegong. In that moment, he felt as if a furnace had emerged within him, that a torrential wave of heat enveloped him, and countless surges of qi flooded into his dantian. His dantian, which had just ascended to the second rank and had expanded once, now swelled once more, propelling him to the pinnacle of the second rank. And that was not all. That the qi within him began to whirl wildly, suddenly forming a vortex. The vortex spun. An unprecedented surge of vitality and blood flowed into his dantian at an astonishing speed, converting into qi. Moreover, the qi was continuously purified in the midst of this rotation, becoming even more refined than before. Li Yuming understood. He had ascended to the third rank. He could hardly believe it. Had he truly ascended to the third tier so effortlessly? The wolf demons from Thousand Wolf Mountain that once instilled fear in the four villages were merely at the peak of the second rank, that he felt that now, with just a flick of his hand to unleash a little golden blade technique, he could obliterate those wolf demons that he once deemed unbeatable. Third rank. In the realm of martial arts, the third rank is known as the Yuan Gang realm, where one can project their gang qi outward, capable of cutting gold and severing iron, and is referred to as a Grand Martial Master. In the county town, a third-rank Grand Martial Master is already considered the most formidable tier. Li Yuming have actually reached the status of a third-rank Grand Martial Master. Gratitude to Zhang Yuegong. I, Li Yuming, shall undoubtedly serve Zhang Yuegong with unwavering dedication until my dying breath. His heart swelled with excitement. Meanwhile, the enhanced Temple Guardian Divine Talisman within him continued to radiate brilliance, pouring forth a vast amount of qi. Having just ascended to the third rank, he swiftly stabilized his power and then advanced to the mid-tier of the third rank. The enhanced Temple Guardian Divine Talisman retained a fragment, yet it could no longer elevate Li Yuming's prowess further. This fragment of the enhanced Temple Guardian Divine Talisman flickered and departed from Li Yuming's body, returning to the divine realm of Li Yu, transforming into 10 strands of divine-powered mid-tier of the third rank. This strength surpassed that of the Tiger Demon. Within the confines of Tsangmu Town, it would surely rank among the strongest tiers. Liu was pleased. A powerful temple guardian would be better equipped to manage his believers and develop their numbers. Naturally, the second grand festival of the year was approaching. What offerings could a mid-tier third-rank temple guardian bring him? He was filled with anticipation. After all, his offerings could amplify 100-fold the rapid development he experienced, which placed him a tier ahead of the other Blue Star deities, was primarily due to the effect of this 100-fold amplification. That a single step forward leads to swift progress. If it hadn't been for the 100-fold amplification effect that allowed him to ascend to the 9th-tier land deity on his very first day in this world, how could he have amassed such divine power through soldier artifacts and so quickly advanced to the thus? He eagerly anticipated the upcoming grand festival. Of course, acquiring rare items required not only strength, but also luck. Moreover, during this process, he, as a deity, could not intervene. Everything relied on Li Yuming himself and the other believers in the village. With a thought, he opened the personal task interface. The 5th personal task had been completed, and the 6th personal task had refreshed. Personal task 6 task description. Your act of slaying 2 third-rank demons will undoubtedly attract the attention of other demons in Tsangmu Town, further solidifying your divine might. As humanity wanes, let the divine path forge ahead, instilling fear in the demons. Task objective: slay 5 third-rank demons. 05. Task reward: 20 sets of first-tier armor, 5 sets of second-tier armor, 3 second-tier blessing divine talismans, and 70 strands of divine power. As humanity wanes, let the divine path forge ahead, Li Yu murmured. Slaying 5 more third-rank demons would naturally be a trivial matter for him. Moreover, he wouldn't even need to lift a finger. Li Yuming could complete this task for him. However, this time, the reward included armor. Deities seemed to be prepared for the divine war. Li Yu's gaze turned profound. The divine war was undoubtedly a sword of Damocles hanging over the heads of all Blue Star deities who had reached the 9th tier. When the divine war commenced, it would be a fight to the death. Only when one side fell would it conclude. Having traversed into this world and become a deity with vast prospects, who would willingly perish at the hands of another? Moreover, Had he toiled relentlessly to develop his believers only to provide them as fodder for someone else? He opened the regional chat interface, having not checked it for some time, and felt a surge of nostalgia. He also needed to stay updated on the stages of development of the other Blue Star deities. Instantly, a flurry of information flooded the interface. Shocking, just a few days ago, I caught a fox spirit who today wants me to play some Risku games with her. Am I not a dignified 9th-tier land deity? Yet that fox's tail is indeed very soft. Photo of fox spirit. I sincerely envy the senior. Ascending from the 9th tier is indeed different. I still lack a dozen strands of divine power. Is there any wealthy lady willing to support me? In the future, whatever wealthy lady's happy ball I can provide, for 0.5 strands of divine power for one. Looking to buy 1st-tier blessing divine talismans in bulk? Contact me if interested. Brothers, I, a humble girl, have adopted a group of homeless silkworm demons and have put up 5 pieces of 1st-tier silk armor for sale. Could the brothers support me? Cool photo. My heavens, the town here has been ravaged by demons. Does this not mean I will lose a significant number of believers in the future? This is truly infuriating. Who was it that sold the soldier artifacts for 20 strands of divine power at an exorbitant price? If anyone knows, please speak up. Image of grinding teeth. What is the person above trying to do? I've been asking for days. That is indeed a big shot who ascended from the 9th tier early on and is likely nearing the now. After all, that big shot selling soldier artifacts must have earned quite a bit. Terrifying, a sharp intake of breath. Am I still an insignificant wild deity while the big shots are advancing too? Have you all found a way to cheat? After watching for a while, Liu closed the regional chat interface. It seemed that more and more Blue Star deities were ascending from the 9th tier. However, why was that person inquiring about me? Could it be that they purchased more than one of the soldier artifacts I sold? Liu's expression turned peculiar. This was not outside the realm of possibility. Perhaps they encountered some urgent need and bought several. Someone is messaging me. He was momentarily taken aback, discovering that someone had indeed reached out to him privately. Opening the interface, he found that the female deity named Chu had sent him a message. I have a portion of spirit rice essence available. Are you interested? Selling it at a bargain. Spirit rice essence? Liu's eyes brightened slightly. Spirit rice essence is the essence formed by refining the leftover stalks of spirit rice after harvest. The function of spirit rice essence is straightforward. It accelerates the growth rate of spirit rice. Normally, Bayulingmi takes 4 years to mature. However, in A-grade C spirit field, it only takes 1 year to mature. This is one of the reasons why grade C spirit fields are superior to grade D spirit fields. They can hasten the maturation of spirit rice. Moreover, spirit rice essence can further shorten this time. After using a portion of spirit rice essence, within just 2 months, an acre of spirit field can reach maturation. Furthermore, a portion of spirit rice essence typically requires the stalks from 20 acres of spirit rice to be refined. How are you selling it? He responded with a message. 0.1 mu of Bayulingmi, when cultivated on being level spirit field, should yield around 300 gene. However, if planted in a ding level spirit field, it will only produce about 200 gene. This 300 gene of Bayulingmi could potentially allow the village to cultivate an additional 30 body refining realm warriors. Although they would all be 1st-tier lower-level body refining realm warriors, they would still be warriors. The emergence of such a significant number of warriors would undoubtedly enhance the productivity of Sihai village. The value should be around 60 to 70 divine powers. The female deity named Chuyu replied. That is far too expensive. I will only pay 20 divine powers. No, it must be at least 28 divine powers. How about 22 divine powers, as a gesture of friendship? 27 divine powers, it cannot be any less. Then I will offer 23 divine powers, no more. Ultimately, Liu purchased a portion of Lingdao essence for the price of 25 divine powers. Curiosity stirred within him. This female deity, named Chuyu, having previously sold spirit rice seeds, and now offering spirit rice essence, must have discovered some treasure land. He felt a pang of envy. The dignified Jiu Pin land deity, overseeing a vast territory of 1,000 hectares, he had yet to uncover any such treasure. Moreover, his underlings often roamed beyond his jurisdiction without any significant discoveries. It was mere luck. Truly, envy was unwarranted. Shaking his head, he turned his gaze to the still excited Liu Ming, and his authoritative yet indifferent voice resonated in the latter's mind. The tiger demon in the land of demonic beasts has been slain by me. You may lead a group to the land of demonic beasts and bring back the human populace to Sihai village. Songmu Town harbors many third-tier demons, and the human race is dwindling. Reduced to mere prey, you are to uphold my will, traverse the mortal realm on my behalf, and eradicate the demons. I shall faithfully adhere to the divine decree of Zhongyue Gong. Li Yuming knelt reverently. Accepting the command with utmost respect, a glimmer of killing intent flickered in his eyes. The grace of Zhongyue Gong had allowed him to ascend directly from a second-tier upper-level cultivation to a middle-tier third level. It was indeed the perfect opportunity to serve Zhongyue Gong by traversing the mortal realm and exterminating demons. Even without the divine decree, with this newfound strength, he would venture beyond Sihai village to slay demons and bring back more commoners, thereby ensuring the prosperity of Zhongyue Gong's worship. He promptly summoned the village chief Li Diang, deputy chief Chen Matzi, Liao Jingxian, and the hunting team leaders Li Xiuwu and Li Xiuling. While he could handle demon slaying alone, bringing back more commoners required ample assistance. Lord Temple Master, soon, Li Diang, Li Xiuwu, Li Xiuling, and others arrived, clasping their fists in salute. Just as Li Yuming was about to speak, two faint blue divine lights penetrated the walls and swiftly entered the bodies of Li Xiuwu and Li Xiuling instantly. Their blood energy surged, their dantians bursting forth, as torrents of vital energy coalesced into true qi. In the blink of an eye, their dantians brimmed with true qi, expanding dramatically. Within moments, both ascended from the first-tier limit of body refining realm cultivation to the middle tier of second tier, becoming true qi realm warriors. Witnessing the transformation in the two, Li Yuming and Li Diang were filled with elation. The village had gained 2 more second-tier middle-level warriors. Meanwhile, Chen Matzi, Liao Jingxian, Zhang Rongwei, Chen Ergu, Zhang Qianan, and Deng Jiuer displayed expressions of envy. They understood that this was a divine blessing bestowed by Zhongyue Gong. We thank you for your divine grace, Zhongyue Gong. Li Xiuwu and Li Xiuling knelt fervently before the land temple, fervently prostrating themselves in gratitude. The others followed suit, kneeling in appreciation for the addition of 2 more second-tier warriors in their village. After a brief moment, everyone stood up. Li Yuming gazed at the 9 individuals before him, a hint of emotion crossing his face. Among the 9 high-ranking members of Sihai village, 3 were second-tier middle level, while the remaining 6 were first-tier limits. 4 months ago, he could hardly have imagined that his village would possess such formidable martial prowess. And all of this was a blessing from Zhongyue Gong. Sihai village would forever worship Zhongyue Gong. With a solemn expression, he declared, the divine decree of Zhongyue Gong. The atmosphere immediately grew solemn, and all eyes turned to Li Yuming. The formidable demon lurking behind the land of demonic beasts has been vanquished by Zhongyue Gong. Li Yuming spoke, and gasps of astonishment erupted, quickly followed by expressions of joy. Previously, the events of Li Yu slaying the spider demon and the tiger demon had gone unnoticed. After all, the jurisdiction was vast, and the 2 demons had been killed shortly after entering the area, still some distance from Sihai village. Zhongyue Gong commands us to bring the human populace from the land of demonic beasts back to Sihai village. Li Yuming surveyed the crowd. However, there are still some minor demons remaining in the land of demonic beasts, and they must be eradicated. The group's eyes ignited with fervor, their hearts racing. When had they ever heard such imposing words before? The land of demonic beasts, located within the bounds of Songmu Town, was a place of terror for countless human beings. Yet now, the temple master proclaimed that the demons therein were to be completely annihilated. Countless humans had been reduced to mere prey for the demons. But now, Sihai village had risen. They were no longer fodder for demons. Sihai village could now slay demons. Li Diang clasped his fists, puzzled, and asked, Temple Master, do you intend to perform the summoning technique to call upon Zhongyue Gong's divine might to vanquish those minor demons? There should still be a few second-tier upper-level demons among the remaining ones. A faint smile appeared on Li Yuming's lips, his voice icy. Why bother with the summoning technique? They are mere minor demons. I, Li Yuming, will slay them all on my own. Upon hearing this, Li Diang's eyes sparkled with excitement. His expression filled with exhilaration. It seemed that the temple master had made astonishing progress in strength. Otherwise, how could he regard even second-tier upper-level demons with such disdain? Perhaps the temple master had once again received blessings from Zhongyue Gong. Please, temple master, make the arrangements. He bowed deeply, his voice grave. The others, though slow to react initially, quickly grasped the situation and excitedly echoed, Please, temple master, make the arrangements. Wei Wei returned to Tsangmu town and met with the clan leader once more. Clan leader, Sihai village truly has a deity, not a demon disguised as a deity, but a genuine deity who slays demons. Wei Wei looked earnestly at the clan leader seated in the main seat. On the day he returned to Sihai village, before he could even take his brother away, he encountered 3 demon leaders from the land of demonic beasts attacking Sihai village. He then witnessed the silent deaths of the bear demon leader and the black dog leader. Subsequently, he observed the white horse leader kneeling before the land temple for a full 10 days and nights, repeatedly referring to Zhang Yue Gong as the esteemed deity. In that moment, he believed Zhang Yue Gong was a true deity, not a demon in disguise. Wei Wei, how can you be so obstinately ignorant? There are no deities in this world. They are all demons in disguise. Before long, the so-called deity of Sihai village will also demand sacrifices of humans. The clan leader, unwavering in his disbelief, spoke earnestly. Isn't the river lord of the Shunling River the self-proclaimed river god? Yet, which year did he not consume humans? Which year did he not devour our Wei clan's warriors? Clan leader, why can't you believe? Zhang Yue Gong is a true deity who does not consume humans. Wei Wei exclaimed in frustration. Pausing, he grew serious, looking at the clan leader and speaking solemnly. Clan leader, the mountain lord of the land of demonic beasts is dead. Oh, you know that. Upon hearing this, the Wei clan leader abruptly rose, astonished. What did you say? The mountain lord is dead. This is impossible. Who in the realm of Tsangmu town could kill that mountain lord? His heart surged with turmoil. The mountain lord of the land of demonic beasts. This was a powerful demon that had been in opposition to the river lord of Shunling River for decades. One of the most terrifying demons within the entire Tsangmu town. How could it suddenly be dead? The mountain lord of the land of demonic beasts was slain by Zhang Yue Gong yesterday. Wei Wei bowed deeply towards the direction of Sihai village, his face filled with fervent sincerity. This is the message that the temple master specifically instructed me to convey to you, clan leader. The temple guardian has already arrived by the banks of the Shunling River, poised to lure out the great demon from within and strike it down, acting on behalf of the esteemed Zhang Yue Gong. The temple guardian walks among mortals, vanquishing demons and eliminating malevolence. Chief, our Wei clan must prepare immediately to capture all those demonic minions lurking in Tsangmu town and hand them over to the temple guardian for judgment. Upon hearing these words, the clan leader of the Wei family was rendered speechless, staring blankly at Wei Wei, his scalp prickling with dread. The temple guardian of Sihai village dares to confront the river lord of Shunling River? How could a mere guardian presume to strike against a being of such stature? He harbored no belief that the other could truly slay the river lord. A sense of dread and unease filled his heart. If the river lord were to be provoked, how many lives would be lost in Tsangmu town? He dashed out in a panic, desperate to prevent this confrontation. They must not incite the wrath of the river lord. But just then, a chilling voice echoed from the direction of Shunling River, booming like thunder. By the divine decree of the land's true deity, Zhang Yue Gong, the temple guardian Li Yuming has come to exterminate demons. Let the demons of Shunling River emerge to meet their demise. The clan leader of the Wei family turned pale, collapsing onto the ground. It was over. The river lord was about to be enraged. With this proclamation, the entire Tsangmu town was enveloped in fear. The townsfolk were left astonished, unable to believe their ears. What had they heard? Someone was coming to slay the river lord. A divine decree from the land's true deity? A temple guardian from Sihai village? Surely, such deities did not exist. If they truly did, how could this world be so rife with demons and evil spirits? No one believed it at all. It's over. This would surely provoke the river lord. When the river lord is angered, he would not be satisfied until he had devoured hundreds. How could that temple guardian from Sihai village be so foolish as to provoke the river lord? Why not seek to vanquish demons elsewhere? 5 years prior, someone had attempted to slay the river lord, and what was the outcome? Not only had they been consumed, but the river lord had unleashed his fury, sweeping away over 100 souls, including my own son. Such misdeeds, such calamity. I implore the river lord to remain calm. This has nothing to do with Tsangmu town. I beseech the river lord to quell his rage. The townspeople of Tsangmu, pale-faced, knelt upon the ground, repeatedly bowing towards the Shunling River. They were engulfed in terror, filled with dread. The river lord was a fearsome presence. No one could ever hope to slay him. The human race is far too weak, utterly incomparable to the demons. And when the river lord is enraged, he will devour many. They feared for their wives, their children, their kin being consumed by the River Lord. Previously, he had only taken 3 lives a month. With so many in the town, their chances of being chosen were slim. But if the River Lord were to unleash his wrath, he could easily sweep away hundreds, putting their loved ones in jeopardy. The entire town fell into a state of panic, instigated by Li Yuming's cold proclamation. Even the mightiest clan, the Wei family, trembled in fear. What hope did the other townsfolk hold? Li Yuming stood quietly by the banks of the Shunling River. Atop a willow tree, he gazed at the town, now engulfed in fear and trepidation, and sighed inwardly. This was the plight of humanity. The human race is in decline, while demons grow ever stronger. The arrival of someone to vanquish demons only instilled fear and resentment in the hearts of the townsfolk that it was not their fault. The demons of Shunling River had held dominion here for decades, establishing a deep-rooted authority in the minds of the Zhongmu citizens. Time and again, individuals had come to slay the demons, only to be devoured by them instead. Each time the demon-slaying attempts incited the River Lord's wrath, he would consume the townsfolk in retaliation. How tragic! How could our human race be reduced to such a state? A surge of anger welled up within him. Anger at the demons who regarded humanity as mere fodder. However, this anger soon transformed into gratitude towards Zhang Yuegong. If not for Zhang Yuegong descending to protect their Sea-High village, they would still be at the mercy of the wolf demons of Qianlang Mountain. Talk of slaying demons would be a distant dream. Suddenly, the Shunling River began to churn violently. A massive whirlpool emerged upon the surface of the river. Though Shunling River was not particularly large, it was not small either, spanning a width of 40 to 50 zhang at this moment. The whirlpool occupied nearly half of the river's surface, with dark, billowing mists rising from within. A rich, deep demonic aura permeated the air. A serpent, thicker than a water barrel, surged forth from the whirlpool. Its immense, ebony body coiled slightly, resembling a mountain of flesh suspended above Shunling River. The scales glinted with a chilling light, as if forged from gold and iron. Appearing virtually indestructible at a glance, its cold, slit-like eyes were filled with cruelty and bloodlust, gazing down upon Li Yuming. A true deity? I am the River Lord of Shunling River, far superior to whatever land deity stands behind you. Summon your so-called deity to pay their respects to me. Should I be in a good mood, I might grant you a chance at survival. Its voice was low and hoarse, sending a chill down the spine of anyone who merely heard it. Above its head, 2 small protrusions hinted at the possibility of horns sprouting. Should they develop, it could transform from a serpent into a jiao, ascending to become a dragon. In Zhongmu Town, a woman in her 40s, known as the village shaman, fell to her knees upon witnessing the giant serpent emerge, hovering over the Shunling River. She cried out loudly, "The River Lord has manifested. We humans have affronted the River Lord. We deserve to die 1,000 deaths. Do you not kneel before the River Lord and plead for his mercy?" The last sentence was barked with a commanding tone, directed at the townsfolk who were gradually emerging from their homes to kneel in the dirt. In an instant, many townspeople bowed repeatedly, their faces pale with fear, imploring the River Lord to quell his wrath. A look of satisfaction crossed the shaman's face. In Zhongmu Town, she was the most powerful figure among the humans. Here, she was the local sovereign. Anyone who dared cross her would find themselves sacrificed to the River Lord within a month. No one dared to defy her. Even the formidable Wei family had to bow at her feet. Reflecting on how she had once been the lowliest of servants in a brothel over 20 years ago, yet now stood as the most powerful leader in the town, she felt a swell of pride. In this Zhongmu Town, she could command the winds and rains. With the River Lord backing her, she feared no one who would dare bring misfortune upon the River Lord. She was eager to see how the River Lord would swallow Li Yuming whole. A cold smile adorned her face as she regarded the figure atop the willow tree. Humanity ought to submit beneath the River Lord's feet, becoming his sustenance. Resistance. Those who defy should be devoured by the River Lord. Impudent. How dare a mere demon show disrespect to a true deity? I, Li Yuming, walk the mortal realm on behalf of Zhang Yuegong, and today I shall strike you down here. Li Yuming bellowed. He formed a seal with his hands, and a surge of chi erupted within him, boiling over with intensity. This was chi far surpassing the second tier's mid-grade, in both quality and quantity. A massive golden blade, nearly 10 feet long, materialized out of thin air, radiating with a terrifying golden light as it cleaved fiercely towards the colossal black serpent. The golden blade sliced through the air, emitting a sharp, whistling sound. The serpent's cold, slit-like eyes widened in surprise that it roared, opening its mouth to unleash a torrent of frigid mist. The mist froze the surrounding air, turning it into icy shards that fell away. It was indeed a frost attribute demon. Yet, the golden blade seemed to cut through all. The cold mist failed to freeze it, and it sliced through effortlessly. With a loud thud, the golden blade struck the black serpent, and the seemingly indestructible scales that reflected the cold light offered little resistance. Icy serpent blood splattered forth. That strike nearly severed the serpent in two. Roar! The serpent let out a howl of excruciating pain. Its cold, slit-like eyes locked onto Li Yuming with a vengeful glare, and its immense body suddenly dove towards the Shunling River. It was frightened. This human's techniques were peculiar, having wounded it with a single blow, and his power was surprisingly at the mid-tier 3rd stage, one rank higher than itself, however, as long as it returns to the water. Even a mid-tier 3rd stage dare not pursue it, for it would surely meet its demise. The river is its domain. Want to escape? Li Yuming's expression turned frosty as he suddenly waved his sleeve. The turbulent chi within him surged forth, coalescing on the surface of the Shunling River into a swirling mist. The spell he had previously acquired was the minor mist shielding technique. This time, after receiving the bestowal from the Duke of Zhongyue, he discovered that the minor mist shielding technique had transformed into the minor mist spell. Its applications were boundless. The colossal black serpent collided with the mist, as if it had struck a mountain, utterly unable to penetrate the undulating fog to enter the Shunling River. A look of astonished fury flickered in its cold vertical pupils. How could this be? The murderous intent in Li Yuming's eyes surged. From all directions, 5 enormous golden blades materialized, and a thunderbolt rained down from the sky. This time, the blessing not only elevated the minor mist shielding technique to the minor mist spell, but also granted him knowledge of another spell, the minor thunder technique. With a thunderous crash, the massive black serpent was struck by the lightning, its body freezing in place, then was cleaved into 6 segments by the 5 colossal golden blades. The icy serpent's blood rained down. Segments of the serpent's carcass crashed onto the mist, sinking and floating, devoid of any trace of life. The once fierce and cold vertical pupils now reflected only despair and deathly silence. The river deity of the Shunling River was slain by Li Yuming. In the nearby Samu town, the townsfolk who witnessed the scene stood agape, their expressions filled with horror. What had they just seen? The river deity, cleaved into 5 or 6 pieces. At that moment, they questioned whether they were dreaming. How could such an inconceivable sight occur? That was the River Lord. He had arrived in Samu town 60 or 70 years prior, a great demon against whom no human had ever dared to resist. The River Lord, whom even the cries of children could not use to frighten them, had devoured too many of their kin over the decades. How could this be? The River Lord had been slain. How could a lowly human slay the River Lord? The shaman's face turned pale, and she collapsed onto the ground, murmuring in disbelief. From all directions, townsfolk glared at her with fierce hatred. Kill this old witch. With a roar, dozens, even hundreds, surged forward, striking the shaman mercilessly. Though the shaman was also a mid-tier 1st stage martial artist, among the attacking townspeople were warriors who quickly brought her down, and soon, a multitude of citizens descended upon her, beating her to death. In the Wei household, what did you say? The River Lord has been slain. The family head of the Wei clan looked incredulously at the excited and agitated clan member who had come to deliver the news. Indeed, the temple priest, Lord Li Yuming, has slain the River Lord with a golden blade. The River Lord's body was cleaved into 5 or 6 segments, lying outside the town. The clan member exclaimed with uncontainable excitement. Truly killed. The Wei clan head's eyes instantly brightened, looking at Wei Wei with exhilaration. The temple priest of Sea High Village is indeed so formidable, having truly slain the River Lord. Wei Wei's expression brimmed with pride as he placed his hands on his hips. Of course, the temple priest is indeed a recent divinity, acting on behalf of the Duke of Zhongyue. He felt an immense thrill in his heart. The temple priest is indeed impressive. Could it be that there truly are deities in this world? The Wei clan had murmured to himself, hastily rushing out of the Wei household towards the Shunling River. In the town, numerous townspeople heard the news from their neighbors, initially in disbelief, but soon they were filled with unparalleled excitement and fervor. A throng of townspeople immediately raced towards the Shunling River, eager to witness the River Lord's corpse with their own eyes. Many wept openly, kneeling on the ground to pay homage to their relatives who had been devoured in the past. Sharing this monumental news with them. In the divine realm, Liu glanced at the personal tasks that IT displayed that he had already slain a third-stage demon. Liu Ming acted swiftly that a faint smile crept across his face. Just yesterday, the divine edict was issued, and now, he had achieved victory over the demon. He felt very satisfied with the choice of this temple priest. He was decisive and resolute. His gaze drifted towards the divine realm exterior. Many commoners from the land of the myriad demons had already been brought over. The previous night, Liu Ming had ventured into the realm of demons, eradicating all the monsters within. Today, the hunting party was on its way to retrieve people from the land of demons while he himself dealt with the third-stage demons. The population of Sea High Village was steadily increasing. After the second grand festival, Sea High Village would transform into a town. As for myself, I aspire to ascend to the 8th tier of divinity. Liu's gaze glimmered. The personal information indicated that an expenditure of 15,000 divine power was required. However, to truly ascend to the 8th tier, there was an additional hidden condition. Upon reaching the 8th tier, one would no longer be a mere village deity, but rather a town deity. To become a town deity, Sea High Village must first transform into Sea High Town. His gaze sparkled. His land temple was situated in Sea High Village. Sea High Village was his foundational territory. Only when Sea High Village became Sea High Town could he genuinely ascend to the 8th tier and become a town deity. Of course, discussing this was premature. After all, 15,000 divine power was a monumental threshold. He currently possessed very little divine power. Thus, he eagerly anticipated the second grand festival, hoping that the offerings, magnified 100-fold, could provide him with enough divine power for his ascension. Unfortunately, the deities of Blue Star were not affluent at present. The third Toon Soldier artifact would surely be difficult to sell. He shook his head. Even among the 9th-tier land deities, there were not many. The cost to produce a third Toon Soldier artifact reached 50 divine power. Surely, it would need to be sold for at least 100 divine power each. At this stage, who could possibly gather 100 divine power to purchase a soldier artifact? Not to mention those 9th-tier deities. Even he himself would hesitate at that moment. He suddenly sensed an anomaly somewhere within his territory. His gaze immediately shifted. It was on the hillside path leading from Sea High Village to Tsangmu Town. Originally, it was merely a thicket, unremarkable. Yet now, a paper effigy shop had mysteriously appeared there. At the entrance of the shop stood 7 paper figures with eerie smiles. Their faces adorned with rouge. The ominous black door stood ajar, and from within, sounds of laughter and merriment wafted forth. Yet even as a 9th-tier land deity and the master of this territory, he was unable to discern the scenes within the paper effigy shop. Evil spirits. Liu's eyes narrowed. He had failed to notice how this paper effigy shop had materialized within his territory. Although that location was at the edge of his territory, it was entirely within his domain. The territory was supposed to be an area radiated by his divine laws. Yet now, a paper effigy shop had appeared without his notice, effectively dispersing the power of the radiated divine laws. Is this what evil spirits are? Why does it feel? Liu furrowed his brow. Of course, he could sense that the strength of this paper effigy shop was not particularly high. At most at the 4th tier. Yet it was exceedingly strange, subtly imbued with a trace of the power of law. Additionally, it bore a resemblance to divine laws. He stepped out of the divine realm, positioning himself outside the paper effigy shop. In that instant, his surroundings transformed completely, and no longer was he on a hillside path, but rather in a vast expanse strewn with massive boulders, before the multitude of rocks. The inky black paper effigy shop exuded a thick, oppressive black mist. A little girl, clad in a pink and white apron, her complexion pale as a corpse, emerged from within, clutching a shaking toy. The little girl tilted her head and sweetly smiled. Big brother. Let's play hide and seek. If the elder brother is found by Aine, he will have to stay here forever to accompany her. Accompanied by the little girl's voice. Liu felt a strange yet eerily familiar power, akin to divine laws, wrapping around him. Why does it feel as though this is another form of divine law? As he sensed the strands of this law's power encircling him, he raised an eyebrow. Could it be that the power wielded by malevolent entities is, in fact, the original divine law of this world? Yet, how could a law that is meant to protect the world become something so bizarre and sinister? As for the divine laws wielded by them, the deities of Blue Star, their source does not belong to this realm, but hails from the puppet master that caused their traversal. Naturally, the puppet master only provided them with seeds. What kind of divine law blooms from these seeds in this world depends entirely on their own efforts. Divine law is based on human morality. Without human morality, there can be no divine law. Yet the malevolent forces not only are bizarre, but also harm humanity. Is there truly such a divine law in the world? Or could it be, he pondered, that it has been tainted? But what could possibly taint divine law? Liu murmured to himself. He extended his hand, and the strands of strange law converging towards him were immediately restrained, coalescing into a pale white thread in his grasp. The thread writhed in his hand. Resembling a living worm eager to escape, the flicker of realization crossed Liu's eyes. He summoned a surge of divine power, which then descended upon the pale thread of the bizarre law. Instantly, the thread stiffened, and with the infusion of divine power, it began to lose its pallor, transforming into a brilliant, pure white. "What is this?" Liu exclaimed in astonishment. He had merely attempted to purify it with divine power, not expecting that this bizarre law could indeed be purified. No, it was not purification. Rather, the divine power activated the original force of the law, obliterating the strange power that had tainted it, restoring it to its primordial state. Fragments of divine law. These are fragments of divine law. A radiant light shone in Liu's eyes. His previous intuition had been correct. This malevolence indeed contained a trace of divine law's power. It was merely tainted by an unknown, strange force, thus transforming into malevolence. Now, upon encountering divine power, it was as if a long-awaited rain had fallen upon a parched land, immediately awakening the rightful might of the divine law, obliterating the infused strange power. He had originally believed that in order to obtain fragments of divine law, one could only do so by slaying other deities of Blue Star in the divine battle. Yet, he never anticipated that the malevolence of this world itself contained the power of divine law. Fragments of divine law are essential for conferring divine status, as long as one possesses enough fragments of divine law. They can bestow divine status, even if they are not used for that purpose. Fragments of divine law are incredibly precious items that can be exchanged for substantial divine power in the deity shop. "Elder brother," Ain counted to 10, "and then I will come find you." "Elder brother, quickly hide. Ain will surely find you." The pale-faced little girl grinned, shaking her rattle as she began counting. 1, 2, 3, 9, 10. "Elder brother, Ain is coming to find you." The little girl's eerie laughter echoed. Liu remained in his original position, not hiding. His expression was peculiar as he watched the little girl bounding among the scattered stones, seemingly searching for him. In his eyes, she was no malevolence at all. She was a precious fragment of divine law. "Found you. Elder brother, you must stay here forever to accompany. Ain will perform a magic trick to turn you into a paper figure." The little girl stood before Liu, smiling sweetly, as if delighted to have another companion. The next moment, Liu noticed more strange powers of divine law enveloping him, as if attempting to transform him into a paper figure. However, all the strange divine laws failed to shroud him, instead coalescing into pale threads in his hands. Seeing that Liu did not turn into a paper figure, the little girl's sweet smile vanished in an instant, replaced by an expression of deep gloom, her eyes flashing with rage and madness. Bad person, how dare you defy the promise with Ain?" As her voice fell, 7 paper figures flew from outside the paper shop, and a multitude of paper figures surged forth from within. Laughter like silver bells echoed from all directions as countless paper figures floated in the air, eerily fixated on Liu, their lips curling into sinister grins. In that moment, an even more intense and bizarre power of divine law surged towards him. Liu's expression remained calm. He gently waved his sleeve, and instantly, the multitude of paper figures exploded, transforming into strange divine law that fell into his hands. He then directed his gaze towards the little girl whose pale face had twisted into a grotesque expression that a mist enveloped the surroundings, wrapping around the little girl. This came from the 9th grade divine technique, Mist Law, which could serve both offensive and defensive purposes in his hands. Under the terrifying erosion of the mist, the little girl roared and struggled for a brief moment before being melted away. A rich and bizarre power of divine law fell into Liu's hands. With a gentle flick of his finger, the heavens above erupted with turbulent winds and thunderous roars. The sky shattered with lightning. The paper shop was immediately engulfed in a blinding light, and the destructive lightning obliterated everything. The entire paper shop exploded, transforming into a surge of bizarre divine law attempting to scatter away. However, the area was already shrouded in mist, its origins unknown. The strange divine law surged left and right, but in the blink of an eye, it was enveloped into a small sphere, resting in Li Yu's hand. The intensity had reached the fourth-tier limit. It seemed that even a ninth-grade deity could not destroy this paper shop. If it were a human or a demon at the fourth-tier limit, they would likely not just be unable to destroy it, but would instead be trapped within Liu's side. Fortunately, he was a legitimate ninth-grade deity, capable of easily demolishing it. Of course, it was precisely because he was a legitimate ninth-grade land deity, with a jurisdiction spanning 1,000 acres, that he encountered this paper shop. Had he been merely a ninth-grade land deity with a jurisdiction of only 50 acres, the odds of encountering the paper shop would have been significantly reduced. He could see that this paper shop had no consciousness, merely acting according to the bizarre divine laws. Even the little girl, who could speak, also lacked awareness. He gazed at the massive pale, bizarre divine law that had coalesced in his hand. Divine power surged forth from within him. 1, 10, 50, as 90 units of divine power flowed in. The strange aura within the pale mass of bizarre divine law was completely extinguished, transforming it into a radiant, pure fragment of divine law, dazzling like shards of the sun. Only 116 units of divine power remained. Liu felt somewhat helpless. Who could have anticipated encountering malevolence so suddenly? The use of 2 ninth-grade divine techniques, combined with the activation of the divine law's power, had directly consumed 71 units of divine power. He pondered the value of this fragment of divine law and whether it would open a door. He murmured softly, taking a step back into the divine realm, then opening the deity shop, placing the fragment of divine law before him. Placing it there did not necessarily mean he intended to sell it. Name: Fragment of Divine Law Quality, 9th grade quantity, 100 units effects. 1 that can be used to confer 9th grade subordinate deities. Each conferral requires 200 units of 9th grade fragments of divine law. 2. Can be used to reduce the divine power consumption of a certain divine technique. Every 50 units of 9th grade fragments of divine law can reduce the divine power consumption of a 9th grade divine technique by 50% or a legitimate 9th grade divine technique by 10%. 3. 4. Price: 1,000 units of divine power. 9th grade fragments of divine law. Interesting. Aside from the ability to officially appoint a deity of the 9th rank, it is astonishing that one can also reduce the divine power consumption of a divine technique. Liu felt somewhat taken aback. Moreover, this 100 units of 9th rank divine path rule fragments astonishingly holds a value of 1,000 units of divine power. Does this not imply that each unit of 9th rank divine path rule fragments is worth 10 units of divine power? Truly a windfall. A satisfied smile crept across his lips. This malevolent spirit is rather endearing. After all, the paper offering shop must be the weakest among the malevolent spirits. Yet even slaying it yields 1,000 units of divine power, a tremendous profit. If more malevolent spirits were to appear, would he not swiftly gather 15,000 units of divine power? Of course, this was merely a thought that his territory spans a considerable area, encompassing 1,000 acres. However, in the context of the entire Tsangmu town, it is not particularly extensive. That as for the rumored malevolent spirits within Tsangmu town, apart from the paper offering shop, there exists only another mysterious estate. The chance of fortuitously bringing that mysterious estate into his territory is exceedingly slim. Unless he can ascend to the 8th rank of the divine hierarchy, thus greatly expanding his territory, which would enhance the likelihood of that mysterious estate manifesting within his domain. This 100 units of 9th rank divine path rule fragments is insufficient to officially appoint a 9th ranked subordinate deity. How might he best utilize it? Liu pondered. Should he sell it outright? Although that would yield a direct gain of 1,000 units of divine power, he felt it was not the most judicious course of action. After a moment's contemplation, an idea struck him, and he promptly opened the regional trading interface to check the price of soldier artifacts. The price had dropped to 10 units of divine power and 300 units of incense willpower. The cost stands at 10 units of divine power, with the additional 300 units of incense willpower constituting a labor fee. This price appears to have reached its nadir after laboring for 2 hours. One could produce a soldier artifact, earning merely 300 units of incense willpower, equivalent to 0.3 units of divine power. Liu shook his head. Competing at this price with numerous others means he might not sell even a single artifact in a day. After all, the number of individuals ascending to the 9th rank has been steadily increasing. When he previously sold soldier artifacts, he made a profit of 10 units of divine power per item. That was true profit. Since everyone is engaging in such fierce competition, why should he refrain? A peculiar smile played on his lips. 50 units of 9th-ranked divine path rule fragments could reduce the consumption of a 9th-ranked divine technique by 50%. Without further hesitation, he took out 50 units of 9th-ranked divine path rule fragments and applied them to the 9th-ranked divine techniquing soldier artifact. This was not a true 9th-ranked divine technique, but merely a 9th-ranked divine technique. Instantly, he felt his understanding of the 9th-ranked divine techniquing soldier artifact significantly deepening, even leading to improvements as he comprehended how to greatly conserve divine power while crafting a 2nd-rank soldier artifact. He extended his hand, and 5 units of divine power surged forth, slowly outlining the 2nd-ranking soldier artifact soul binding chain before him. In just half an hour, he completed the crafting, and a 2nd-ranking soldier artifact soul binding chain hovered in front of his eyes. Previously, at the 9th-rank divine level, crafting a 2nd-rank soldier artifact required 2 hours. Now, at the true 9th-rank divine level, it only took half an hour, enhancing efficiency fourfold. Liu was pleased. Consequently, in a span of 12 hours, he could craft 24 2nd-ranking soldier artifacts. Others would still need to earn some form of labor fee, but he could directly reduce the price to 10 units of divine power. He smiled lightly. Without hesitation, he promptly listed this 2nd-rank soldier artifact at the price of 10 units of divine power in the regional trading interface. He did not believe there would be another deity from Blue Star offering the same price of 10 units of divine power. By pricing it at 10 units, he would still retain a profit of 5 units of divine power. However, if other deities from Blue Star also listed their items at 10 units of divine power, it would merely be working for free. Who would engage in that? If someone were to do so, he could simply lower the price. Although this would not match the previous profit of 10 units of divine power per 2nd-ranking soldier artifact. The current efficiency was higher, and selling at cost price would surely entice those 9th-ranked deities from Blue Star who could avoid wasting their time crafting and simply purchase them for 10 units of divine power. What a splendid arrangement. The sales volume was unlikely to be low. Liu diligently strived to provide benefits for the deities of Blue Star. He chuckled, continuing with enthusiasm to craft 2nd-ranking soldier artifacts. He was confident that the 50 units of divine path rule fragments valued at 500 units of divine power would soon be recouped. What the heck? Which deity is selling a soldier artifact for just 10 units of divine power? After laboring for 2 hours to craft a soldier artifact, they earn nothing, working for free. Is it necessary to be this competitive within a divine domain? Zhou Minghuang had just crafted a soldier artifact. However, as he was about to list it, he widened his eyes, staring at the glaring interface displaying soldier artifacts for 10 units of divine power each, and instantly cursed under his breath that he felt that his price of 10 units of divine power and 300 units of incense willpower was already at the absolute minimum. With so many competitors, he could barely manage to sell one every 3 days, earning merely 300 units of incense willpower. After 10 days, he would make a single unit of divine power. But now, someone was selling at cost, making competition impossible. It's simply unplayable. Let's see how long you can keep this up, the deity scoffed. The next moment, he noticed that the soldier artifact had already been sold. Yet, he felt no envy. Instead, he smirked coldly. He might envy others for making a profit, but he would only scorn those who worked for free. Just 2 hours later, he noticed that the other party had listed 4 more soldier artifacts, still at 10 units of divine power each. Still in stock? How could a deity be so foolish, not earning a single unit? I would call you the strongest competitor. He shook his head, too lazy to engage further. Was it merely a business that earned a single unit of divine power every 10 days? He was done with it. Let them compete. Who is this person, selling soldier artifacts for 10 units of divine power? And they have already sold 30 pieces, not earning a single unit. What is the point? Chu Yu furrowed her brows. She immediately noticed the soldier artifacts priced at 10 units of divine power and bought 2. After all, crafting them herself would consume 2 hours. Purchasing directly consumed the same amount of divine power without taking any time. Curious about how many soldier artifacts the other party could sell without earning a dime, she kept the regional trading interface open, watching item after item sell. Now, 30 pieces had been sold. She simply could not comprehend what kind of mindset would lead to such a thankless endeavor. Could it be that there truly exists a self-sacrificing personality, sacrificing oneself for the happiness of all? However, the other party had sold 30 pieces in just over a day. Had they stockpiled in advance, Indeed, when the forest is vast, all kinds of birds appear. She shook her head, closing the regional trading interface. No longer interested in observing an increasing number of deities from Blue Star began to notice this trend. In the regional chat interface, numerous discussions emerged as Liu crafted second-ranking soldier artifacts. He also opened the regional chat interface to observe. Indeed, I have been dubbed the strongest competitor. A smile graced his lips. In just over a day, he had sold 32nd ranking soldier artifacts, netting a profit of 150 units of divine power. This was a staggering increase compared to the 20 units of divine power he used to sell them for. With 100,000 deities from Blue Star, there should be around 1,000 or 2,000 who had ascended to the 9th rank. Even if only a portion of them required second-ranking soldier artifacts, it constituted a substantial market. As time progresses, an increasing number of 9th-rank Blue Star deities will emerge. Liu is quite pleased. In just a few days, the investment for 50 units of 9th-rank divine law fragments will be recouped. Every additional piece sold thereafter will yield pure profit. His heart is filled with ambition as long as there is no other deity among the 100,000 Blue Star deities in this region who acquires the 9th-rank divine law fragments. His business can continue indefinitely. Has Liu Ming just slain a 3rd-tier demon? Very good. Only 3 more 3rd-tier demons are needed to complete my personal task. Liu smiles. Suddenly, a glimmer radiates from his eyes. This brilliance manifests before him, forming a colossal circular mirror. The mirror reveals Liu Ming's perspective. As his temple priest, he can naturally see everything that Liu Ming observes. After all, while refining the soldier artifacts, he cannot delve into divine techniques. However, it is effortless to spare a portion of his attention for other matters. The recently slain 3rd-tier demon was a centipede demon from Poison Dragon Ridge. Next, Liu Ming should proceed to eliminate the fox spirit from 100 Fox Mountain. Liu muses. He is already well aware of the demon situation in Songmu Town. After all, he commands a demon leader from what was once a den of demons. However, the demons in Songmu Town are merely 3rd-tier low-level demons, which he considers insignificant. Thank you, my lord, for ridding us of the demons plaguing Poison Dragon Ridge. A multitude of ragged citizens kneel on the ground, tears streaming down their faces as they respectfully bow to Liu Ming. They weep tears of joy. The great demon that has tormented their Poison Dragon Ridge for 80 long years has finally been vanquished. The citizens of Poison Dragon Ridge will no longer live in fear of being devoured by demons. You need not thank me that I have already stated that I, Liu Ming, am the temple priest personally conferred by Lord Zhangyue. My mission to slay demons here is guided by Lord Zhangyue's divine will. If you wish to express your gratitude, do so to the land deity, Lord Zhangyue, of our Four Seas village, Liu Ming declares solemnly. Dare I ask, my lord, is Lord Zhangyue truly a deity? An elder inquires. The remaining 1,000 onlookers also lift their heads to gaze at Liu Ming, standing atop a massive boulder, their expressions filled with excitement, gratitude, skepticism, and confusion. They are thankful to Liu Ming for eliminating the demons, yet they find it hard to believe in the authenticity of his claims regarding deities. After all, deities are but ethereal legends. Indeed, it is true, Liu Ming asserts. Just over 4 months ago, our Four Seas village was similarly besieged by demons, forced to serve as their blood fodder. Yet, Lord Zhangyue descended, wielding divine power to eradicate the demons, allowing our Four Seas village to flourish. Lord Zhangyue has also granted us a plethora of warriors to vanquish demons. Our Four Seas village is often graced by divine favor, a land enveloped in divine blessings. If you wish, you may accompany me back to the village and bask in the radiance of Lord Zhangyue, ensuring that you shall never again suffer the scourge of demons. Liu Ming deeply bows in the direction of Four Seas village, speaking earnestly. Yet, despite his words, the villagers of Poison Dragon Ridge remain half convinced. Nevertheless, some individuals display resolute expressions, respectfully proclaiming, I am willing to follow the temple priest back to the village to worship the rightful deity. Liu Ming responds with a smile. Once you enter our Four Seas village, you shall see that I, Liu Ming, have not spoken falsely. He is unfazed by the villagers' distrust. After all, few among the human race can believe in the existence of deities without witnessing their divine power firsthand. But that is of little consequence that a portion of them will go, and in time, they will return with ample news, and more will eventually follow. Moreover, he does not desire a throng to swarm to his village. It simply cannot accommodate so many. Everyone, For those willing to settle in Four Seas Village, please register with Liao Jingxian. I am guided by divine will and must proceed to eliminate more demons. So I bid you farewell. Liu Ming gestures respectfully. He then gracefully ascends like a willow leaf, disappearing from the bounds of Poison Dragon Ridge, leaving Liao Jingxian and 5 warriors from Four Seas Village to manage subsequent matters. The villagers of Poison Dragon Ridge bow in the direction where Liu Ming vanished. 2 days later, Liu Ming gazes upon the massive corpse of the fox, gradually calming the tumultuous chi within him. All around, numerous smaller fox demon corpses lie, all slain by his hand. Temple priest, sir, Li Xiaowu approaches with a group. Bowing respectfully upon witnessing the scene of carnage, we shall return these demon corpses to Four Seas Village. Liu Ming commands. Each time he slays a demon, he ensures that the remains are sent back to Four Seas Village. Placing them before the land temple guarantees that they will be received by the great Lord Zhangyue. Clearly, he understands that these demon corpses hold value for the great Lord, and thus he will not waste them. Only those first-tier demon corpses that Lord Zhangyue has not claimed will be distributed among the village warriors for sustenance. Yes, temple priest, sir, Li Xiaowu acknowledges, having performed such tasks before. With the abundance of demon corpses in the den of demons, he has been responsible for transporting them back time and again. However, at that moment, a colossal ice spear hurtles through the air from a distance, emanating an astonishing chill, seemingly intent on shattering and freezing Liu Ming in a single strike. Additionally, a wave of searing toxic smoke and a sharp wind blade attack from 2 other directions. The last 3 great demons of Tsangmu Town have banded together to assault me. Do you think you stand a chance? A fierce killing intent flashes in Liu Ming's eyes, his gaze sharp. He had held back during the previous encounters with the 3 great demons. This time, he will show these demons just how formidable he, Liu Ming, the temple priest acting on behalf of Lord Zhangyue, truly is. Clouds billow, the heavens rumble with thunder, enormous golden blades hover in the air from all directions. The massive ice spear, the searing toxic smoke, and the fierce wind blades are all obstructed by the rising clouds, amidst which the clanging of metal sounds resounds. Standing atop the giant fox demon's corpse, Liu Ming gazes into the distance. There, a gigantic malevolent wolf bursts forth, towering far above the wolf demons of Thousand Wolf Mountain. Cold mist envelopes it, and its malevolent emerald eyes fixate intently on Liu Ming, unleashing a thunderous wolf howl. Awoe! Humans must be slain. It suddenly swipes its claws, launching a barrage of ice blades towards Liu Ming. Humans are mere fodder, and they must accept their role as such. A towering crimson wild boar, standing 4 to 5 zhang high, bursts forth from the left forest, spewing forth a torrent of searing toxic smoke. Who gives you the audacity to slaughter my demon kin? From the right, a massive ferocious leopard leaps from the shattered trees, its body radiating terrifying demonic energy, unleashing a multitude of wind blades towards Liu Ming. Each wind blade rips through the air, producing a deafening sonic boom. Are you afraid? Do you fear that I, Liu Ming, will invade your lair and slay you at your feet? Liu Ming scoffs coldly. He gently waves his sleeve, instantly enveloping Li Xiaowu and the others, transporting them 100 zhang behind. He then charges directly towards the ferocious wolf rushing at him. Heavenly thunder, descend. His eyes blaze with intensity as he points a finger. In that instant, a bolt of thunder crashes down from the sky, striking the massive wolf directly. The lightning flickers, scorching the surrounding underbrush to charcoal and reducing boulders to powder. Awoe! The malevolent wolf emits a pained howl as 3 resplendent golden blades cleave through the air. Stunned by the thunder, the massive wolf's body locks in place, rendering it unable to evade. It can only unleash a torrent of ice spears towards the golden blades in a desperate attempt at defense. Yet the golden blades are far too sharp. The gigantic ice spear shatters instantly upon impact, and despite the relentless barrage of ice spears, they are continuously cleaved apart by the golden blades. When the golden blades strike the wolf's body, it is immediately drenched in blood. Fortunately, the majority of the attack's potency is mitigated by the ice spears, preventing a single strike from slaying it. Survive this, and I shall ensure your demise. The massive wolf roars in defiance, standing like a mountain, as it once again spews forth a barrage of ice spears towards Liu Ming. 2 formidable demon beasts had already approached with alarming speed. The searing toxic smoke and a multitude of razor-sharp winds enveloped Liu Ming, The combined might of the three great demon beasts was indeed an invincible force in Songmu Town. Is it just you? Li Yuming uttered coldly. His body suddenly sank into the ground, and in the blink of an eye, he vanished from sight. All the attacks from the three demon beasts struck nothing but air. This was the second spell he had acquired during his recent enhancement, aside from the minor thunder technique, the minor earth escape technique. In that fleeting moment, whether it was the massive dire wolf, the crimson wild boar, or the gigantic ferocious leopard, all were momentarily stunned. And in that very instant, Li Yuming reappeared behind the towering dire wolf. The golden blade manifested once more, cleaving the dire wolf in two, its blood splattering forth. Without allowing the crimson wild boar and the gigantic ferocious leopard a moment to react, Li Yuming once again sank into the earth and disappeared. Damn it! The demon beasts were aghast. How could this human possess the power of earth escape? Wasn't the human race solely adept in martial arts? How could this individual command the powers of thunder, the golden blade, mist, and earth escape simultaneously? The gigantic ferocious leopard roared in shock and rage. As demons, they often possessed innate abilities, but typically only those demons with heritage could learn additional techniques. Yet, it was evident that they did not possess such lineage. A thunderous boom echoed as the golden blade reappeared. Moments later, Li Yuming gazed at the three additional corpses of the great demon beasts before him, a look of exhilaration gracing his features. All the great demons in Songmu Town had been vanquished by him. Ha ha ha! Today, I, Li Yuming, have slain demons here. As a practitioner of the human race, it is only fitting to slay demons and eradicate evil. His heart was brimming with joy. This sensation was utterly liberating. What of the demons? In the past, they had treated humanity as mere fodder, yet today, they had fallen to Li Yuming's blade. He gazed at the cliff ahead. With a mere thought, a golden blade materialized. Inscribing the words, Li Yuming, the temple priest of Sea High Village, dedicates this to the land's righteous deity, announcing the slaying of the four great demons of Songmu Town here, behind him. Li Xiaowu and the 10 accompanying warriors looked upon him with eyes full of admiration. The temple priest is formidable. The temple priest is awe-inspiring. Within the divine realm, Li Yu also bore a smile. He had witnessed the entirety of Li Yuming's battle. He acknowledged Li Yuming's combat talent. To slay 3 lower-ranked demons while being at the mid-level of the 3rd tier was indeed impressive. A mid-tier warrior of the 3rd stage would likely have been overwhelmed by those 3 demons. Li Yuming's application of spells was commendable. Though there were imperfections, they did not overshadow his brilliance. Liu felt satisfied. He focused his thoughts and opened the personal quest that moment. The quest had displayed completion. Li Yuming had eradicated all the 3rd-tier demons in Songmu Town. Totaling 6 slain demons, he claimed his reward. Instantly, 20 sets of 1st-tier armor, 5 sets of 2nd-tier armor, and 3 2nd-tier blessing talisman appeared before him. The 1st-tier armor was white, while the 2nd-tier armor was a pale blue, both encompassing full-body protection and helmets. Each piece of armor bore peculiar runes, imbued with principles and truths. Additionally, he felt an influx of 70 divine powers within him, bringing his total to 580 in recent days. Li Yuming had also sold the demon corpses he had collected, yielding over 200 divine powers. The armor was light in weight, yet provided solid defense. The 1st-tier armor would likely require the utmost strength of the 1st tier to breach, Liu mused. The same applied to the 2nd-tier armor, which would necessitate nearly the full strength of the 2nd tier to break through. This undoubtedly significantly enhanced the strength of any warrior donning the armor. What I lack are weapons. If he could also procure a 1st-tier and a 2nd-tier battle knife, it would form a commendable warrior squad. Li Yu chuckled. This world naturally had items such as armor and weapons. He believed that, after Li Yuming's conquest of all the 3rd-tier demons in Songmu Town, he would acquire plenty. After all, items of quality would either be utilized by the demons, rewarded to their subordinates, or hoarded. He was unconcerned and continued to forge the 2nd-tier soldier artifacts. Half a month passed in the blink of an eye. One day, Li Yu noticed a 3rd Yuan gang realm grand martial artist stepping into his territory. It was an elderly man with white hair, who emanated an imposing presence without any display of anger, clearly accustomed to authority. A 3rd-tier grand martial artist. Li Yu remained composed, casting a glance. Yet, that single glance caused the elderly grand martial artist to freeze in place. An overwhelming fear surging within him. He felt as if he were being scrutinized by an unparalleled demon, sending shivers down his spine. He stared ahead, uncertain whether to continue his advance. Did I just catch the gaze of the rumored righteous deity of Sihai village? Zhang Yugong, could it truly be a divine being? Or perhaps an unmatched demon? Zhao Zhou inhaled deeply, murmuring to himself. He pressed a hand against his wildly beating heart. As a person of extraordinary talent, his heart was naturally red, granting him heightened sensitivity. Thus, while others perceived nothing of a terrifying presence, he was acutely aware. This awareness had also made his martial path exceptionally smooth, allowing him to ascend to the third tier of Yuan Gang realm before the age of 50. And at 65, he had even reached the mid-tier of the third stage. Given the rumors of his opponent being a genuine deity, and the fact that the third-tier demons in Songmu Town had indeed been eradicated by this individual, he was determined to meet him, regardless of the circumstances. If he were truly the legendary deity, a glimmer of light flashed in his eyes as he clenched his fists, even if he were not a true deity, but rather an unmatched demon, then Zhao Jiyuan would merely face death. What was there to fear in death? Each year, countless citizens within their Xianyuan territory fell prey to demons. Zhao Jiyuan was also of the human race, no more noble than the rest. Why should he not face death? His gaze firm, he continued to step forward, heading towards Sihai village. Interesting that a person of extraordinary talent, possessing a naturally red heart, the heart is inherently of fire. This individual's heart radiates intense heat, with a robust vitality, far surpassing ordinary talents and martial prowess. I am the divine realm, Liu chuckled. Over the past half-month, the population of Sihai village had been steadily increasing. Each day, many citizens from various parts of Songmu town arrived with their families. Those who dared to come were undoubtedly those who believed in Li Yoming's words, convinced that he was a true deity and not a demon in disguise. However, within Songmu town, numerous citizens still hesitated to approach, fearing they would step from the tiger's mouth into the wolf's den. Liu paid them no mind. After all, once he advanced again, and his territory expanded, these citizens would inevitably become his believers. It was merely a matter of time. With a thought, he opened the believer information, observing the number of believers with satisfaction. Daily incense offerings, 11,173 Dao level believers. 0. Daily offering of 100. 000 incense. Heaven level believers. 0. Daily offering of 10,000 incense. Saint level believers. 0. Daily offering of 1,000 incense. A level believers. 12. Daily offering of 100 incense. B level believers. 652. Daily offering of 10 incense. C level believers. 2. 308. Daily offering of 1 incense. D level believers. 1,455. Offering of 1 incense every 10 days. The total number of believers had reached 4. For 27. Daily, he could now harvest 10 divine powers. With 2 additional A-level believers joining his ranks, Liu's mind was flooded with the life stories of the 2 Class A believers. Point 1 was named Li Xiudao, a mere 18 years of age. An orphan like Li Xiuwu, raised on the kindness of others, as his parents had been devoured by the wolf demons of Qianlang Mountain in their youth. The other was Li Xiuqi, aged 23. Already married with a son and daughter, his parents still alive. In the early days of Li family village, there had been 4 Class A believers from the Xiu lineage, including Li Yuming and Li Deyong. The village had astonishingly accounted for half of the Class A believers. Liu sighed. By now, evening had fallen. A multitude of villagers gathered before the Earth Deity Temple to offer incense, morning and evening. 2 sticks of incense were lit. Although Li Yuming had not set a specific time, it generally occurred at sunrise and sunset. This timing was a result of the villagers' spontaneous arrangement after a long period of adjustment. Of course, some villagers came during the day or even at noon, but Li Yuming paid them no mind. He merely required all villagers of Sihai village to offer 2 sticks of incense in the morning and evening. Beyond that, they were free to offer as many as they wished. The fragrance wafted through the air, and the smoke danced, lending an ethereal quality to the entire temple. The Baiyu Lingmi had already sprouted, and the Lingdao essence could be used to accelerate its growth. Moreover, I still possess 10 first-tier blessing talisman and 3 second-tier blessing talisman. Those armors have yet to be bestowed. Today, I shall grant them all. Liu's expression remained tranquil as he glanced at the Lingdao essence suspended in the divine realm. Suddenly, the Lingdao essence shot forth from the divine realm. Dang Jui was inspecting the spirit fields. Each day, she meticulously checked every stalk of Baiyu Lingdao. Now that the Baiyu Lingdao had sprouted, the lush green brought her immense joy. These were the future spirit rice. She had been unaware of the preciousness of spirit rice in the past, but the village chief had often come to inspect and had informed her of its value. These resources would undoubtedly strengthen the village in the future. Lord Zhongyue has bestowed upon us such divine treasures. We must not waste them, Deng Jui mused internally. Suddenly, she spotted a grayish-blue insect with wings gnawing on the tender leaves of the Baiyu Lingdao. Her gaze sharpened, and without a moment's hesitation, she drew her blade and struck in a flash of steel. The grayish-blue insect was cleaved in two, its carcass falling to the ground, while the tender leaves of the Baiyu Lingdao remained unscathed. This demonstrated her high level of proficiency in the Liangfeng sword technique. Fortunately, she had the first-tier spirit blade brought back by the temple guardian. Otherwise, she would not have been able to slay this first-tier spirit-eating insect with a single strike. A smile graced Deng Jui's charming face. The exoskeleton of this first-tier spirit-eating insect was exceedingly tough. If she had failed to kill it in one blow, it would have immediately taken flight. This was also her primary purpose during her inspections, to eliminate insects. She bent down, collected the severed body of the spirit-eating insect, and placed it in a small pouch at her waist. There were already 3 or 4 insect carcasses inside. On average, she managed to kill 4 or 5 spirit-eating insects each day. The temple guardian had informed her that once dried, each insect carcass could fetch over 10 taels of silver. When Deng Jui first heard this, she was quite astonished. After all, in the land of monsters, even 1 tael of silver was exceedingly precious. Now, the insect corpses she collected daily could be sold for 60 to 70 taels of silver, further illuminating the value of this spirit rice in her mind. She had already resolved in her heart that even if she were to perish, she would never allow anyone to destroy this spirit field. At that moment, she saw a brilliant white light soaring from the earth deity temple. The blessing of Lord Zhongyue. Deng Jui shivered and quickly knelt. She then witnessed the dazzling white light showering down a multitude of starlight, sparkling as it fell upon all the Baiyu Lingdao in the spirit field. To her astonishment, she observed that the tender branches of the Baiyu Lingdao soaked in starlight shot upwards at a visibly rapid pace. Class B spirit field, Baiyu Lingdao, Lingdao essence. This scene was also witnessed by Zhao Jiyuan, who was being guided by the Sea-High village temple guard towards the earth deity temple. His body trembled, and he exclaimed in disbelief. Within Xianyuan County, there was only 1.5 acres of spirit field. Zhao Jiyuan was acutely aware of this, as that 1.5 acres was under the Zhao family's control. However, that spirit field was merely a Class D spirit field. It paled in comparison to the Class B spirit field before him. A storm of emotions surged within him. There was actually a Class B spirit field in Sea-High village. The value of 1 acre of Class B spirit field was comparable to 7 or 8 acres of Class D spirit field. Furthermore, Sea-High village had somehow acquired the seeds of Baiyu Lingmi and planted Baiyu Lingdao. This was the finest first-tier spirit rice. The spirit rice cultivated by the Zhao family was of lesser efficacy compared to the Baiyu Lingmi. Moreover, he had even witnessed the Lingdao essence cascading down. This made him feel dizzy with amazement. The Lingdao essence was an astonishingly valuable substance, requiring over 20 acres of spirit rice stalks to extract. And the extraction process was intricate and challenging. The Zhao family had been rooted in the county for over a century and had only managed to extract 2 portions of Lingdao essence. The resources gained from selling those 2 portions had enabled the Zhao family to nurture 2 third Dingong realm grand martial artists. Now, this precious Lingdao essence was falling directly upon them. The Lingdao essence had a significant accelerating effect on both second-tier and third-tier spirit rice. Now, it was cascading down onto first-tier spirit rice. He felt a pang of heartache. This was equivalent to the value of a third-tier Yuengong realm grand martial artist. He took a deep breath. Lord Zhao, what troubles you? Chen Ergu asked, puzzled as he gazed at Zhao Zhouyuan. He was the leader of the temple guard, responsible for the safety of the earth deity temple and the village. With the temple guardian and Zhang Rongui present, he believed the village's safety was paramount, so he remained at the village entrance each day. Upon Zhao Jiyuan's arrival, he immediately sensed an extraordinary aura emanating from him. After conversing, he discovered that the man had come from the county specifically to pay homage to Lord Zhongyue. This filled him with pride. Look, our Sea-High village is blessed by Lord Zhongyue, and even the officials from the county are aware. Moreover, the county officials had come to pay their respects. Therefore, he did not hesitate to lead Zhao Jiyuan to meet the temple guardian. It's nothing. Zhao Jiyuan took a few deep breaths before continuing to follow Chen Erga toward the earth deity temple. As they walked, he couldn't help but glance back at the Lingdao essence falling upon the spirit field. his heart aching to the point of breathlessness. However, he was soon stunned by the sight of thousands of villagers kneeling before the earth deity temple. At least 3,000 or 4,000 people? 3,000 or 4,000 villagers knelt on the ground, lighting incense in their hands, a thick cloud of smoke rising to envelop the temple. He wanted to see the statue of the earth deity within the temple, but the swirling smoke obscured his view. Even so, he could still sense an overwhelming aura of terror emanating from it. The longer he stared, the heavier that awe became, compelling him to lower his head. Unable to gaze directly at the statue any longer, was it truly a divine being? The sensation of that authority felt distinctly different from that of a monstrous demon. He murmured to himself, hope glimmering in his eyes. Just then, he saw beams of white light, and 3 faint blue glows shoot forth from the statue of the earth deity, swiftly darting into the bodies of the kneeling villagers. Among them, those 3 faint blue glows landed upon the 3 first-tier peak martial artists at the very front. As a third-tier Yuengong realm grand martial artist, he could effortlessly identify first-tier peak martial artists. He watched in astonishment as the moment the 3 faint blue glows entered their bodies, the vital energy of these first-tier peak martial artists surged dramatically, and in the blink of an eye, they ascended to the second-tier Zhenqi realm, and even in another breath, they progressed to the mid-second-tier Zhenqi realm martial artists. Zhao Zhou eyes widened in disbelief. He rubbed his eyes vigorously, still filled with incredulity. How could this be possible? Just moments ago, they were undeniably first-tier limit-refining body realm warriors. Yet in the blink of an eye, enveloped by that pale blue radiance, they ascended to the mid-level second-tier treachery realm martial masters. He was utterly astonished, his eyes nearly bulging out of their sockets. How could such an inconceivable event occur in the world? He was born with a heart of crimson, gifted beyond measure, and had progressed in martial arts at an extraordinary pace. Yet it took him 7 or 8 years to advance from the first-tier limit to the mid-level second tier. Yet now, right before his eyes, others were achieving such feats in mere instants. Was there anything to be surprised about? The benevolent Lord Zhongyue often bestows divine grace upon us, allowing the common folk of Sihai Village to become first-tier warriors and second-tier martial masters. Chen Erge cast a glance at the side, where Zhao Zhou stood in utter shock, exclaiming in disbelief. His heart swelled with pride, a profound sense of superiority washing over him, as he regarded the other with the gaze one might cast upon a rustic village bumpkin. What of those from the county town? They were still no match for Chen Ergu's discernment. Was this divine grace? Zhao Zhiyuan stammered. He then turned his gaze towards the villager who had just been infused with white light. To his astonishment, he discovered that this mere mortal had already undergone multiple transformations of vitality and had become a mid-level first-tier warrior. Among them, 2 had directly attained the first-tier limit of martial prowess. This scene struck him with overwhelming force. To become a martial artist, one must have resources and comprehension in equal measure. Yet within Sihai Village, one could effortlessly and swiftly become a martial artist, even a second-tier martial master. Soon, he witnessed another cascade of white and pale blue light descend. However, this time the brilliance did not merge into the bodies of the villagers, but instead fell before a middle-aged man who appeared to be in his 30s. As the white and pale blue light dissipated, it revealed 20 exquisitely crafted sets of first-tier armor and 5 intricately inscribed sets of second-tier armor, the most exquisite first-tier and second-tier armor. Zhao Zhou felt a sense of numbness, staring blankly. Is this truly the legendary Sihai Village under the protection of a righteous deity? He began to genuinely believe that the Lord Zhongyue of Sihai Village was not a mere facade of a monstrous demon but a true divinity. Before long, Li Yuming, who had already collected the first-tier and second-tier armors, approached with a gentle smile. I am Li Yuming, the temple priest of Sihai Village. May I inquire your name? Zhao Jian gazed upon this formidable figure, who single-handedly vanquished the 6 third-tier demons of Tsangmu Town, and bowed deeply. I am Zhao Zhou of the Zhao family from Xuanqing, here on the orders of the county lord to express my gratitude to you, masterly, for your extermination of the demons in Tsangmu Town. Li Yuming shook his head, still smiling. I merely acted upon the divine edict of Lord Zhongyue. All is due to his compassion for humanity. Unwilling to see our kind become fodder for demons, Zhao Zhou glanced at the smoke-enshrouded statue of the earth god within the temple, gritting his teeth as he asked, May I, masterly, be permitted to personally meet Lord Zhongyue? Upon hearing this, Li Yuming's smile vanished, replaced by a glimmer of coldness in his eyes. Presumptuous. Chen Ergu erupted in fury, pointing at Zhao Zhou. How dare you? I kindly brought you here to honor Lord Zhongyue, and you seek to impose such intentions. What qualifications do you have to meet Lord Zhongyue? Li Yuming gestured for Chen Ergu to cease, regarding Zhao Zhou with a calm demeanor. Your desire to meet Lord Zhongyue is not within my purview. However, I must inform you that even I, as the temple priest, do not possess the right to an audience with him. Should you truly wish to meet him, kneel here and sincerely pay your respects. Whether you gain an audience depends entirely on Lord Zhongyue's will. After speaking, he disregarded Zhao Zhou and returned to his dwelling. He harbored no concern that Zhao Jian might act foolishly, for under the might of Lord Zhongyue, no one dared to harbor ulterior motives. As the temple priest, he had already sensed the increasing weight of divine authority within the Earth Temple. Humph, Chen Erga snorted, leading his companions back to the village entrance to continue their vigil. Zhao Zhou took a deep breath, purchasing a stick of incense from the villagers, lighting it, and kneeling on the ground to respectfully prostrate. I, Zhao Zhou of the Zhao family from Xuanqing, humbly request an audience with Lord Zhongyue. In the divine realm, Liu maintained a detached expression, paying no heed to Zhao Zhou kneeling before the Earth Temple. Regardless of his intentions, he chose to remain uninvolved for the time being. After all, his domain did not even encompass Sangmu Town. How could he concern himself with matters of the county town? Unless the fourth-tier demons from the county town ventured into his domain and willingly sought their demise. But was that even plausible? With that time, he would prefer to forge more second-tiering soldier artifacts for sale on the regional trading interface. Over the past half-month, he had crafted a total of 360 second-tiering soldier artifacts. This was no mere 9 to 6, but half a month of sleepless toil. Yet, as a 9th-tier deity, such effort was not particularly taxing. In that span, he had amassed 1,800 units of divine power. The sales had been remarkably brisk. Essentially, whatever he crafted was sold out. However, this half-month had indeed marked a period of explosive growth for the 9th-tier Earth gods. It was estimated that over 10% of the 100,000 deities in this region had ascended to the rank of 9th-tier Earth gods. These newly elevated 9th-tier Earth gods were all potential clients. After all, expending the same amount of divine power without having to craft them oneself was a most advantageous arrangement. A smile adorned his face. The decision to utilize 50 units of 9th-tier divine law fragments to reduce the crafting cost of the soldier artifacts had proven exceedingly astute. 50 units of 9th-tier divine law fragments were valued at 500 units of divine power. Now, in just half a month, he had earned 1,800 units of divine power. What was a little hard work compared to that? Among the myriad deities of Blue Star, there was no one who would disdain hard labor. At this moment, his internal divine power had reached an astonishing total of 3,030 units. The demon corpses that had been sent back to him after Li Yoming's slaying of demons had contributed over 300 units of divine power. In addition, the incense offerings provided by the believers had allowed him to gather over 120 units of divine power. Furthermore, the 50 pounds of second-tier black pattern bee spirit honey he had listed for sale had completely sold out, with the remaining 45 pounds generating 180 units of divine power after deducting the 5 pounds sold earlier. In a month, the second grand festival of the year would commence. He murmured to himself, eagerly anticipating the upcoming festivities. After all, the hundredfold increase in offerings would be sufficient to satiate him in one go. With a mere thought, he opened his personal tasks. Personal task 7 task description. Your reputation for slaying demons and ridding the world of evil has spread far and wide. However, this will also attract the attention of more formidable demons. Strive to grow stronger. The might of the divine must be forged with the blood of demons. Task objective. Achieve a believer count of over 5,000. Task reward. 1 spirit field divine talisman. 1 flat mountain divine talisman. 1 spirit temple divine talisman. And 80 units of divine power. Liu maintained a serene expression. He was well aware of the benefits of the spirit field divine talisman and the flat mountain divine talisman. Additionally, he still possessed a flat mountain divine talisman that he had yet to use. As for the Spirit Temple Divine Talisman, it could transform his modest Earth Temple into a Spirit Temple. Currently, his Earth Temple still appeared quite simple. Unchanged from 5 months prior. Liu Ming had previously requested permission to reconstruct the temple, but he had declined. After all, he believed that temples built by mortals, no matter how resplendent, were merely mundane structures. Once he ascended to the 8th-tier deity rank, he planned to shape a temple using divine power. Though this would consume a significant amount of divine power, he deemed it worthwhile, as it represented his own facade. However, now, simply by completing personal task 7, he could acquire a Spirit Temple Divine Talisman to directly transform the plain Earth Temple into a Spirit Temple. A Divine Talisman in hand would naturally be the optimal choice. He has also spared himself a considerable expenditure of divine power. Thus, he harbors a profound yearning for this Spirit Temple Divine Talisman. As a dignified 9th-rank land deity, He naturally requires a facade befitting his status. However, it will not be long. Each day, new inhabitants are moving into Sea-High Village, and in a few days, the number of believers will surpass 5,000. His gaze sparkles with curiosity that he wonders whether the spirit temple constructed by this spirit temple divine talisman possesses any unique functions. After all, the spirit field divine talisman has proven to be quite useful in establishing spirit fields. Subsequently, his attention shifted towards the underworld domain. At this moment, the underworld domain appeared exceedingly constricted. During this period, the souls of those who perished in Sea-High Village have been escorted back to the underworld domain by the ghostly emissaries. The souls of the deceased Class B believers have all been appointed as ghostly emissaries by Liu. Presently, there are 12 ghostly emissaries in total. Meanwhile, the souls of the deceased Class C and D believers now reside within the underworld domain. The atmosphere in the underworld domain is thick with Yin energy, ensuring that the souls do not disperse. You lack true faith in me. Now that you have perished, I offer you two paths to choose from. The first, accept my decree and become a Yin soldier, erasing all memories. However, should you attain the rank of Class A Yin soldier, you may regain a portion of your memories. The second, I shall send you to the underworld for reincarnation. Liu gazed down upon the 35 souls within the underworld domain and spoke with a calm, yet powerful voice that reverberated throughout the domain. At once, the 35 souls looked up in astonishment, but they could not perceive Liu, who resided in the divine realm above. At this moment, 3 ghostly emissaries were tasked with guarding these souls, and upon hearing his words, they immediately knelt in reverence. Those who became ghostly emissaries while retaining their memories are all Class B believers. Even in death, their devotion remains unwavering. The 35 souls exchanged glances, and soon, they too knelt on the ground. Realizing that the owner of that imposing voice was the land deity, Zhang Yuegong, might we retain our memories and be appointed as Yin soldiers? If I can retain my memories, I willingly forsake reincarnation to serve Zhang Yuegong. One soul, appearing relatively youthful, exclaimed. Yet, no sooner had his words left his lips than a black vortex materialized within the underworld domain. This vortex emanated an overwhelming aura of dread, gently swirling as it drew the speaking soul into its depths. Rendering him invisible, the remaining 34 souls understood that he had been sent into the cycle of reincarnation. They fell silent, refraining from speaking further, each lost in thought. Reincarnation may grant new life. But does that new life retain the essence of the individual? To avoid reincarnation and be appointed as a Yin soldier would lead to complete memory loss, with the only hope of recovering some memories lying in the arduous ascent to Class A Yin soldier, a prospect fraught with uncertainty. The 34 souls' expressions fluctuated, their hearts engaged in a fierce internal struggle. Make your choice. Those who wish for reincarnation shall proceed to the underworld. Otherwise, they shall be deemed Yin soldiers. The indifferent yet commanding voice resounded once more. At that instant, 12 of the 34 souls rose, gritting their teeth as they plunged into the black vortex ahead. They reasoned that it was preferable to seek rebirth than to become soulless Yin soldiers. For perhaps in their next life, they would chart a different path. On the ground of the underworld domain, 22 souls remained kneeling, displaying evident anxiety. You shall be appointed as my Yin soldiers, your past lives erased. Liu's calm voice echoed. In the next moment, 22 strands of divine power descended from the divine realm, transforming into Yin soldier divine talismans suspended in midair. Numerous white runes shimmered upon the Yin soldier divine talismans, and with a flash, they surged into the bodies of the 22 kneeling souls. Instantly, a radiant white light erupted from the bodies of the 22 souls. The dense Yin energy in the underworld domain converged upon them, their ghostly forms visibly solidified. Adorned with illusory armor and wielding ancient, ethereal weapons, their expressions transformed at a perceptible rate, shifting to one of cold indifference. Memories were obliterated, leaving only the basic information imparted by the Yin soldier divine talismans and a set of Yin soldier combat techniques, including military formations and combat methods. Nothing else remained. We pay homage to Zhang Yuegong. The 22 Yin soldiers knelt expressionlessly on one knee, their voices echoing with a chilling detachment. This is the essence of Yin soldiers. They differ significantly from ghostly emissaries, who must possess memories and intentions to fulfill their soul-harvesting duties. In contrast, the ideal Yin soldier is one devoid of memory. They obey orders without question. The role of the Yin soldiers is to guard the underworld domain and confront the demons and monsters that ghostly emissaries cannot handle. I appoint you as the captain of the Yin soldiers, of Class C. Liu gestured casually. Instantly, 10 strands of divine power descended, merging with one Yin soldier's essence. the Yin soldier's Yin energy surged dramatically, elevating him from a mere first-tier mid-level to a formidable second-tier lower level. Subsequently, the Yin soldier artifact, the Yin soldier battle glaive, appeared in his grasp, causing his aura to rise once more, attaining the status of a second-tier upper level. As for the rest of you, you are all appointed as Class D Yin soldiers. I in the Divine Realm. Liu remained composed as he spoke again. Numerous Yin soldier battle glaives flew forth from the Divine Realm and landed in the hands of each Yin soldier within the underworld domain. In an instant, the Yin energy within the underworld domain surged, transforming the remaining 21 Yin soldiers into Class D Yin soldiers, each possessing strength on par with second-tier lower level. Go forth. Liu's gaze turned towards the location of Qianling Mountain, and with a gentle wave of his hand, 100 strands of divine power surged forth, opening a new underworld domain beneath Qianling Mountain. This underworld domain measures 10 zhang in length, 10 zhang in width, and 1 zhang in height. Since Yin soldiers have been established, they must not be mixed with ghostly emissaries. This underworld domain serves as a military camp specifically created for the Yin soldiers. The 22 Yin soldiers bowed once more before departing the underworld domain beneath the land temple. Making their way towards the underworld domain of Qianling Mountain. Liu Ming was instantly startled. He stepped out of his room and beheld the 22 Yin soldiers, clad in ancient armor and wielding cold glaives, marching upon the shadowy earth, causing him to shudder involuntarily. Meanwhile, Zhao Jin, kneeling before the land temple, widened his eyes in astonishment. In the hazy distance, he too glimpsed the 22 Yin soldiers treading upon the shadowy earth. The Yin soldiers borrow the path, retreating in reverence, he murmured, recalling an ancient tale. Despite his exceptional talents and fiery heart, this was his first encounter with the legendary Yin soldiers in action. This further solidified his belief that the deity worshipped in Sihai village, Zhang Duigong, is indeed a genuine god. After all, ancient legends had mentioned that Yin soldiers serve as the divine soldiers, waging war on their behalf against demons and monsters. Contemplating this, he began to genuinely devote himself to the worship of Zhang Duigong, realizing that perhaps only through sincere devotion could he truly meet this deity. In total, 242 strands of divine power were expended in the divine realm. Liu remained serene. His gaze then fell upon the ghostly emissaries, who had been startled and had returned to the land temple. Among the 12 ghostly emissaries, Liao Xiao'er is a Class C ghostly emissary, while Li Yutang is a Class D ghostly emissary. The remaining 10 ghostly emissaries are all reserve emissaries. Let them all be elevated as well. I, Liu, am not a miserly deity. He murmured softly to himself. In the next moment, his gaze fell upon Liao Xiao'er and Li Yutang, and a voice of divine authority resonated in their minds. You both have been diligent and industrious. I hereby confer upon Liao Xiao'er the title of Grade B Ghost Envoy and upon Li Yutang the title of Grade C Ghost Envoy. As the words echoed, he gently snapped his fingers. First, 100 strands of divine power coalesced to form a secondary reinforcement in soldier divine talisman, which flew from the divine realm and merged into Liao Xiao'er's body. Immediately after, 10 strands of power formed a reinforcement in soldier divine talisman, which soared from the divine realm and integrated into Li Yutang. Instantly, the Yin energy around Liao Xiao'er surged dramatically, propelling her from the second-tier upper level, surpassing the second-tier limit, and elevating her to the third-tier lower level. She became the second individual of third-tier strength within the vicinity of Sihai village. Aside from the temple master Li Yuming, naturally, Li Yutang ascended to the second-tier upper level. We are grateful for your bestowal, Lord Zhang Yue. The two knelt on the ground, expressing their reverence. Joy filled their hearts. After all, their strength had significantly increased. Who wouldn't feel elated? Meanwhile, Zhao Jian, who had faintly witnessed this scene, was left in a daze that a being of third-tier lower level had emerged just like that. What did that make him? Who had toiled for 50 or 60 years to become a third-tier middle-level grandmaster? In the divine realm, Liu glanced at the 10 ghost envoys. Now that divine power was abundant, he naturally sought to enhance the overall quality of his ghost envoys. After all, weak ghost envoys were not conducive to soul gathering. He lightly snapped his fingers. 10 second-tier Yin soldier artifacts, soul binding chains, flew out of the divine realm and landed on the 10 ghost envoys. Since he required only 5 strands of divine power to forge second-tier Yin soldier artifacts, it was hardly a burden for him at this stage. Instantly, the Yin energy of the 10 candidate ghost envoys surged, raising them from the first-tier middle level to the second-tier lower level, all becoming Grade D ghost envoys. We are grateful for your bestowal, Lord Zhang Yue. The 10 ghost envoys expressed with utmost sincerity. Their hearts were aflame with excitement. The enhancement of their strength was one aspect, But receiving the divine grace of Lord Zhongyue, signifying his acknowledgement of their efforts, was another. Naturally, they felt exhilarated and thrilled. Among them, Liao Chengping was particularly ecstatic. At last, he was no longer a candidate ghost envoy, consuming another 160 strands of divine power. Liu murmured softly. These Yin soldier artifacts were naturally crafted by him over the past 2 days and had not been sold. He then continued to immerse himself in the rhythm of crafting Yin soldier artifacts. Yin soldier artifacts were not limited to just soul-binding chains, but also included Yin soldier halberds, ghost-slaying swords, and soul-extracting whips, among others. Generally, ghost envoys used soul-binding chains, while Yin soldiers wielded Yin soldier halberds. Thus, he crafted these 2 types of Yin soldier artifacts the most, occasionally producing a few ghost-slaying swords and soul-extracting whips. Time swiftly passed, and 10 days flew by. Liu set aside the soul-binding chains he had just forged, a smile gracing his face as he opened the personal task menu. Personal task 7 now displayed as completed. 5,000 faithful believers. Indeed, a challenging feat. Having become a deity for over 5 months, he had only garnered over 5,000 believers. He couldn't help but sigh. Yet, despite the difficulty, he believed that for other deities of Blue Star, accomplishing this task would surely be even more formidable. After all, he was a legitimate 9th-grade land deity, while the other Blue Star deities were merely appointed from 9th-grade land deities, with temple masters at most reaching the 2nd-tier middle level, or, likely Yuming, managing to self-promote to the 2nd-tier upper level. However, 2nd-tier upper-level temple masters could not sweep away 3rd-tier monsters within their town's boundaries on their own unless the deity invested heavily, employing summoning techniques and casting divine spells each time. Yet, even with the use of summoning techniques and divine spells, they still profited, as the corpses of 3rd-tier monsters were undeniably valuable. From this perspective, he mused, this task shouldn't hinder the Blue Star deities for long. He chuckled softly, his thoughts shifting. He had already claimed the rewards for personal task 7. Before him, 3 talismans materialized: a spirit field divine talisman, a peaceful mountain divine talisman, and a spirit temple divine talisman. Additionally, he felt an increase of 80 strands of divine power within him, bringing his total divine power to 4,008 strands. He was now 1 step closer to his goal of 15,000 strands, with the Grand Festival just over half a month away. His expression remained calm as he turned his gaze to the newly refreshed 8th task. Personal task 8 task description: the number of human believers who worship you is increasing, and you are able to gather more incense wish power each day. Ascend to the rank of legitimate 9th-grade land deity. Only with greater strength can you protect those who believe in you. Task objective: ascend to the legitimate 9th-grade divine rank. Task rewards: 21st tier blessing divine talismans, 5 2nd-tier blessing divine talismans, 1 3rd-tier blessing divine talisman, and 150 strands of divine power. Ascend to the legitimate 9th-grade divine rank. Liu was taken aback. After all, he had already attained the legitimate 9th-grade divine rank. Subsequently, he noticed that this freshly refreshed personal task 8 displayed as completed. Is this even possible? Liu was momentarily stunned. This personal task was practically a special reward for him. He felt a surge of joy. After all, who wouldn't appreciate a task that granted rewards without needing completion? Moreover, the task rewards were quite generous, including a 3rd-tier blessing divine talisman. A 3rd-tier blessing divine talisman meant that, aside from Li Yuming, there could be another 3rd-tier warrior among the believers of Sihai Village, whose strength would not be inferior to Zhao Jiu Yuan, who still knelt in front of the land temple, having come from the county town. Seeing this task also reaffirmed his understanding that the tasks of all Blue Star deities were likely quite similar. Aside from some differences in place names, there probably wouldn't be any significant distinctions. If personal tasks were tailored for each individual, he would not have refreshed this task to ascend to the legitimate 9th-grade divine rank. Without hesitation, he immediately claimed the task rewards. Instantly, 21st-tier blessing divine talismans, 5 2nd-tier blessing divine talismans, and 1 3rd-tier blessing divine talisman appeared before him. Additionally, 150 strands of divine power suddenly manifested within him, raising his total divine power to 4,158 strands. That he gazed at the Spirit Temple divine talisman, which he had eagerly anticipated, as it pertained to the facade of his land temple. Something he regarded with utmost importance. Name: Spirit Temple divine talisman rank. 1st-tier divine talisman effect. Upon use, it can transform the land temple into a land spirit temple. The land spirit temple possesses the efficacy of miraculous divination and the prohibition of martial energy. Miraculous, prohibitive, divine might. Miraculous, it can allow the sincere prayers of believers to have a certain chance of being realized without requiring the deity's attention or consumption of divine power. Purely the effect of the land spirit temple. Liu gasped in astonishment. Just this one effect made the land spirit temple exceedingly precious. After all, a land spirit temple that could frequently fulfill the wishes of its believers would undoubtedly lead to a continuous increase in their faith. Although the immediate effects might not be overwhelmingly strong, over time, as more wishes were realized, the believers would undoubtedly grow increasingly devout, and the prohibition of martial energy extends to a 10-jong radius surrounding the land temple, forbidding the martial energy of warriors and the demonic aura of monsters. Only the chi refining masters of the temple master system would remain unaffected. As for the divine might, the land spirit temple inherently possesses a divine might that deters others from gazing directly upon it. Liu was quite satisfied. The efficacy of the land spirit temple exceeded his expectations. He cast his gaze towards the exterior of the temple. This moment, dawn had broken, and a multitude of devotees had arrived to offer incense and make wishes. Liu Ming, serving as the temple keeper, knelt at the forefront, leading the throngs of believers in their prostrations. Zhao Jian knelt beside him, his expression imbued with a sense of reverence. Liu was somewhat astonished. This individual had been kneeling for 10 days and had indeed come to believe in him, elevating himself to the status of a secondary believer. His devotion surpassed that of many villagers from Sihai village, which truly took him by surprise. However, he did not mind. He had plenty of secondary believers. With a thought, he immediately projected the spirit temple divine talisman from the divine realm. Bow to Lord Zhangyue. Incense was lit. Bow again. Second bow. Third bow. Liu Ming's countenance was solemn as he knelt at the forefront of all, holding the fragrant incense aloft and calling out. Behind him, 4 to 5,000 devotees knelt in a vast sea of worship, all appearing orderly as they followed his exhortation. Even though Zhao Jiyuan had witnessed this before, he could not suppress his astonishment. After the fall of the great Zhou dynasty, demons roamed freely and evil spirits ran rampant, reducing humanity to mere prey. He had never seen the spirit and vitality of the common people so elevated. Was this the essence of divinity? He had come to understand that Lord Zhangyue had manifested only a little over 5 months ago. Yet he had thoroughly transformed everything in Songmu town. When would the divine might of Lord Zhangyue envelop the county town? He yearned for this moment. Just then, he beheld a brilliant golden divine talisman soaring from the land temple, subsequently hovering above it, radiating a dazzling light as if a fierce sun had emerged in the heavens. The brilliance was resplendent, and the divine majesty was overwhelming. There was not a trace of demonic aura. Rather, under the divine power, any demonic presence was suppressed. Witnessing this spectacle, the last remnants of Zhao Jiyuan's doubts dissipated entirely. He was now fully convinced that Lord Zhangyue was indeed a deity. What is this? Liu Ming looked up, recalling the talisman that had transformed into an acre of spiritual field. All the kneeling believers lifted their heads, their hearts racing with excitement, especially for the 2 villagers who had recently joined Sihai village. This was their first encounter with such a magnificent divine miracle, igniting their fervent faith in Lord Zhangyue. The effect of the divine light was a powerful catalyst for belief. Thunder rumbled across the heavens. The golden divine talisman suddenly elongated, forming a colossal structure in mid-air, measuring 15 zhong in length, 10 zhong in width, and 3 zhong in height. This edifice, adorned with emerald rails, jade stone flooring, and glazed tiles, exuded an awe-inspiring divine authority. The immense structure descended with a thundering crash. All the believers widened their eyes, their expressions filled with shock. They witnessed the enormous temple, crafted from the divine talisman, replacing the previously modest land temple. The original temple, quite rudimentary, had been built during the era of Li's family village. Apart from a statue of the land deity, there was merely an offering table, hardly deserving the title of a temple. Now, however, it stood as a true shrine. It featured a courtyard, a grand entrance, and a plaque inscribed with the characters Land Spirit Temple, alongside a magnificent deity statue visible through the open doors. The statue, positioned within the main hall, towered far above the previous land deity, majestic as a giant, gazing down upon all. The Land Spirit Temple, constructed by Lord Zhanyue's unparalleled divine power. Liu Ming exclaimed fervently. This was the authentic temple. His initial thoughts of constructing a new land temple with mundane materials for Lord Zhanyue were utterly unworthy of the deity. Only the imposing land spirit temple before him was deserving of Lord Zhanyue. The divine might of the deity was truly terrifying. Zhao Jian inhaled sharply, his face awash with astonishment. Witnessing such a miracle firsthand filled him with exhilaration and fervor. A deity, a true deity that had stepped from the annals of legend into the realm of mortals. The other villagers were equally thrilled and elated. Such a miracle once more affirmed the existence of the great Lord Zhanyue, who had been watching over them in Sihai village. With Lord Zhanyue's protection, their descendants would never again fall prey to demons. Many even wept tears of joy. Numerous individuals who were merely level believers were elevated to sea-level believers in that moment. And some of the original sea-level believers ascended to the status of B-level believers. After a long while, the villagers gradually calmed from their excitement and began to rise to return home to that moment. A panicked shout echoed from a distance. "Father!" Zhao Jian was taken aback and immediately turned to look. He saw a middle-aged man striding forward under the guidance of Chen Ergu, his face haggard and filled with urgency. It was his only son. "Zhao Enian, what has happened?" Observing the anxious expression on his son's face, his heart sank, and he inquired immediately. "Yongyuan has caused a great calamity. He has killed the fourth son of the three kings of Drunken Demon Mountain." Zhao Enian exclaimed in distress. "What?" Zhao Jiyuan's body shook, and his eyes reddened instantly. How could he be so impulsive? He had only one son, Zhao Enian, and Zhao Enian had only one son, Zhao Yongyuan. Their lineage was now a solitary branch. Zhao Yongyuan was his only grandson. Moreover, Drunken Demon Mountain was one of the top 10 demonic powers within the jurisdiction of Xian County. Drunken Demon Mountain was ruled by 4 great kings, each a 4th-tier great demon. How could his grandson possibly escape punishment after slaying the offspring of a 4th-tier great demon? "Father, Yongyuan has been arranged to hide in the county town, but he will soon be discovered. Once Yongyuan is found, he will undoubtedly be sent to Drunken Demon Mountain." Tears welled in Zhao Enian's eyes as he knelt before his father, bowing his head. "Father, Yongyuan is your only grandson. You must save him." He was merely a 2nd-tier peak chi master, naturally unable to rescue his son. However, his father was a 3rd-tier, mid-level Yuan gang realm great warrior, and he believed that with his father's strength, he should be able to save his son. Zhao Jiuyuan closed his eyes, then rose without a word and walked towards the exit. No matter what, he had to return for a visit. His only grandson could not be allowed to perish. Moreover, he understood that his grandson despised evil, and he must have witnessed the atrocities committed by the 4th son of Drunken Demon Mountain against the common people, which compelled him to take action. Additionally, his grandson was exceptionally gifted. Having already attained 2nd-tier upper-level cultivation at a young age, he was likely to achieve even greater heights in martial arts than he had. Zhao Enian immediately followed behind, and the two hastened away. Li Yuming observed quietly, shaking his head without much concern. He was the temple keeper of Sihai village. His duty was solely to fulfill Lord Jingyue's divine will and protect the villagers of Sihai village. In the divine realm, Li Yu naturally witnessed this scene. Interesting. This person, having witnessed the miracle I just displayed, actually leaped to the status of an A-level believer. It seems that the more knowledgeable individuals become, the easier it is for their faith to deepen. Perhaps this is related to their original steadfast will. Those with resolute determination, once they decide to believe and fully trust in my existence, their unwavering willpower will render their faith profoundly sincere. His gaze was peculiar. Li Deyang had been similar. In a short time, his faith had soared to the level of an A-level believer. Very well. Since he has become an A-level believer, I shall bestow upon him an item. As for whether he can survive, that will depend on himself. Liu extended his hand, and instantly, 30 streams of divine power surged forth, coalescing at his fingertips into a talisman of 9th-rank divine art. Within it resided the essence of the cloud and mist technique, a 9th-grade divine art. This talisman was formed purely from the condensation of divine energy, yet it demanded 3-fold the divine power to wield. The force it unleashed was but a mere 1/5 of what he could achieve through direct invocation of the technique. This foundational ability was one he had acquired only after ascending to the exalted 9th rank. Comparatively, this divine talisman was far less efficient than the rituals performed by the temple priest. Thus, it was his first time utilizing it. However, even at a 1/5 of its power, it was sufficient to withstand assaults from lower and mid-tier 4th-grade demons. Li Yu's expression remained serene as he flicked his fingers, sending the divine talisman soaring out of the divine domain, where it promptly landed in the hands of Zhao Jiuyuan, who was hastily making his way out of the Four Seas village. "What is this?" Zhao Jiuyuan gazed in astonishment at the talisman that had appeared in his palm. It was a soft golden talisman, neither dazzling nor exuding an overwhelming aura. Yet, upon its arrival, He instinctively understood its name and purpose, the cloud and mist protective talisman. With but a thought, he could activate this talisman to summon a protective shroud of clouds and mist, capable of fending off attacks from lower and mid-tier 4th-grade demons, even against a 3rd-grade demon. Including those at their peak, it could withstand assaults for at least half a day. This was a divine gift from Lord Zhang Yue. Overwhelmed with excitement, he immediately prostrated himself towards the direction of the Land Spirit Temple. Proclaiming with utmost sincerity, Devotee Zhao Jiyuan, I humbly thank you for Lord Zhang Yue's gracious gift. His voice was filled with fervent devotion. He never imagined he would receive a blessing from a true deity like Lord Zhang Yue. How could this not fill him with exhilaration? Furthermore, possessing the cloud and mist protective talisman significantly bolstered his confidence in rescuing his grandson. Beside him, Zhao Yinian stared blankly at his father's actions. What was his father doing? Previously, he had seen him kneeling before the imposing land temple, and now he was bowing again in that direction. Could it be that the deity rumored to exist in Four Seas Village was indeed real? Otherwise, why would his father appear so devout? He could hardly believe that his father could be deceived by any demon. Contemplating this, he knelt beside him, joining in the act of worship. Personal Task 9 Task Description. You have ascended to the revered 9th-rank land deity. Your divine mandate radiating over 1,000 acres. Within the sphere of your divine influence, the realms of Yin and Yang are separated. The souls of the deceased cannot traverse to the underworld unassisted. To prevent lingering spirits from remaining in the mortal realm, you require a competent team of ghostly emissaries to fulfill the duty of soul retrieval. Task objective. Enlist 50 ghostly emissaries of grade D or above. Task rewards. 22nd grading soldier artifacts, 3 3rd grading soldier artifacts, and 180 points of divine power. The task of enlisting ghostly emissaries was pressing. Currently, there were only 12 emissaries, leaving a deficit of 38. He pondered, contemplating the necessity of gathering 40.liu gently gestured, and the land register sword into his hands. Opening effortlessly. It meticulously recorded the life stories and remaining lifespans of all villagers in Four Seas Village. He intended to select 40 grade B devotees nearing the end of their lives, and have Liao Xiu'er inquire whether they would be willing to transition to the realm of the dead, thereby becoming ghostly emissaries. Those who agreed would have their mortal forms perish, their souls receiving his decree. Should they decline, they would simply await their natural demise, which did not concern him. Presently, Four Seas Village boasted over 5,000 devotees, with more than 800 classified as grade B. Among the 52 individuals whose lifespans were less than a year, he would select 40.liu's demeanor remained calm. He regarded the life and death of his devotees with a focus solely on illness, and he would not simply cure ailments upon request, as that would be too trivial. He was a deity, not a caretaker. He planned to invoke the cure disease technique using divine power only during the 2 major festivals each year to alleviate the afflictions of his devotees. However, curing ailments did not equate to extending lifespans. If the king of hell decreed one's death at midnight, he would not allow them to live until dawn. The lifespans of mortals were meticulously recorded in his land register. Alleviating suffering simply meant that their bodies would no longer endure pain. Yet, when their time was up, they would inevitably perish. Only those who became warriors possessed the ability to alter their lifespans. Of course, as the owner of the land register and the governing deity of the village, he also had the power to modify mortal lifespans, but this required the expenditure of divine energy. In normal circumstances, he would refrain from such actions. Life and death are matters of fate. To intervene would contravene the divine path. His gaze fell upon the underworld realm deep beneath the divine domain. With a gentle wave of his hand, 90 points of divine power surged forth, instantly merging into the underworld realm. Consequently, this realm began to expand, growing from its original dimensions of 30 feet in length, 30 feet in width, and 10 feet in height to an impressive length of 100 feet, a width of 100 feet, and a height of 10 feet, over 11 times its previous area, creating a spacious and open environment. After all, it was essential for 50 ghostly emissaries to have a suitable space to work and reside. Liao Xiu'er, his authoritative voice echoed in her mind. As Four Seas Village expands and the populace increases, I command you to establish the Soul Retrieval Department, dedicated to the duty of soul retrieval. You shall temporarily assume the role of the inspector of the Soul Retrieval Department, while Li Yutang will serve as the deputy inspector. The Soul Retrieval Department is to be provisionally staffed with 50 ghostly emissaries. I shall provide you with a list of devotees nearing the end of their lives. You are to inquire whether they wish to serve in the Soul Retrieval Department, entirely at their discretion. With an increased number of ghostly emissaries, an organizational structure was necessary. Thus, he directly established the soul retrieval department. Within the underworld realm, upon hearing these words, Liao Xiaoer immediately knelt on the ground, her heart brimming with joy, and respectfully replied, "I shall certainly manage the soul retrieval department with diligence and fulfill my duties." She was exceedingly thrilled. Previously, she had merely been the leader of the ghostly emissary team, but now, with the establishment of the soul retrieval department by the revered deity, she had ascended to the esteemed position of inspector. This was a position of authority. Perhaps in the future, she might even have the chance to become a deity herself. With such thoughts, her excitement intensified, and she silently vowed to strive even harder in fulfilling her responsibilities, ensuring that no issues would arise. Soon, night fell. Liao Xiaoer did not delegate the task to others. Instead, she personally sought out the devotees on the list to inquire whether they wished to join the soul retrieval department. Li Yujin was one of the oldest villagers in Li family village. He, along with Li Yuming and Li Yudang, were of the same generation, all descended from the same great-grandfather. This meant that his grandfather and those of Li Yuming and Li Yutang were siblings. Li Yujin de Li Yujin. As Li Yujin lay asleep in his home, he was suddenly roused by someone calling his name. Groggily, he opened his eyes, only to find the room shrouded in an ethereal mist. He inhaled deeply a couple of times, discovering the mist to be quite soothing. "Who calls me?" he inquired, trembling as he sat up in bed, gazing towards the doorway, where the mist thickened, revealing a shadow-clad and ghostly emissary attire. A soul-locking chain hanging at its waist. Upon seeing this figure, Li Yojin's heart raced. This was a ghostly emissary. The temple priest, Li Yuming, had already informed all the villagers that if one were to encounter a ghostly emissary at their doorstep, it signifies that one's time in this mortal realm has come to an end. There is no point in resistance. One must simply follow the spectral envoy. The image of this ghostly figure was sketched for the villagers to behold, allowing them to recognize the spectral presence at the door as a ghostly emissary. Now, with the arrival of the ghostly envoy, it seems that his life has indeed reached its conclusion, leaving him with no chance to bid farewell to his children. Yet, to pass away painlessly and without calamity could be regarded as a fortunate event. He rose, unperturbed, and with a graceful bow towards the ephemeral figure at the threshold, he declared, "I am Li Yujin, and I am grateful for your presence, honored emissary at his advanced age." He had long ceased to fear death. "Li Yujin, you are mistaken," spoke Liao Xiaoer, standing at the misty entrance with a gentle smile. "You still possess 12 days of life. Your time has not yet arrived. However, the esteemed deity has established the Soul Reaping Bureau, dedicated to the task of guiding souls, and currently seeks additional ghostly emissaries. As your life draws to a close, would you be willing to join the Soul Reaping Bureau and become one of its ghostly envoys?" In truth, she had known Li Yujin during her mortal existence, as her maternal grandfather was a cousin to Li Yuming, Li Yutang, and Li Yujin, all within 5 degrees of kinship. Nevertheless, having become a ghostly emissary, the boundaries of life and death now separated them. All past connections were but fleeting memories. She was acutely aware that the esteemed deity would not favor personal relationships among his subordinates. Thus, even towards her brother Liao Qingping, she gradually treated him with indifference. Ambition stirred within her. In the Valley of the Bee Demons, she had heard the third-tier queen mention that the esteemed deity had proclaimed that if the queen performed admirably, she could even be conferred the title of a deity under his command. Enjoying millennia of existence, if such an opportunity existed for the Bee Queen, she believed that if she excelled, she too could seize a similar chance. Consequently, she diligently scrutinized her actions daily to ensure she executed her duties to perfection. Become a ghostly emissary? Li Yujin was taken aback. He had been a devout believer of the Zhongyue deity long before the manifestation of the deity's power in Li family village. He often contemplated that had it not been for his lack of knowledge and a life spent toiling in the earth, he might have been the one to serve as the temple steward. Now, the prospect of becoming a ghostly emissary and serving the Zhongyue deity ignited a fervor within him. He felt no hesitation. Even with only 12 days of life remaining, indeed, even if he had several more years, he would not have paused. This was a chance to rise and serve under the Zhongyue deity, the land's rightful god. His future would be vast and promising. Though he lacked worldly experience, he had never been content with mediocrity. In his youth, he had trained in martial arts alongside Li Yuming, but due to poor aptitude, he had given up on such pursuits. "I am willing to join the Soul Reaping Bureau and become a ghostly emissary," he proclaimed excitedly, bowing once more to Liao Xiaoer. She was not taken aback. Such opportunities were rare. She nodded. "I am presently serving as the interim inspector of the Soul Reaping Bureau, overseeing all its affairs. Tomorrow night, I will escort you to the Soul Reaping Bureau. You may inform your family of your departure at dawn. There is no need to conceal your status as a ghostly emissary. It can be shared openly. However, once you join the Soul Reaping Bureau, you shall no longer interfere with matters of the living, and you will not be able to meet your family again, do you understand, by the end of her statement. Her tone carried a hint of severity. As the inspector of the Soul Reaping Bureau, she was responsible for all ghostly emissaries. Any errors made by her subordinates would reflect upon her, and she would not tolerate any missteps. Allowing others to publicize their roles as ghostly emissaries would only serve to deepen the villagers' devotion to the Zhongyue deity, a prospect she would not hinder. I understand, Li Eugene replied, his heart racing. Liao Xiaoer nodded and promptly departed from Li Yotong's home. As she left, the thick mist gradually dissipated. Li Eugene felt an immense pull, turning to see his physical form lying on the bed. The force drew him back into his body. Suddenly, he awoke with a start, the recent events vividly clear. This was no dream. He sat up, trembling as he poured himself a glass of water, sipping slowly to calm his tumultuous thoughts. He had but a single day to speak with his children. He murmured to himself that as for his spouse, she had passed away several years prior. Dressing himself, he grasped his cane and opened the door. Making his way to his eldest son's room, he knocked firmly on the door. Though the sky had yet to brighten, the stars and moon cast a gentle glow, making the surroundings visible. "Who is it?" came an irritable voice from within the house. "It is I," Li Eugene replied. "Father?" The door creaked open, revealing Li Dian, who looked at his father in astonishment. "Father, why are you up at this hour?" He quickly supported Li Eugene and ushered him inside to sit. Li Eugene waved a hand, calmly stating, "Go summon your 2 sisters and your 2 brothers-in-law. I'll do it right away." He entered the room, quickly dressing. "Now." Li Diyuan frowned, glancing anxiously at his father, but nonetheless hurried to fetch them. At that moment, Li Diyuan's wife emerged, greeting him with a respectful "father." Li Eugene nodded, indicating for her to sit. Before long, Li Diyuan's 2 sisters and their husbands hurried in. "Everyone, please take a seat. Listen to me." Before they could inquire, Li Eugene spoke calmly. "My time is drawing near. I have just been visited by a ghostly emissary." Upon hearing this, Li Diyuan and the others sprang to their feet, their faces pale with shock. "Father, you." They were at a loss, their hearts heavy with sorrow. After all, no one can face the impending death of a loved one with tranquility. Li Eugene raised a hand, his expression remaining serene. "There is no need for grief. I shall serve the Zhongyue deity as a ghostly emissary. However, once I have become a ghostly envoy, I will no longer be able to concern myself with matters of the living. I have called you here to convey a few important messages. The first is that you must devote yourselves more sincerely to the worship of the Zhongyue deity. This is of utmost importance. Not only must you be more devout, but you must also teach your descendants to be equally pious." The second matter, throughout the night, Liao Xiaoa met with the 40 individuals whose remaining lifespans were the shortest. Among them, the longest had but 7.5 months left. Not a single one declined. All willingly agreed to join the Soul Reaping Bureau as ghostly emissaries. After all, they were all faithful believers, and the chance to serve under a deity was one they could not refuse. Soon, the second night arrived. Liao Xiaoer promptly guided Li Eugene and the 40 souls to the netherworld domain. Kneeling before the esteemed deity, she respectfully announced, "Esteemed Lord, I have brought back the 40 individuals from Sihai village with the least remaining lifespans. They all willingly wish to join the Soul Reaping Bureau as ghostly emissaries." Li Eugene and the others quickly followed suit, kneeling with excitement in their hearts. Could it be that they would meet the great Zhongyue deity? For a devoted believer, there is nothing more exhilarating than the prospect of encountering the deity they revere. In the divine domain, Liu gazed down upon the underworld law domain. His eyes fell upon the 42nd tier soldier artifacts known as the soul binding chains before him. The task required that all ghost messengers attain the status of level D or above. To elevate the conferred candidate ghost messengers to official ghost messengers, there are 2 methods. One involves employing the 9th tier divine technique reinforce soldiers with 10 strands of divine power, while the other entails bestowing a 2nd tier soldier artifact. For me, bestowing a soldier artifact is undoubtedly far more advantageous. For the crafting of a 2nd tier soldier artifact requires only 5 strands of divine power. He chuckled softly. However, 50 level D ghost messengers cannot solely be managed by Liao Xiaoer and Li Yudang. Beneath the 2, there should also be several more grassroots ghost messenger captains. In that case, he decided to confer 5 level C ghost messengers and elevate Li Yutang to a level B ghost messenger. Li Yu's expression remained calm. Thus, the Soul Reaping Division would have both a chief and deputy inspector, both of whom are level B ghost messengers. The 5 level C ghost messengers would serve as ghost messenger captains, each commanding 9 level D ghost messengers. He waved his hand once more. 40 strands of divine powers surged forth, coalescing into 40 conferred soldier divine talismans. Immediately following, 50 strands of divine power emerged, forming 5 reinforced soldier divine talismans. Another 100 strands of divine power flowed out, culminating in a single secondary reinforced soldier divine talisman. I am the deity of the land in the Four Seas village. Today, I confer you as ghost messengers of the Soul Reaping Division, responsible for the collection of souls. I expect you to be diligent and not neglect your duties. He looked down at the 40 souls in the underworld law domain, speaking with authority. His voice resonated, commanding divine might. In the underworld law domain, Liu Jin and the other 39 individuals were instantly filled with excitement, prostrating themselves on the ground. We humbly obey the divine edict of Zhangyu. The 40 conferred soldier divine talismans integrated into their bodies. Instantly, their once ethereal forms became solidified, akin to mortals transforming into warriors. They donned ghost messenger attire, their auras markedly different, emanating a chilling energy, each attaining a mid-tier first level. The next moment, another 40 second-tier soldier artifacts. 5 reinforced soldier divine talismans and 1 secondary reinforced soldier divine talisman flew from the divine domain, swiftly entering the bodies of the ghost messengers in the soldier domain. In an instant, Liu Dang radiated with divine brilliance. Leaping from a level C ghost messenger, comparable to a second-tier upper level, to a level B ghost messenger, akin to a third-tier lower level, his aura was no less formidable than that of Liao Shou'er beside him. The 40 newly promoted ghost messengers shimmered once more, each wielding a soul-binding chain, their auras directly reaching the second-tier lower level. Liao Qingping, Liu Jin, and the other 5 integrated with a reinforced soldier divine talisman, their auras surging to the second-tier upper level. Second only to the chief and deputy inspectors, Liao Shou'er and Liu Dang. Everyone was filled with joy. Even Liao Shou'er, who had not received the bestowed gifts, was equally elated. After all, the enhanced strength of her subordinates made her tasks much easier. The only thing that gave her a slight sense of vigilance was that Liu Tang, now a deputy inspector, had attained the same strength as her as a level B ghost messenger. This ghost messenger team was already formidable. Liu felt satisfied. 2 at the third-tier lower level, 5 at the second-tier upper level, and 45 at the second-tier lower level, compared to the believers of the Four Seas village. They were significantly stronger. However, there was little to be done about it.as ghost messengers and soldiers. He could employ divine power to enhance their abilities. Yet, believers could only strengthen themselves through blessing divine talismans. After all, the disparity between having a corporeal form and lacking one was immense. If he were to forcibly elevate the strength of the believers, it could be accomplished, yet it would require an excessive amount of divine power without the relevant divine techniques, making it entirely impractical. Currently, I possess only 21st tier blessing divine talismans, 5 second-tier blessing divine talismans, and 1 third-tier blessing divine talisman. The grand ceremony is only days away. When the time comes, I shall bestow them as divine gifts. Liu's gaze flickered. This would be his second grand ceremony. He felt that this alone was insufficient. After all, the strength of the believers also required substantial enhancement. In another 6 months, the divine war would commence. He was not fearful, yet he had to be adequately prepared. He opened the regional trade interface to take a look. First-tier blessing divine talismans have risen to 6 strands of divine power each, truly exorbitant. And for second-tier blessing divine talismans, how dare you demand 50 strands of divine power for one? 50 strands of divine power could create 3 ghost messengers or soldiers with second-tier upper-level strength for me. Liu sighed in wonder. Nevertheless, despite the steep prices, he still intended to purchase a batch. After all, one must reap the rewards from their investments. He currently possessed a total of 4,880 strands of divine power, most of which were earned from selling second-tier soldier artifacts through the transactions with other deities from Blue Star. He decided to purchase 81st-tier blessing divine talismans to reach a total of 100. Additionally, he would acquire 15 second-tier blessing divine talismans to reach a total of 20. With a grand gesture, Liu expended 1,230 strands of divine power to procure the blessing divine talismans. Such a lavish expenditure of divine power, if known to the other deities of Blue Star, would surely leave them in shock. After all, They were still striving to gather a mere 1,000 strands of divine power, hoping to ascend to the 9th-tier deity rank as soon as possible. Some among the blue star deities had yet to accumulate even 100 strands of divine power to elevate themselves to the 9th-tier deity rank. Who could fathom that someone could directly produce over 1,000 strands of divine power for purchasing blessing divine talismans? This was utterly unimaginable for the current deities of Blue Star. Even those at the 9th tier had to be frugal, splitting one strand of divine power into two to spend. Who would dare to squander so liberally? Time passed quietly. Before long, it was the 15th day of the 7th month that on this day, the gates of the underworld would open. Moreover, it marked the second grand ceremony of the year for the deities. Before dawn, Li Yuming had already risen, preparing for the arrangements of this grand ceremony, including the village chief Li Diang, deputy village chief Liao Jingxian, and Chen Matzi. They all began their busy preparations. This grand ceremony would be the first since the manifestation of Zhangyu. I will not allow any issues to arise. The life we enjoy today in Four Seas Village is all bestowed by Zhangyu. The day of the grand ceremony is the most significant day of the year. Li Yuming looked at the three newly appointed temple attendants, Zhang Rongui, Li Xiaodao, and Shen Ergu, and spoke solemnly. All three were peak first-tier warriors, belonging to the upper echelons of the village. Their expressions were grave. On the day of the grand ceremony, everything must be meticulously arranged. They had already begun preparations for this grand ceremony several days prior. The sky gradually brightened. Villagers walked out of their homes in an orderly fashion. Heading towards the land spirit temple, each one donned their finest attire, their expressions solemn. On the 15th day of the 7th month, it is time to honor the deities, 3 bows and 9 prostrations. May the deities bless us. Hurry up, we have already entered the boundaries of Tsangmu town. In no more than half an hour, we will reach Four Seas Village. Once we arrive at Four Seas Village, our family will be saved. Zhao Jiyuan, bloodied and bearing his elderly spouse on his back, hurriedly pressed forward, gritting his teeth. Beside him followed his son Zhao Yinian and grandson Zhao Yonyuan. Zhao Yinian also carried his wife on his back. His face smeared with blood and exhaustion evident, yet his eyes shone with determination. They would survive. Surrounding the 5 of them was a layer of mist. This mist moved forward with them, yet it did not obstruct their vision. Run as fast as you can. I want to see where you can escape. You killed the 3 great kings of Drunken Demon Mountain and still wish to live. In this world, no human can protect your lives. What Four Seas Village? I will devour every last one of its inhabitants. I advise you not to engage in futile efforts. Instead, allow me to take you back with integrity. Behind them, a swirling mass of malevolent energy coalesced into ominous black clouds. From within this darkened haze, a colossal rat's head emerged, its beady eyes emitting a sinister glow as it gazed down upon the swiftly fleeing Zhao Jiyan and his companions, speaking coldly. Humph. Let us see how long this trinket can protect you. I did not anticipate that the Zhao family possessed such a treasure. The creature brandished a gleaming iron fork, thrusting it forcefully towards Zhao Jiyuan and his group. However, as the fork pierced the mist, its potent energy dissipated instantaneously, clattering harmlessly to the ground. Zhao Jian remained silent, carrying his elderly companion and hastening with his son and grandson towards Sihai Village. His eyes brimmed with hope. Once they reached Sihai Village, the domain of the revered Zhangyue Gong, a deity, they would surely find safety. Before the might of the divine, these 3 fiends would pose no threat. They were close, so very close. In Sihai Village, within the land spirit temple, a colossal statue of the earth deity loomed, its indifferent gaze surveying the ground below. Li Yuming stood outside the temple, his countenance solemn. A pristine offering table stood before him, adorned with 3 sacrificial animals and a covered offering draped in red cloth. Behind him stood 11 individuals, including Li Diang, Liao Jingxian, Chen Matzi, Zhang Rongui, Li Xiuwu, Li Xiuling, Chen Ergu, Deng Jiyue, Zhang Qianan, Li Xiaodao, and Li Xiui. Each of these 11 constituted the upper echelon of Sihai Village, all possessing martial prowess at least reaching the pinnacle of first tier. Among them, Li Diang, Liao Jingxian, Chen Matzi, Li Xiuwu, Li Xiuling, and Zhang Qianan had all ascended to the mid-tier of second-tier true Qi realm martial masters. Temple Master, all the villagers have arrived. Li Xiaodao spoke with a deep voice, appearing youthful yet remarkably composed. Even more so than the older Li Xiuwu and Li Xiuling. This steadiness stemmed from his tumultuous past. As a child, He had witnessed the horrifying demise of his parents at the jaws of the wolf demons of Qianling Mountain, a sight forever etched in his memory. Li Yuming turned to the throng of villagers densely filling the area before the temple, and with reverence, he addressed them. Esteemed villagers, I am Li Yuming, the temple master personally appointed by Zhang Yuegong. Half a year ago, I was but a frail old man from Li family village. On the brink of death, it was the grace of Zhang Yuegong that elevated me to this position, allowing me to serve the deity on earth, transforming my white hair into youthful tresses. Just 6 months prior, we were besieged by demons, reduced to mere prey. It was Zhang Yuegong's divine intervention that vanquished the fiends, liberating us from our plight and restoring our humanity. It was Zhang Yuegong who eradicated the formidable demons of the demon realm, ensuring that its denizens would no longer suffer as fodder for the vile creatures. Furthermore, Zhang Yuegong has delivered a divine edict, commanding me to leave Sihai village and slay the 6 great demons of Tsangmu town, rescuing countless souls from peril. Now, my fellow villagers, we are united as the inhabitants of Sihai village, all under the protection of Zhang Yuegong. Our peaceful existence is a testament to the deity's benevolence. Let us pay homage to Zhang Yuegong. Li Yuming turned and knelt before the statue in the temple, earnestly proclaiming, "We thank Zhang Yuegong for safeguarding our kin, for slaying the demons that threaten us." The 11 followed suit, echoing fervently, "We thank Zhang Yuegong for safeguarding our kin, for slaying the demons that threaten us." Behind them, over 5,000 villagers knelt in unison, their voices resounding. "We thank Zhang Yuegong for safeguarding our kin, for slaying the demons that threaten us." The sound reverberated across the mountains, filling the atmosphere with fervent devotion. In this moment, the collective spirit of the villagers was palpable. Even those who had previously held reservations or doubts found themselves swept up in the solemnity of the occasion. Light the incense. May Zhang Yuegong partake in our earthly offerings, shielding the faithful of Sihai village and granting us all good fortune. Li Yuming prostrated once more, his voice carrying far and wide. Soon, all the villagers ignited the incense in their hands, the fragrant smoke rising towards the land spirit temple, enveloping it in a hazy embrace. The divine aura emanated from the temple, instilling a sense of awe in all present, amplifying their reverence. May Zhang Yuegong partake in our earthly offerings, shielding the faithful of Sihai village and granting us all good fortune. Li Diang and the others bellowed, kneeling again in homage. May Zhang Yuegong partake in our earthly offerings, shielding the faithful of Sihai village and granting us all good fortune. Over 5,000 villagers joined in, their voices a thunderous chorus, united in purpose. This moment, among the throng of villagers, Liao Xiaoer and Li Yutang led 50 ghostly figures in kneeling reverence, raising their voices in unison. Beneath another peak, the queen bee, accompanied by her second-tier elite and first-tier worker bees, also bowed respectfully. Nearby, the snow-white horse demon lay prostrate, with several first-tier warhorses she had nurtured following suit, though lacking in intellect. These warhorses had been conditioned to revere the great Zhang Yuegong. 3 bows to Zhang Yuegong. May the deity enjoy our offerings. Li Yuming unveiled the red cloth covering the offering table, revealing the gifts prepared for the deity. Within the divine domain, Li Yu's gaze fell upon the offerings laid out. He had eagerly anticipated this grand ceremony. After all, only the offerings from such a festival could yield a hundredfold enhancement. It had allowed him to ascend to the rank of a 9th-tier earth deity in a mere half-year, and he now possessed considerable divine power. All of this stemmed from the hundredfold enhancement of offerings made 6 months prior. Without that, he could never have outpaced the other deities of Blue Star. Advancing ahead, he had been able to swiftly sell second-tier soldier artifacts, amassing 760 units of divine power, propelling him to 9th-tier status. His territory had expanded to 1,000 acres, enabling him to uncover and eradicate the nefarious paper effigy shop, earning him 100 units of 9th-tier divine law fragments. On the path of divinity, being ahead opens the door to greater opportunities for gaining divine power, but to lag behind, he mused, makes it exceedingly difficult to recover. Moreover, the divine war loomed ominously, with many Blue Star deities likely to perish within the next 6 months. A smile flickered across Li Yu's face as he contemplated the offering table, upon which rested a resplendent lotus flower, exuding an aura of 3rd-tier quality. Half a year ago, a 1st-tier vitality herb had transformed into a 4th-tier dragon blood flame herb after the hundredfold enhancement. Now, what tier would this 3rd-tier lotus flower ascend to after the same enhancement? 5th tier, or perhaps even 6th tier? Do not speak of 5th or 6th tier items. Even the 4th tier artifacts, solely relying on Li Yuming and the villagers, are utterly unattainable. After all, 4th tier items are predominantly in the possession of beings of the 4th tier. Even with extraordinary luck in encountering a 4th tier artifact, the associated dangers would be formidable, making it exceedingly difficult for beings below the 4th tier to acquire them. As for this particular 3rd tier item, it is undoubtedly one of the spoils obtained by Li Yuming after slaying 6 3rd tier demons in Songmu Town. It is certainly the most precious among all his rewards. The other offerings from the deities of Blue Star this time are likely no higher than 2nd tier, considering their temple priests are only of that level. A satisfied expression graced Li Yu's face as he gently beckoned. Suddenly, the exquisite, translucent lotus that adorned the offering table outside the Earth Spirit Temple vanished without a trace. Your devoted follower has completed a grand ritual. Your follower has offered a 3rd tier white moon crystal lotus to you. You have gained 146,220 points of incense wish power. Under the amplification of divine rules, the 3rd tier offering white moon crystal lotus has been enhanced 100-fold. You have received a 6th tier earth lotus. A 6th tier earth lotus. Excitement flickered in Li Yu's eyes. Remarkably, just as during his 1st tier phase, the 100-fold amplification had elevated it by 3 significant tiers. A 6th tier item is exceedingly rare. He was even unaware of what the term for human martial arts would be upon reaching the 6th tier. After all, within Xian County, the strongest martial artist is merely at the 3rd tier, the Yuan Gang realm, with not a single master of the 4th tier, the Yin Yang realm, in sight, let alone the 6th tier. That level of power is far beyond what the demons of the 4th tier in Xian County could aspire to. He gazed at the earth lotus that materialized before him, its body radiating a gentle yellow hue, boasting 36 layers of lotus petals, with a faint yellow aura wafting from its core, ethereal and delicate. Let us see its value. Is it sufficient for me to ascend to the 8th tier divine realm? Li Yu murmured to himself, calming his racing thoughts. He opened the regional trading interface and then accessed the deity shop. With a gentle wave of his hand, he placed the earth lotus into the deity shop. Instantly, the information and value of the earth lotus materialized in the shop. Name: Earth Lotus Tier. 6th effect. Upon consumption of the earth lotus by humans or demons, they shall gain the earth body, doubling their strength when grounded, rendering them as resilient as adamantine. Price: 18,000 points of divine power. 18,000 points of divine power. Li Yu's eyes sparkled with divine radiance. This 6th tier earth lotus is valued at an astonishing 18,000 points of divine power. Even if he worked tirelessly, selling 24 2nd tier soldier artifacts each day, it would take him 5 months to accumulate that amount. Relying on the incense wish power provided by the current believers of Sea Village would take him 2 to 3 years. Yet, this pace is already commendable, based on his understanding. The 100,000 deities of Blue Star in this region typically garner around 3 to 4,000 points of incense wish power daily, equating to 3 to 4 points of divine power. The weaker deities might only accumulate 1 to 2,000 points daily. How long would it take to amass 18,000 points of divine power? It is almost unfathomable. Currently, his daily incense wish power has reached over 14,600. Even the smallest fraction surpasses that of other Blue Star deities. However, no matter how much daily incense wish power he collects, it pales compared to the 100-fold amplification of a grand ritual offering. Li Yu's face was alight with joy. Without a hint of hesitation, he promptly sold the earth lotus to the deity shop. While the effects of the earth lotus are formidable, they only serve to enhance the believers. The enhancement of his own power is far more critical. To put it bluntly, although the believers play a vital role in divine warfare, accounting for 30% of a deity's strength. Should he ascend to the 8th tier divine realm, even if he were to lose 30% of his strength due to the believer's defeat, he could still sweep aside all 9th tier deities. At that moment, a surge of 18,000 points of pure divine power manifested within him. Coupled with the 4,650 points he already possessed, he now commanded a staggering total of 22,650 points. Even after ascending to the 8th tier divine realm, he would still retain a substantial amount of divine power. Li Yu was immensely satisfied. Each grand ritual allows him to save considerable time in accumulating divine power, enabling him to ascend to divine tiers at a pace unparalleled by other Blue Star deities. However, one condition still remains for his ascension to the 8th tier. Gradually, he calmed his demeanor, directing his gaze beyond the divine domain. Overlooking the entirety of Sea Village, With over 5,000 villagers, Seahai Village has begun to feel somewhat cramped. After all, the more inhabitants there are, the more land will be required for cultivation. One cannot solely rely on the hunting team to procure food from external sources indefinitely. It is time to utilize the two flat mountain talismans. For Seahai Village to evolve into Seahai Town, more land is essential. Liu murmured softly. With a gentle snap of his fingers, the two flat mountain talismans soared forth from the divine domain. One flew toward the mountain peak on the left side of Seahai Village, while the other soared toward the right peak. He intended to level these two mountains to the ground. As the two flat mountain talismans flew out of the divine domain, they instantly expanded in the wind, transforming into two colossal golden talismans that blotted out the sky. Their radiant golden light resembled the sun descending from the heavens into the mortal realm. What is this? Li Yuming gazed upward. He had witnessed such a spectacle not long ago that time. The talismans had manifested into a brand new earth spirit temple. Previously, the talismans had transformed into a plot of spiritual farmland. Now, as the two talismans hovered in midair, what divine artifact is being bestowed upon them by the illustrious Zhang Yuegong? Not only he, but all the villagers gazed upward in anticipation, their expressions a mixture of excitement, fervor, and reverence. Zhang Yuegong has once again manifested his divine presence. Great Zhang Yuegong, please bless my father with good health. Great Zhang Yuegong, as your most devout follower, bless me with wealth. I wish to marry 2 wives. Great Zhang Yuegong, grant me smooth sailing. I have developed feelings for my brother's wife. Great Zhang Yuegong, guide me on what to do. One by one, the devotees bowed deeply, murmuring their prayers to Zhang Yuegong. The emergence of this miracle signified that Zhang Yuegong was watching over Seahai Village. At this moment, their prayers might hold profound significance. A thunderous clap resonated from the heavens. The two talismans, now towering over 100 feet, swiftly descended upon the mountain peaks flanking Seahai Village. The mountains were not particularly high, with gentle slopes providing ample land area. As the flat mountain talismans landed, the earth trembled and the mountains quaked. The two peaks were instantaneously leveled to the ground, vanishing without a trace. What remained of the areas where the mountains once stood was an expanse of remarkably flat land, exuding an almost palpable sense of fertility. Liu Yuming stood in stunned silence. Li Diang, Li Xiuwu, and the others were equally dumbfounded. All the villagers stood in awe. Where did the mountains go? Have they truly been eradicated, flattened? The divine might of Zhang Yuegong is indeed boundless, effortlessly turning 2 mountains to dust. Their mouths agape, they were left in shock. In that instant, the eyes of all the villagers ignited with fervent admiration, their faith in Zhang Yuegong deepening. The power to move mountains and seas, just like that. 2 mountain peaks were effortlessly reduced to flat land by Zhang Yuegong. Gratitude is owed to Lord Zhang Yue for bestowing upon our village of Seahai 30 acres of arable land. Li Yuming inhaled deeply, kneeling once more with utmost reverence. Each of the 2 mountain peaks occupies over 15 acres of land. The entire area of Seahai Village now totals approximately 80 acres, and now, an additional 30 acres have been granted. How could he not be exhilarated? Just a moment ago, he had leaped up to take a glance and discovered that the clearing formed by Yipping Mountain could be immediately cultivated into farmland. There was no need for arduous land clearing or fertilization. Crops could be planted right away. This was the precious agricultural land gifted to them by Lord Zhang Yue. 30 acres equates to 3,000 mu. Suddenly acquiring 3,000 mu of fertile land filled his heart with immense joy. That moment, he noticed a divine talisman soaring out from the land spirit temple. The talisman shimmered brilliantly, radiating golden light, and in an instant transformed into a size of 1 mu. This talisman descended beside the original mu of spiritual farmland and then abruptly fell. Instantly, a mist of spiritual energy enveloped the area, transforming it into a second mu of grade C spiritual farmland. Spiritual farmland. Lord Zhang Yue has once again bestowed upon them an additional mu of spiritual farmland. Li Yuming, Li Diang, Zhang Ronggui, and others were overwhelmed with excitement. They truly understood the powerful significance of spiritual farmland. This was the foundation of their strength. With 2 mu of grade C spiritual farmland, Seahai Village would see a continuous emergence of warriors in the future. And as the number of warriors increased, more second-tier True Chi realm masters, and even third Tuyuan Gang realm grandmasters would arise. After a brief moment, 100 white beams of light, 16 pale blue beams, and 1 deep blue beam surged forth from the land spirit temple. The 100 white beams swiftly entered the bodies of numerous believers. Instantly, 80 young mortal believers were elevated to first-tier intermediate warriors. Additionally, 20 originally first-tier intermediate warriors were further blessed, advancing to first-tier peak warriors. The 16 blue beams enveloped the village's upper echelon. Li Diang, Liao Jingxian, Shen Matzi, Li Xiuwu, Li Xiuling, and Zhang Qianan, who were originally second-tier intermediates, instantly ascended to second-tier peak. Meanwhile, Zhang Rongui, Chen Ergu, Deng Jui, Li Xiudao, and Li Xiuqi, who were originally first-tier peak, were cloaked under 2 second-tier blessing talismans, also elevating to second-tier peak. As for the deep blue beam, it entered Li Diang's body once he successfully ascended to second-tier peak. What is happening to me? Li Diang was astonished to find an overwhelming surge of pure true qi erupting within him. The potent true qi surged into his dantians, significantly thickening the essence of his previously expanded dantians. The true qi within continued to increase, yet the dantians, now exceedingly dense, ceased to expand. Consequently, the true qi began to compress, gradually transforming into a quality far superior to true qi, gang qi. As gang qi emerged, Li Diang's entire being underwent a transformation, his physique evolving vigorously. Have I become a third Tuyuan Gang Realm Grandmaster? Li Diang was utterly dazed. Just half a year ago, he was merely a first-tier intermediate warrior who had undergone 2 transformations of his vitality. Now, within a mere 6 months, he had directly ascended to third Tuyuan Gang Realm Grandmaster. The might of Lord Zhang Yue is truly formidable. He felt an immense sense of gratitude for his earlier shift in mindset. The only path to strength lies in sincere devotion to Lord Zhang Yue. The Gang Qi continues to evolve. He realized that his advancement to third-tier Lower Yuan Gang realm was not the end. The quality of the Gang Qi within him was enhancing, its color deepening as he directly advanced to third-tier intermediate. In a matter of mere breaths, he had received 2 blessings, transitioning directly from second-tier intermediate to third-tier intermediate. If he were to recount this to outsiders, he believed no one would accept it. Even he, had he not experienced it firsthand, would find it difficult to believe. Thank you, Lord Zhang Yue, for your divine grace. He prostrated himself in worship, tears streaming down his face. His devotion palpable. Third tier already. Li Yuming looked at Li Diang, a smile of joy gracing his features. He also observed that Zhang Rongui and the other 10 had all reached second-tier peak. Moreover, the village had gained an additional 80 warriors. This undoubtedly marked a monumental shift in the village's power. Gratefulness to Lord Zhang Yue for his blessings. Sihai village shall faithfully worship Lord Zhang Yue for generations to come. Li Yuming bowed deeply, proclaiming loudly. Sihai village shall faithfully worship Lord Zhang Yue for generations to come. Li Diang, Zhang Rongui, and others followed suit in their prostrations. Sihai village shall faithfully worship Lord Zhang Yue for generations to come. All the villagers shouted in unison. Having witnessed Lord Zhang Yue once again bestow abundant divine grace, enabling so many to become warriors, who would not envy such fortune? Their faith deepened significantly, for only the most devout belief could earn the favor of Lord Zhang Yue. Within the divine domain, Li Yu observed the transformation of the believer's faith with satisfaction. This grand ceremony had yielded immense rewards, and the granting of divine grace had significantly heightened the believer's devotion. Suddenly, his gaze fell upon the edge of the jurisdiction. There, a faith approaching the level of sanctification had emerged. Zhao Jiu Yuan. He was on the verge of becoming a saintly believer, even before Li Yuming. Li Yu was quite astonished. What had transpired to bring about such a transformation? Regardless of the circumstances, he felt a surge of joy. The first saintly believer could be imminent. Having been a deity for some time, Li Yu had begun to comprehend the uniqueness of saintly believers. The transition from grade A believers to saintly believers was exceedingly arduous. If grade A believers existed at the mortal level, then saintly believers transcended the realm of the extraordinary. Through the utmost devotion, their souls could undergo sanctification, reaching a divine-like state. This is precisely why they were designated as saints. Should a saintly believer be conferred as a subordinate deity, they would require only half the divine law fragments for soul transformation, as their souls had already reached a sanctified state. Liu mused. This is the uniqueness of saintly believers. It can be said that the emergence of a saintly believer is no simple task. Over the past 6 months, of the more than 5,000 villagers in Sihai, there were only 12 grade A believers. This underscores the difficulty in ascending to grade A believer status, let alone the extraordinary leap to saintly believer. Fascinating. Zhao Jiyuan had knelt before the land spirit temple for 10 days. Witnessing the temple's completion, thus directly becoming a grade A believer. Now, having ventured out and returned, he exhibited signs of sanctification that it would be prudent to inquire with Li Yuming about Zhao Jiyuan's experiences upon his return. Perhaps this could provide insight into guiding grade A believers towards achieving sanctification. Liu maintained a calm demeanor, his gaze still fixed on the edge of the jurisdiction. Zhao Jiyuan and his family hurriedly entered the Sea-High village territory. Reactivating the cloud mist protection talisman that he had previously bestowed, indicating they were being pursued, he turned his gaze to the area beyond the jurisdiction. Although, as the land deity of Sea-High village, his divine might was confined within the jurisdiction. Once outside its bounds, his divine rank would diminish by 1 tier, and employing any divine arts would require 10-fold divine power. However, this did not mean he was blind to the scenes beyond the jurisdiction. After all, he had keen eyesight and could clearly observe vast areas beyond. Yet, his vision was akin to that of a 5th-tier peak cave heaven realm grandmaster, unable to penetrate the mountain barriers. 3 monstrous beasts. One was a 3rd-tier peak rat demon, accompanied by 2 3rd-tier upper demons. Intriguing, the rat demon leads the others, Li Yu observed quietly as he watched Zhao Jiyuan and his family traverse several mountain peaks. Their faces alight with astonishment. He also noted the trio of monstrous beasts riding on demonic clouds, forcefully pursuing Zhao Jiyuan's family. Divine grace like an ocean, divine might like a prison. During this period, he has predominantly exhibited divine grace akin to the vast ocean, having long ceased to display the might of a formidable deity. Only through the harmonious combination of divine grace and overwhelming power can the faith of the believers truly deepen. Even mere mortals understand that the balance of benevolence and authority constitutes the highest form of leadership, as the rightful land deity. He naturally comprehends this principle. The grace bestowed has been ample. Thus, let these 3 monstrous entities embody the aspect of his might as a land deity. This grand ritual, with the blood of the 3 demons as its offering, indeed adds a touch of magnificence. Liu chuckled softly. Standing quietly within the divine realm, observing all that transpired beyond. Demons? 3 3rd-tier demons. The leading demon is significantly more powerful than I, presumably at the 3rd-tier limit. Li Yuming instantly sensed the surging demonic energy, his expression turning grave. The terror of this demonic aura far surpassed any 3rd-tier demon he had previously slain in Songmu Town. The 3rd-tier demons. Li Diang quickly discerned the danger. Following suit were Zhang Rongui, Li Xiuwu, Li Xiudao, and other 2nd-tier warriors. Subsequently, 1st-tier warriors and the lay believers appeared. After all, the 3 demons, riding on a wave of demonic energy that billowed like clouds, approached from afar, making them exceedingly conspicuous. A chilling presence loomed from a distance, weighing heavily on each individual, making it difficult to breathe. The 3rd-tier limit demons were indeed fearsome. In an instant, all the believers tensed, many turning pale with palpable fear. Just months prior, most of them had been mere livestock for the demons. How could they not feel terror upon witnessing the formidable demons that could soar through the skies and command demonic clouds? May Lord Zhanyue grant protection to the faithful of Sea-High village and vanquish these demons. Li Yuming inhaled deeply, kneeling reverently upon the ground, proclaiming his fervent plea. May Lord Zhanyue grant protection to the faithful of Sea-High village and vanquish these demons. Li Diang, Zhang Rongui, and all the villagers bowed once more with immense devotion towards the land spirit temple. In this moment of peril from the demons, the faith of those who had harbored various doubts rapidly transformed into fervent belief. The threat posed by the demons was immediate. If Lord Zhanyue did not protect them, they would surely be devoured by the demons' ravenous jaws. Fear, anxiety, and terror melded into a potent catalyst for faith. Coupled with their previous admiration and reverence for divine grace, it could be said that a significant portion of the Ding-level believers experienced a profound elevation in their faith. Indeed, several Bing-level believers ascended to level believers. Even among the Jia-level believers, new initiates emerged. Zhao Jiyun. This your reliance? Ha! A horde of human ants, their numbers indeed substantial and well-nourished. Within the roiling demonic clouds, the massive head of the rat demon emitted a sinister laugh. The rays shooting from its eyes pierced the air like blades, creating a terrifying shriek. Presumptuous, in the presence of Lord Zhanyue, the rightful land deity of Sea-High village, how dare these fiends act with such audacity? Li Yuming bellowed in fury that he glanced at Zhao Jiying, who was evidently fleeing, yet did not cast blame. After all, He could instantly recognize that the mist enveloping Zhao Jian was reminiscent of the minor mist technique he had mastered. It was undoubtedly a gift from Lord Zhangyue. The fact that Zhao Jiyuan received such a blessing indicated his profound devotion, marking him as an ally. Presumptuous, your aura is indeed peculiar, somewhat akin to the third tier, and beside you, a human warrior of third-tier middle rank. I did not expect this. There are so many second-tier and first-tier human warriors here, which will surely provide a feast for your grandfather Mouse. The rat demon surveyed the multitude of believers. A wave of delight washing over it. It had not anticipated such a gathering of human warriors in the place where Zhao Jiyuan sought refuge. Behind it, the two third-tier upper demons also wore expressions of joy. Their spirits lifted. This task, initially thought to be a mere hunt, now promised unexpected rewards. You humans are destined to be the sustenance of our demonic kind. Form an orderly line. I shall first select a few of the more delectable second-tier warriors to feast upon. The rat demon swaggered, its grotesque form towering over 5 zhong, casting a vast shadow. This only intensified the terror among the believers, prompting them to bow even more fervently before Lord Zhangyue, pleading for his intervention against the demons. Yet at that moment, the winds of heaven and earth froze. The 3 demons were rendered motionless. The rat demon found itself paralyzed, its eyes wide with terror as an unfathomable dread engulfed its heart. Too powerful, its third-tier limit strength was utterly impotent before this overwhelming force. It felt more terrified than when it had accompanied the great demon king to pay respects to the Tian Yuan mountain ancient ancestor. How could such terrifying power exist here? Zhao Jiyuan's flight toward this place was indeed bolstered by formidable strength. Regret washed over the rat demon, lamenting its lack of caution, however, having long dominated the county. How could they possibly be wary of a remote mountainous area? The other 2 demons were gripped by sheer terror, and had they not been paralyzed, they might have already lost control of their bowels. Spare me, the rat demon managed to utter, failing to disclose its identity. Under such an overwhelming force, it believed that revealing its identity would be futile. After all, while Zuiyo Mountain boasted a 4th-tier existence, only the great demon king was of the 4th-tier middle rank, far inferior to the entity that had rendered them immobile. As a 3rd-tier limit entity, its knowledge far surpassed that of the previous 3rd-tier upper-tier spider demon. Boom! They heard the thunderous sound of the heavens, the awe-inspiring might resonating. The 3 demons immediately found their souls shattered. The souls of demons held no value to Li Yueas, a resplendent deity. He had no interest in refining those wicked artifacts. Moreover, his spectral soldiers and ghostly emissaries adhered to the righteous path, disdainful of consuming souls as a trivial pursuit. In the next moment, the bodies of the 3 demons vanished, having been drawn into the divine realm by Liu. Thank you, Lord Zhangyue, for saving my entire family and slaying our pursuers, Zhao Zhou exclaimed, filled with elation, as he knelt in gratitude. Beside him, his spouse, son Zhao Yinian, daughter-in-law, and grandson Zhao Yongyuan hastily followed suit, expressing their heartfelt thanks for Lord Zhangyue's aid. They were all utterly astonished. Such formidable 3rd-tier demons had been annihilated without a chance to retaliate. What terrifying strength this was! It was almost inconceivable. They felt that even the most fearsome demon in the county, the legendary Tian Yuan ancestor, might not possess such terrifying power. Thank you, Lord Zhangyue, for vanquishing the demons and protecting us. You're faithful, Li Yuming proclaimed loudly. Thank you, Lord Zhangyue, for vanquishing the demons and protecting us. You're faithful. The other villagers echoed their gratitude. Simultaneously, many who witnessed Lord Zhangyue's divine intervention for the first time were overwhelmed with excitement. A deity. This was the divine protector of Sea Village. With such a powerful deity safeguarding them, they would no longer have to endure the calamities wrought by demons within the divine realm. Liu casually placed the bodies of the 3 demons in the divine shop for sale, netting a total of 295 units of divine power, equivalent to the laborious effort spent crafting second-tier soldier artifacts over 2.5 days. He chuckled softly. Subsequently, his gaze shifted slightly as he opened the believer information. Daily incense offerings, 16,544. Dao level believers. 0 daily offering of 100,000 incense. Heavenly level believers. 0 daily offering of 10,000 incense. Saint level believers. 0 daily offering of 1,000 incense. Grade A believers, 16 daily offering of 100 incense. Grade B believers, 1105 daily offering of 10 incense. Grade C believers. 3,954 daily offering of 1 incense. Grade D believers. 398 every 10 days. 1 incense offering at a total of 5,472 believers. The divine power that could be obtained daily reached as much as 16. Liu felt a sense of satisfaction. His gaze swept across the newly added 3 grade A believers. Originally, there were 12 grade A believers, but with the recent addition of Zhao Jiyuan, 3 more had emerged during this grand ceremony. Zhao Jiyuan had yet to fully ascend to the status of a saint-level believer, still belonging to the grade A category, as the transformation into a saint is a gradual process, not an instantaneous one. Zhou Baichuan, Guan Yu, Qinjin Dada. Guan Yu was rather intriguing. He was remarkably gifted, just like Zhao Jiyuan. However, while Zhao Jiyuan possessed a naturally crimson heart, brimming with vitality, Guan Yu, on the other hand, had an inherently strong right arm. If he trained with a blade, he would likely be a formidable opponent among his peers. Liu was quite astonished. His gaze swept through the ranks of over 5,000 believers. However, he did not find another individual with extraordinary talent. Instead, he discovered such gifted traits in Zhao Zhiyuan's grandson, Zhao Youyuan. Perhaps next time, divine grace could be bestowed upon him. He was only slightly surprised and then chose not to dwell further on it. After all, to him, individuals with exceptional talent were merely that, nothing more. Even if they were invincible at the same level, what of it? No matter how unbeatable one might be at the second tier, they would surely fall short against the third-tiered. As time swiftly passed, night fell. Liu turned his gaze toward Li Yuming, who was meditating. A commanding voice resonated in Li Yuming's mind. Li Yuming. With the population of Sihai village being substantial, I command you to elevate the village to a town. Complete this task within 2 months. Only when Sihai village is promoted to Sihai town can he ascend from the 8th rank of divine hierarchy to become the land deity of a town. The divine and human realms have always complemented each other. The human realm provides incense offerings and jurisdiction to the divine realm, while the divine realm offers protection and blessings to the human realm. In this current era, both are indispensable. Without the protection of the divine realm, the human realm would succumb to demonic creatures. Without worship from the human realm, the divine realm would be like a rootless weed. As for why he had not issued the divine decree earlier, it was naturally because within the divine hierarchy, only upon reaching a population of 5,000 could one be eligible to be called a town. Without sufficient populace, even if the village were renamed to a town, it would not be recognized by the divine laws. For instance, the current Sangmu town. According to divine laws, it could only be regarded as a village. Now that the grand ceremony had concluded, Li Yuming could finally attend to the significant matter of elevating the village to a town. I shall faithfully adhere to the decree of Lord Zhangyue. Li Yuming knelt and bowed down. Speaking with utmost respect, he then rose, his expression reflecting deep contemplation. Elevating the village to a town. This was a necessary step for their Sihai village. In fact, he had harbored such thoughts for quite some time. After all, with an increasing population, how could it still be called Sihai village? It must naturally be renamed Sihai town. However, renaming the village to a town was not merely a matter of changing a name. If it were that simple, Lord Zhangyue would not have tasked him with completing it in 2 months. Although the Dezhou dynasty had collapsed, the official seals of various cities remained. These official seals were still recognized as the legitimate authority by all human beings. To elevate a village to a town, it was essential to obtain an edict from the county and have it stamped with the county magistrate's seal to be deemed authentic. Liu Yuming had long understood this point. He looked towards the warriors standing guard at the entrance and instructed, immediately summon Zhao Jiyuan. When it came to understanding the county, this great warrior from the Zhao family was undoubtedly the most knowledgeable. During the day, he had asked Zhao Jiyuan to take his family to rest and had yet to inquire about the specifics of their escape. However, he had an inkling that Zhao Jiyuan seemed to possess a sense of soaring ambition. He murmured to himself. This was undoubtedly a feeling brought about by Zhao Jiyuan's soul, which showed signs of transformation into a saint. Master Priest, Zhao Jian respectfully saluted Li Yuming. He was gray-haired, yet had donned a clean outfit. Having refreshed himself and rested throughout the day, his spirit was now significantly stronger than in the morning. Mr. Zhao, I summoned you here because Lord Zhangyue has conveyed a divine decree, Li Yuming said solemnly. Divine decree? Zhao Zhiyuan's body trembled, and his expression instantly grew serious. What divine decree has Lord Zhangyue conveyed? His heart raced with excitement. as this was his first encounter with a divine decree. As a grade A believer gradually on the path to becoming a saint, his devotion to Lord Zhanyue was beyond question. Sihai village has a substantial population, and Lord Zhanyue commands me to elevate the village to a town. You are aware that this requires the county magistrate to issue an edict and stamp it with the county magistrate's seal to be considered legitimate. However, this matter still requires your guidance, Mr. Zhao. Li Yuming spoke with a serious tone. He had always approached divine decrees with utmost diligence, wishing to execute them flawlessly. Elevating the village to a town, Zhao Juan's expression turned contemplative. He certainly had no doubts about the divine decree and harbored no other thoughts. He wished only to fulfill Lord Zhangyue's command to the best of his ability. However, there were indeed difficulties involved. Master Priest, had this been in the past, elevating Sihai village to a town would have been a simple task. Yet now, my grandson Yonyuan has slain the fourth son of the three great kings of Zuio Mountain. Completely offending Zuio Mountain, if we were to venture to the county, we would inevitably face retaliation from Zuio Mountain. He sighed softly. Naturally, Sihai village was not afraid of Zuio Mountain. With Lord Zhanyue's protection, any demons from Zuio Mountain that dared to approach would meet their demise. But that was the might of Lord Zhangyue. Both he and Li Yuming were merely of the third tier. If they left Sihai village for the county, how could they withstand the fourth-tier demon from Zuio Mountain? This matter is of no concern, Li Yuming replied with a smile. As the priest, I can naturally invoke the presence of Lord Zhanyue. A mere fourth-tier demon from Zuio Mountain is nothing to worry about. Zhao Zhuyuan's face lit up with joy. The fact that the master priest could invoke the presence of Lord Zhanyue meant there would be no issues. Lord Zhanyue was indeed a true deity. When a deity descends, their divine power would be overwhelming, easily vanquishing any fourth-tier demon that dared to attack. Mr. Zhao, could you perhaps share your recent experiences? I sense that you have undergone some transformation. Li Yuming observed Zhao Zhiyuan closely, momentarily losing himself in a vision of a brilliant light evolving within Zhao Zhiyuan's mind, as if it were destined to become a radiant sun illuminating the world. This sensation was peculiar yet profoundly real. He did not believe that his perception was erroneous. After all, he was the priest personally appointed by Lord Zhangyue, distinct from the path of warriors, a chi refining master. Transformation? Zhao Juan was taken aback. He himself did not feel any notable change and bitterly replied, Master Priest, my return has allowed me to witness the hypocrisy of my kin. That day, I hurried back to the county only to find that my grandson Yonyuan had been captured by my Zhao family. Destined to be delivered to Zuio Mountain. My grandson killed the fourth son of Zuio Mountain's three great kings and offended them. Fearing their wrath would implicate the Zhao family, I was heartbroken. Yet I could only accept it. However, my relatives, as he spoke, a hint of fury emerged in Zhao Zhiyuan's eyes. They not only intended to send my grandson to Zuio Mountain, but they also aimed to send my entire lineage, consisting of over 200 individuals from the 7 branches passed down from my great-grandfather, to Zuio Mountain. This included myself, my wife, my son Inian, and my daughter-in-law, and moreover, at this juncture, he clenched his fists tightly, his expression frigid. They have stealthily captured 500 infants, intending to send them to Zuio Mountain as sacrifices. It was then that I comprehended their true motivations. They were not fearful of Zuio Mountain. Rather, they sought to curry favor with it. After all, the Zhao family is the largest clan in Xian County, with extensive connections to the demonic forces lurking in the shadows. My son had slain the fourth son of the 3 great kings of Zuio Mountain, and it would be exceedingly difficult for the mountain to hold the Zhao family accountable. At most, it would be my family paying the ultimate price. Yet, the Zhao family chose this path. What fault lay with those 500 infants? In a fit of rage, I killed the clan leader and severed ties with the Zhao family. I promptly informed the county office, instructing the constables to return the 500 infants. Subsequently, I led my wife and children away from the city, only to encounter demonic pursuers dispatched by Zuio Mountain along the way. Upon hearing this, Li Yuming could already envision the magnitude of Zhao Zhiyuan's wrath. P.O. slay the clan leader indicated profound disappointment within him. It was a level of despair that could not be fathomed. Zhao Zhiyuan would never have acted thus without reaching the depths of his disillusionment. Emotions? Was Zhao Zhiyuan's transformation a result of intense feelings? Li Yuming pondered. Although he was unaware of the nature of Zhao Zhiyuan's change, he sensed that it was likely a manifestation of fervent devotion. Perhaps it was a crucial aspect of his faith. Observing Li Yuming deep in thought, Zhao Jiyun took a moment to calm his own tumultuous emotions, waiting quietly. Change? Did he truly possess any transformation? However, since the temple master had remarked upon it, it seemed there must be some alteration within him that he had yet to discern. He mused silently. After a brief moment, Li Yuming collected his thoughts and regarded Zhao Jiyun earnestly. Mr. Zhao, are you willing to accompany me to the county to finalize the matter of upgrading the village to a town? Naturally, I am willing. Zhao Jiyun responded without hesitation that we shall depart at dawn. On the following morning, Li Yuming procured 2 first-tier warhorses from the Snow-White Horse Demon by Rushua, with 2 men and 2 steeds. They swiftly left Sihai village, heading towards Xian County. He chose not to bring anyone else, for this journey to the county was bound to stir considerable turbulence. The more individuals involved, the greater the potential for complications. Temple Master, Zhao Jiyuan's expression turned grave. There is one particular location to be exceedingly wary of as we travel to the county. Along a certain stretch of the official road, there lies a manor. The proprietor of that manor is exceptionally hospitable, often standing at the entrance to welcome guests in for rest. However, Temple Master, you must not enter that manor. That is a malevolent place. Once, a 4th-tier demon had ventured inside, and none had emerged again. Within the divine realm, Li Yu's spirit was invigorated upon hearing Zhao Jiyuan's words through Li Yuming. Malevolent? In my eyes, malevolence signifies fragments of divine law, although I still possess 50 units of divine law fragments. Such treasures are always more valuable in abundance. I have been contemplating when to consecrate a subordinate deity. Yet, to do so requires a full 200 units of divine law fragments. He scrutinized the nature of that malevolence. If it were of the same caliber as the paper effigy shop, Li Yu's gaze glimmered with determination. Even if it meant invoking divine intervention, he would eradicate that malevolence. As the earth god, it was his duty to safeguard the region's peace. He would not allow malevolence to run rampant and harm others. Is that the place? Li Yuming reined in his horse, gazing at the resplendent manor on the left side of the official road. At the entrance stood a cheerful-looking steward, his complexion rosy and his eyes twinkling with kindness. His round belly stretched the fabric of his attire, and the vermilion gate behind him was ajar, its lacquer gleaming as if freshly painted. However, the interior beyond the half-open door remained obscured. The manor's outer walls were white, adorned with red tiles, exuding an air of tranquility. Indeed, that is the manor. Zhao Jiyuan's face was marked with trepidation. That is malevolence. Anyone who enters never returns. However, unlike demons, malevolence generally adheres to certain rules. As long as one does not fall prey to their regulations, one should remain unharmed. The rule of this manor is simply that one must not enter. In Li Yuming's eyes, a sudden spark of higher insight flickered. Zhao Jiyuan's body trembled that he immediately bowed before Li Yuming, his demeanor respectful. Far away in Sihai village, within the divine realm, Li Yu perceived the malevolent manor through Li Yuming's eyes. It bore the same strength as the paper effigy shop, residing at the 4th-tier limit. A faint smile crept across his lips. A 4th-tier limit malevolence would be annihilated with confidence, should Li Yuming employ the summoning technique. Truly, in a world rife with demons and malevolence, it was alarming that merely departing from Songmu town, they encountered yet another malevolence. It seemed that within the entirety of Xian County, malevolence still lingered. This malevolence, born from polluted divine law, was perhaps inscrutable to both humans and demons alike. That a malevolence of this 4th-tier limit was likely impervious to eradication by any 5th-tier cave, heaven human or demon. Li Yu murmured softly to himself. The tainted divine law endowed malevolence with a semblance of immortality. Only the gods, wielding divine power to activate the divine law, could purify the corruption within, thereby vanquishing malevolence most effectively. Thus, in this world, even demons shuddered at the mention of malevolence. Deity was synonymous with terror. With a calm yet authoritative voice resonating in Li Yuming's mind, he intoned, Li Yuming, enter the manor and employ the summoning technique. He issued a divine decree. After obliterating this malevolence, he felt it prudent to allow Li Yuming to investigate the records of malevolence within Xian County. Each locale would surely have documented their malevolent encounters over the years. For instance, in Songmu town, there were tales of the paper effigy shop, which must also be recorded in the county archives. By slaying a sufficient number of malevolences, he could acquire numerous fragments of divine law for the purpose of consecrating subordinate deities. Subordinate deities, Li Yu's expression remained serene. The gods' war is merely half a year away. After 6 months, subordinate deities will be of paramount importance. And no matter how many shadow soldiers one possesses, they cannot withstand the might of a ninth-tier subordinate deity. While he believed he would undoubtedly lead among the deities of Blue Star, especially after upgrading the village to a town, thus ascending to 8th tier, a lingering worry remained. What if the adversaries in the Gods' War were not merely deities from Blue Star? The interface for the Gods' War had never explicitly stated this. It merely indicated that the matching would involve deities of equal or greater tier. What if, he pondered, the hidden hand were to send forth beings of divine nature, not limited to just the 30 billion deities of Blue Star? His gaze darkened as for whether there were enough villages. He held no doubts. If this world were insufficient, there would certainly be others. He had long suspected that the 30 billion deities of Blue Star might be distributed across numerous worlds. Thus, he had never underestimated the Gods' War and had always prepared earnestly. Divine Constable? At that moment, a group of individuals emerged from around the bend of the official road. Upon seeing Zhao Jiyuan mounted on his horse, they momentarily faltered, their expressions filled with surprise. Clad in constable uniforms, each bore a long blade at their waist, with only one riding at the forefront. "What brings you here?" Zhao Jiyuan furrowed his brows, casting his gaze upon the middle-aged man at the forefront on horseback. This man was a captain of the guards from Xian County, a low-ranking official within the county, possessing the strength of a second-tier true Qi realm. Moreover, he was originally one of Zhao Jiyuan's subordinates. Previously, he had served as the county's divine catcher, commanding 3 chief captains and over 200 constables. "I pay my respects to the divine catcher." The other constables hurriedly bowed. Although they had heard rumors that the divine catcher had fallen out with the Zhao family and had slain the head of the Zhao family before fleeing the city, the county magistrate had not ordered the removal of his position. Thus they were obliged to show their respect upon encountering him. "Divine catcher," He Chuan dismounted and clasped his fists in greeting. "We are on our way to Sihai village, as the county magistrate wishes to invite the village's demon-slaying temple keeper to the county for a while." He had yet to finish speaking. The county magistrate also tasked him with investigating how the 3 demons that had pursued Zhao Zhouyuan to Sihai village met their demise. After all, it was witnessed that Zhao Zhouyuan had left the county town only to be pursued by the 3 demons. The malevolent energy was palpable, hovering in the air. Unless one deliberately ventured into desolate mountains, it would be detected by others. As for why the county magistrate was certain that the demons had perished rather than Sihai village being overrun, it was evident that he had his own judgment or channels of information. "Inviting me," Li Yuming suddenly spoke up. "I am Li Yuming, the temple keeper of Sihai village." Yi Chuan was taken aback, quickly scrutinizing Li Yuming before bowing in respect. "Oh, it is the esteemed temple keeper Li. A pleasure to meet you." Li Yuming returned the bow, smiling as he said, "I had intended to visit the county magistrate. It is fortuitous that we can travel together." Yi Chuan was elated. He had been pondering how to invite the other party to the county, only to encounter him on the way. What a stroke of luck. This task would be accomplished effortlessly. "Then let us proceed to the county at once," he urged eagerly. Li Yuming shook his head, pointing towards the sinister estate by the roadside. "I must first enter there. After I have subdued this place, I will visit the county magistrate without delay." Upon finishing his words, he spurred his horse towards the malevolent estate. "What? Li Yuming, you intend to subdue this malevolent place?" "No, absolutely not. This was an exceedingly terrifying estate. Once one entered, there would be no escape." Yi Chuan was dumbfounded, scarcely able to believe his ears. Subduing the malevolent estate? How could that be possible? Even 4th-tier demons had perished within. How dreadfully terrifying. The other constables were equally stunned, contemplating the folly of voluntarily entering a place rumored to have claimed the lives of 4th-tier demons. They gazed at Li Yuming as if he were a fool unaware of his impending doom. Zhao Jian was also momentarily taken aback, yet he understood well that Li Yuming was no fool. The very fact that he dared to speak of subduing the malevolent estate indicated he possessed ample confidence. Was he planning to employ the ritual of summoning the divine? His heart raced with excitement. Without hesitation, he followed suit. "You all wait outside. We shall return shortly. This malevolent estate has caused harm for far too long. Today, it shall be eradicated." Zhao Zhouyuan's voice resonated. Yi Chuan and the other constables stared after his retreating figure, utterly astonished that a mere temple keeper from Sihai village spoke so boldly. And now even the divine catcher was following him inside? Did the divine catcher truly not comprehend the horror of this malevolent estate? "Divine catcher, have you lost your mind? This is a malevolent place that has devoured 4th-tier demons. Chuan could not help but exclaim. He simply could not believe that anyone could subdue a malevolent estate. Having served as a captain in Xian County for many years, he had never heard of a malevolent estate being vanquished. Even those fearsome fourth-tier demons steered clear of such places. Yet here were a temple keeper from Seahai Village and a divine catcher from the county, both unafraid. Stepping inside? Was that not courting death? In that moment, he watched helplessly as Li Yuming and Zhao Juan followed the steward at the entrance of the malevolent estate inside. Once they entered, their figures vanished from sight. It's over. Sir, the temple keeper and the divine catcher are likely to perish within, one constable said bitterly. Let us wait. Perhaps. Chuan took a deep breath, uttering words he himself held little faith in. They might return safely. I am not familiar with the temple keeper of Seahai Village, but I know the divine catcher well. He would never recklessly enter a malevolent estate unless he was certain of his exit. The constables nodded in silence, contemplating the notion of subduing the malevolent estate, a thought they scarcely dared entertain. They could only hope that the temple keeper and the divine catcher possessed a means to survive. Temple keeper Li Yuming, may the divine might of Zheng Weigong descend. Upon entering the malevolent estate, Li Yuming wasted no time, immediately bowing deeply in the direction of Seahai Village. How terrifying was this malevolent estate? He did not believe he could withstand it with his own strength. Only the divine might of Zheng Weigong could eradicate the malevolence. Zhao Jiuyuan was momentarily startled by Li Yuming's decisiveness. He had yet to fully observe the scenery within the malevolent estate when Li Yuming had already begun to perform the ritual of summoning the divine. Without hesitation, he too bowed down in reverence. What are these two guests doing? Hurry and leave. The steward leading the way turned to look at the two, a smile adorning his face. However, upon noticing their indifference, his smile gradually faded, morphing into a sinister grimace. You do not wish to be my friends. Li Yuming and Zhao Jun remained unresponsive, merely awaiting the divine might to manifest. Since you refuse my friendship, then I shall transform you into fertilizer. Initially, I had intended for you to merge with me and become a part of me. Alas, you have failed to appreciate the honor bestowed upon you. The steward extended his hand. Li Yuming and Zhao Jun suddenly found themselves immobile, as two inky black hands materialized in the air, reaching for their throats. But at that moment, a resplendent golden light erupted from the land spirit temple of Seahai Village, surging into the malevolent estate in an instant. Outside the malevolent estate, Chuan and the constables gaped in astonishment. What was happening? What was that golden light? How could it suddenly penetrate the malevolent estate? Could it be that the temple keeper from Seahai Village's confidence stemmed from this golden light? The echo of his earlier words resonated in their minds. I will subdue this place and then visit the county magistrate without delay. Boom! The golden light swirled in the heavens, coalescing into a colossal, indistinct visage. This vague countenance looked down upon the ground, towering above, radiating divine might. Merely the presence of this divine power obliterated the two inky black hands conjured by the steward. The steward looked up, his eyes filled with bewilderment. Clearly, he had never witnessed such a scene, yet he failed to comprehend that all action stemmed from the rules. In the next moment, he shot up into the sky. His body tore apart, as countless inky black hands surged forth, aiming for the golden, indistinct visage. However, as these hands approached Li Yuming's blurred face, they suddenly shrank into a small mass, landing in a vague, enormous hand that had appeared from thin air. This indistinct hand shone with divine brilliance, imprisoning this small, tainted fragment of the divine law. With a sudden flip of the hand, it crushed the steward, now torn asunder, into another small mass of tainted divine law fragments. This was the true 9th grade divine technique, five-fingered divine mountain. Were it a face-to-face encounter, his mastery of the divine art of the 9th rank would suffice to annihilate the 4th-tier limit of the malevolent entity. However, in the state of divine descent, he was compelled to invoke the true 9th rank divine art. Furthermore, after the divine descent, he discerned that this malevolent estate, although also a 4th-tier limit, surpassed the paper effigy shop and was nearing the 5th tier. I am a righteous deity. He wielded the celestial thunder, obliterating all evils. A resounding and magnificent voice reverberated. In the next moment, dark clouds gathered in the sky, followed by a bolt of heavenly thunder descending, rending everything asunder. That was the might of the heavens. As the thunder struck the estate, it was instantly inundated with destructive power. Simultaneously, the five-fingered sacred mountain descended from the heavens, gathering the scattered and corrupted divine laws after being shattered by the thunder's annihilating force. Then, Liu transformed into a radiant golden light, vanishing in an instant along with the fragments of the tainted divine law. Only Li Yuming and Zhao Jian remained, standing in a desolate expanse where the malevolent estate had been reduced to nothingness, devoid of any trace. Was this the might of the divine descent of Lord Zhongyue? Zhao Jian was astounded. So powerful. The terrifying and formidable malevolent estate had not even a shred of the strength to resist. In an instant, it was obliterated under the divine authority of Lord Zhongyue. This was the true essence of divinity. Only such overwhelming divine might could rightfully be called a righteous god. At that moment, He Chuan and the other constables stood in a daze. They had only witnessed a terrifying flash of lightning, followed by the complete destruction of the malevolent estate and a massive golden hand that appeared in the sky, only to vanish in the blink of an eye. Lord Li, has that malevolence been flattened by you? He Chuan stammered. The scene before him was utterly inconceivable. That was malevolence. Incredibly formidable malevolence. Just like that. It was gone. He felt a wave of surrealism. That was not my power, but rather the divine might of the land deity of Sihai village. Lord Zhongyue, Li Yuming solemnly stated, the land deity? Do true deities exist in this world? He Chuan and the other constables exchanged glances, their hearts filled with profound reverence. Beyond the divine realm, Li Yu held in his hands a cluster of tainted divine law fragments. Divine power surged within him. 1, 10, 100. A total of 135 strands of divine power merged to completely activate this cluster of divine law fragments, purging its eerie aura entirely. 150 units. That a smile crept upon Li Yu's lips. Indeed, this malevolent estate was superior to the paper effigy shop, yielding 1.5 times more divine law fragments. His efforts in invoking the divine descent and employing 2 9th-rank divine arts, reinforced heavenly thunder and 5-fingered sacred mount, were not in vain. All told, he had expended 285 strands of divine power. Upon reaching the true 9th rank, the invocation of the summoning divine art for divine descent no longer required merely 10 strands of divine power, but rather 50. With the tide rising, the returns were worth the investment. That I currently possess 200 units of 9th rank divine law fragments. Should I succeed in nurturing 2 holy level believers, the required divine law fragments would be halved, allowing me to consecrate 2 subordinate deities. That he mused softly. However, at present, only Zhao Jiyuan was at the stage of potential sanctification, and it would take some time for him to truly become a holy level believer. As for the second, there were currently no other A-level believers showing such signs. Emotion. Zhao Jiyuan must have been profoundly impacted by intense emotions, coupled with being pursued by demons. His desire to enter Sihai village, where his family would be under my protection, was what triggered his signs of potential sanctification. That is rather difficult to replicate. He shook his head. To reproduce this experience would be quite challenging. Moreover, even if replicated, another A-level believer would not necessarily be Zhao Jiyuan. Even with the same experiences, it might not lead to sanctification. For now, it was best to let things unfold naturally. Perhaps one of the A-level believers would suddenly awaken to their potential. If I were to intervene forcefully, the outcome might not be favorable. His expression remained tranquil. He continued to forge second-tin soldier artifacts to accumulate divine power. For him, although he currently possessed a considerable amount of divine power, no deity would ever consider having too much divine power. Once a second 9th-rank land deity emerged among the 100,000 blue star deities in this region, and if fortune favored them in vanquishing a malevolence, this business of his may become challenging. It was best to capitalize on this favorable opportunity and produce as much as possible. As for rest, as a dignified land deity, why would he require rest? Li Yuming entered the county town of Xian County. This was a vast county town, with houses lining both sides of the road, vendors calling out from the street, and pedestrians bustling about. All the passers-by were well-clad, their faces appearing healthy, devoid of any signs of malnourishment. Moreover, there were no beggars in sight along the roadsides. Is this not your first time in the county town, Lord Temple Master? Zhao Jian inquired. It is not, Li Yuming replied. He shook his head, reflecting on the scenes before him. On the surface, it seemed that the human populace was living quite well, yet he understood that this was merely an illusion. Why were there no beggars? Because anyone who fell to the status of a beggar would be captured and devoured by demons. Why were they warm and well-fed? It was because this place served as a pen for demons, where all humans were raised as livestock for blood. The demon powers in the county town would never exhaust their resources, but would instead ensure that humans were well-fed, for that made them tastier. He even learned from Zhao Jiyuan that the major demon powers in the county town had fixed quotas for how many humans and martial artists they could acquire each year. strictly prohibiting any private plundering of the human populace within the town. It was indeed akin to raising poultry, Liu Ming whispered to himself. He longed to eradicate all the demons within Xian County, just as he had done in Songmu Town. However, he was acutely aware that his current strength was far from sufficient. He could only wait for the divine edict from Lord Zhangyue before taking action. As for why Lord Zhangyue had not issued a divine edict to slaughter the demons in the county town, that was surely a consideration of Lord Zhangyue's, and he dared not speculate. Before long, under the guidance of Captain He Chuan, Li Yuming and Zhao Jiyuan arrived at the county office. Upon seeing Zhao Jiyuan, expressions of shock immediately appeared on the faces of those within the county office, who then quietly departed. In the hall of the county office, a servant presented tea. Moments later, a middle-aged man with a weathered face and an air of authority entered. He wore the official robes of the county magistrate. Adorned with the magistrate's crown, striding powerfully with a robust physique, he glanced at Zhao Jiyuan, nodding in greeting, before turning his serious gaze towards Li Yuming and deeply bowing. Guasheng expresses gratitude to you, sir, for vanquishing a malevolence. Li Yuming promptly supported the county magistrate. Your Excellency, there is no need for such thanks. That I merely invoked the summoning art. It was the divine might of the land deity of Sihai village, Lord Zhangyue, that obliterated the malevolence. If you wish to express your gratitude, it would be best to visit Sihai village in the future and personally thank Lord Zhangyue. Guasheng still bore traces of astonishment within. After all, when he first heard Captain He Chuan report this to him, he thought the man was speaking nonsense. However, after inquiring all the constables, they all confirmed the same thing, and only then did he come to believe it. Though he felt that there could not possibly be true deities in this world, he was now wavering. If it were not for a deity who could have vanquished the malevolence, as the county magistrate, he was privy to many secrets and was well aware that malevolences possessed the ability to evade death. Even if their strength was terrifying, they could only be severely wounded, but not killed. Yet now, the malevolent estate along the official road from Songmu Town to the county town had been completely obliterated, leaving not a trace. Last time, Zhao Jiyuan had confidently asserted that there were true deities. Now, hearing Li Yuming echo the same sentiment, could it be that true deities existed in this world? But why had no deities emerged to slay the demons before? This county magistrate would surely visit Sihai village in person to pay homage to Lord Zhangyue. In Guasheng's mind, countless thoughts swirled, yet his expression remained inscrutable as he nodded in agreement. He indeed wished to witness the truth for himself, to ascertain whether this was truly a divine being. The two parties took their seats. Liu Ming, without any hesitation, directly articulated his purpose. I, Li, have come to pay my respects to the esteemed county lord, but there is a matter for which I seek your assistance. County Lord Guasheng smiled gently. Pray, speak freely, sir. Whatever this county can assist with, we shall not decline. Liu Ming rose, clasping his fists in a formal salute, and solemnly declared, I have come under divine decree, hoping that the county lord could issue a proclamation, affixed with your esteemed seal, to elevate Sihai village to the status of a town, transforming a village into a town. Guasheng nodded. This was merely a trivial matter for him. This is a simple task. That I shall issue the proclamation shortly, affix the great seal, and notify all parties that henceforth, Sihai village shall be known as Sihai town. However, at that moment, a chilling voice echoed from outside. Halt! You dare to appear brazenly in the county after slaying the demons of Zuio Mountain, as if Zuio Mountain does not exist. Accompanying the voice was a surge of crimson demonic energy that swept into the hall, engulfing it in an instant. The three kings of Zuio Mountain. County Lord Guasheng's expression abruptly changed. A fourth-tier demon. Liu Ming narrowed his eyes, but displayed no fear. He was the temple priest of the illustrious Zhangyue, walking amongst mortals in the name of the divine. How could he fear demons? The heavy sound of footsteps approached from outside. County Lord Guasheng rose, his complexion darkening. This was the county office. Yet a demon dared to enter at will. Naturally, he felt a surge of anger. However, no matter how furious he felt, he had to endure. Humanity had long succumbed to the bloodthirst of demons. Although he was the county lord, he was powerless to AT this moment. Zhao Jian, the former county guard, remained seated, unmoving, though he was acutely aware of the terror posed by the three kings of Zuio Mountain, and that his grandson Yongyuan had slain their fourth son, inciting their wrath. He understood even more the magnificent might of the illustrious Zhang Yue. That was a power capable of annihilating evil with a mere thought. What were fourth-tier demons compared to that? Before the greatness of Zhang Yue, they could only crawl and tremble. With a thunderous crash, the entire county hall trembled slightly. The sunlight streaming through the doorway was blocked as a towering figure, nearly 10 feet tall, entered. This muscular man, bare-chested with a hide of animal skin around his waist, bore a grotesque bull's head and copper bell-like eyes that surveyed Li Yuming, Zhao Jian, and Guo Sheng with disdain. Seeing Li Yuming and Zhao Jian seated and unmoving, a cruel smile curled at the corners of its mouth. Your village harbors mysteries, yet you two, mere third-tier humans, dare not show me the proper respect. Speak. How would you prefer to die? Shall I roast you? Or devour you whole? It was wary of venturing into that peculiar village, for even its third-tier limit rat demon had perished there. The moment the rat demon fell, it was aware of the incident. Zuio Mountain had its own legacy and understood the creation of demonic life lamps to assess conditions. The death of the rat demon indicated to it that a fourth-tier entity must exist within Sihai Village. Otherwise, the rat demon, even if defeated, could have fled. Only a fourth-tier presence could easily slay a third-tier limit rat demon. Yet now, two third-tier humans stood before it. One was kin to the one who had slain its fourth son, and the other hailed from the village where its demon had perished. How dare they come to the county? This was a provocation against Zuio Mountain. If it did not eliminate them, how could Zuio Mountain maintain its authority among the demons? Thus, it had come that as for the slaying of the evil one, it remained unaware. After all, only He Chuan and a few constables had witnessed it. I, Li Yuming, am a temple priest personally appointed by the land god, walking amongst mortals in the name of the divine. You, a mere demon, are hardly worthy of my respect. Li Yuming's expression remained calm as he sat in his chair. He even took a sip of the tea before him. Divine being? The three kings of Zuio Mountain laughed in rage. What divine being? Merely a charlatan. Only you lowly bipeds would believe such nonsense. Tomorrow, I shall declare myself the bull god, and have you worship me. Now, you two despicable bipeds shall be my meal. As the words fell, it extended its right hand, lunging towards Li Yuming. Its hand sprouted thick black fur, swelling in the wind like a massive pillar descending. Mr. Li, quickly evade, County Lord Guo Sheng exclaimed in surprise. He had not anticipated that the three kings of Zuio Mountain would strike directly. This was a fourth-tier demon. If the entity capable of slaying evil were present, he would not worry, but here was only the priest Li Yuming. Although the aura around him was peculiar, he could still discern that it was merely a third-tier presence. The disparity between third and fourth tiers was monumental. Third-tier beings were merely in the Yuan Gang realm, while fourth-tier ones were in the Yin Yang realm. 10 third-tier Yuan Gang masters combined could not rival a single fourth-tier entity. That it was a fundamental difference. How could Li Yuming possibly withstand this attack from the three kings of Zuio Mountain? Moreover, Sihai Village was not near the county, and that entity capable of exterminating evil was beyond reach. Today, I, Li Yuming, shall act on behalf of Zhang Yue to slay demons and eradicate evil. Fourth-tier demon. Slay it. Li Yuming remained seated, his expression unperturbed as he watched the bull demon's massive hand descend. A faint golden spiritual talisman appeared in his hand. Activated by the chi within him, the talisman transformed into a cloud of mist, effortlessly blocking the attack. In the hands of this chi refiner, the talisman was far superior to what Zhao Jian, a martial artist, could wield. What? The three kings of Zuio Mountain was taken aback. A mere mist. How could something so insubstantial be so powerful? Then it saw a second faint golden spiritual talisman materialize in Li Yuming's hand. Li Yuming's countenance remained indifferent as he continued to sit, quietly observing the fourth-tier demon at the door. This talisman, too, was activated by his chi, and in the next moment, thunder rumbled from the clear sky as a colossal bolt of lightning descended, shattering half the county hall and enveloping the three kings of Zuio Mountain, obliterating them. No, the three kings of Zuio Mountain cried out in terror, desperately channeling their demonic power to resist the might of the thunder. Yet the power of the thunder annihilated everything in the blink of an eye. It was reduced to a charred corpse, eyes wide open, unblinking, and fallen flat. Its true form emerged, a massive black bull, the scent of roasted beef wafting through the air, making one salivate. Dead? County Lord Guo Sheng stared blankly at the scene. A fourth-tier great demon from Zuio Mountain had perished just like that. He recalled Li Yuming's earlier declaration of walking amongst mortals in the name of the divine, with a mere third-tier body. He had effortlessly slain a fourth-tier demon. No wonder he dared to proclaim, walking in the name of the divine. His heart ignited with fervor. Was it possible that the being behind Sea High Village was indeed the legendary deity? If it were not a divine being, how could a mere priest, with a third-tier body, vanquish a fourth-tier demon? At this moment, he saw a glimmer of hope for the people of Xian County to escape the fate of becoming demon fodder. I implore the county lord to draft a proclamation and affix your seal. I shall take a copy back, Li Yuming stated solemnly. After performing the summon god technique, he had found several spiritual talismans in his possession. This was undoubtedly a gift from Zhang Yue. As for why he had been granted talismans, he understood well enough. It was clear that his journey to the county would not be peaceful. He would need to wield these talismans to establish his reputation. As for the summon god technique, what right did the fourth-tier demons of Xian County have to summon the divine Zhang Yue to take action personally? I shall attend to it immediately. Washeng took a deep breath and responded promptly. Though the three kings of Zuio Mountain had perished before him, it was not at his hands, so what concern was it to him? Seeking vengeance. Go to Sea High Village. No, that's incorrect. It should be Sea High Town. Soon, he presented a freshly penned document, embossed with a grand seal, to Li Yuming. Mr. Li, I will promptly arrange for the remaining documents to be disseminated far and wide. However, it is unwise to linger here. I urge you, Mr. Li, to return swiftly. Li Yuming accepted the document, clasped his fists in salute, and replied, Thank you, esteemed county magistrate. I shall not impose further and will take my leave. Accompanied by Zhao Jiyuan, he departed from the county office and subsequently exited the city of Xuanqing. Yet, at the very moment they stepped beyond the city limits, 6 fearsome third-tier demons, at the peak of their third tier, surged forth from all directions, intent on breaching the protective mist surrounding him and exhausting the spiritual talismans in his possession. Li Yuming's expression turned fierce. Slaying demons within the confines of the city posed certain disadvantages, as the remains could not be returned as offerings to Lord Zhang Yue. Nevertheless, he would not allow Lord Zhang Yue's divine might to wane. Another spiritual talisman appeared in his hand. This was the rain summoning talisman. Since becoming the temple priest, I, Li Yuming, have been repeatedly blessed by Lord Zhang Yue. Now, wielding the rain summoning talisman bestowed by Lord Zhang Yue himself, I shall annihilate these demons here. Li Yuming shouted coldly. The chi within him surged forth, activating the rain summoning talisman. In an instant, the heavens darkened with ominous clouds, and torrential rain began to pour. This was no ordinary rain. It was imbued with spirit. The deluge swirled in the air, coalescing into 6 rain dragons that roared mightily, their tails connecting with the darkened sky as their massive forms dove downward. The 6 third-tier demons, intent on attacking, were instantly engulfed by the rain dragons, their bodies corroded into white bones. The rain summoning technique could manifest as nurturing spiritual rain, fostering all life, or as corrosive shadowy rain, eroding everything. The marvel of this divine technique lies within the heart. This rain summoning talisman conjured a shadowy rain. The incessant downpour fell, with the colossal rain dragons leading the way. Remarkably, aside from corroding the 6 demons, the rain caused no harm to the surrounding flora. Observant eyes would notice that upon contact with any vegetation or the earth, the shadowy rain transformed into wisps of vapor, drifting back into the clouds above. Li Yuming and Zhao Jin were enveloped in mist, riding their horses in the wake of the gigantic rain dragons. The rolling dark clouds moved alongside them, indicating that the power of the rain summoning talisman had not yet been exhausted. In the distance, atop a mountain peak, the great king and second king of the drunken demon mountain watched the unfolding scene with furrowed brows. Both were formidable ox demons, their massive bodies cloaked in fur as black as ink, standing upright like steel needles. What a fearsome shadowy rain. In just a breath, it can reduce third-tier demons to mere bones. Truly terrifying, the great king of the drunken demon mountain remarked, filled with apprehension that he felt fortunate that he had allowed his subordinates to probe the waters rather than engaging directly. Otherwise, should that massive rain dragon descend, he believed he would likely fare no better. A mere third-tier human, wielding such a talisman, could summon such a dreadful shadowy rain. The existence behind that Sea High Village cannot truly be a deity. Can it? The second king of the drunken demon mountain felt a slight tremor at his scalp. Impossible. There are no deities in this world. I am more inclined to believe that the existence behind Sea High Village is an extremely powerful demon. The great king of the drunken demon mountain shook his head. Still, the same question remains. If there were indeed a legendary deity, why has it never appeared before? The notion of deities has existed since ancient times. Yet it has always been mere legend. Who has truly witnessed one? Let us go that we must pay a visit to Tianyuan Mountain. The existence of Sihai village is so domineering that it has even slain the great king of the drunken demon mountain. This matter cannot be easily dismissed. Taking a deep breath, the great king's expression turned icy. Regardless of how formidable the entity behind Sihai village may be, he believed it could not surpass the Tianyuan ancestor. After all, to his knowledge, the Tianyuan ancestor had already approached the threshold of the 5th tier, even having one foot in that realm. The existence behind Sihai village, with no subordinates even at the 4th tier, likely hails from the 4th tier itself. Any being of that tier would not stand a chance against the Tianyuan ancestor. The second king nodded in agreement. Such an unknown and powerful force emerging cannot be overlooked by Tianyuan Mountain. Li Yuming successfully returned to Sihai village. Immediately, he placed the remaining 2 talismans on the offering table and bowed sincerely. Lord Zhongyue had granted him a total of 5 talismans, having utilized 3. He still possessed 1 Earth Escape talisman and 1 Heavenly Thunder talisman. The village has been officially designated a town, with the documentation in hand. However, Sihai village still requires the true establishment of a town. Li Yuming surveyed Sihai village. Presently, many new houses had been constructed, all meticulously planned and orderly. Yet, the original structures were irregularly spaced and far apart. As the original 4 villages were quite distant from one another, he summoned the village chief, Li Deyong, and after lengthy discussions, they finally drafted a blueprint. This blueprint outlined their vision for Sihai town. They intended to expand the newly constructed area, relocating all villagers there. The town plan included designated residential zones, trading areas, and even recreational spaces. As for the land spirit temple, it would be situated directly to the north of Sihai town, overlooking the entire settlement. Let the construction commence immediately, Li Yuming commanded. Currently, there was already a 3rd-tier mid-level Yuan Gang Grand Martial Artist in the village, alongside 10 2nd-tier peak True Chi Martial Artists and 21st-tier peak Body Refinement Warriors, as well as 138 1st-tier mid-level Body Refinement Practitioners. With such a multitude of martial artists working together, even grand construction would progress swiftly. In other regions, martial artists held high status and would never be expected to undertake menial tasks like chopping or transporting wood. However, here, with a single command from Li Yuming, no one would dare to defy. After all, those who became martial artists were at least B-grade believers, and such believers were exceedingly devout. How could they reject the orders of Li Yuming, the temple priest acting on behalf of Lord Zhongyue? The entire Sihai village embarked on a grand construction spree. All able-bodied youths were mobilized, each displaying an enthusiastic work ethic that a month and a half passed in the blink of an eye. Within the divine domain, Li Yu surveyed the nearly completed Sihai village, or rather, it could now be called Sihai town. For today, he realized he was poised to commence his ascension. This indicated that he had fulfilled the final condition for ascending from the 8th-tier divine rank. The divine path and the mortal path complement each other. The divine aspect required 15,000 units of divine power, while the mortal aspect necessitated the transformation of a village into a town. A smile crept onto Li Yu's face. He had awaited this moment for a long time. As a 9th-tier divine rank, he already possessed strength comparable to that of a 5th-tier peak cave heaven being. But what about ascending from the 8th-tier divine rank? Furthermore, after ascending from the 8th-tier divine rank, he would no longer be a mere village deity but a deity of a town, hiding in the shadows. Thinking I am unaware, Li Yu's expression settled into calmness as his gaze drifted beyond the jurisdiction. He sensed that approximately 30 miles outside the jurisdiction, a group of 4th-tier demons had recently arrived. These 4th-tier demons lingered 30 miles away, showing no inclination to approach Sihai town, that he speculated that they were likely frightened by the spiritual talisman techniques employed by Li Yuming a month and a half prior, hesitating to enter the bounds of Sihai town. They were probably preparing some scheme. Yet, a mere group of 4th-tier demons, no matter how they floundered, before him, they were nothing more than oversized insects. Should they dare to step into his jurisdiction, he could extinguish them with a flick of his hand. If they choose not to encroach upon Sihai town, it matters not. Once I ascend from the 8th-tier divine rank, the jurisdiction shall expand and encompass them all. None shall escape. He mused softly. Without hesitation, he summoned the 15,000 units of divine power and began his ascension. He is eagerly anticipating the transformation that will accompany his promotion beyond the 8th rank. This place was once a tranquil pond, yet now its waters have been entirely drained. A thick, viscous pool of fresh blood churns within. Bubbling ominously, the third-tier lower-level wolf demon stands at the pond's edge, slicing open its palm to let its demon blood drip into the murky depths. After a moment, its complexion grows slightly pale, and it ceases its act, turning away. Behind it, a procession of third-tier demons lines up, obediently making incisions on themselves to spill their blood under the watchful gaze of several fourth-tier great demons surrounding them. The formidable king of Drunken Demon Mountain, one of these fourth-tier great demons, gazes in astonishment at the scene. Truly, the celestial ape mountain is bold. It is indeed a grand spectacle to decide to take action in such a manner. Its previous suspicions were validated. The celestial ape mountain would never allow another formidable power capable of threatening them to rise within the boundaries of Xinghua County. This is only natural, should another top-tier force emerge. How much would the interests of the celestial ape mountain suffer? Over the years, their strength would significantly wane. Seizing the opportunity while the rival is still nascent and unstable, gathering the majority of demonic power in the county to eradicate them in one fell swoop is the most advantageous course of action. It is uncertain how the celestial ape mountain obtained a drop of blood from the ancient ferocious beast Jujian, but now, with the infusion of a substantial amount of third-tier demon blood, they are forcefully activating this drop of Jujian's blood to merge it into a fourth-tier lower-level celestial ape. Once the process is complete, it may unleash fifth-tier power. Fifth tier. How terrifying. Such is the foundation of the celestial ape mountain, truly awe-inspiring. The king of Drunken Demon Mountain muses. Of course, once infused with a drop of blood from the ancient ferocious beast Jujian, that celestial ape from the celestial ape mountain will not survive for long. Ancient ferocious beasts are fearsome, capable of wreaking havoc upon the heavens and the earth. Even a single drop of blood possesses unparalleled strength and a terrifying aura. Although the celestial ape mountain can suppress this overwhelming ferocity through secret methods, it can only do so temporarily. The moment the ferocity can no longer be restrained is the day of demise. Yet, what concern is that to me? After all, it is merely a fourth-tier celestial ape from the celestial ape mountain that will perish. Not me. As long as it helps me avenge my third brother, that is sufficient. The celestial ape patriarch is indeed cautious. I believe it could handle this itself. Can the top demons behind Sea High Village truly withstand a direct assault? It is a waste to expend such a precious drop of ancient ferocious beast Jujian's blood. Shaking its head, it feels a pang of heartache for the celestial ape patriarch's wastefulness. Is such prudence necessary? The illustrious celestial ape patriarch, a being already poised to step into the fifth tier, is still so timid. If it possessed the celestial ape patriarch's strength, it would undoubtedly charge straight into Sea High Village without hesitation. Wreaking havoc. Wasteful indeed. Let Sea High Village linger a little longer. There are many humans among them. I wonder how many two-legged sheep Drunken Demon Mountain can claim. I will roast them all. It begins to calculate. What are they doing? Li Yutang furrows his brow. He stands atop a mountain, gazing down at the distant pool of demon blood, along with the fourth-tier and third-tier demons. At this distance, coupled with his status as a ghost envoy, the fourth-tier demons remain oblivious to their presence. They must be preparing some scheme against the esteemed lord. Liao Xiaoer's lips curl into a cold smile. What manner of being is the esteemed lord? Do these fourth-tier demons dare to conspire against him? As an inspector of the soul-reaping division, she is well aware that the esteemed lord has effortlessly obliterated evil entities before. She has heard of the terror posed by these evil entities. Even fourth-tier demons can enter but not exit. These foolish demons dare to employ their schemes without even grasping the full extent of the esteemed lord's power. Should we report this to Lord Zhangyue? Li Yutang inquires. Liao Xiaoer gently shakes her head. What a presence the esteemed lord is. This group of demons is undoubtedly already known to him. We must simply fulfill our own duties. Li Yutang nods in agreement. Clad in ghost envoy attire, the two swiftly glide back towards Sea High Village. Time swiftly passes, and 10 days elapse. Within the divine realm, Liu slowly opens his eyes that a formidable divine might radiates from him, suffusing the entirety of the divine realm. At this moment, the divine realm has expanded from its original 10 zhang radius to encompass 100 zhang expanse. 100 zhang. Its area now exceeds 5 hectares. Observing the seemingly empty divine realm, Liu remains unfazed. He rather enjoys this emptiness. His divine body has grown considerably stronger. Is this the result of ascending beyond the 8th rank? As he feels the quintuple enhancement of his divine physique, a smile graces his lips. With a 5-fold increase in divine body strength, his overall power is enhanced far beyond that 6th tier limit. Indeed, he muses, After ascending beyond the 8th rank of divinity, his peak strength has reached the 6th tier limit. This level, in the martial arts of the human race, is referred to as the law manifestation realm, correct? Initially, he was unaware of the nomenclature for the 6th tier level among human martial artists. However, after ascending beyond the 8th rank of divinity, the laws of the divine path expanded, and he naturally gleaned this information from the world around him. The heavens record all things, though ordinary individuals cannot access these records. Yet, as an 8th tier deity, he can now consult some foundational information. Although basic, some of it is still of a higher order, not accessible to 2nd or 3rd tier human martial artists. Now, even without invoking any divine arts, I can exert strength at the 6th tier limit within my jurisdiction. This is no weaker than what I could achieve before promotion while employing 9th rank divine arts. Liu feels satisfied. This is the divine path. As long as one ascends in rank, their power surges. For humans and demons alike, advancing from the 5th tier limit to the 6th tier limit is an arduous endeavor, based on the foundational information obtained from the heavens. A human martial artist at the 5th tier limit, known as a Cave Heaven Realm Grandmaster, takes a minimum of 35 years to ascend to the 6th tier limit, known as the Law Manifestation Realm. That is already the fastest record among the most exceptional talents of the human race in this world. It is evident how arduous it is to transcend from the 5th tier limit to the 6th tier limit. Yet, he has only spent 7 months since his arrival, and he has successfully attained 6th tier limit strength. Of course, this is unique to him. The other deities from Blue Star cannot boast of such terrifying rates of advancement. Not to mention ascending beyond the 8th rank, it is likely that none among the other deities from Blue Star have even reached the 9th rank. His jurisdiction has expanded from 1,000 hectares to 20,000 hectares. He has also discovered several intriguing locations. A smile spreads across Liu's face. 20,000 hectares. How vast? That equates to 1,333 square kilometers. This means it encompasses an area roughly 73 li long and 73 li wide. Not only has the original Songwu town been enveloped within, but also the lands of myriad demons, the Poison Dragon Ridge, and the 100 Fox Mountain. It can be said that the previous extent of Songwu town now lies entirely within his jurisdiction, and it extends well beyond that. He gazes at his personal information. Personal information. Name, Liu. Divine name, Zhangyue Gong. Divine position, Sihai town, land deity. Divine rank, from 8th rank 15,000 divine power required for promotion to 8th rank. Divine power, 11,530. Incense, 126,420. Divine arts, enhanced temple keeper, 500 divine power. Scarlet sky divine thunder, 300 divine power. Wind and rain invocation, 300 divine power. Cloud and mist divine method, 300 divine power. 4th tier Een soldier artifact, 300 divine power. 3 enhancements to Een soldiers, 300 divine power. Mountain removing technique, 300 divine power. Grand capture divine method, 300 divine power. Earthly strength, 300 divine power. Sun concealment method, 500 divine power. Light creation method, 500 divine power. What a remarkable individual. From the 8th rank divine art, it astonishingly ascended directly to the minimum threshold of 300 divine powers. Liu was somewhat amazed. The lesser divine arts typically require just 1 divine power to perform, such as the Golden Blade technique or the Dream Invocation technique, the 9th rank divine arts. On the other hand, consume 10 divine powers to execute, such as the Heavenly Thunder technique, Rainfall technique, and Cloud Mist method. The authentic 9th rank divine arts demand 50 divine powers, exemplified by the enhanced Heavenly Thunder technique and the 5-fingered Sacred Mount. Yet now, transitioning from the 8th rank divine art requires a staggering minimum of 300. How many deities from Blue Star can even muster 300 divine powers? Some deities have yet to accumulate 100 divine powers to advance to the 9th rank. And for him to employ a single divine art, it necessitates 300 divine powers. The disparity is simply unimaginable. Of course, despite the substantial consumption, the power unleashed is undeniably immense. However, even as an 8th rank deity, should he expend merely 50 divine powers to perform an authentic 9th rank divine art, its might could reach the lower echelon of the 6th tier. The lower 6th tier, he could effortlessly crush any 5th tier opponent. A slight smile crept across Liu's lips. The gap between a major realm is indeed vast. Subsequently, his gaze shifted towards the 2 8th rank divine arts, the Covering Sun technique and the Radiant Light technique. The covering sun technique is a method to obscure heavenly secrets, effectively severing calculations. The radiant light technique emits a protective divine light, impervious to all forms of attack, warding off all evils, with boundless applications. These two divine arts are considered the pinnacle among the 8th rank divine arts. He appeared satisfied. In this world, demons and monsters abound, and many of them possess innate abilities. It is conceivable that some might wield unique powers for divination and calculation. With the covering sun technique at his disposal, he need not worry about such special abilities. With a step forward, he exited the divine domain and ascended to a mountain peak. This mountain rises over 400 zhang. Its steepness formidable, surrounded by over 100 smaller hills, each resembling a bowing fox. Baihu Mountain. It is indeed a genuine 9th rank mountain peak. A 9th rank mountain peak can be consecrated to a 9th rank mountain deity. Liu surveyed the Baihu Mountain beneath him. The spiritual essence below Baihu Mountain is dense, far surpassing the likes of Qinlang Mountain, Diulong Ridge, Pingle Mountain, Hutu Mountain, Shunling River, and Xinmin Mountain, which are 6 9th rank spiritual lands. These 7 locations comprise the extent of his jurisdiction. Of course, besides these 7 places, he has now become a local land deity. According to the divine laws, he should be entitled to 4 village land deities to assist him in managing divine affairs and organizing the faith of believers. Thus, he could effectively command 11 subordinate deities. However, this requires a substantial amount of divine law fragments. There is no urgency in consecrating subordinate deities. Zhao Juyuan's transformation stage is nearing completion. In 5 months, the deity warfare will commence, and he will see if any other saint-level believers emerge. His expression remained calm. He then turned his gaze toward the group of demons. His jurisdiction has now expanded to 20,000 hectares. Those 4th-tier demons, who once believed they were far from the Sihai town, have now been enveloped by his jurisdiction. 1 drop of the ancient ferocious beast's blood, the Zhu Qian, is sought to rapidly cultivate a 5th-tier demon to contend against me. It is laughable to think that, notwithstanding my advancement to the 8th rank, you have yet to achieve your own success. Even if I had not advanced to the 8th rank, utilizing such a rapid cultivation method would only yield a lower 5th-tier demon at best. What significance does that hold? Liu stood with his hands behind his back, looking down upon the horde of demons. Even at a distance of 30 to 40 li, separated by mountains, this is still his jurisdiction. Within the jurisdiction, every movement, trivial or significant, cannot escape his notice. Within this jurisdiction, he is the unequivocal deity. Let them experience despair. A horde of man-eating demons should be left trembling and feared. He gently waved his hand. Why is there an overwhelming sense of oppression? The great king of drunken demon mountain furrowed his brows, having recently felt a sudden sense of pressure. It was as if something had changed in this region. Yet, what exactly had transformed? He could not pinpoint. I feel it too. It must be that one from Tianyuan Mountain, nearing completion. The presence of a 5th-tier entity brings us this faint sense of oppression, murmured the 3rd cave master from Wuxian Cave. It is a gigantic hedgehog, its body covered in razor-sharp quills, each resembling a sword. There is no doubt. It is indeed true. The blood in the blood pool is rapidly diminishing, signaling that my clan brother is about to achieve success. That a celestial ape from Tianyuan Mountain stood nearby, towering over 6 zhang, wielding a massive iron rod, its voice deep. A 5th-tier celestial ape. It could effortlessly flatten Sihai village. Everyone, we must restrain our 3rd-tier demons and allocate the 2-legged sheep here according to our previous division. The scorpion spirit from Mou Mountain spoke, exuding a ghastly green aura. I can hardly wait to witness the 5th-tier celestial ape unleash its might. I have never encountered a 5th-tier being before. The 2nd king of drunken demon mountain expressed eager anticipation. The other 4th-tier demons nodded, their expressions tinged with varying degrees of expectation. Even the 4th-tier celestial ape from Tianyuan Mountain was intrigued. There are 6 4th-tier demons present, 2 from drunken demon mountain, 2 from Wuxian Cave, 1 from Mou Mountain, and 1 from Tianyuan Mountain. With a sudden explosion in the blood pool, blood erupted violently. A blood-colored celestial ape, standing 8 zhang tall and radiating an overwhelming ferocity, leaped forth. Roar! The blood-colored celestial ape howled at the sky, its voice resonating, shattering all nearby rocks and vegetation within a 20 zhang radius into dust. The 4th-tier demons, engulfed by this terrifying 5th-tier ferocity, were left in shock and ecstasy. The 5th-tier celestial ape is immensely powerful. Such a terrifying 5th-tier celestial ape Who could possibly withstand it? Even the existence behind Sea High Village, standing at the pinnacle of the fourth tier, would be torn apart by the fifth-tier celestial ape. Just then, the heavens stirred, and clouds swirled ominously that a colossal golden hand, exceeding 100 zhang in size, emerged, radiant and resplendent like the sun. The overwhelming divine might cascaded downwards. Like a magnificent heavenly decree, it froze the fifth-tier celestial ape, 6 fourth-tier demons, and 19 third-tier demons, rendering them utterly immobile. What does 100 zhang signify? It is akin to a mountain suspended above one's head. In fact, some small hills may not even reach 100 zhang in height. This terrifying scene is something all the demons present have never before witnessed in their lifetimes. The shadow cast obscured the blazing sun, instilling boundless fear within their hearts. The fifth-tier blood-colored celestial ape felt its ferocity dissipate in an instant, its eyes filled with terror. It could hardly fathom that, despite having merged with a drop of ancient ferocious beast blood, elevating itself from a lower fourth tier to a lower fifth tier, it still resembled an ant before this unknown entity, unable to move an inch. What level of terrifying existence is this? That brilliant divine might, that suppresses all, towering like the heavens. Could it truly be a legendary deity? Suddenly, a sound of shattering emanated from within its body, as its bones splintered under the immense pressure. It yearned to scream, yet its mouth could not open. Beneath the mountain-like hand that obscured the sky, under that overwhelming divine might, the blood of the ferocious beast it had just integrated was forcibly stripped away. Flying out from its body, its aura, once at the lower fifth tier, plummeted back to the lower fourth tier, weakened and severely injured. Witnessing this scene, the great king of Drunken Demon Mountain felt as though its eyes would pop out. It was engulfed in the utmost terror, too strong, too horrifying. Even the celestial ape, who had merged with the blood of the Zhu Qian and reached the lower fifth tier, was stripped of the ferocious beast's blood and reverted to its original form. Just how powerful is the existence behind Sea High Village? Its intestines were filled with regret. It pondered why it had chosen to report this matter to the Tianyuan Mountain, even after reporting. Why did it feel compelled to come here? At this moment, it finally comprehended why the ancestor of Tianyuan could step into the fifth tier with 1 foot. It was because the other party was sufficiently steady and had lived long enough. As long as one lived long enough, there would eventually come a day to ascend from the fourth tier to the fifth tier. Yet, it realized this too late. Could it be that the existence behind Sea High Village was truly a deity? If it were not a god, how could it be so terrifying? Despair filled its heart. Had it known that the other party was indeed a divine being, it would have never come. The other fourth-tier monsters were also filled with immense terror. They had not felt the threat of death for a long time. They had originally thought that in their lifetimes, they would only feel the approach of death when their time truly came. Yet now, a mission they believed to be foolproof had entangled them with such a dreadful existence, suspected to be a true god. You wretched monsters, feeding on humanity, your sins are unforgivable. A righteous deity, I sentence you to the punishment of having your souls scattered. A cold, authoritative voice echoed. The voice faded. A colossal hand descended from the heavens, grasping towards the horde of monsters, regardless of whether they were fourth tier or third tier. They could only watch in horror, utterly unable to make any move of resistance. In an instant, they were captured within that enormous hand. The divine might was like a blade, severing their very souls. Spare my life, great deity, spare me. I am willing to pledge my loyalty to you, forever unbetrayed. I have cultivated for over 140 years to achieve this. I plead for your mercy. For my arduous path of cultivation, within the brilliant golden hand, every strand of golden radiance pierced into the minds of the horde of monsters, cleaving into their very souls. This unimaginable agony finally elicited their screams of despair and pleas for mercy. Yet, it was but a fleeting moment of cries. The souls of the horde shattered. Whether they were third-tier or fourth-tier monsters, all were utterly obliterated. Within the colossal hand, only the lifeless bodies of the monsters remained, their faces still etched with despair and regret. At the peak of Baihu Mountain, Liu wore an indifferent expression as he waved his hand casually. The bodies of the monsters were drawn into the divine realm, awaiting his return for disposal. Neither the divine shop nor regional trading allowed for the sale of living beings. Otherwise, these monster souls could have fetched some divine power. Liu was unconcerned by this. He did not lack a bit of divine power. Instead, he thought that if regional trading could trade living beings, it might give rise to the trafficking of souls, with 3 billion divine beings in Blue Star. What manner of person was not among them? As long as there was profit, In this world devoid of law and even morals, what act would not be committed? Then there was that drop of blood from the ancient beast Jujian. Liu gazed at the drop of blood suspended before him. Appearing exceedingly crimson and emanating a terrifying ferocity. In the depths of his perception, he could discern the phantom of an ancient beast with a human face, a leopard's body, bull's ears, and a powerful serpentine tail. It was indeed the ancient beast Jujian. This drop of blood was quite a valuable item. After cleansing most of its ferocity with divine power, although its quality would diminish, it would still be tantamount to a fourth-tier blessing talisman. However, selling it would likely be more profitable. Liu smiled and casually stored it away. He then directed his gaze toward a marsh approximately 6 or 7 li north of Poison Dragon Ridge. With a single step, he found himself hovering above the marsh, surveying below. Within the marsh lay a third-tier old venomous snake, coiled and asleep beneath the earth. Liu merely glanced at it, and in an instant, the third-tier snake opened its eyes, revealing a look of terror. Yet, before it could even react, its soul was already shattered, utterly dispersed. Its body vanished in a flash, entering the divine realm to await sale. The territory has expanded to 20,000 hectares at last. Fortune smiled upon him as he discovered a treasure trove. Liu regarded the marsh below with a hint of satisfaction. He had long envied the female deity known as Sho for acquiring the seeds of spiritual rice and the essence of spiritual rice. Surely having found some treasure trove. Now, he too had finally uncovered a worthwhile sight. He gently raised his hand, and instantly, the entire marsh of Baifeng's mud began to levitate, behind where the third-tier old venomous snake had slept. 3 human bones were revealed. The robes of these 3 skeletal remains had long since decayed, yet their faces still bore some flesh, glistening with a crystalline sheen. Before the 3 skeletal remains floated a precious jade, radiating light and forming a protective barrier around them, while drawing upon the power of the earth from below, filling the barrier with spiritual light. Some spiritual light leaked out, which had also created that third-tier old venomous snake. Although the old snake did not consume many humans, having fed on humans once made it impossible for Liu to spare it. These 3 human bones were of no small origin. They possess the merit of humanity. Liu sighed. The merit of humanity is granted to those who have contributed to the human race. Any being possessing even a trace of this merit is a remarkable figure who has strived for humanity. Tianyuan Mountain, located over 50 li outside of Xian County, is the highest peak within the county. The mountain rises majestically into the clouds, often shrouded in snow, a vast expanse of white. Surrounding Tianyuan Mountain are 9 shorter peaks, each distinct in shape. Yet upon closer inspection, they all seem to possess a semblance of simian features. Between these 9 peaks and Tianyuan Mountain resides a multitude of monkey tribes. Yet only the Tianyuan clan is permitted to tread upon Tianyuan Mountain. At this moment, within a colossal black hall atop Tianyuan Mountain, an ancient ape with snow-white fur sat cross-legged, its eyes slightly closed. Though appearing aged, it exuded a terrifying vitality. Even seated, the old ape towered at 5 or 6 zhang. A dreadful aura of blood-red demon energy engulfed the entire hall, even reaching outside to consume 3 trembling, numb human warriors from the sheep pen. With the intellect of human warriors combined with the spirit of Tianyuan Mountain, they were being tempered in demon energy to truly step into the 5th tier. Dead? Suddenly, the old ape opened its eyes, revealing a glimmer of shock that it sensed that the 4th tier junior it had personally selected, deemed most suitable to merge with the blood of the ancient beast Jujian, had perished. How could this be? Merging with the blood of the ancient beast Jujian would undoubtedly allow one to attain the level of a lower 5th tier being. How could it have died? Was it possible that it had not yet succeeded in the fusion, not truly ascended to the lower 5th tier, and was killed by the being behind Sihai Village? It could hardly believe that its junior had been slain after achieving success and ascending to the lower 5th tier. Damn it! How could such a terrifying entity emerge within Xian County? The old ape's expression darkened as it clenched its fists tightly. Regardless of the circumstances, they indicated that the existence behind Sihai Village was exceedingly formidable. At this moment, alarms blared within its heart. If the other party were to assault Tianyuan Mountain, how would it respond? Although it could still unleash the power of a lower 5th tier being through some of its foundations, it provided no sense of security. It seems I must seek assistance from several elder brothers. It murmured to itself. As for fleeing, that thought had briefly flickered in its mind, but it was immediately severed. If it left the stronghold of Xian County, where would it go to consume a large number of human warriors? Without the ability to frequently devour human warriors, how many years would it take to truly step into the 5th tier? yet it is not without its own background as a spirit. In its early years, it forged brotherhood with several exceptionally gifted demons. Each of these brothers possessed talents that far surpassed its own, and now they have all reached the 5th tier in times of need. I shall call upon my brothers for assistance, shielding them with my presence. Should any trouble arise, I shall flee, it mused. For it, protecting its brothers was the most natural thing in the world, after all. The effort expended to forge such bonds with them was not in vain. The enduring friendship maintained thereafter was precisely for the sake of one day safeguarding them. Liu floated in midair, gently gesturing that a precious jade trembled slightly before soaring into his hand at a 5th-tier item. He noted, recognizing that it had reached the pinnacle of its tier, worth at least 2,000 to 3,000 units of divine power. A satisfied smile graced his face. This was a windfall. Divine power accumulates gradually, drop by drop, although ascending to the 8th tier of divinity requires a staggering 150,000 units of divine power. He remained patient, knowing that with time, he would reach it. Having already transcended 2 levels above the rest of the divine beings of Blue Star from the 8th tier, he was optimistic. Moreover, he noticed the 3 corpses of the human race before him. Interesting, he mused, as one of them still retained a lingering soul. It seemed that the rich spiritual light generated by the jade, infused with the power of the earth, played a significant role. However, the primary factor remained the merit of humanity, which shielded his soul. Liu's gaze fell upon the corpse with the most substantial merit. Channeling a surge of divine power into it, an ethereal human soul emerged, bewildered, from the remains. This was a middle-aged man, clad in official robes and wearing a cap of authority, exuding an air of unyielding dignity. After a moment of confusion, clarity returned to his eyes. He gazed up at Liu, whose visage was obscured, and bowed deeply. Wei Xiangyang, I pay my respects to the esteemed elder. Thank you for assisting me in my struggle out of the darkness. May I inquire as to your identity? His voice was deep and steady. I am the rightful deity of the land across the seas. You possess the merit of humanity and have contributed to its cause. Would you be willing to serve under my banner as my subordinate deity? Liu regarded Wei Xiangyang with keen interest. Deep within Wei Xiangyang's ethereal soul lay a radiant orb of golden merit, which perpetually safeguarded his soul's immortality. That he realized that the merit of humanity could indeed lessen the fragments of divine lore required for conferring divinity. It dawned on him then why, in the myths of his past life, those deities who were conferred often bore merit. Land deity. Wei Xiangyang's pupils contracted sharply, astonishment washing over him as he gazed at Liu in disbelief. A true deity? Is this not the stuff of legends? Yet, feeling the overwhelming divine presence emanating from Liu, a grandeur akin to the sun and the cosmos, he found himself inclined to believe. This was certainly not a demon or a malevolent spirit. Such entities could never wield the righteous might of humanity, radiant as the blazing sun. Could it be that, during his time in the afterlife, the world underwent a tremendous transformation, giving rise to true deities? Pray tell, esteemed deity, how do you perceive the human race? He took a deep breath and bowed once more to Liu, speaking earnestly. As humanity wanes, the divine path shall cleave through the thorns. I, as a rightful deity, shall protect the multitudes of mankind. Liu replied calmly, articulating his genuine belief. As long as my followers revere me earnestly, I shall naturally provide them protection. To neglect my followers would render me no different from a malevolent god. Willingly do I serve beneath the esteemed deity. Wei Xiangyang, I pay my respects to the revered god. Upon hearing this, Wei Xiangyang did not hesitate. Bowing respectfully to Liu, he had sacrificed his life for humanity, and how could he refuse the chance to continue protecting them as a deity? Yet, he cast a lingering glance at the 2 other human corpses, sorrow flashing in his eyes. They were his 2 sons, who had perished alongside him in service to the human race, while his spirit lingered. His sons were lost forever. Excellent. Liu nodded slightly, extending his hand. The land register sword from the divine realm into his grasp. It opened automatically, revealing the detailed account of Wei Xiangyang's life. He confer the first subordinate deity. One must be thoroughly acquainted with them. Wei Xiangyang was born in the 931st year of the Jianan era of the Great Zhou dynasty. In the 960th year. He excelled in the imperial examination and was appointed as the county magistrate of Xin County. During his tenure, he ruled with benevolence and was beloved by the people. In the 999th year, the Great Zhou dynasty collapsed overnight, and demons surged forth. Wei Xiangyang and his 2 sons sacrificed their lives to protect the citizens. Facing off against 3 fifth-tier demons and saving an entire city, he possessed 525 units of human merit. Liu quickly absorbed the details of Wei Xiangyang's life, which were recorded meticulously, including every deed he had accomplished during his service and the various cases he had adjudicated. Such was the power of the land register. Once one agreed to serve under him or in the land across the seas, their name would be inscribed within its pages. The land register contained countless pages, and any being from the land across the seas would occupy one page, no more, no less. Although Wei Xiangyang had led a remarkably rich life, the single page could encapsulate infinite tales. Indeed, he was a paragon of virtue, entirely devoted to the welfare of the people. Liu mused softly to himself, realizing that Wei Xiangyang had lived during the twilight of the Great Zhou dynasty. The information he had gleaned from the heavens indicated that this was a powerful empire. In its heyday, demons could only lurk outside its borders, too fearful to invade. The people of that era were not prey for demons but rather subjects of the Great Zhou. Yet, the reasons behind the empire's abrupt downfall remained shrouded in mystery, with no one aware of the events that transpired that fateful night. Liu felt a twinge of regret, wishing to uncover why such a formidable dynasty had crumbled overnight. He turned his gaze back to Wei Xiangyang, raising his hand gently. Instantly, 300 units of divine power radiated forth, coalescing before him into a decree of subordinate deity. This decree exuded a profound aura, seemingly encapsulating the very laws of the universe. I, the rightful deity of the land across the seas, hereby confer upon Wei Xiangyang, a benefactor of humanity, the title of River God of the Shunling River. A deity of this region, charged with the duties of regulating the river's flow and controlling the rain. Bestow upon him the divine arts of cloud and mist technique, rain summoning art, thunderbolt technique, flight technique, golden blade technique, and dream projection technique. Liu's voice resonated powerfully, akin to the voice of the heavens, as the first two phrases echoed throughout the entire jurisdiction. The third statement could only be heard by Wei Xiangyang, who knelt before him. The mountains echoed. Heaven and earth resonated. Thunder roared from the heavens above. The Shunling River surged as if in jubilant celebration. The inhabitants of places such as Sihai Town, Songmu Town, Dulong Ridge, and Baihu Mountain looked up in astonishment. Among them, the faithful of Sihai Town reacted the quickest, immediately kneeling on the ground with fervent gazes. Enshrined as a deity of the land, they had initially believed that by venerating Zhanyue Gong, they would merely receive his blessings. Yet now they realized their perspective was far too limited. Zhanyue Gong could indeed enshrine a deity. If they were to be even more devout, could they too have the opportunity to become deities? The thought of becoming a deity ignited a fervor within their hearts. The deity, exalted and revered by all. Only Li Yuming maintained a semblance of calm. After all, he believed that as the personally appointed temple steward by Zhanyue Gong, diligently fulfilling every divine decree entrusted to him would undoubtedly lead to his own enshrinement as a deity in due time. Moreover, he clearly heard within Zhanyue Gong's divine voice that the newly appointed river god of Shunling, Wei Xiangyang, was a benefactor to humanity. This was undoubtedly the reason for Zhanyue Gong's decree to enshrine him as the river god. Wei Xiangyang. That name sounded somewhat familiar to him that he pondered deeply, feeling as though he had heard it somewhere before. Wasn't Wei Xiangyang the last county magistrate of the Great Zhou dynasty? Revered in the county, Wei Xiangyang had sacrificed himself in order to save the citizens of Xian County, and the grateful populace had erected a statue in his honor. Beside him, Zhao Jian spoke in a hushed tone, visibly shocked that a figure long deceased had now returned to life, enshrined as a god by Zhanyue Gong. So it is him. Li Yuming and the other senior officials of Sihai Town realized in unison. This was the benefactor to humanity. They exchanged glances, each wearing a bitter smile. The path to divinity was indeed arduous. It seemed that if they wished to become gods, they must seek another route. In the Bee Demon Valley, the queen bee knelt on the ground, her heart aflame. The revered deity had not deceived her. The revered deity could truly enshrine gods. As long as she diligently brewed honey for the revered deity and devotedly worshipped him, there would come a day when she too would be enshrined as a deity. Wei Xiangyang, receiving the divine decree, with a solemn countenance, Wei Xiangyang bowed deeply to Liu, voice steady as he spoke. The decree of enshrinement in Liu's hand shimmered, directly merging into Wei Xiangyang's soul. Simultaneously, he took out 100 units of 9th-rank divine law fragments and infused them into Wei Xiangyang's soul as well. Normally, Enshrining a ninth-rank subdeity required 200 units of ninth-rank divine law fragments. However, the merits of humanity could reduce the consumption of divine law fragments during enshrinement. Essentially, 2 merits could offset 1 unit of divine law fragments. But the reduction could not exceed half. As the divine decree and fragments merged, a tempest arose in the heavens, the divine laws manifesting within Wei Xiangyang's soul, coalescing. His once ethereal soul took on an increasingly solid form at a visible pace, resembling a true physical body. In truth, this was already the body of a ninth-rank deity. Even without employing divine techniques, he possessed the strength of a third-tier limit, clad in a blue and white river god robe, adorned with a river god crown. And holding a river god seal, his soul's deep-rooted merits consumed 200 units. Yet, he still retained 325 units. This was Wei Xiangyang's greatest treasure, a reward for his selfless dedication to the people. Rescuing the citizens of the city, lower god Wei Xiangyang pays respects to the revered deity. Having become the river god of Shunling, Wei Xiangyang once more bowed respectfully to Li Yu. Only after attaining divinity did he comprehend the vastness of the divine realm. "Go forth and fulfill your divine duties," Li Yu said calmly. Upon finishing, he stepped forward, vanishing into the 100 directions marched as for the 2 remaining corpses of the human race. He left them for Wei Xiangyang to handle. This treasure trove had yielded a 5th-tier jewel and a suitable candidate for enshrinement in Wei Xiangyang, which had greatly satisfied him. A subordinate deity enshrined by him would be eternally loyal. Furthermore, with a mere thought, he could strip them of their divine laws and cast them down to mortality. In this world lacking a heavenly court or underworld, he was the pioneer of his own divine realm. The supreme being of the divine laws. This place, he mused, is rather intriguing. Liu appeared before a mountain peak, his expression peculiar. Before him lay a cave, from which resounded the clear voice of reading. The reader was none other than a fox. Additionally, a human scholar was present, teaching the fox to read. His earlier grand proclamation, enshrining Wei Xiangyang, had not reached this location. "Xiaojiu, why are you slacking off again? How can you cultivate righteous energy without diligent study?" The cave was not dim, with luminous pearls hanging from the walls, casting a gentle glow. Gu Anji regarded the diminutive white fox before him. His expression stern and voice authoritative. Clad in an ordinary, worn robe, his hair was mostly gray, clearly indicating his advanced age. Yet, his spirit remained vibrant, eyes sparkling. "Master, I was wrong," the white fox said bashfully. Lowering its head, eyes reddened and on the verge of tears. Although it bore the form of a fox, it evoked a sense of pity, making one reluctant to see it cry. "I promised Ali that I would teach all of you to cultivate righteous energy. Your 8 elder sisters are very obedient. Even the slowest, Xiao Lu, managed to cultivate righteous energy half a year ago. Xiaojiu, why do you always neglect your studies? Only by cultivating righteous energy can you enter the 9-heart demon lotus and allow you and your sisters to claim its essence, purifying your bloodlines and transforming into 3-tailed spirit foxes." Guanji's expression was one of disappointment, his voice raised. "Master, I want to study earnestly, but I just can't seem to focus. It's not that I don't want to." Xiaojiu whimpered, tears streaming from its fox eyes as it clutched a book filled with orderly sage writings. "Alas, Xiaojiu," Guanji sighed deeply. "Ali and I loved each other for 20 years. Before passing, she entrusted you all to me, and I will ensure that you all ascend to become 3-tailed spirit foxes. You must apply yourself. As a fox, you should understand the significance of becoming a 3-tailed spirit fox. I am waiting for you all to rise in cultivation and eventually." Gently stroking Xiaojiu's head, Guanji let out a heavy sigh. "Master, I will definitely work hard." Xiaojiu nodded vigorously before once again reciting the sage text in its pause. The soft, youthful voice resonated, bringing a look of relief to Guanji's face. Holding an umbrella, he walked deeper into the cave. There, he found a waterfall cascading down, the torrents crashing onto the boulders, scattering into countless droplets. Most fell into the pool beneath the rocks, while some splashed onto the umbrella in his hand. Ignoring it, Guanji crossed through the waterfall to the area behind the curtain of water. There bloomed a colossal purple demon lotus, featuring 9 holes in its seed. At that moment, 8 of the holes housed 8 small foxes, deep in slumber. Almost there, he mused. Only Xiaojiu remained. Once Xiaojiu cultivates righteous energy, it could enter the 9-heart demon lotus and transform into a 3-tailed spirit fox. Ali, I have consumed your heart, drained your blood, and crushed your bones. With everything of a 3-tailed spirit fox, I forged this half-demon foundation. Once Xiaojiu and the others all transform into 3-tailed spirit foxes. As I consumed them, a grimace of malice appeared on Guanji's face. With the essence of 10 three-tailed spirit foxes, he was certain to forge the blood spirit fox body. At that moment, he could effortlessly ascend to the 4th tier, or even leap into the upper echelons of the 4th tier, becoming a preeminent figure within Xinzhou County. However, had Xiao Jiao uncovered something, the mere thought of Xiao Jiao's habitual laziness darkened his countenance. Yet regardless, his attempts to stall were futile. With his constant vigilance, Xiao Jiao would soon cultivate righteous energy, enabling him to enter the 9-heart demon lotus for bloodline purification. When that time came, Guanji would soar to unprecedented heights. By practicing demonic arts in human form, he would first transform into a half-demon, and subsequently into a true demon body, completely shedding his identity as a member of the human race. Liu's expression remained composed. In this world rife with demons, it was not surprising for a human to abandon their corporeal form and join the ranks of demons. However, to begin indulging in human consumption prior to fully transforming into a demon was quite alarming. Moreover, he had already devoured quite a number of people. In contrast, the 9 second-tier little foxes exuded a pure aura, having never tasted human flesh. Of course, none of this was of particular concern to him. Merely a 3rd-tier human scoundrel. What truly piqued his interest was the drop of earth spirit milk hidden 100 fathoms beneath the 9-heart demon lotus. This 4th-tier 9-heart demon lotus thrived, thanks to the essence emanating from the earth spirit milk below. The earth spirit milk, a 5th-tier item, elicited a faint smile from Liu's eyes. This was yet another treasure worth 2,000 to 3,000 divine powers. Additionally, he would acquire 9 three-tailed spirit foxes. He naturally regarded the strength of the three-tailed spirit foxes with disdain, yet their innate abilities were of great utility to him. The three-tailed spirit foxes were inherently adept at potion crafting, capable of combining various spiritual herbs and grinding them into ointments. Once these 9 little foxes absorbed the essence of the 9-heart demon lotus, they would directly evolve into 3rd-tier three-tailed spirit foxes. 3rd-tier three-tailed spirit foxes could concoct 3rd-tier ointments, which could be sold in regional trade, yielding a continuous stream of income. Liu was pleased. The queen bee of the Bee Demon Valley, after significantly expanding her nectar-gathering range, was now able to provide him with 20 pounds of black-striped bee spirit honey each month. Calculating at 4 divine powers per pound, that amounted to 80 divine powers. Over the course of a year, that would total 960 divine powers. Furthermore, this figure was on the rise. As the queen bee was vigorously developing her hive, and with the expansion of the colony, production would naturally increase. Moreover, the output value provided by the 9 three-tailed spirit foxes focused on potion crafting would surpass that of the Bee Demon Valley. What was a 4th-tier 9-heart demon lotus worth? Merely 300 to 400 divine powers. The 9 three-tailed spirit foxes would soon earn that back for him. He gently raised his hand, and suddenly, the mountain before him split apart, allowing the massive 9-heart demon lotus to soar forth from the fissure. Guanji gazed in bewilderment at the flying 9-heart demon lotus. What was happening? Why had the mountain cracked? Why was the 9-heart demon lotus taking flight? In the next moment, he realized he was being restrained, and an expression of sheer terror flashed in his eyes. He attempted to struggle, but it was utterly in vain. Boom! His body shattered instantaneously, dissipating into a cloud of dust. Even his soul was scattered in that fleeting moment. Until the very end, Guanji remained oblivious to the existence that had vanquished him. Ing. Little fox Xiao Jiao sensed an irresistible divine might enveloping it. Subsequently being thrown into the 9-heart demon lotus, it was instantly terrified, its fur standing on end as it emitted frightened whimpers. Was it the perverse Guanji planning to target the adorably beautiful creature? Yet, the perverse Guanji should not have been this terrifying, right? Through the 9-heart demon lotus, its beautiful eyes caught a glimpse of a vague, towering figure suspended in midair, coldly gazing down upon it. In that moment, Xiao Jiao's mind went blank. A deity. That was a magnificent deity. Half a day later, Liu had returned to the divine realm. As for the 9 little foxes that had fully transformed into three-tailed spirit foxes, he entrusted them directly to Liu Ming, instructing him to prepare various medicinal materials for the three-tailed spirit foxes to concoct into ointments. Within the territory, there were still 2 minor treasures, albeit consisting of 1st-tier and 2nd-tier items, which Liu Ming could handle. Liu's expression remained calm. 1st-tier and 2nd-tier items were no longer of interest to him if they were of limited quantity. He then opened the divine store and sold a 5th-tier gem, a drop of 5th-tier earth spirit milk, and a drop of the ancient beast Zhujin blood. These 3 5th-tier items held little value for him. He preferred divine powers instead. The 5th-tier gem was worth 2,100 divine powers. The earth spirit milk 2,400 divine powers, and the Zhujin blood 2,800 divine powers. In total, he garnered 7,300 divine powers. Following this, Liu sold all the corpses of 4th tier and 3rd tier demons, netting an additional 4,050 divine powers. After a trip to the divine realm, he directly accrued 11,350 divine powers, adding to his previous divine powers. He now possessed a staggering 22,580 divine powers. He felt immensely satisfied. At this stage, other deities from Blue Star were still toiling for a mere 100 or 1,000 divine powers, while he had effortlessly amassed over 10,000 divine powers in a single sweep of his territory. Such was the disparity. He mused that if the other Blue Star deities were to learn of this, they would surely succumb to envy. At this moment, he felt that the 15,000 divine powers required to ascend to the 8th tier deity level were not too far out of reach. He directed his gaze towards the underworld domain beneath the land spirit temple. Within this underworld domain, there were already numerous souls of deceased believers. Among them were Grade B believers, Grade C believers, and Grade D believers. 15 Grade B believers, 60 Grade C believers, and 5 Grade D believers. The Grade B believers would be conferred as ghost officers, while the Grade C and D believers could choose to reincarnate or erase their memories to become underworld soldiers. Liu shook his head. At present, his subordinate deities were insufficient. Otherwise, such matters would not require his direct involvement. His subordinates could handle them adeptly. Once Zhao Zhou fully transformed into a saint-level believer, he would appoint him as a subordinate deity to oversee this aspect. Just as Liu was about to take action, a sudden interface materialized before him. On the interface, lines of text leaped into view. This is, Liu's pupils constricted slightly, and his expression turned serious. Upon reaching the 9th tier deity level, one officially breaks through to 1 billion. The first Divine Path Grand Assembly of Blue Star deities is about to commence. 1 hour later, proceed to the Great Sun Divine Court and prepare accordingly. The first Divine Path Grand Assembly will rank participants based on their performance, with the top 10,000 receiving rewards. The first Divine Path Grand Assembly? This behind-the-scenes orchestrator is even hosting a Grand Assembly. This is truly absurd. Liu's lips twitched slightly as for the fact that 1 billion Blue Star deities had reached the 9th rank of divinity. He was not particularly surprised. After all, 7 months had already passed. As long as one was not foolish, many should have been able to accumulate 100 points of divine power to advance to the 9th rank. Initially, he had 3 nearby villages. It was reasonable to assume that other Blue Star deities were in a similar situation. However, he pondered how many Blue Star deities had already perished. He certainly did not believe that Blue Star deities were immune to death. The lesser wild gods were quite fragile, their power only equivalent to the 2nd tier limit. With such strength, a mere 3rd tier demon could easily destroy a land shrine, shatter the statue of the land deity, annihilate the believers, cause the wild god's domain to collapse and escape, ultimately leading to their demise. Moreover, what exactly was this Great Sun Divine Court? His curiosity was piqued. Just from the name alone, he sensed it must be a place of considerable significance. Furthermore, there were rewards for those ranked within the top 10,000. He wondered what the reward for the first place would be. Liu's eyes gleamed with anticipation. Given his current status as an 8th rank deity, he believed he would undoubtedly rank first among all Blue Star deities. He glanced at the territory. He was unsure how long this participation in the Blue Star Divine Gathering would take. Would there be any issues in Sihai Town? With the newly appointed river god Wei Xiangyang present, there should not be any problems. Besides, the behind-the-scenes mastermind who organized this Blue Star deity gathering must have considered this matter as well. After all, many deities at the 9th rank and even those wild gods yet to ascend to the 9th rank had territories that were considerably more fragile. Liu calmed himself. He waited quietly. This time, he should finally be able to truly meet the other Blue Star deities. Speaking of which, he had initially asked Li Yuming to gather information about foreign deities, yet despite the passage of time, no discoveries had been made. Not only was there no sign within the borders of Suyin County, but even in the nearby counties, there were no traces of other Blue Star deities. Thus, he was eager to know just how far the nearest Blue Star deity was from him. Surely, he couldn't be the only Blue Star deity within the entire Dezhou Empire. Could he? The Great Sun Divine Court. The blazing sunfire raged, emitting boundless heat. Liu suddenly found himself standing atop a sea of flames. The golden sunfire licked at his feet, yet it bore no heat. As if everything was merely an illusion. Not an illusion. It was a protective layer on him that shielded him from the burning of the sunfire. He felt a sense of shock within. This place was truly situated atop a great sun, that raging sunfire. Had it not been for the protective layer on him, he feared he would have been reduced to ashes in an instant. After all, while he was a deity, he was still merely an 8th rank deity and had not yet reached the level of being impervious to the sunfire's flames. All around him, figures of blue star deities began to materialize. Each radiated varying degrees of divine majesty, densely packed and countless. So many. The sheer number of deities would likely leave any demon who encountered them utterly stunned, Liu marveled. However, a cursory glance revealed that among the over 1,000,000 deities present, some were at the 9th rank, while others were lesser wild gods. As for those at the true 9th rank, he had not seen a single one. Whether there were any among the blue star deities now, he could not ascertain. A thunderous roar erupted. In front of all the blue star deities, 3 towering structures resembling colossal stars extended from the heart of the great sun. The moment Liu beheld these 3 towers, the rules of the first divine gathering surfaced in his mind. How intriguing, he murmured, a glint of interest flickering across his face. The 3 divine towers represented the 3 trials of this divine gathering. To pass through the trials warranted the eligibility to compete for ranking. The contents of these trials were not entirely fixed. The first tower was the Tower of the Past, since the past was immutable. The content of this first trial was predetermined. Was it an assessment of the deity's understanding of divine arts? Liu mused. The Tower of the Past remained eternally unchanged, the greater one's comprehension of divine arts. The higher the points of the Great Sun one could earn, the points of the Great Sun served as the sole criterion for ranking. This trial required the demonstration of one's most proficient 9th rank divine art, where the points earned would correspond to the understanding of that divine art. As for the lesser wild gods who had yet to master any 9th rank divine arts, naturally, they would not earn a single point of the Great Sun. Goodness, were we lesser wild gods merely here to serve as fillers? The first trial didn't even grant us a chance to participate. Nearby, a middle-aged deity resembling a grumpy uncle complained. There was no helping it. After all, we were the ones who had not yet ascended to the 9th rank. How could they ascend so quickly? A billion had already reached the 9th rank, while I still remained a lesser deity. Silly child, perhaps you should reflect on your own efforts. Are you truly working hard enough? What's wrong with not working hard? What's wrong with courting female believers? What's wrong with having the believers offer their wives and daughters to this deity? Had it not been for that second-tier demon injuring me, I would not still be stuck here at the lesser rank. The heavens did not bear me, Chukuan. The divine path stretches eternal like a long night. 30 years in the east, 30 years in the west. Do not underestimate a deity's poverty. One day, I shall be the heavenly emperor, suppressing all enemies in the world. Nearby, a multitude of lesser wild gods voiced their grievances, and many even let out cries of discontent. This overt discrimination truly pushed many wild gods to their breaking point. Liu glanced at the middle-aged deity, who had proclaimed, I shall be the heavenly emperor. And the corner of his mouth twitched. Even he, a dignified 8th-rank deity, would not dare to say such a thing. This uncle certainly had an imposing presence. In the next moment, the Tower of the Past on the far left among the 3 towers suddenly erupted in brilliant radiance. The light enveloped all blue star deities. Liu noticed that all the blue star deities around him had vanished, and he found himself in an empty space. Please demonstrate a 9th rank divine art. A line of text appeared before him. His most proficient 9th rank divine art. Liu contemplated. Since he had come this far, he naturally aimed to secure first place. He certainly desired the rewards for being first. Undoubtedly, the rewards for first place would significantly enhance his strength. Each advancement in divine rank led to a substantial increase in his understanding of prior divine arts. When he ascended to the true 9th rank, he had greatly improved his comprehension of the 9th rank divine arts. Similarly, when he ascended to the 8th rank, he had again substantially enhanced his understanding of the 9th rank divine arts, with 2 significant improvements. Surely no one could surpass his comprehension of the 9th rank divine arts, right? Liu smiled. He gently waved his hand. Instantly, storm clouds gathered in the empty space above, and flashes of lightning surged forth. The next moment, a terrifying heavenly thunder descended, bearing an overwhelming divine might, as if it sought to annihilate everything. Although this heavenly thunder was merely a 9th rank divine art, when unleashed by him, an 8th rank deity, its might barely reached the 6th tier level. The thunder crashed ferociously onto the ground, the lightning spreading and enveloping a 100-foot radius, annihilating all in its path. Moments later, as the lightning dissipated, text reappeared before him. Divine art evaluation. A grade divine art score. 70 points of the Great Sun, 70 points of the Great Sun, uncertain of the ratings of the other blue star deities. Liu maintained a calm demeanor. Regardless of the scores assigned to the other celestial beings, he believed he should be the highest. The majority of the blue star deities were still at the 9th rank, 2 significant tiers below him. He did not feel that any of the other blue star deities could keep pace with him. Before long, He flickered and returned to the radiant sun, where 3 towering divine spires stood resolutely before him. Surrounded by a cacophony of low-ranking blue star deities and inconsequential wild gods, the clamorous voices immediately reached his ears. What the hell? A rating of Ding Shang. Only 3 solar points for me. How many points do the brothers have? Speak up so I can find some balance. Envious of Ding Shang's rating. I received a Ding Xia rating with just 1 solar point. Boo-hoo. Thankfully, I got a Ding Zhong rating, awarded 2 solar points. Better than some, but not quite enough. All Ding ratings. Finally balanced. Excuse me, but I have a Bing Xia rating. Secured 6 solar points. It seems I shall surpass 99% of my peers. Beast, not playing games with the female believers, yet you secretly trained. Beast, not playing games with the male believers. Yet you secretly train? Upon hearing these voices, a hint of amusement graced Li Yu's lips. Most possessed Ding ratings, with only a handful achieving Bing ratings. This feeling of standing apart from the crowd was rather delightful. Of course, he would not boast about his Jia Shang rating, which garnered 70 solar points. Perhaps no one would believe him, and he would merely become the target of ridicule. Why engage in such folly? A quiet satisfaction was sufficient. Next came the second divine spire, known as the Tower of Now. This tower's challenges depended on the present, allowing all blue star deities to choose the content of this round. Liu was curious about what would ultimately be selected. Suddenly, the Tower of Now in the distance erupted in a dazzling display of light. The radiance descended, forming a luminous screen before each blue star deity. Liu immediately gazed upon it. The screen displayed lines of text, cultivating believers. Testing divine attributes, examining believers, divine combat strength, survival in adversity, spreading faith, testing the 6 desires. Good heavens, such a plethora of content. He scanned the various challenges, which amounted to no less than 20. Each blue star deity, regardless of their status as a wild god or a 9th-ranked deity, possessed 1 vote. As an 8th-ranked deity, he too had but a single vote. It mattered little to him. With a tranquil expression, he cast his vote for divine combat strength. Compared to the other, more intricate challenges, divine combat strength was the simplest for him, akin to the previous divine technique trial. However, it was evident that the other blue star deities did not share his perspective. Few voted for divine combat strength. Instead, the votes for testing the 6 desires, spreading faith, and cultivating believers surged rapidly. After a quarter of an hour, the voting concluded. Liu looked at the challenge chosen by all the blue star deities. Spreading faith. Within the span of an hour, could one convert a group of those who despised deities to worship a divine being? The more individuals who develop faith, and the higher their devotion, the greater the score. Liu shook his head. This was among the challenges he most wished to avoid. Yet, it was clear that the other blue star deities, particularly those recently participating as wild gods, believed this challenge would benefit them. They even thought it could lead to a turnaround in their fortunes, but this was merely an illusion. Divine might is like a prison. Divine grace is vast as the sea. Without sufficient strength, how could one display such overwhelming power? Liu remained composed. Regardless of the challenge, he felt confident. In a flash of brilliance, he found himself in a world engulfed in yellow sands. Here, evil deities roamed freely, and divinity had become synonymous with malevolence. The human race only worshipped themselves, employing every means to grow stronger. Amidst the yellow sands, some humans daily tempered their bodies against the wind and sand, striving to gain the power to slay the evil deities. Beneath the earth, others buried themselves for 30 years to comprehend the rhythm of the land and acquire its strength. In the lairs of demons, humans slayed monsters and drank their blood, seeking to seize their power. You may remain here for 1 hour. Any believers you develop during this time may return with you to your domain. Believers developed here could actually be brought back. Liu felt a surge of excitement. Judging by the description, the human strength in this world should not be weak, as they dared to aspire to possess the power to slay evil deities. Evil deities. Liu stepped forward, rising high into the air. He gazed downwards. Amidst the yellow sands lay a sizable village, home to over 2,000 people, yet conspicuously devoid of the elderly. Only adults and children remained. Each individual bore a yellow hue, blending with the color of the sands. Surrounding the village were tall earthen walls, shielding it from the seemingly ceaseless winds and sands. In the village's center stood 3 wells, from which murky water was drawn, filtered through the fruit sacs of a certain plant. Not far off lay an open area where children and adolescents, undeterred by hardship, diligently practiced martial arts. 12 Third-tier warriors. 36 second-tier warriors, and over 100 first-tier warriors. Truly, this village was commendable, aiming to slay evil deities. Yet, the strength of the evil deities here remained unknown. It seemed that the Blue Star Wild Gods were merely participating in this round as well. Fortunately, in this Divine Path Gala, they could exert the same strength as if they were within their domain. Otherwise, Liu shook his head. Low-ranking wild gods, even within their domain, could only achieve second-tier limits. How could they possibly spread faith in the presence of a multitude of third-tier warriors? The human race would worship deities, fundamentally because the deities could provide what they required: safety, strength enhancement, and spiritual fulfillment. All of these were attainable. If a deity's strength were inferior to their own, only a fool would choose to worship such a being. A fluctuation of divine power surged forth, lacking any grand or majestic aura, instead reeking of darkness and malevolence. Was this the evil deity? Liu's gaze turned towards the distance, where the winds and sands intensified. A twisted sculpture, entirely blood-red and weeping tears of blood from its eyes, soared through the air. Despite its distortion, it was still evident that it had once been female. I have found you. Come, children of the human race. Let us merge into one. The twisted sculpture opened its mouth, emitting a bizarre, frenzied, and malevolent sound. The voice immediately echoed into the human village, causing chaos to erupt. The evil deity has come. We fled here, and yet the evil deity still discovered us. It's over. It's Mo-Nai, an evil deity with fourth-tier limits. Despair echoed through the villagers' voices. They had barely settled here after fleeing from the central region for less than 5 years when the evil deity had pursued them once more. With the blood of our ancestors staining our swords, the most formidable third-tier man of the village let out a furious roar. He was a towering figure, with long, flowing black hair and a bare torso. Suddenly drawing forth a long sword from his waist, in a swift motion, he cut open his palm, allowing blood to drip onto the blade. The other third-tier warriors of the village approached, each using their ancestral swords to slice open their hands. Letting their blood fall. In the blink of an eye, the ancestral swords were stained crimson. The entire blade emanated a powerful aura, a pressure akin to that of a lower fourth-tier being. Yet, in comparison to the approaching evil deity, it remained vastly insufficient. Interesting, thought Liu, who hovered in midair, calmly observing the scene. He refrained from intervening hastily. The people of this village bore a deep-seated hatred for deities, unless he acted at the most critical moment. How could he expect them to revere him? He had already set his sights on this village. If he could bring them all back, it would serve as a formidable augmentation to the strength of his followers. After all, in the entirety of the Four Seas town, there were only 3 third-tier followers. Yet this village possessed 12. If he could transport them all, he would face no concerns in the upcoming divine war 5 months hence during the battle of followers. Let us merge into one. It is your honor to become a part of the great deity. You should be grateful for my bestowal. Came the sinister laughter of a twisted sculpture, its bloodied tears crossing over the earthen wall. Its uneven, greedy eyes fixated on the villagers. It opened its mouth, and a blood-red tongue shot out, lashing toward the man wielding the ancestral sword. An eerie divine might erupted, freezing the surroundings. The third-tier warrior, holding the ancestral sword, found himself immobilized, as did the rest of the villagers, their faces etched with terror and despair. Ancestors, aid me. The man ground his teeth in fury, internally screaming. The ancestral sword in his hand burst forth with the power of a lower fourth tier, barely breaking through the divine might enough to move slightly. Standing defiantly before him, the blood-red tongue crashed against the ancestral sword, bending it into an astonishing arc before striking the man's chest, sending him hurtling back, blood spewing from his mouth. Come now. The twisted sculpture cackled wickedly, its crimson tongue splitting into over 2,000 tendrils, sweeping toward all the villagers. No. The injured man's eyes widened in despair. Would his wife, his son, his daughter all be devoured by this evil deity? The other villagers were equally filled with hopelessness. It was too powerful. The evil deity, Monai, was overwhelmingly strong. Even the ancestral sword could not withstand it. Their entire village was about to be consumed, their souls doomed to eternal damnation. But just then, the swirling sands abruptly ceased. The world fell silent, devoid of any wind. The over 2,000 tongues of the evil deity halted mid-air. And even Monai itself was frozen, unable to move. The entire world seemed to have come to a standstill. In the next moment, a golden radiance enveloped the heavens and the earth, forming a colossal golden visage above the village. Majestic divine might surged forth, resplendent as the sun and moon combined. I am the righteous deity of the heavens. As humanity wanes, I shall carve a path through the thorns of divinity. The evil deities shall be vanquished. In that instant, every villager's eyes widened in astonishment. They had been immobilized by the evil deity Mani, but the golden radiance descended, dispelling all, and they felt an overwhelming warmth and comfort, an experience they had never known in their lives. Yet more than that, they were struck by the gravity of the words spoken. A righteous deity, a path through the thorns of divinity. The evil deities shall be exterminated. Is there truly a righteous deity in this world? The injured man stood in a daze, gazing at the blurred, colossal visage above the village, an unimaginable divine might surging through the realm. The winds and sand ceased under this divine power, and while it exuded an air of unassailable authority, it bore no hint of malevolence. He had encountered more than one evil deity, and every one of them invoked a visceral sense of revulsion. Could this truly be a righteous deity? Does a righteous deity truly exist? And is this world not solely governed by evil deities? How could this be possible? The righteous deities had long since perished. How could you possibly be a righteous deity? The evil deity Mani exclaimed in disbelief, its distorted form trembling, eyes filled with an indescribable terror. The righteous deities had been extinguished, leaving only evil deities to reign supreme. Its very existence was a product of the tainted idol, where it gradually harnessed divine power to become an evil deity. Righteous deities condensed their divine power through incense and devotion, while it had forged its evil divine might from the flesh and souls of humanity. The enormous golden visage in the sky regarded them with indifference. As authoritative as the heavens themselves, the righteous deities have returned. The world must be restored to its rightful path. Liu, of course, was oblivious to the relationship between the righteous and evil deities in this realm. Nor did he understand why the righteous deities had vanished. However, this did not hinder him from utilizing the situation to convince the villagers that he was a righteous deity. Had it not been for this, he would have crushed Mani just moments prior. No, it's impossible. The righteous deities have long been extinguished. There's no way they could return. But your divine power is that of a righteous deity. You are a righteous deity. Could it be that the righteous deities had not truly perished, but were now returning? Mani screamed in terror, recalling the horrors of the legendary righteous deities, trembling uncontrollably upon hearing its voice. The villagers of the village revealed expressions of shock, elation, excitement, and exhilaration. A righteous deity. A righteous deity is returning. Does that mean the evil deities of this world will be swept away by the returning righteous deity? Would they no longer have to fear being devoured by evil deities? Is it truly a righteous deity? Mani was indeed an evil deity. If it claimed so, it must be true. A righteous deity has descended, saving our village, and saving my wife and children. He Yuanming was equally excited and elated. Only by living does one realize how precious life truly is, and now, with a righteous deity appearing, they had hope for the future. Liu observed the villagers below, who were now largely convinced he was a righteous deity, feeling a sense of satisfaction within. As long as they believed he was a righteous deity and did not reject him from the depths of their hearts, it would be much easier for him to gain their devotion. If it had been another deity from the 9th tier of the blue star, such an effect would have been unattainable. Their power would be at most on par with the evil deities, and it was likely many of the villagers would perish in the process. He sighed inwardly, looking at the now ineffective evil deity below. He spoke with a calm yet commanding voice. I grant you death. As his words fell, dark clouds gathered in the sky, thunder rumbled ominously, flashes of lightning traversed the heavens, carrying an awe-inspiring terror. The resounding thunder descended. A purple radiance illuminated the faces of all the villagers, rendering their world seemingly dominated by this single bolt of purple lightning. The evil deity screamed in agony. But beneath the resplendent thunder, it could only let out a single cry before its entire form exploded, annihilated by the lightning. Its soul and body were completely eradicated into nothingness. Fragments of tainted divine laws floated upward, landing in Liu's hands. With a mere thought, he activated his divine power to thoroughly purify the taint. There were only 10 units, far inferior to the same tier evil beings of the Great Zhou Empire. It seemed that the evil deity here wielded very few divine laws. Liu carefully stowed away the 10 fragments of the divine law. Even the smallest mosquito is still a morsel. He was indeed in dire need of these fragments of divine law. After all, it is only with more fragments that he could bestow titles upon the deities of his domain. Below, the villagers appeared dazed and disoriented. Had they perished? Could it be that the terrifying evil god, Mani, who nearly devoured their entire village, had met its end so easily? They struggled to believe it. After all, it was an evil god. Yet, before the lofty and omniscient deity in the heavens, it seemed so fragile. The resounding thunder of the heavens truly possessed unparalleled might. If only this divine being could protect them, how wonderful that would be. With the protection of this deity, they would no longer have to fear the threats posed by evil gods. Although they had been told that the righteous God was returning, who could say how long that would take? Without the deity's guardianship during this interim, they might very well fall prey to another evil god. Grateful for the divine rescue, they implored the deity for protection. He Yuanming struggled to rise, respectfully kneeling before the golden visage in the sky. His thoughts mirrored those of the other villagers, having encountered a righteous god. It was only natural to seek their protection. Grateful for divine salvation, they beseeched the deity for protection. Grateful for divine salvation, they beseeched the deity for protection. One by one, the villagers knelt, their faces filled with gratitude, excitement, and trepidation, fearing the departure of the divine being. Even the youngest children, having matured far beyond their years in this world plagued by evil gods, dutifully followed their elders in kneeling. They understood that it was the righteous God who had saved them. Were it not for the deity's appearance, they would have already been consumed by the evil god. Liu's indifferent gaze surveyed the prostrate villagers, his voice resonating with authority. Devote yourselves to me, and you shall receive my protection. I am the righteous God, and I do not consume blood offerings. You need only burn incense twice daily. Those with sincere hearts may receive my blessings. Such words were not typically spoken by one of his divine stature. Yet, given the limited hour he had, and lacking a temple priest to perform these rites on his behalf, he had no choice but to undertake these tasks personally. He Yuanming exchanged glances with the other third-tier warriors of the village, then prostrated themselves fully, respectfully declaring, "We are willing to worship the righteous God," ensuring the incense burns continuously each day. They were all exceedingly thrilled. The notion that merely by offering incense and sincerely worshiping, they could receive the protection of a great righteous God was something they could hardly have imagined in the past. You have successfully completed the trial of the Tower of Now. You have garnered 2,225 believers, and may return to your domain, accompanied by infants and young children. A series of inscriptions materialized before Liu. Shortly thereafter, an evaluation and score for his performance in the Tower of Now appeared. Evaluation, A-class, score, 140 solar day points. Despite sharing the same A-class evaluation, his score was double that of the Tower of Past Trial. Liu felt satisfaction. However, it was somewhat regrettable that he could only engage with this one village in this world. If he could interact with 2 more villages, perhaps he could bring back even more believers. Suddenly, the scene before him shifted, and he found himself back before the 3 divine towers. The surroundings were desolate, with him as the sole deity present. Clearly, he alone among the 3 billion deities of the Blue Star had completed this trial ahead of time. The sun's blazing fire burned fiercely, as if any being that dared to step upon its surface would be reduced to ash. He wondered where exactly this great sun divine court lay. He gazed up at the starry sky, beneath which lay an unimaginably massive sun. Yet, there were no stars to be seen above, as if they did not exist at all. These distances are still far from me. When I am powerful enough, no secret shall remain hidden, Liu mused calmly. He paid no heed to why the puppet master had brought them here to become deities. Nor did he concern himself with their intentions. The only truth he grasped was that the stronger he became, the more qualified he would be to uncover the truth. After a little over half an hour, a brilliant light flickered, and numerous deities from the Blue Star materialized. Clearly, the trial of the Tower of Now had concluded, and all the Blue Star deities had emerged. In an instant, a cacophony of voices flooded into Liu's mind. Goodness gracious, the evil god we faced was actually a 4th-tier limit. I, a mere insignificant wild god, was obliterated in an instant. I'm just glad to be alive. I was chased 100 miles by the evil god, only to be swallowed whole. Woe is me, this was my first time being devoured. This trial was far too difficult. I barely managed to fend off the evil god, yet not a single soul believes I am a righteous god. Damn it, I am in the same boat. I couldn't recruit a single believer, received 8 evaluation, and a paltry solar day point. This is nothing but a consolation prize, so difficult. I almost knelt down to beg them. And I only managed to gather 3 believers, receiving AC evaluation, who voted for this trial content. Step forward and let me vent my frustrations. Well, at least I, a humble girl, managed to attract 22 believers with my looks. Earning AB evaluation, The air buzzed with complaints as the deities of the Blue Star lamented the difficulty of this trial. Many of those who had previously voted regretting their choices. They felt that had the trial been different, their evaluations would surely have been higher. The thought that they had died inside, yet had not truly perished. Indeed, it was quite the grand affair. Liu's gaze flickered. He had previously surmised that many of the insignificant wild gods would likely face demise against the fourth-tier limit evil god. However, he had not anticipated that the puppet master would be so merciful, allowing deaths during this grand trial to not count as true death. Yet, it made sense. Had they truly died, a significant portion of the insignificant wild gods would surely have perished in that trial. Liu quietly reflected. Suddenly, the third divine tower, known as the Tower of Future, erupted with resplendent divine radiance. The future is uncertain, hence the trial of the Tower of Future is neither fixed nor determined by the deities, but rather drawn randomly by the Tower of Future. In an instant, a massive ancient wheel appeared before the Tower of Future. The ancient wheel was divided into 12 segments, each representing a different trial content. The ancient wheel began to spin rapidly at that moment. All the Blue Star deities ceased their chatter and complaints, holding their breath as they fixated on the ancient wheel. Some of the deities with high evaluations and scores felt immense pressure, believing they had a chance to enter the top 10,000 and receive rewards. Thus, the content of this third trial was crucial. As for the insignificant wild gods, it mattered little to them. They were merely here to accompany the race. After all, they had no hope of entering the top 10,000 for rewards. Instead, they secretly hoped for the trials to be as difficult as possible. Moments later, the ancient wheel came to a stop. Survival in adversity. Liu raised an eyebrow. The trial content of the Tower of Future was survival in adversity. His interest was piqued. What circumstances could be deemed adversarial? With a flash of brilliance, all the Blue Star deities vanished, entering the Tower of Future. Is this what it means to survive in adversity? Liu surveyed his surroundings, staring at the malevolent deities that encircled him from all directions. Rendered momentarily speechless, his gaze fell upon an assembly of more than 50 of these sinister beings. Among them were those with 8 crimson eyes, others wielding writhing tentacles, some whose forms resembled colossal eyeballs, and yet others whose faces twisted grotesquely as they bore their hands behind their backs. Each one was unique in its grotesque appearance, and every malevolent deity radiated an aura that reached the pinnacle of the 4th tier. Moreover, you sensed that 5 of these entities had ascended to the 5th tier's limits. Surrounded by 50 malevolent deities, this was indeed a dire predicament for any 9th tier deity. Surviving amid such a multitude of wicked beings seemed an insurmountable challenge. After all, the strength of a 9th tier deity was merely at the 4th tier's limit, offering only a slight advantage. Faced with a multitude of 4th tier malevolent deities, and even some at the 5th tier, resistance was utterly futile. Under the watchful eyes of these malevolent deities, how could one hope to survive in such adversity? The longer one endured, the higher one's evaluation would be. 2 lines of text slowly appeared. The longer you survive, the higher your evaluation. Liu's expression turned peculiar. He had already realized that the divine power he expended during this trial would be fully restored the moment the trial concluded. Thus, he could wield all divine arts without restraint. With his 8th tier strength, annihilating these 50 malevolent deities would be an effortless task. The strength of a 6th tier deity dwarfed that of the 5th and 4th tiers. A righteous deity, one of the malevolent beings exclaimed in surprise. Kill him, tear him apart, and devour his divine form. The 50 malevolent deities immediately noticed Liu, their faces lighting up with excitement. Their existence was predicated on the presence of righteous deities, and now that one had appeared, their exhilaration was palpable. By consuming the divine laws of a righteous deity, they would only grow stronger. In an instant, a dozen or 20 malevolent deities surged towards Liu. Come, let me show you the might of 8th tier divine arts. Liu's expression remained calm as he gazed down upon the 50 malevolent deities. He extended a hand, and a fierce wind swept through the heavens and the earth. The tempest engulfed all within its reach. This was no ordinary wind. It was the scorching wind of the sun from the 9th sky. Above, rain began to fall. Not just any rain, but the 1,000-year shadowy rain from the depths of the abyss. The fierce sun's wind and the 1,000-year shadowy rain enveloped all the malevolent deities. A manifestation of the 8th tier divine arts summon wind and rain. The righteous deity is terrifying. The fierce sun's wind, the 1,000-year shadowy rain. It's over. This is a deity that commands the summon wind and rain divine art. Run, 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 but escape was impossible. In the domain of the fierce sun's wind, there was no possibility of fleeing. The malevolent deities cried out in terror. Yet, in the blink of an eye, the fierce sun's wind had dispersed their wicked divine powers, and the 1,000-year shadowy rain corroded their divine forms, reducing them to mere bones. Even the 5 who had reached the 5th tier's limit were not spared, against the fierce sun's wind and the 1,000-year shadowy rain. They had no means of resistance. In an instant, the air was filled only with remnants of bones, which the fierce sun's wind turned to dust, scattering them into oblivion. Liu had effortlessly obliterated all 50 malevolent deities with a single divine art. Only fragments of tainted divine laws fell into his grasp. This trial had indeed yielded tremendous rewards. With a single strike, he had eradicated 50 malevolent deities, acquiring 500 units of divine law fragments in one go. Among them were also 50 units classified as righteous 9th-tier divine law fragments. A broad smile adorned Liu's face. His divine power surged as he expended over 500 units to thoroughly purify the divine law fragments in his hands. But what were 500 units of divine power? After all, he had gained 450 units of 9th-tier divine law fragments and 50 units of righteous 9th-tier divine law fragments. Even if he were to sell them in the deity shop, their value would exceed 5,000 units of divine power. Naturally, any deity with a sound mind would not consider selling divine law fragments to the deity shop. These fragments were exceedingly valuable, whether for bestowing upon subordinate deities or for permanently reducing the consumption of certain divine arts. Particularly for those divine arts that could generate income, their worth was immeasurable. This trial had been exceedingly comfortable for me. It seems that the first Divine Law Conference assesses participants based on the 9th-tier deity standard. I am 2 significant tiers above that, so it's only natural that I breeze through. The feeling of effortlessly surpassing the assessment requirements filled Liu with satisfaction. Before him, lines of text materialized. Evaluation, a rank, score, 201 major sun points. In a flash of brilliance, Liu found himself back before the 3 divine towers. Brother, you've emerged so soon as well. This trial was terrifying. A horde of malevolent deities appeared, and I was obliterated in an instant. A youthful 9th-tier deity lamented. His brow furrowed. Who could disagree? Exclaimed another, a middle-aged man whose features had remained unchanged despite ascending to divinity. That a dozen or 20 malevolent deities attacked in an instant. How could one possibly survive? I too, he added, reflecting on how quickly he had perished. Liu nodded in agreement, his expression one of deep sympathy. After all, before him, those 50 malevolent deities had indeed perished in an instant, albeit with some measure of agony. Brother, how many major sun points did you accumulate in total? The middle-aged man looked at Liu with hopeful eyes. Liu replied with a slight smile, casually stating, just a few hundred. After all, they were all in different realms. What did he have to fear? There was a strong possibility that they weren't even in the same world. The young 9th-tier deity rolled his eyes, clearly skeptical. How could he possibly believe that? A promising youth like him had only managed to gather 15 major sun points. There was no way someone could amass hundreds of major sun points. If so, he would willingly consider him a father figure. You're joking, aren't you? Though I did manage to collect 13 major sun points, which is quite respectable. Many of those lesser deities only managed to gather 1 or 2. The middle-aged man gestured disdainfully towards a group of lesser deities huddled together. In his view, anyone who had taken 7 months to accumulate 100 units of divine power to ascend to 9th tier was surely lacking in intellect. He suspected many were struggling to manage their believers. Such deities were not worthy of his company. To forge friendships, one must naturally seek out those of equal standing among 9th-tier deities. It had been quite some time. Yet there were still deities who had not emerged. How had they managed to endure within that realm for so long? It was surprising that even as deities, some could not last as long as others. The young deity sighed. Liu's lips twitched. After waiting a moment longer, all the deities from Blue Star finally emerged from the Tower of the Future. Liu calculated that the deity who had persisted the longest had endured for about half a quarter of an hour within the Tower of the Future. However, that particular Blue Star deity, based on his senses, still appeared to be at the 9th tier. This indicated that, among all deities from Blue Star, besides him, there were currently no righteous 9th tier deities. This was quite normal, as accumulating 1,000 units of divine power was a substantial task for any 9th tier deity. Coupled with the necessary consumption, amassing that amount was not achievable in a short span of time. Given the presence of 50 malevolent deities, enduring for half a quarter of an hour was already quite impressive. He pondered softly, uncertain of how long it would take for a rightful 9th tier deity to emerge. Simultaneously, anticipation for the rankings began to swell within him. He was the first. There was no doubt about that. Yet, what reward could accompany such a position? The puppet master orchestrating a divine gathering would surely not offer meager prizes. Would they? Suddenly, the three divine towers radiated brilliance. Three beams of light intertwined, manifesting a grand divine list suspended in the blazing sun. The sun blazed fiercely, casting the divine list into the air. Names began to appear upon the list, each accompanied by the respective points accrued in the grand sun, starting from the 10,000th position. The 10,000th place garnered a mere 26 grand sun points. Liu observed in silence. Before long, only the final three ranks remained on the divine list. Third place, 52 grand sun points. Second place, 64 grand sun points. First place, 420 grand sun points. Concurrently, three beams of light descended from the heavens, enveloping Liu along with the second and third place holders. The three soared into the sky, hovering above all the deities of Blue Star, gazing down upon the multitude. Liu, positioned at the center, stood the tallest. From this vantage point, he could see the throngs of Blue Star deities gaping in disbelief at him. By the heavens, he truly amassed several hundred grand sun points. Ranked first, the youthful deities and middle-aged men were left speechless. Had he truly not been boasting earlier? The two exchanged incredulous glances, as if caught in a dream. They had merely sought casual conversation and stumbled upon the highest rank of this divine gathering? Yet, the third test had clearly concluded for him much earlier. How could he have accumulated such an astonishing number of grand sun points? Their hearts were filled with shock, but more so with envy. After all, this was first place. What rewards awaited? Zundu Jiadu. 420 grand sun points. Incredible. That was 356 grand sun points more than the second place. This youth possessed the potential of a celestial emperor. He would undoubtedly be a formidable rival in the future. Had he somehow cheated? How could someone possess such an abundance of grand sun points? I must report him. Report him for cheating. This deity was exceedingly curious about the evaluations he received in the three trials. I suspect he has transcended beyond a mere ninth-tier deity. He may very well be a rightful ninth-tier deity. What the? Rightful ninth-tier deity? Zundu Jadu. You cannot be serious. Below, the Blue Star deities were left dumbfounded, incredulously discussing the matter. The grand sun points Liu had attained were simply staggering. If he had merely outscored the second place by 20 or 30 grand sun points, they could accept it. But now, he surpassed the second place by over 300 grand sun points. Even the second and third place holders, suspended in mid-air, wore expressions of bewilderment. They understood well the arduous journey to achieve such a number of grand sun points. Yet here was someone who had surpassed them by such a margin. It was utterly unbelievable and rather ostentatious. Liu chuckled softly, yet remained unfazed. The Blue Star deities would certainly be aware of his existence, but they would have no inkling of his true nature, which would not affect him in the slightest. The three divine towers again burst forth with light, revealing a second divine list. The rewards for the top 10,000 were unveiled. Liu's gaze sharpened. The rewards for the 1,001st to 10,000th places included 5 first-tier blessing divine talismans and 1 second-tier blessing divine talisman. For the 101st to 1,000th places, 10 first-tier blessing divine talismans and 1 second-tier blessing divine talisman. For the 11th to the 100th places, 15 first-tier blessing divine talismans, 2 second-tier blessing divine talismans. For the 4th to 10th places, 20 first-tier blessing divine talismans, 3 second-tier blessing divine talismans. For the third place, 30 first-tier blessing divine talismans, 4 second-tier blessing divine talismans, 1 third-tier blessing divine talisman, and 50 units of 9th-tier divine law fragments. For the second place, 40 first-tier blessing divine talismans, 5 second-tier blessing divine talismans, 2 third-tier blessing divine talismans, and 100 units of 9th-tier divine law fragments. For the first place, 100 first-tier blessing divine talismans, 10 second-tier blessing divine talismans, 5 third-tier blessing divine talismans, 1 fourth-tier blessing divine talisman, 1 spirit insight talisman, 1 deity mark, 1 celestial sovereign origin, and 200 units of divine law fragments. These rewards, Liu's eyes sparkled with delight. Indeed, the puppet master behind the Blue Star divine gathering did not disappoint. The bounty was so rich that it would leave all Blue Star deities envious. The combined value of the blessing divine talismans and divine law fragments was nearly equivalent to 8,000 units of divine power. Moreover, 3 items he had never heard of before stood among the rewards: the Spirit Insight Talisman, the Deity Mark, and the Celestial Sovereign Origin. These 3 treasures sounded extraordinary, yet their specific uses would only become clear once he claimed the rewards. Furthermore, These 3 items were exclusive to the first place. In the next moment, a flash of brilliance enveloped him, and he vanished from above the grand sun. All other blue star deities similarly disappeared. Instantly, the tower of the past, the tower of the present, and the tower of the future shattered like ephemeral illusions, vanishing into nothingness, leaving behind a solitary, resplendent grand sun, radiating boundless solar flames, suspended in an unknown location. In the divine realm, Liu materialized, his gaze immediately fixating on the expanse beyond the divine realm. The Four Seas town showed no signs of disturbance. Evidently, in the brief time he had departed, nothing had transpired. He had likely been away for an hour and a half. It was imperative to swiftly bolster the Four Seas town's strength to the 4th tier. Otherwise, should he encounter a situation requiring departure again? What if a 4th tier demon were to invade? He murmured to himself. Nevertheless, this venture into the divine gathering had undoubtedly yielded bountiful rewards, particularly the deity mark and celestial sovereign origin from the first place rewards, which stirred within him a profound sense of their immense value. His gaze drifted towards a stretch of flat land approximately 30 miles from Four Seas town. This area, once barren and strewn with stones, had no human inhabitants due to the lack of water sources, rendering it inhospitable. Yet now, a village had materialized upon this land, identical to the village he encountered during the trials in the Tower of the Present. Good heavens! Not only had all the villagers arrived, but the entire village had relocated? Could this be the small reward for developing all the villagers into believers? Liu smiled, though he began to contemplate deeply. Four Seas town was undoubtedly his primary domain, the epicenter of his territory. The expansion of his territory was centered around the land spirit temple within Four Seas town. However, with his territory now encompassing over 20,000 acres, it was unwise to concentrate all the populace in Four Seas town, as this would hinder agricultural endeavors. With an increasing number of believers, relying solely on Liu Ming would prove insufficient. Thus, it was time to appoint a few more high priests. Liu's expression remained serene. Beneath a deity, there must necessarily be an institution dedicated to managing the faithful and disseminating the faith. Now, that village had emerged from another realm. That is not to say that the common folk within the village were not uneasy. Even the other inhabitants of the jurisdiction would inevitably feel a sense of disquiet upon discovering this. After all, the villagers bore skin tinged with a hue of yellow, reminiscent of yellow sand. High priest, he gazed down upon the grade A believers within the town of Sihai. His attention eventually settled upon Zhang Ronggui, Li Xiudao, and Zhang Xinlan. Zhang Xinlan was a recent addition to the grade A believers. Coupled with He Yuanming, a tier 3 upper-level warrior from Huangsha village, he decided to temporarily confer the title of high priest upon these 4 individuals. Although He Yuanming exhibited a degree of faithfulness, he had yet to attain grade A status, remaining at grade B. Nonetheless, Huangsha village required a high priest to oversee its affairs. With a decision made, Liu's gaze shifted towards the first place reward of the divine assembly within the divine realm. He scanned the array of blessed talismans and fragments of divine laws, eventually focusing on the Lingji divine talisman, the deity's mark, and the heavenly monarch's essence. Instantly, the information regarding these 3 items surged into his consciousness. Name: Lingji divine talisman tier. First tier divine talisman effect. Upon use, it can elevate a 9th grade Lingji to a rightful 9th grade Lingji. Name: deity's mark tier. Effect: upon use, one can maintain their strength upon exiting the jurisdiction, eliminating the need for tenfold divine power to wield divine arts. Usage: once.as for the heavenly monarch's essence. Upon reading its information, Liu's pupils constricted slightly in astonishment. This was undoubtedly a treasure of the divine realm. Name: heavenly monarch's essence tier. Effect: upon fusion, the essence of the deity ascends 1 tier, transforming a 9th grade deity's strength from the 4th tier limit to the 5th tier lower level, and elevating a rightful 9th grade deity's strength from the 5th tier limit to the 6th tier lower level, and enhancing an 8th grade deity's strength from the 6th tier limit to the 7th tier lower level, all the way to the rightful 4th grade deity. The elevation of the deity's essence by 1 tier left Liu's breath quickening. He had never considered that the 6th tier limit was not the ultimate threshold for 8th grade deities. By merely fusing this heavenly monarch's essence, one could ascend from the 6th tier limit to the 7th tier lower level. Among 8th grade deities, one at the 6th tier limit could not contend with another who had reached the 7th tier lower level. The disparity was monumental. It could be said that even a coalition of 3 to 5 6th tier limit 8th grade deities would struggle against a single 7th tier lower level 8th grade deity. Moreover, This enhancement was not limited to just the essence of 8th grade deities. It extended all the way to rightful 4th grade deities. This meant that the elevation in the essence of deities would ensure that his future ascensions to the 4th grade would far surpass other deities of the same tier. This heavenly monarch's essence was exceedingly precious that it was no wonder that the hidden mastermind orchestrated such a remarkable divine assembly. The first place reward was truly astonishing. The mere prospect of being granted such a divine treasure was enough to elate Li Yu. It seemed to merely elevate him from the 6th tier limit to the 7th tier lower level, yet the benefits contained within were sufficient to drive all deities into a frenzy. After all, the divine war was merely 5 months away. Achieving a new realm of power would undoubtedly grant deities an unimaginable advantage in the impending conflict, even if the battles of believers and divine beings were to falter, reducing their strength by 50%. They would still be capable of vanquishing deities of the same tier in the third part of the divine war. A 7th tier lower level deity, even when weakened by 50%, would still surpass a 6th tier limit deity. What is the heavenly monarch? Li Yu pondered, uncertain of the heavenly monarch's position within the divine hierarchy. The notion that a single essence could elevate a deity's essence by a tier was indeed unfathomable. He murmured to himself, yet regardless of its tier, he held steadfast confidence in his ability to reach such heights in the future. Without hesitation, he extended his hand and grasped the heavenly monarch's essence that floated before him. Such an extraordinarily precious divine treasure must be utilized immediately. The heavenly monarch's essence radiated a faint purple-golden glow. It resembled a swirling taiji ball, half gold and half purple. The interplay of gold and purple created a regal hue of purple-gold. Merely gazing upon this heavenly monarch's essence instilled in Li Yu a sensation akin to peering into the very laws of heaven and earth, as if this essence represented the principles of the universe and possessed the power to alter them. Perhaps, Li Yu mused, my remarkable performance in the divine assembly, garnering 420 solar points, warranted this heavenly monarch's essence as the first place reward. Yet, whether this was true remained unprovable and ultimately inconsequential that he reached forth. Placing his hand upon the heavenly monarch's essence, instantly, the essence flowed into his divine form like water. Thunderous cataclysms erupted. The skies above Sihai town darkened in an instant, thunder roaring. It was as if the heavens were enraged, prepared to unleash terrifying bolts of lightning to obliterate all. What is happening? Li Yuming gazed skyward, feeling a prickling sensation at the nape of his neck. The multitude of thunderclouds above was dense, with incessant flashes of lightning. In that fleeting moment, he thought he glimpsed a humanoid figure standing amidst the billowing clouds, coldly surveying the realm below. Yet, in the blink of an eye, the apparition vanished, leaving him to wonder if he had merely imagined it. Was it an illusion? Li Yuming murmured, a suffocating feeling enveloping him. The sheer volume of lightning above instilled in him the belief that any single strike could reduce him to ashes. What could possibly be causing this? He was certain he had truly seen the figure formed from the terrifying lightning within the clouds, lightning taking the shape of a humanoid. To him, it was nothing short of mythic. At this moment, he was not alone in his trepidation. The town head of Sihai, Li Diong, the third-tier mid-level Zhao Jiyuan, He Yuanming, the village chief of Huangsha, and other third-tier warriors, including the queen of the Bee Valley and 9 third-tier lower-level Sanwei spirit foxes. Along with the inspector Liao Xiaoer, all those who had attained the third tier wore ashen faces, their pupils constricting in horror. They had all witnessed the humanoid figure within the thunderclouds, though it had flickered briefly. It left an indelible impression upon their minds. In the divine realm, Li Yu furrowed his brow, gazing at the swirling storm clouds above Sihai town. He beheld the humanoid figures formed of lightning. A total of 12, all coldly regarding him. They seemed sentient, capable of perceiving his divine form through the divine realm. When I ascended to the 9th grade divine tier, thunderous roars erupted. When I ascended to the rightful 9th grade divine tier from the 8th grade, there were similarly explosive thunderclaps. Now, upon merging with the heavenly monarch's essence, humanoid figures formed from lightning had appeared. This realm seems decidedly unwelcoming to the divine. Liu spoke softly, recognizing that he had previously been unaware of the depth of this sentiment. However, the emergence of lightning-formed humanoids coldly gazing at him made it abundantly clear that the divine was not favored in this world. This strange world, rife with demons and malevolence, had relegated humanity to mere sustenance for such entities. Could this truly be the rightful order of things? Was this the prevailing trend? The emergence of the divine was subtly altering the grand scheme of this world, hence the heaven's disfavor towards the divine. That seemed unlikely. After my ascension from the 8th grade, I gained the ability to glean basic information from the world and did not sense any hostility from the heavens, or perhaps, he contemplated. The world has devolved to its current state due to a more terrifying underlying cause. Li Yu's expression turned grave at this moment. He had completely fused with the heavenly monarch's essence. His divine body had grown immensely stronger. And within the confines of the domain, his divine might surged from the 6th tier's limit to the lower 7th tier. He stepped forward, transcending the divine realm, and stood upon the celestial vault. Rolling black clouds enveloped the skies, casting a shadow upon him. Before him stood 12 humanoid beings, entirely composed of lightning. Their icy gazes fixated on him as they uniformly raised their gleaming purple thunder spears. Violating the heavenly laws, they must be executed. A vague voice resonated from the 12 beings, and in the next instant, they charged towards Li Yu. Surrounding him, a multitude of lightning converged, forming a tempestuous thunder pool that threatened to engulf him. Heavenly laws, Li Yu faintly discerned the 2 words. This revelation sent a jolt through his heart. What are the heavenly laws? Before his transmigration, the mythological tale spoke of heavenly edicts. These edicts constrained all immortals and deities. Now, these lightning-formed beings were audaciously invoking the heavenly laws. Who established these laws? What do they entail? Regardless of the nature of the heavenly laws, this is my domain. His expression calmed, and a resplendent radiance enveloped him. The brilliance erupted outward, dispersing the thunder pool that had formed from the 8th tier divine technique method of radiance. Immediately after, he directed a stoic gaze towards the 12 humanoid beings. Extending his right hand, he made a swift motion. Boom! 12 terrifying scarlet divine thunders surged from the unknown, akin to 12 true dragons of thunder roaring, engulfing the 12 humanoid beings. Wherever the scarlet divine thunders passed, they devoured all other lightning. Even the lightning that had coalesced to form the 12 humanoid beings was relentlessly consumed by the scarlet divine thunders. In but a brief moment, the 12 beings vanished completely, devoured entirely by the scarlet divine thunders. In the next instant, the 12 scarlet divine thunders roamed the heavens, and the rolling black clouds dissipated. Having absorbed all the heavenly lightning, the Liu extended his hand. The 12 scarlet divine thunders descended into his grasp, prompting him to gently close his eyes. His mind was flooded with insights regarding the path of lightning. This encompassed the essence of the 12 humanoid beings and the myriad of heavenly thunders contained within. Each of these lightning-formed beings possessed the strength of the 6th tier's limit. Such a pity. He mused, realizing they were merely ordinary heavenly lightning incarnations. Compared to the scarlet divine thunders, they were a tier lower, easily subdued. After a moment, Li Yu opened his eyes and stepped back into the divine realm. The skies above the Four Seas town once again turned clear and serene, as if the preceding chaos had been naught but an illusion. The 12 scarlet divine thunders, Zhao Jiyuan exclaimed in shock. He had witnessed it all with clarity. The 12 scarlet divine thunders merely swept through, and the dense lightning vanished without a trace. The humanoid beings were nowhere to be found. Furthermore, from those 12 scarlet divine thunders, he sensed an overwhelming divine might. It was the manifestation of Zhang Yuegong. It was Zhang Yuegong who intervened. We thank Zhang Yuegong for safeguarding us faithful. Li Yuming immediately knelt, bowing towards the spirit temple of the land. We thank Zhang Yuegong for your protection. Zhao Jiyuan, Li Diong, Li Xiuwu, and Li Xiudao promptly followed suit, their voices resounding that we thank Zhang Yuegong for your protection. Soon, a multitude of warriors knelt down, their sincerity palpable. We thank Zhang Yuegong for your protection. Then, the entirety of Four Seas Town's faithful joined in. It is the true deity. The one who protects us is indeed a true deity. He has driven away the dark thunders with unparalleled divine lightning. Our arrival here must surely be due to the true deity's supreme power guiding us. Here, there is no sandstorm, and the land is fertile, teeming with lush vegetation. Truly a celestial paradise. We thank the magnificent true deity for your protection. In Huangsha village, the village chief, He Yuanming, immediately knelt down and proclaimed loudly, we thank the magnificent true deity for your protection. The other villagers followed suit, their faces alight with excitement, fervor, and gratitude in that moment. Many villagers solidified their faith, becoming significantly more devout. After all, The true deity had led them away from the desert into a bountiful land, a place they could only dream of before. Here, they no longer faced the threat of malevolent deities. With fertile land comes safety and security. All of this is bestowed upon them by the true deity, and thus, they naturally pledge their devout faith to the one who granted them all these blessings. Within the divine realm, Liu gazed at the deep purple thunder pearl that had appeared in his hand. This pearl was formed from the aggregation of all the heavenly lightning consumed by the 12 scarlet divine thunders. It contained the essence of the 12 humanoid beings as well as the power of all the heavenly thunders. The 12 scarlet divine thunders, having served their purpose, dissipated. This was a result of the 8th tier divine technique Scarlet Heavenly Thunder. He had unleashed 12 scarlet heavenly thunders in one go, consuming the vast array of heavenly thunders to form this singular thunder pearl. Even if one of the scarlet heavenly thunders had been absent, he would not have been able to exhaust the entirety of the heavenly thunders in the 12 humanoid beings. The battle had expended 4,100 units of divine power. However, it was not in vain. This thunder pearl was a 6th tier item. A smile crept across Liu's lips. Moreover, it was not just an ordinary 6th tier item. It had reached the pinnacle of the 6th tier. It was far more precious than the Earth Lotus he had acquired a month prior, which had been enhanced 100-fold. The reason he had acted so decisively. Unleashing 12 scarlet heavenly thunders and expending 3,600 units of divine power was precisely for this outcome. This was also a minor application of the 8th tier divine technique Scarlet Heavenly Thunder. It could consume lower tier lightning to coalesce into a thunder pearl. Of course, this was merely a trivial function of the Scarlet Heavenly Thunder. Its true purpose, naturally, was annihilation. Just casting this thunder pearl could obliterate 6th tier limit demons and true practitioners of the human race Dharmakaya. However, it holds little use for me. He promptly opened the divine shop and listed the 6th tier thunder pearl for sale. Name: Heavenly Thunder Pearl Tier. 6th effect. Upon use, it will unleash a power capable of annihilating 6th tier limit warriors and demons. Price: 19,000 units of divine power. 19,000 units of divine power. A smile adorned Liu's face. 3,600 units of divine power exchanged for 19,000 units. Even accounting for the 500 units spent on casting method of radiance, he still profited 14,900 units of divine power. Currently, he mused, my divine power has reached 37,480 units. I am one step closer to the goal of 150,000 units. Anticipation flickered in his eyes as he looked forward to amassing enough divine power to ascend to the 8th tier of the divine rank in one fell swoop. Achieving the 8th tier would place him just a step away from leaping from the land deity to becoming a city god. City god, he murmured softly, if the land deity is the foundational deity of the divine hierarchy, then a city god belongs to the mid-tier deities of the divine hierarchy. Shaking his head, he set aside these thoughts for now. One must eat one bite at a time and walk one step at a time. Focusing his mind, he opened the personal tasks and glanced at the task that had long since appeared. This task was one he could now complete. In fact, had it not been for the commencement of the Divine Path Festival, he would have already accomplished it. Expansion of the soldiers. It is time to unleash the spectral soldiers and eradicate the demons within the confines of Xian County. Liu's expression remained tranquil. At present, not only was his divine power formidable, but he also possessed an abundance of resources. Naturally, it was imperative to elevate the strength of both the Four Seas town and the spectral soldiers under his command to a higher echelon. Only then could he truly manifest the grandeur befitting a deity of the 8th rank. Gazing upon the realm of the underworld, he observed a dozen or so 3rd tier and 4th tier believers choosing to reincarnate within the netherworld. Liu remained unperturbed by the presence of these 3rd tier and 4th tier believers, for they were the most easily acquired. The ascent to become a 2nd tier believer posed a significant challenge, while the transition from 2nd tier to 1st tier was an even more daunting endeavor. 48 souls were all decreed to become spectral soldiers. He looked down upon the underworld domain, and with a gentle wave of his hand, a series of decrees of spectral soldiers materialized before him. Concurrently, 48 2nd-tier spectral artifacts soared into the air. During the completion of his personal task, he had previously received 22nd-tier spectral artifacts as a reward. Moments later, the memories of the 48 souls were wiped clean, transforming them into 4th-tier spectral soldiers, clad in armor and wielding spectral weapons. Next, he turned his attention to the 2 kneeling 2nd-tier believers. These 2 would serve as commanders for his spectral army. He intended to elevate them directly to the rank of 1st-tier spectral soldiers. To elevate a singular soul to the status of first-tier spectral soldier required 1 decree of spectral soldiers, 1 strengthening decree of spectral soldiers, 1 secondary strengthening decree of spectral soldiers, 1 tertiary strengthening decree of spectral soldiers, and 1 4th-tier spectral artifact. The total consumption of divine power amounted to 711 units. A first-tier spectral soldier possesses the prowess of a 4th-tier entity, a strength sufficient within the boundaries of Xian County. After all, spectral soldiers do not operate solo. They command entire legions of spectral armies. When spectral soldiers traverse the land, all beings retreat. The greater the number of spectral soldiers, the more potent the malevolent energy emanating from the depths of the abyss. Capable of freezing souls and diminishing their power, with a flick of his wrist, the decree soared forth, enveloping the kneeling Zhang Rongfu and Lu Yidou. In a heartbeat, they transformed from ordinary spirits into formidable 4th-tier, first-tier spectral soldiers. Zhang Rongfu brandished a spectral weapon, while Lu Yidou wielded a spectral blade, their presence suffused with an overwhelming aura of darkness, causing the ground beneath them to rise with waves of black ice. "Thank you for your gracious bestowal, Lord Zhang Yue," the two exclaimed, filled with fervent gratitude as they prostrated themselves. "Zhang Rongfu, you shall temporarily assume the role of inspector of the spectral army, responsible for safeguarding the realm and vanquishing evil. Lu Yidou, you shall serve as the deputy inspector of the spectral army." Liu's voice resonated with a detached authority in their minds. "We shall adhere to your divine edict," they replied respectfully. Subsequently, they led their spectral soldiers to the underworld domain at the foot of Qianling Mountain, where 22 additional spectral soldiers awaited, all under the command of the spectral army. As time passed, 3 months slipped by in a blink. During this period, Liu elevated the cultivation of the temple priest Li Yuming to the mid-4th tier and appointed 4 chief priests: Zhang Rongui, Li Xiudao, Zheng Xinlan, and He Yuanming. Among them, Zhang Rongui, Li Xiudao, and Zheng Xinlan possessed mid-3rd tier cultivation, while He Yuanming alone achieved the pinnacle of the 3rd tier, having originally been a 4th tier warrior. Following his appointment, his formidable energy transformed into qi, rendering him a refined practitioner and elevating his cultivation by a small tier. The ranks of the ghostly emissaries and spectral soldiers expanded once more. Liao Xiu'er and Li Yutang, the chief and deputy inspectors of the soul-snatching division, ascended to become 1st-tier ghostly emissaries. Endowed with 4th-tier strength in the depths of night, the sky was adorned with twinkling stars, a cold moon concealed behind dark clouds. Liu stood within the divine domain, his gaze fixed beyond its borders. "Zhao Jiyuan had finally achieved sanctification, becoming my first holy tier believer." A faint smile graced his lips as he beckoned gently, sending a whispering breeze toward Zhao Jiyuan's abode. "What is happening?" Zhao Jiyuan marveled as he gazed at his hands. Feeling an inner radiance blossoming within him, though his eyes could not perceive it, he sensed a luminous aura enveloping him. At that moment, his soul felt extraordinarily pure, akin to a crystal untainted by any impurities. His essence radiated with strands of holy light, and beneath this illumination, Zhao Jiyuan experienced a rapid transformation of his physical form, soaring from mid-3rd tier to the upper echelons of the 3rd tier in the blink of an eye. Yet, it did not stop there. Under the sanctified light, he transcended once more, entering the realm of the 3rd tier limit. This was a level he had once deemed unattainable, yet now it was within his grasp. "Is this the change the temple priest spoke of?" he murmured to himself. As a former divine investigator of Xian County, he was no fool. From his conversations with the temple priest Li Yuming, he had sensed an ongoing transformation within himself, though he had previously been unaware of its magnitude. Today, he finally perceived this change, astonished by its intensity, which had enabled him to break through 2 minor realms in an instant. "Zhao Jin, come forth to meet the divine." Suddenly, a voice, lofty yet exuding an air of indifference and authority, resonated within his mind. The voice echoed. An aura of divine majesty emanated forth, compelling one to prostrate in reverence. "Lord Zhang Yue, has Lord Zhang Yue summoned me?" Zhao Jiyuan's heart surged with exhilaration. His primary purpose for coming here had been to pay homage to Lord Zhang Yue. Yet, after a series of unexpected events, he had become one of Lord Zhang Yue's most devoted believers. A gentle breeze swept by, and in an instant, Zhao Jiyuan found himself soaring through the air, arriving at Baihu Mountain shortly thereafter. Baihu Mountain lay about 40 miles from Four Seas Town. Liu stood at the summit of Baihu Mountain, hands clasped behind his back, clad in an exquisite robe of the 8th rank, far surpassing the 9th rank attire he had previously worn. Adorned with a crown, his presence was vast and boundless. Akin to the cosmos itself. To Zhao Yuan's eyes, that solitary figure appeared to encompass the entirety of existence, overshadowing the mountains themselves. Believer Zhao Yuan pays his respects to Lord Zhang Yue, he declared, overwhelmed with joy and excitement as he knelt. Finally, he had the opportunity to meet Lord Zhang Yue. In this moment, he felt a profound sense of fulfillment, as if a long-held aspiration had finally been realized. Zhao Yuan, do you wish to ascend to divinity? Liu turned to face the kneeling Zhao Yuan, his tone cool yet commanding. Wei Xiangyang glanced at Zhao Yuan, a hint of envy stirring within him, since the deity had brought Zhao Yuan here. It was evident that Baihu Mountain would be granted to him, that a mountain endowed with the divine essence of the 9th rank far surpassed his own Shunling River. Ascend to divinity, Zhao Yuan's heart quivered, a sense of disbelief washing over him. Could he truly become a deity? At the age of 8, Zhao Yuan's father had been sent by the family to Shunling River, becoming prey for that old venomous serpent. Zhao Yuan recalled vividly the night before, when his father had grasped his hand and imparted 3 crucial pieces of wisdom. Zhao Yuan, remember, we are human beings, and we must uphold our humanity. Your talents far exceed mine. And you must understand the importance of standing upon solid ground. I believe that one day, a powerful being will emerge to vanquish demons and protect the populace. It can be said that these 3 sentences left an indelible impression on him, one that he would carry throughout his life. As a human, he toiled ceaselessly, yearning to ascend to the 4th tier, the Yin-Yang realm, to become a master and carve out a future for the people of Xian County. He joined the county office and rose to the position of divine catcher, a role that deterred various demonic forces from taking action against him lightly. The county office served as a point of equilibrium among the various demonic factions in Xian County. Entangled in complex interests. At the time, he believed that the county lord was his ally. However, upon arriving at Sihai Village, he realized that only the deities could truly serve as a foundation of support. Thus, after confirming the genuine existence of Zhanyue Gong, he immediately knelt before the land spirit temple for 10 days, devoutly pledging his faith to Zhanyue Gong. He ardently desired to grow stronger, to vanquish demons, and protect the common folk. This was a vow he had made after witnessing his father's sacrifice to become a demonic offering. Yet, as the years slipped by, he found himself stagnating at the mid-level of the 3rd tier. Unable to glimpse even a sliver of hope for ascending to the 4th tier, below the 4th tier, he was still akin to an ant. How could he speak of safeguarding the populace? Now, with Zhanyue Gong personally inquiring if he wished to become a deity, a multitude of images flashed through his mind. The helplessness of the past, the exhilaration and excitement upon witnessing Zhanyue Gong manifest, and the sincerity of his faith after embracing Zhanyue Gong. Devotee Zhao Yuan wishes to become a deity. I thank Zhanyue Gong for this grace. He took a deep breath, suppressing the tumult of emotions, excitement, gratitude, and awe, and bowed reverently once more. With this bow, he would no longer be a mere mortal but a divine being. Excellent. Liu's expression remained calm as he looked down upon the kneeling Zhao Yuan. He extended his hand, and 300 strands of divine power flew forth, coalescing in midair to form a divine edict for the enfeoffment of subordinate deities. Following this, another 100 units emerged from the fragments of the 9th tier divine laws, shimmering brilliantly alongside the divine edict for the enfeoffment of subordinate deities, akin to stars surrounding a radiant sun, ascending gradually. Then, both the divine edict for the enfeoffment of subordinate deities and the 100 units from the 9th tier divine law fragments surged into Zhao Yuan's body in an instant. I, the land deity of Sihai Town, hereby enfeoff Zhao Jin, my devoted believer, as the mountain deity of Baifuxian, a deity overseeing the management of mountains and earth's veins. Liu's voice, authoritative and detached, reverberated throughout the 20,000 acres of the jurisdiction. As his words resonated, the entire Baifuxian mountain trembled, and the spiritual energies beneath the earth grew particularly vibrant, as if celebrating the arrival of a new master. The mountains quaked, and the heavens above erupted with thunder. Zhao Yuan immediately felt his shining soul become even more resplendent and crystalline. Terrifying powers surged within him. The divine edict radiated brilliance, and his original true energy was obliterated, dissipating like smoke. Waves of divine power emerged from the edict, coursing throughout his being. His form was undergoing a transformation, from mortal to divine. The 100 units from the 9th tier divine law fragments also morphed into streams of light, merging with his translucent soul. A surge of divine majesty erupted from him. Within his mind, he acquired 7 divine arts: cloud and mist technique, heavenly thunder art, flight technique, golden blade art, dream invocation technique, enfeoffment of soldiers, and reinforcement of soldiers. Moreover, he sensed that the Biffuxian mountain beneath his feet felt as though it had become a part of him. It was not merely a feeling. It was as if Biffuxian mountain was him. And he was Biffuxian mountain. As he exhaled, the spiritual energies of Biffuxian mountain also released shimmering light, nourishing all within the mountain. When he inhaled, the spiritual energies of Biffuxian mountain absorbed the power of the earth, transforming into radiant light. Standing atop the peak, he could effortlessly extract strands of spiritual energy from Biffuxian mountain, converting them into divine power. Although he could only extract a small amount each day, over time, it would accumulate into a significant force. Mountain deities and river deities differed from land deities. Mountain deities preside over a spiritual mountain, utilizing divine laws to transform the spiritual energies resonating with their essence into strands of divine power. River deities govern a spiritual river in a similar fashion. This was not merely a jurisdiction, it was their body. Extracting strands of divine power from their body was a unique ability possessed only by mountain deities and river deities. Such an ability was not available to land deities. Naturally, the divine power extracted from spiritual energies is limited, requiring long-term accumulation, far inferior to the faith and wishes of believers. As for the jurisdiction, whether it be Zhaozhou Yuan or Wei Xiangyang, both were now 9th-tier deities, and the range of their jurisdiction extended to 50 acres. However, the boundaries of their jurisdiction were irregular. For instance, Wei Xiangyang served as the deity of the Shunling River, with his jurisdiction stretching along both banks of the river. Yet, in truth, the boundaries of their jurisdiction were of little importance. As my subordinate deities, their strength would not diminish within my jurisdiction. Liu gazed down at the two subordinate deities before him, feeling quite gratified at this stage. He should be the only deity of the Blue Star to possess two subordinate deities, right? Even those who secured second or third positions during the Divine Path Assembly would not be able to infeff two subordinate deities, even after receiving rewards from the 9th-tier Divine Law fragments. However, these two were bound to experience rapid advancement. He mused internally. Becoming a deity, one step quickens the pace, each step hastening further. Those two, having obtained fragments of Divine Law, should not be foolish. They ought to realize that reducing the divine power required for second-tier soldier artifacts would allow them to profit handsomely from their sale of such artifacts. Indeed, it was possible that within these 3 months, both of them had already ascended to true 9th-tier deities. His expression remained tranquil. Of course, those two were not in the same region as him, which did not affect his business. Yet, it was not inconceivable that they might lack the wit to consider utilizing second-tier soldier artifacts to generate divine power. Zhaozhou Yuan, he addressed the still reveling Zhaozhou Yuan. I am here, Lord. Zhaozhou Yuan responded with utmost respect. Even after being infeffed as a deity, he remained a saintly believer. To him, nothing in this world held greater significance than the matters concerning Zhang Yue Gong. Even if it meant sacrificing his life, he would not hesitate for a moment. Having reached the level of a saintly believer, he had long regarded the deity as the most important existence in his heart. You once served as a divine catcher. I hereby appoint you as the deputy master of the soul-reaping division. You shall be responsible for infeffing and reinforcing the ghostly emissaries. Liu stated coolly. As for why he did not appoint him as the master, the reason was straightforward. He was still uncertain whether Zhaozhou Yuan was suitable to preside over the soul-reaping division. This division held immense significance, dealing with the death aspect of the 4 great matters of life: birth, aging, illness, and death. Naturally, he was cautious and would not hastily decide on the leader of the soul-reaping division. I shall comply with the divine mandate. Zhao Jian responded with reverence. His eyes sparkled with determination as he resolved to manage the affairs of the soul-reaping division splendidly, so as not to disappoint Jinyue Gong's grace. I shall allocate 1,000 strands of divine power, 50 second-tier soldier artifacts, and 10 third-tier soldier artifacts to the soul-reaping division. I hope you do not let me down. Liu's expression remained neutral as he lightly waved his hand. He directly retrieved 1,000 strands of divine power, 50 second-tier soldier artifacts, and 10 third-tier soldier artifacts, handing them over to Zhaozhou Yuan. This constituted the operational funds for the soul-reaping division, totaling nearly 2,000 strands of divine power. After all, infeffing ghostly emissaries and reinforcing them required divine power, and ghostly emissaries also needed soldier artifacts. Initially, he intended for Zhao Jiyuan to craft the soldier artifacts himself. However, considering that Zhao Jiyuan required 10 strands of divine power to create a second-tier soldier artifact, while he himself needed only 5, The disparity was too great. Thus, he decided to take on the burden himself. As for whether Zhao Zhou might embezzle, if a saintly believer were to covet the possessions of a deity, then what merit would he hold as a saintly believer? Moreover, as a subordinate deity, neither Zhao Zhou nor Wei Xiangyang could ascend solely through divine power. Such an elevation by divine force alone is exclusive to the deities of the Blue Star. I shall not disappoint the revered god, Zhao Zhiyuan declared resolutely. Liu nodded, then turned his gaze towards Wei Xiangyang beside him. Wei Xiangyang, your humble servant is here. Wei Xiangyang trembled and promptly bowed in respect. You have served as a scholar in the great Zhou dynasty, held official positions, and led the warriors of Xin County in fierce battles against demons. I hereby appoint you as the deputy master of the Yinbing division, responsible for the commissioning, strengthening, and training of the Yin soldiers. Among other duties, Liu commanded, the soul-capturing division operates internally, while the Yinbing division functions externally. These are the two forces under his command. The soul-capturing division is akin to the constabulary of the mortal realm. While the Yinbing division naturally resembles an army, he also imparted the divine techniques of commissioning Yin soldiers and strengthening Yin soldiers to Wei Xiangyang. I shall faithfully obey the divine edict. Wei Xiangyang felt a surge of joy in his heart and bowed respectfully. He was elated to become the deputy master of the Yinbing division, granting him the authority to dispatch Yin soldiers to eradicate demons within the bounds of Xian County. How many human lives could be saved from the clutches of these fiends? This filled him with utmost excitement and fervor. He was truly a person devoted to the well-being of humanity. In life, he fought valiantly against demons for the sake of the citizens of Xian County. Even in death, he remained steadfast in his thoughts for the people. With a wave of his hand, Liu produced 1,000 units of divine power, along with 50 second-tier Yin soldier artifacts and 10 third-tier Yin soldier artifacts, which he bestowed upon Wei Xiangyang as operational funds for the Yinbing division. As for the external campaign against demons, you may confer with Liu Ming. The cooperation between humans and Yin soldiers is essential. Liu's expression remained neutral. After speaking, he stepped forward and vanished from sight. With the establishment of subordinate deities, many matters no longer required his direct involvement. This is the advantage of having subordinate deities. Furthermore, as a subordinate deity, they would undoubtedly be fully committed in this world, who does not aspire to progress. We bid farewell to the revered god. Zhao Jian and Wei Xiangyang bowed deeply in Xian County. An elderly man rode slowly into the town on a donkey. On either side of the streets, numerous vendors were peddling their wares. Candied hawthorn for sale, crisp and sweet candied hawthorn, steamed buns, soft and fragrant steamed buns, cheap pancakes, sugar figurines, all sorts of sugar figurines. The old man gazed with interest at the various foodstuffs, then tugged at the large ears of his black donkey, coming to a stop at the candied hawthorn stall. One skewer. Please, certainly. Only 3 coins. The vendor grinned widely, handing a skewer of candied hawthorn to the old man. The old man rummaged through his belongings and produced 3 copper coins for the vendor. So sweet. Taking a bite of the candied hawthorn, the old man's eyes squinted in delight, letting out a sigh of appreciation. The black donkey continued to move forward. A moment later, they arrived at the entrance of a modest courtyard. The courtyard appeared ancient, clearly having stood for some time. The black donkey did not stop. Even with the courtyard gate closed, it charged straight toward the entrance. Ripples formed in the air as the black donkey passed through the gate and entered the courtyard. Those of the Gu family, come forth to see me. The old man reclined slightly on the back of the black donkey and spoke in a faint voice. His words, though soft, echoed throughout the entire courtyard, startling everyone within. Soon, a dozen or so individuals emerged, led by a middle-aged man who bowed deeply. Gu Shao of the Gu family pays respects to the esteemed one. Where is Gu Anji? The old man glanced at the middle-aged man and spoke coolly. He has passed away. Gu Zhao's face fell, anxiety evident in his demeanor. Passed away? The old man's eyes narrowed, and he took a delicate bite of the candied hawthorn, his tone turning particularly frigid. Since Gu Anji is dead, what use do you still have? As his voice fell, he gently shook the candied hawthorn in his hand. Instantly, everyone present from the Gu family, including Gu Shao, as well as several female relatives and children who had not yet emerged from the depths of the courtyard, were lifted into the air, bursting into a spray of blood that splattered upon the candied hawthorn, rendering it a deeper crimson. Even sweeter now, the flavor is exquisite, the old man remarked with satisfaction. Savoring the blood-stained candied hawthorn, this was his favorite treat. However, Gu Anji has actually died, wasting a 9-heart demon lotus and 10 foxes with 3-tailed spirit bloodlines. Without him, the one who has perfected the blood spirit fox form, I cannot ascend to the mid-tier of the 5th rank. He muttered to himself. Guanji was his pawn, a plan meticulously laid for 30 years. Yet now, with Guanji's untimely demise, how could he hope to ascend to the mid-tier of the 5th rank? Within his sect, he was the only one left lingering at the lower tier of the 5th rank. Even his younger sister, who joined the sect 50 years after him, had already ascended to the mid-tier of the 5th rank. You have ruined my pawn, that I shall see who dares to be so audacious in Xian County. The old man's countenance darkened. A being of the lower 5th rank, he was invincible within the bounds of Xian County. Those who dare to slay his pawn must be prepared to meet their own demise. The black donkey turned and immediately headed towards the mountain where Guanji taught 9 little foxes to read. However, halfway there, he paused again. It would be prudent to inquire further. Though it is merely a county town, one cannot be too careless. He murmured to himself. Having survived to this day, he was certainly not reckless. Personal Task 11 Task Description. You are a pioneer in the divine path, having sheltered an increasing number of human believers. You require sufficient subordinate deities to assist you in managing the ever-growing affairs. Task Objective. Commission subordinate deities. 22. Task Reward. In God Manifestation Array Map. 1 Battle Body Divine Talisman, and 300 units of divine power. Liu stood within the divine realm, claiming the rewards of his task. As for Personal Task 10, it involved commissioning over 50 first-tiering soldiers, akin to Personal Task 9, which required commissioning over 50 first-tier ghostly messengers. He had completed it 3 months prior, receiving 20 second-tiering soldier artifacts, 3 third-tiering soldier artifacts, and 200 units of divine power as rewards. Now, before him lay Personal Task 11, which he had just completed. Before him, an array map and a divine talisman appeared out of thin air, and he also felt an increase of 300 units of divine power within him. His current divine power had now reached 43,525 units. Had it not been for the significant consumption of divine power from commissioning temple priests, enhancing ghostly messengers and soldiers, and commissioning subordinate deities during this period, his divine power might have already approached 50,000 units. The In God Manifestation Array Map and the Divine Talisman. Liu's gaze was drawn to the 2 newly acquired items before him. These are indeed exceptionally precious items. He had not anticipated such valuable rewards from a personal task. Name: In God Manifestation Array Map. Rank: Special Effect. When the array is activated, it can accommodate 1,000 soldiers. A minimum of 100 soldiers is required to form a single God manifestation, with the grade determined by the strength and number of the soldiers within, the lowest being an insignificant wild god. This integrates the dispersed strength of the soldiers into a singular entity. The soldiers forming the god manifestation would, at the very least, equate to a second-tier limit of power. However, should there be more or stronger soldiers, it is likely to form a manifestation ranging from the 9th grade divine rank to the true 9th grade divine rank, and even from the 8th grade divine rank. Liu's eyes glimmered with intensity. Undoubtedly, this array map would elevate the strength of the Yinbing division by more than a single tier. At present, the Yinbing division boasts a total of 170 Yinbing. Among these, there are 2 grade A Yinbing of 4th tier upper strength, 3 grade B Yinbing of 3rd tier upper strength, 15 grade C Yinbing of 2nd tier upper strength, and 150 grade D Yinbing of 2nd tier lower strength. A sense of curiosity envelopes him. What level of power can these 170 Yinbing achieve upon forming the ancient aspect? Will it reach the 9th grade of divine rank, or the true 9th grade of divine rank? The ancient aspect aligns with the ranks of deities, precluding the existence of lower 5th tier or middle 5th tier strengths. Thus, it can either be the upper limit of the 4th tier at true 9th grade, or the upper limit of the 5th tier at true 9th grade. With this ancient aspect formation chart, the Yinbing division can collaborate with the martial artists of the 4 seas to venture forth and eradicate the demons within the confines of Xian County, undoubtedly enhancing their capabilities significantly. Only thus can they be deemed one of the most critical forces under a deity's command. A smile graces Liu's face. However, this also signifies that the impending divine war set to commence in over a month will be fraught with complexities. In the war of affiliated deities, the outcome will hinge not solely on the deities, but also on the potential influence of the Yinbing. Of course, at this stage, it is likely that only he can complete the personal task to obtain this ancient aspect formation chart. Even the 2nd and 3rd ranked individuals in the Divine Path Grand Assembly cannot compare. Name: Battle Body Divine Talisman. Rank: Special Effect. Upon use, it enables a believer to transform from a mortal body into a martial battle body. The combat enhancement provided by this battle body divine talisman to a believer is remarkably impressive. Among the human race, battle bodies are scarce, yet those who possess a battle body can generally fight beyond their rank. Especially against demons. A smile appears at the corner of Li Yu's mouth. What is a battle body? It is a physique inherently suited for combat and slaughter. Zhao Jiyuan, Zhao Yongyuan, and Guan Yu all possess extraordinary talents, their aptitude for martial arts far surpassing that of ordinary humans. Yet, their exceptional talents merely manifest in specific parts of their physiques. For instance, Zhao Jiyuan has a heart that burns like fire, while Guan Yu possesses an exceptionally strong right A or M. In truth, this extraordinary talent signifies that they possess merely a fraction of a battle body. A true battle body, however, entails that all organs within the body exhibit extraordinary qualities, far exceeding those of ordinary humans. Not only is the combat power astonishing, but the cultivation of martial arts also progresses at an astounding pace. To whom shall this battle body divine talisman be granted? Li Yu ponders. In the short term, acquiring another battle body divine talisman appears unlikely. After all, it would require the remaining blue star deities to complete their personal tasks before such a talisman could potentially be purchased in the regional trade, which would inevitably take considerable time. Li Yu's gaze suddenly deepens. The divine war is about to commence. It is a test for the timid and an opportunity for the bold. This is both a crisis and a chance. Each victory in the divine war yields substantial rewards. He shakes his head. He will strive to achieve the utmost in what he can do. He is prepared to face the divine war with composure. This battle body divine talisman shall be bestowed upon Li Xiuwu. This young man possesses a resilient character, having grown up without parents and relying on the kindness of others, embodying the qualities of a protagonist. A faint smile escapes him as his gaze shifts beyond the divine domain. With a gentle flick of his fingers, this exceedingly precious battle body divine talisman transforms into a beam of radiance and flies out of the divine domain. He hopes that in the divine war, you will live up to the worth of this battle body divine talisman. Li Yu's expression remains tranquil. Zhao Daren has become the mountain god of Baihu Mountain. Unexpectedly, after Lord Wei Xiangyang, the second individual to be conferred divinity by Zhang Yue Gong is actually Lord Zhao. Yongyuan, your grandfather has ascended to divinity. You are now a descendant of the deities. We must also strive diligently. Perhaps one day, we too can become deities. Lord Zhao was conferred divinity for his devout faith in Zhang Yue Gong, and thus we must work even harder in our devotion. Within the hall of the temple, Li Yuming sits at the head. To his left sit Li Diyang, Chen Matzi, Ao Jingxian, Li Xiuwu, and Li Shiyuling. To the right sit Zhang Ronggue, Li Xiudao, He Yuanming, Zhang Xinlan, and Chen Erger. The faces of the crowd are still brimming with excitement and exhilaration. Clearly, Zhao Zhou elevation to divinity has invigorated their spirits. If Zhao Zhou could be conferred divinity for his devout faith in Zhang Yue Gong, why should they not be able to? They possess this confidence. Just then, a radiant golden divine talisman flies in from outside, merging into Li Xiuwu's body. Instantly, a splendid golden radiance erupts from Li Xiuwu, soaring high and even tearing through the roof of the temple hall, creating a remarkable spectacle in the sky. This is Zhao Yongyuan, merely 23 years old, already possessing second-tier upper cultivation, suddenly stands up, his eyes wide with astonishment as he exclaims, "The manifestation of the battle body!" Li Xiuwu has acquired a battle body. The others tremble at his words, their expressions filled with shock. They are no longer naive. Over the past 10 months, they have learned much and understand what a battle body truly signifies. Haha! Zhang Yue Gong has granted a battle body. Our Four Seas town shall also produce a human battle body. Li Yuming exclaims joyfully. The might of a human battle body is enough to instill fear in demons. Simultaneously, in the center of an ancient hall, a verdant bronze bell suddenly chimes. The white-bearded elder seated nearby immediately opens his eyes and gazes at the verdant bell. Dear ladies and gentlemen, if you've read this far, please consider adding it to your bookshelf and leaving a 5-star review. Has our human race finally produced another battle body? I wonder what type it is. The elder, clad in simple gray robes, with white hair and beard, his face gaunt and emaciated, murmurs to himself. He slowly rises, his hands resembling mere skin stretched over bones, as thin as chicken claws. This marks the 7th human battle body to emerge in Tianlin Prefecture over the past 50 years. This human battle body is bound to attract significant competition. The elder stands, his eyes deep and profound. He gently pushes open the hall's doors, and the blinding sunlight floods in, causing him to squint. Standing at the entrance, Gazing at the undulating mountains in the distance, he feels a sense of disconnection from reality. In the past 50 years, he has only opened this door 7 times. Regardless, meals are delivered to him daily. His task is to vigilantly guard the battle body bell. Waiting for this ancient relic to chime that he wonders where this battle body has originated, he whispers softly, trembling as he retrieves a piece of purple paper from his bosom. Turning to strike it against the verdant battle body bell. Instantly, the battle body bell begins to sway gently, strands of verdant copper converging and imprinting onto the purple paper, forming a map. The elder approaches to lift the purple paper. Gazing at the map above, it is surprisingly within the confines of Xian County. It has been many years since a battle body has appeared in Xian County. I wonder which faction will seize this battle body. Our human battle body, once fought against the heavens and earth, has slain countless demons for the Daizhou Empire. In the annals of history, even the most formidable demon kings have been vanquished by the human battle body. Yet now, the old man lamented, filled with deep regret. It has already fallen into the hands of demons, a great elixir of sorts. Without a moment's hesitation, he slowly exited the grand hall, intent on conveying the news to various factions of demons. As for which faction would manage to capture this human battle body and consume it as a potent elixir, that depended entirely on the cunning of these demonic forces. What a pity. He thought to himself, for he was bound to this place. Otherwise, he would have relished the opportunity to devour this warrior of his kind. The old man licked his lips, a strange green glimmer flickering in his gaze. He felt no remorse for the impending consumption of the human battle body by the demons, only a sense of regret that he could not partake. He too aspired to devour the human battle body. To ascend further in power, returning to the grand hall, he closed the doors behind him and resumed his meditative posture, awaiting the next chime of the battle body bell. In the town of Sihai, a resplendent sun appeared in midair, radiating brilliant light. The intense sunlight illuminated the world, casting everything in a radiant glow. Yet, almost immediately, the sun transformed into a flurry of golden feathers, drifting away like a shower of light. "This is," Zhao Yongyuan exclaimed, gazing at the extraordinary phenomenon in the sky, the legendary feathered battle body. Among the 9 great battle bodies of the human race, the feathered battle body ranked among the top. At this moment, he felt an overwhelming sense of envy. Despite his exceptional talent and remarkable martial arts aptitude, having achieved second-tier mastery at the tender age of 23, he knew that no matter how extraordinary he was, he could never compare to a true human battle body, especially not one as esteemed as the feathered battle body. "I too wish to possess a battle body," he mused. His grandfather had been bestowed with the title, becoming the deity of Hundredfold Mountain. He was determined to venerate Zhang Yue Gong with even greater devotion, for who knows, perhaps he too might one day receive the boon of a battle body. His heart burned with fervor. Witnessing the birth of a human battle body was an exhilarating experience for him, and he longed for advancement. He understood the might of a human battle body. If it could grow successfully, even during the era of the Great Zhou dynasty, it could stand among the pinnacle of human power. The feathered battle body, Li Yuming, Li Deyang, and the others I sparkled at the mention. This was a battle body only found in legends. The tales of human battle bodies had long circulated through the world, and the emergence of a feathered battle body would undoubtedly bolster the strength of Sihai Town. Concerning this matter, you must ensure that every citizen of Sihai Town, Songmu Town, Huangsha Village, Diulong Village, Baihu Village, and Zhanya Village is made aware. They must understand that by devoutly believing in Zhang Yue Gong, not only do they have the hope of being consecrated by him to become a deity, but they may also receive the blessing of a human battle body. Li Yuming ordered immediately. Such a miracle must be proclaimed far and wide to inspire greater devotion to Zhang Yue Gong. As for the possibility of the demons discovering this, he welcomed it, hoping they would come to their own demise. Just yesterday, the river god Wei Xiangyang had consulted him about dispatching troops to eliminate the demons in the vicinity of Xian County. Understood, Li Xiao Dao replied with a composed demeanor. Moments later, enveloped in golden radiance, Li Xiao Wu opened his eyes. Originally at the peak of second-tier cultivation, he underwent a transformation, ascending to mid-tier third tier. His once ordinary appearance now exuded an air of elegance, as if he had stepped out from a painting, radiating an ethereal and transcendent aura. His entire being had undergone a remarkable transformation. Standing still, he appeared to be on the verge of feathered ascension. Isolated from the world, though he still wore his previous robes, which seemed commonplace, they now billowed with an otherworldly grace. The young men in the hall gazed at him with profound envy. He had become more handsome. His power had surged. Truly, it was perfection. Who among them would not desire such a fate? Li Xiaowu himself could hardly believe it. Was this truly him? He felt as though every move he made could unleash power beyond his former limits. Every strike could extinguish the true energy of his foes, the malice of demons. Any attack directed at him would naturally lose part of its potency against his current physique. Thank you for the blessing. Zhongyue Gong, he exclaimed, immediately prostrating himself, reverently bowing towards the spirit temple. His heart surged with excitement and exhilaration. Once, his greatest wish had been merely to eat well, dress warmly, and avoid being devoured by demons. He had never dreamed, not even in his wildest fantasies, that he would one day possess the legendary human battle body. All of this was the magnificent blessing of Zhongyue Gong. Li Yuming, Li Deyongth, and the others also knelt, expressing their sincere gratitude. This was the bestowal of a human battle body upon Sihai Town. In the divine realm, Liu gazed at the prostrate Li Xiaowu, his gaze seemingly penetrating through to the very essence of Li Xiaowu. So this is the human battle body. The feathered battle body is indeed commendable. I possess 5 third-tier blessing talisman and 1 fourth-tier blessing talisman. In the upcoming grand ceremony, I can elevate Li Xiaowu's cultivation. With the capacity of the feathered battle body, Li Xiaowu will become the strongest among the faithful of Sihai Town. This will also hold great significance in the Gods' War. Li Yu was satisfied that he then opened the personal tasks menu. The rewards for personal task 11 were already substantial. What about personal task 12? According to the rules, this should be the final task at the 9th tier divine level. Li Yu glanced at the freshly revealed personal task 12. Personal task 12 task description. You now have a deity, yet the number of believers is woefully insufficient to foster rapid growth for both yourself and your deity. Strive to develop your followers, for they are the foundation of a deity. Task objective. Achieve a believer count of over 20,000. Task rewards. 100 first-tier blessing talismans, 20 second-tier blessing talismans, 5 third-tier blessing talismans, 3 field spirit talismans, and 500 units of divine power. The task of developing followers, 20,000 believers. The rewards are quite appealing. A smile tugged at the corners of Li Yu's mouth. He extended his hand, and immediately, the land register flew into his grasp. Upon gently flipping it open, he clearly saw that there were 12,252 individuals within his jurisdiction. As long as individuals lived within his jurisdiction for 2 months, their names would appear in the land register, of course. As he was currently at the 8th tier divine level, the land register could not record human beings at the 6th tier law manifestation. Once a name appeared in the land register, every detail of that person's life would be recorded, and their fate would fall under his control. It was indeed rather tyrannical, but this was the authority of a land deity unbound by the heavenly court. Within his jurisdiction, he was a deity, wielding the power of life and death. Furthermore, even without the land register, he could eliminate any human within his jurisdiction with merely a thought. 12,252 individuals. The population had surpassed 20,000. Yet the number of believers remained insufficient. Liu maintained a tranquil demeanor as he accessed the believer information, his gaze sweeping over the details. Daily offerings, 58,826 tier, 0 believers. 0 daily offering of 100. 000 tier, 1 believers. 0 daily offering of 10,000 tier, 2 believers. 1 daily offering of 1,000 tier, 3 believers. 19 daily offering of 100 tier, 4 believers. 4,250 daily offering of 10 tier, 5 believers. 13 272 daily offering of 1 tier, 6 believers. 1,540 offering of 1 every 10 days. The total number of believers had reached 19,082. Over the past 3 months, Li Yuming and his associates had performed admirably, and Li Yu was quite pleased with the results. The fact that such a considerable number of human citizens within his jurisdiction had come to revere him was significantly influenced by his 2 proclamations of divine authority. Each decree had been accompanied by great fanfare, and with such miraculous occurrences, coupled with the relentless promotion by Li Yuming and others, it was only natural for people to worship him. Furthermore, the level of devotion was commendably high, with the majority classified as tier 3 believers or above. As for the over 2,000 individuals who had yet to pledge their allegiance, they were likely children aged 5 and under. Currently, he was able to garner a daily influx of divine power amounting to 58 units. Calculating this on a monthly basis, it would equate to over 1,700 units of divine power, a staggering figure compared to the other deities of Blue Star, many of whom still lingered in the realm of the unremarkable wild gods, receiving scant offerings each day. Most of those who had ascended to the 9th tier of divinity could only expect to receive around 3 or 4 units daily, a mere fraction of what he obtained. Even with no expenditure of divine power, it would take them nearly 8 to 9 months to elevate to the 9th tier. However, as a deity presiding over a region, how could one not consume divine power? No amount of hamster-like attributes could counteract this necessity, yet he still required 918 more believers, not far off, he mused. Wei Xiangyang had already conferred with Li Yuming, and they agreed to commence the eradication of the demonic forces within Xian County in 3 days. Once the demons were vanquished, and with Li Yuming's promotional efforts, a significant influx of human citizens would inevitably follow. Liu remained unperturbed, merely biding his time. Nevertheless, his jurisdiction still appeared rather disordered, primarily due to the excessive number of villages, each with a modest population that he needed to reorganize the believers within his territory, merging several villages. With 4 slots available for land deities under his command, he determined that aside from Sihai Town, only 4 villages were necessary within his jurisdiction. Centering around Sihai Town, he envisioned the establishment of 4 large villages. Once Sihai Town evolved into Sihai County, these 4 villages could subsequently be upgraded to towns. Liu gazed beyond the divine realm. His jurisdiction spanned 20,000 hectares, and he planned to establish these 4 large villages at a distance of 50 miles in each cardinal direction from Sihai Town. These villages would serve as the future locales for the 4 land deities he intended to appoint. Following the initial grand festival next year, he would initiate their construction, which would proceed swiftly with the assistance of numerous warriors. As for the population, he chuckled softly. There were countless methods to encourage the residents of places such as Tsangmu Town, Dulong Village, Baihu Village, and Zhanyao Village to relocate voluntarily. Yet, even at this juncture, no signs of the 2nd tier, 2 believer had emerged. Was the emergence of tier 2 believers truly so arduous? He shook his head, feeling a tinge of helplessness. Should no tier 2 believers manifest, he would have no choice but to expend 200 units from the 9th tier divine law fragments to appoint a land deity. As for those possessing human merit,